K-Punk. Mark Fisher. Was a co. The collected and unpublished writings of Mark Fisher. Edited by Darren Ambrose. Foreword by Simon Reynolds. Contents. Foreword by Simon Reynolds. Editor's introduction by Darren Ambrose. YK. Part 1. Methods of Dreaming, Books. Book meme. Space, time, light, all the essentials. Reflections on J.G. Ballard. Season. Why I Want to Fuck Ronald Reagan. A Fairgrounds Painted Swings. What are the politics of boredom? Let me be your fantasy kids. Stephen Meisel's State of Emergency. The Assassination of J.G. Ballard. A World of Dread and Fear. Ripley's Glam. Methods of Dreaming. Atwood's Anti-Capitalism. Toy Stories, Puppets, Dolls, and Horror Stories. Zero Book Statement. Part 2. Screens, Dreams, and Spectres, Film and Television. A Spoonful of Sugar. She's Not My Mother. Stand Up, Nigel Barton. Port Mirion, An Ideal for Living. Golgothic Materialism. This movie doesn't move me. Fear and Misery in the Third Reich. Enroll. We Want It All. Gothic Oedipus, Subjectivity and Capitalism in Christopher Nolan's Batman Begins. When we dream, do we dream we're Joey? Notes on Cronenberg's existence. I filmed it so I didn't have to remember it myself. Spectres of Marker and the Reality of Third Way. Disidentity politics. You have always been the caretaker, the spectral spaces of the Overlook Hotel. Coffee bars and internment camps. Rebel without a cause. Robot historian in the ruins. Review of Tyson. They killed their mother. Avatar as ideological symptom. Precurity and paternalism. Return of Gift. Richard Kelly's The Box. Contributing to Society. Just relax and enjoy it. Dwarfenheit on. The BBC. Star Wars was a sellout from the start. Gillian Waring, self-made Batman's political right turn. Remember who the enemy is beyond good and evil. Breaking Bad. Classless broadcasting, Benefits Street. Rooting for the enemy, the Americans. How to Let Go, The Leftovers, Broadchurch and the Missing. The Strange Death of British Satire Review, Terminator Genesis. The House That Fame Built, Celebrity Big Brother. Sympathy for the Androids. The Twisted Morality of Westworld. Part 3. Choose Your Weapons, Writing on Music. The by now traditional Glasto rant. Art pop, no, really K-punk, or the glampunk art pop discontinuum. Noise as anti-capital, as the veneer of democracy starts to fade. Lions after slumber, or what is sublimation today? The outside of everything now. For your unpleasure, the haute couture of goth. It doesn't matter if we all die, The Cure's unholy trinity. Look at the light. Is pop undead? Memorex for the Kraken, the false pulp modernism. Scrites sweet sickness. Postmodernism as pathology. Part 2. Choose Your Weapons. Variations on a theme running on empty. You Remind Me of Gold. Dialogue with Mark Fisher and Simon Reynolds. Militant tendencies feed music. Autonomy in the UK. The Secret Sadness of the 21st Century, James Blake's Overgrown Review, David Bowie's The Next Day. The Man Who Has Everything, Drake's Nothing Was the Same. Break It Down, DJ Rashad's Double Cup. Start Your Nonsense. On EM Plex and Dolly Dolly Review, Sleaford Mods. Divide and Exit and Chubbed Up, The Singles Collection. Test Department, where leftist idealism and popular modernism collide. No romance without finance. Part 4. For now, our desire is nameless. Political writings. Don't vote, don't encourage them. October 6, 1979, Capitalism and Bipolar Disorder. What if they had a protest and everyone came defeating the Hydra? The Face of Terrorism without a face. Conspicuous Force and Verminization. My Card, My Life. Comments on the Amex Red campaign. The Great Bullingdon Club Swindle. The Privatization of Stress. Kettle Logic. Winter of Discontent 2.0. Notes on a month of militancy. Football / capitalist realism / utopia. The game has changed. Creative capitalism. Reality management. UK tabloid. The future is still ours. Autonomy and post-capitalism. Aesthetic poverty. The only certainties are death and capital. Why mental health is a political issue. The London Hunger Games. Time Wars. Towards an alternative for the neo-capitalist era. Not failing better, but fighting to win the happiness of Margaret Thatcher. Suffering with a Smile. How to Kill a Zombie, straightguising the end of neoliberalism, getting away with murder, no one is bored, everything is boring, a time for shadows, limbo is over, communist realism, pain now, abandon hope for now, our desire is nameless, anti-therapy, democracy is joy, cybergothic vs. Steampunk mannequin challenge. Part 5. We have to invent the future, interviews. They can be different in the future too, interviewed by Rowan Wilson for Ready Steady book, Capitalist Realism, interviewed by Richard Capes, Preoccupying, interviewed by The Occupied Times. We need a post-capitalist vision, interviewed by Anti-Capitalist Initiative, we have to invent the future, an unseen interview with Mark Fisher, Hauntology, Nostalgia, and Lost Futures, interviewed by Valerio Manucci and Valerio Mattioli for Nero. Part 6. We are not here to entertain you, reflections. 1 year later. Spinoza, K-Punk, Neuropunk. Why dissensus? New comments policy. Comments policy. Chronic demotivation. How to keep Oedipus alive in cyberspace. We dogmatists. London Littoned. No future 2012. Ridicule is nothing to be scared of, breakthrough in gray layer, real abstractions, the application of theory to the modern world, no I've never had a job. Fear and misery in neoliberal Britain. Exiting the vampire castle. Good for nothing. Part 7. Acid communism. Acid communism. Forward. The strange thing is that I encountered Mark's mind long before I actually met him. In a way, I knew him before I even knew of him. Let me explain. In 1994, I wrote a piece for Melody Maker about degeneration, a concept-laden outfit from Manchester whose lineup included Mark. But I only ever spoke on the phone with another member, Simon Biddle. Because I was so interested in degeneration's ideas, it never even occurred to me to do the basic journalistic procedure of asking who else was in the group. So it was a full decade later that I learned I'd effectively written about Mark, when he shyly revealed this fact in an email to me. And sure enough, digging out the yellowing clip Degeneration as pick of the week in the advanced section of Melody Maker, there was Mark right in the center of the photo, his hair in a vaguely Manchester-style bob, his eyes staring out at the reader with a searching, baleful intensity. Degeneration were one of those groups that are grist for the mill of the music press, catnip to a certain kind of critic. The conceptual framing was piquant and provocative, the sound itself lagged slightly behind the spiel. Rereading the piece and listening for the first time in many years to Degeneration's EP Entropy in the UK, it's fascinating just how many of Mark's signature fixations were already in evidence. There's the centrality of punk in his worldview. Degeneration described their music as techno haunted by the ghost of the punk. There's the love-hate for Englishness, hating the hale and hearty, artless, and anti-intellectual side of the national character, loving a darkly arty deviant tradition that included The Fall, Wyndham Lewis, and Michael Moorcock. There's also early evidence of Mark's virulent contempt for retro. 73/93 targeted what Degeneration dubbed the nostalgia conspiracy. And there's even flickering ectoplasmic portents of hauntology, that 21st century current of music and thought and sensibility that Mark champions so compellingly. Beyond those specifics, though, it's the structure of the encounter itself that is revealing and prefiguring. Here's a music journalist hungrily on the lookout for a group with ideas, and, having found one, forming a symbiotic alliance with musicians who themselves think like critics. That's how Mark would operate when he got to the other side of divide. In his fruitful relationships with Burial, The Caretaker, Junior Boys, and other artists, a mutually intensifying feedback loop between the music theorist and the music practitioner was set in motion. The borderline between the two fronts of activity dissolved. Both critic and artist contributed equally to the scene, pushing it ever forward in a dialectic of advance, counter-reaction, swerve, clash. Raised on the British music press of the 80s and fueled further by what survived of its approach and spirit into the 90s, Mark Fisher was possibly the last of a disappearing breed, the music critic as prophet. The primary mission was identifying the leading edge and proselytizing on its behalf, while simultaneously directing laser beams of negativity to discredit the wrong paths being taken and to clear space for the true music of our time. But alongside weaponized praise in support of the new and radical, the messianic critic also set challenges for music and for listeners and readers too. Mark Fisher became the best music writer of his generation. But that is just one of his areas of achievement. Mark wrote brilliantly about the arts adjacent to popular music, television, science fiction, mainstream movies. Mark wrote rivetingly about high culture too: visual arts, photography, literature, highbrow cinema. And he wrote penetratingly about politics, philosophy, mental health, the internet, and social media. Often, and most crucially, Mark wrote about many, sometimes all of these things at the same time. Making connections across far-flung fields, zooming in for vivid attention to aesthetic particulars and zooming out again to the widest possible scope, Mark would locate the metaphysics in a TV show like Sapphire and Steel, the psychoanalytic truths lurking in a Joy Division song, the political resonances stitched into the fabric of a Burial album or Kubrick movie. His subject was all of human life. The ambition was vast, the vision was total. The exciting thing about Mark's writing in his blog K-Punk, in magazines like The Wire, Fact, Freeze, and New Humanist, and in his books for Zero and Repeater was the feeling that he was on a journey, the ideas were going somewhere, a gigantic edifice of thought was in the process of construction. You sensed, with mounting awe, that Mark was building a system? There was a feeling too that while the work was rigorous and deeply informed, it was not academic, either in terms of its intended audience or as an exercise done purely for its own sake. The urgency in Mark's prose came from his faith that words really could change things. His writing made everything feel more meaningful, supercharged with significance. Reading Mark was a rush. An addiction. After that odd not quite encounter with degeneration, the first time I came across the name Mark Fisher was a byline in the strikingly designed periodicals that emanated from an enigmatic entity known as Crew. I can't recall whether they sent me their tracks or whether it was our mutual friend Kadwo Eshun who turned me on. Right from the start, Mark's work stood out. Much of the output of the Cybernetic Culture Research Unit, a para-academic organization loosely tethered to Warwick University's philosophy department, was willfully hermetic, closer to experimental fiction than academic work. Practically writhing on the page, Mark's prose wasn't scholarly either, but it was always lucid. Oh, he was partial as we all were in those days to gnomic neologisms and portmanteau terms. There was an exuberant play with language in amidst the apocalyptic sobriety and urgency of the tone. And this would characterize his entire career as a writer. Mark hardly ever made his writing more dense or difficult than it needed to be. He had the zeal of the true communicator, someone who believes that the ideas and the issues being addressed are simply too important to be obfuscated. Why put obstacles in the way of understanding? I'm sure this is why Mark's work found a readership that extended beyond the narrow field of scholars and the university-educated that some of his more arcane and abstruse interests might have indicated. He didn't talk down to anyone, ever, but he always invited the reader in, pulled them along with him. I met Mark for the first time in 1998, having persuaded the academic magazine Lingua Franca to assign me a lengthy piece about Crew and its allies in renegade academia. Like OD compared with the deranging strangeness of their texts, Crew in person were surprisingly mild and, well, British. But again, Mark stood out a little from his comrades, for his sheer intensity. I remember the way his hands shook with passion as he held forth acerbically on everything from the cyberpunk aesthetics of jungle to the decrepitude of socialism. Although soft-spoken, you could see already a distinct flair for public speaking, the aura of an orator in the making. After that, Mark and I rubbed shoulders online as contributors to the post-rave music theory site Hyperdub, founded by Crew member Steve Goodman, aka Code 9. But full-blown friendship really came when Mark hurled himself into the blogging fray in 2003, starting K-Punk a few months after I launched my own Bliss blog. With incredible speed, a rough equivalent to the old UK Weekly Music Press reconstituted itself online. Or so I like to think, anyway, that this was the music press in exile, a reactivation of all of its bygone best aspects that you could no longer find in the surviving print remnants. Well, all except for the getting paid aspect. But on the early 2000s blog scene, the broader perspective that the golden era rock press had where music held a privileged status, but film, TV, fiction, politics bubbled in the mix too was miraculously and unexpectedly resurrected. It wasn't only about music and music wasn't only about music, is how Mark put it, talking about what NME had meant to him growing up, a working class boy with limited access to high culture. It was a medium that made demands on you. The same applied to the blog circuit, whose population of autodidacts, independent researchers, disenchanted academics, and assorted oddballs formulated theories and ransacked the works of famous thinkers for concepts and analytical tools to misuse. In compensation for not being able to make a livelihood off your ravings and rantings, the blogging platform afforded extra powers, incredible speed of response, flexibility of format, and the ability to illustrate the writing using images, audio, video. Best of all, there was an interactive and collective aspect to blogging that had only ever been glimpsed in the music press. The blog circuit was a true network. Fizzing with fervor, K-Punk soon became the hub of the community. Mark was a dynamo, hurling out provocations, ideas that demanded engagement. He became a cult figure. A catalyst. He was also the perfect host, convening a salon-style energy in the K-Punk comments section, igniting debate and defusing dispute when things got a little testy. That amiably fractious spirit would then inform the message board dissensus that Mark co-founded with Matthew Ingram. In some ways, it was in these comments sections and message board threads that Mark was in his truest element, arguing, sometimes agreeing, but always building on his interlocutor's point, pushing the conversation further along. Some of his best insights and lines emerged out of this back and forth, jewels that are hard to disentangle from the discursive thicket of their moment, countless brief exchanges and interactions in which his mind flexed itself most playfully and merrily. During this whole period of the early to mid-2000s, I found myself in a pleasantly disorienting situation. Someone whom I'd influenced became someone who influenced me. There was a certain edgy excitement to turning on the computer every morning and immediately checking to see what Mark had thrown down in terms of an ideas gauntlet, a definite feeling of having to keep up. We would often operate as a long-distance double act. One of us would pick up on something the other had written. It was a complementary relationship, like a baton being passed back and forth, but it also fairly frequently involved respectful disagreement. Others joined in as well. Of course, it was an omnidirectional free-for-all. As much as it was a cooperative endeavor, this blog circuit and in particular the dialogue between Mark and myself, there was also an undercurrent of competition. An unusual sensation, for me, of being outflanked and outdone, and having to repeatedly raise my game. In some of our exchanges, Mark had the advantage of seeing things in starker, more black and white terms, whereas I tended to see shades of gray, or recognize that there were things to be said in favor of the opposing view. That might be a virtue in real life, but in writing it definitely softens your attack. Mark could access greater resources of annihilation, his term for a ruthless drive, on the part of a critic or an artist, to reject other approaches and condemn them to history's trash can. The improviser John Butcher described this mindset from an artist's point of view in a 2008 interview with The Wire. This music is here in opposition to other music. It doesn't all coexist together nicely. The fact that I have chosen to do this implies that I don't value what you're doing over there. My activity calls into questions the value of your activity. This is what informs our musical thinking and decision-making. For Fisher and Butcher alike, severity towards the opposition is the mark of seriousness, a sign that something is at stake and that differences are worth fighting over. Above all, it is this negative capacity, the strength of will to discredit and discard, that keeps music and culture rattling along furiously in a forward direction, not wishy-washy tolerance and anything-goes positivity. If music making can be a form of active criticism, then criticism could equally be a sort of soundless contribution to music. To gather my thoughts and clear my head before writing this, I went for a walk. There was something of an English feel to the bright and beautiful February morning in Southern California. A blustery breeze sent huge clouds skidding across the sky, their tufty whiteness shot through with piercing sunlight, creating that somehow crazed quality I associate with partly cloudy summer days in the UK. I would love to have shown Mark around Los Angeles, shown him some of its other sides. And I would love to have been shown around Suffolk, the coastal landscapes Mark loved. But the amount of time we spent in each other's physical company was painfully small. It's possible that the number of meetings is in single figures. Mark and I lived on different continents most of the time we knew each other. That lent a kind of purity to the friendship, based as it was almost entirely on the written word. There was a lot of mental communing via email, interblog debate, message boards, but not much hanging out. That means that what I've written here can only be a partial portrait of Mark, as both a public figure and as a man. We knew each other mostly as virtual colleagues and unofficial collaborators. Above all, I knew him as a reader. But I know that there are many other Mark Fishers. Mark the teacher, Mark the editor, Mark the son and spouse and father. I encountered him almost entirely in the rarefied realms of discourse, usually fairly fevered discourse, and didn't get to see that much of him in more casual, everyday modes. I would love to have known better these other Marks: Mark at play, Mark having a laugh, Mark relaxing, Mark with his family. The last time I saw Mark in the flesh was in September 2012, at the music festival Incubate in Tilburg, Holland. The theme of the festival was Do It Yourself. I gave the keynote, interrogating certain aspects of DIY ideology and wondering whether it had outlived its usefulness as a cultural ideal. Mark was set to follow and spontaneously decided to drop what he was going to say and improvise a new talk, building on my argument. It was like the old blog days, except this time happening in real time and real space. Where I had read from a pre-written text that I laced with the occasional ad-lib, Mark spoke completely off the cuff, pulling riffs from the formidable arsenal in his brain, generating new thoughts and making electric connections. The performance was typical both of his collegiality and his mental agility. Mark likened it later to a stand-up routine, adding that it was becoming a problem that institutions and individuals were video recording his talks and putting them up on YouTube, because people would become overly familiar with his material. But I can't imagine that was really ever going to be a problem. Mark was an inexhaustible font of insight and overview, bubbling over with fresh perceptions and original articulations, memorable maxims and acute aphorisms. He was never going to run out of things to say. But then Mark ran out of time. I feel his absence as a friend, as a comrade, but most of all as a reader. There are many days when I wonder what Mark would have had to say about this or that. I hadn't realized how dependent I had become on the surprises and challenges that Mark would throw out there at regular intervals, the spur and spark of his writing, the clarity he could bring to almost anything he shone his light upon. I miss Mark's mind. It's a lonely feeling. Simon Reynolds, 2018. Editor's Introduction. We have to invent the future. Mark Fisher? Mark Fisher was not, and never wanted to be, a conventional academic writer, theorist, or critic. His writing was too abrasive, polemical, lucid, unsentimental, personal, insightful, and compelling for that. Despite displaying the most acute understanding of the physical, psychological, economic, and cultural consequences of contemporary capitalism, his work was also optimistic and strategically operative. A great deal of his writing was undertaken in vehement opposition to the all-too-evident POMO dissociation and collective alienation around us, and as a response to what he termed the boring dystopia of our shared present, to the increasingly depthless present of this new millennium. Mark provided original, savage, and stylish dissections of our moribund culture, and continually observed how popular modernist films, books, television, and music that had had a lifelong effect on him continue to haunt our collective present. In the 1990s, Mark studied for a PhD in philosophy at the University of Warwick, successfully completing his thesis in 1999 titled Flatline Constructs, Gothic Materialism and Cybernetic Theory Fiction. Whilst at Warwick, he was one of the founding members of the Cybernetic Culture Research Unit, along with others such as Nick Land, Sadie Plant, Kodwo Eshun, Steve Goodman, Robin McKay, and Luciana Parisi. Several years later, whilst working as an FA teacher in Kent, he began his blog K-Punk. K-Punk emerged in the early days of blogging, where it quickly became an important part of a community of emergent bloggers, including music journalists Simon Reynolds, Ian Penman, and David Stubbs, philosophers Nina Power, Alex Williams, Lars Uyer, Adam Kotsko, Jody Dean, and Stephen Shavero, writer and activist Richard Seymour, writers Siobhan McKeown and Carl Neville, and architecture critic Owen Hatherley. One of the most vital aspects of blogging for K-Punk during those early days was the simple element of reconnection, of becoming involved in a new online collective at a time in his life, after Warwick, Crewe, and the PhD, when he was perhaps at his most isolated. As he recalls in a 2010 interview, "I started blogging as a way of getting back into writing after the traumatic experience of doing a PhD. PhD work bullies one into the idea that you can't say anything about any subject until you've read every possible authority on it. But blogging seemed a more informal space, without that kind of pressure. Blogging was a way of tricking myself back into doing serious writing. I was able to con myself, thinking, it doesn't matter, it's only a blog post, it's not an academic paper. But now take the blog rather more seriously. 2. Then writing academic papers." And in a post written exactly a year after launching the blog, he writes, "It's been my only connection to the world, my only outside line. It's reinvigorated my enthusiasm for so many things, and pricked my enthusiasm for things I'd never previously considered." The early years of the K-Punk blog were ones marked by intensity and informality, with regular swathes of writing and numerous dialogues. K-Punk traced the positive effects of regular writing, enabling Mark to access the depths of his own obsessions and interests and refine his own powerful style. As he developed, he began to connect into a kind of thematic rhythm, and over the years, one begins to see his thoughts coalesce around the themes of hauntology, popular modernism, and capitalist realism. As he acknowledges, K-Punk was written as a way for him to escape from the imposed bonds and pointless strictures of academic writing. Dense, elusive, theoretically rich, and abrasive posts were written in response to a consistent set of personal obsessions and external stimuli, and were often written with a real sense of urgency, by the need to participate in an ongoing dialogue, or by a self-imposed deadline. These K-Punk posts encapsulated an intellectual moment of reflection on the world. They are responsive, immediate, and provide an effectively charged perspective. Some of his references and allusions are undoubtedly challenging and potentially intimidating: Spinoza, Kant, Nietzsche, Marcuse, Adorno, Althusser, Deleuze, and Guattari, Baudrillard, Jameson, Zizek, Zupancense, Berardi, Badiou, Lacan. But his writing is never marked by the zealous pedantry exhibited by so much academic writing in the theoretical humanities. Mark has faith in the intelligence and rationality of his readers. He trusts their capacity to be challenged by unfamiliarity, complexity, and the new. He consistently displays the courage to take up a strong theoretical and practical position. His work rose against the tide of anti-intellectualism in the present, which has tried so hard to flatten things out to a level of cretinous instrumentality and utilitarian stupidity. For us, the readers of the K-Punk blog, his writing always gives us reasons for continuing, against the odds, to hope for an alternative to the dystopian present. This is not just a consequence of the specific content of his writing, but is as much to do with the fact that he was there at all, for the persistence of his provocative and challenging voice. That voice, strident, angry, fiercely intelligent, sophisticated, and enthusiastic, serious and animated, is so close to the way he actually spoke in person. There is always a real intimacy to his writing, and he possessed a unique and rare talent to be able to articulate his thoughts and ideas without the written words diminishing, softening, or reducing them. Mark's voice is preserved in his work, and it is preserved online. The first two K-Punk posts in this collection, YK, and Book Meme, both written in 2005, offer us some precise insight into Mark's reasons for blogging as K-Punk, together with an understanding of his operative objectives and ambitions. One of these is the ongoing belief in simply grasping the new technological democracy of blogging and using it as a kind of conduit for continuing trade between popular culture and theory. K-Punk's belief in the importance of outsider forms of discourse never wavered. There is a consistent belief in the operative effectiveness of fugitive discourses which have been legitimate by neither the official channels of the establishment or traditional forms of publishing. In the early days of K-Punk, this was something he particularly came to associate with blogging. All that is lacking is the will, the belief that what can happen in something that does not have authorization/legitimation can be as important, more important than what comes through official channels. Point 4. Another is his declared fidelity to the ideas of Kafka and Spinoza, along with his allegiance to a whole host of things which, by articulating and confirming his own perceptions, modernist sensibilities, and thoughts of existential detachment, alternative possibilities and perspectives, he felt had first brought him to a degree self-awareness. Joyce, Burroughs, Ballard, Beckett, Selby. The early books, the music, the television, the films, the ideas, the events. The miners' strike, the Falklands War, Thatcherism, Blairism, post-punk, Joy Division, The Fall, Scritti Polity, Magazine, Acid House, Jungle, Goldie, Deleuze and Guattari, Marx, Jameson, Zizek, Foucault, Nietzsche, The Krug, Cronenberg, Atwood, Priest, M.R. James, Nigel Neal, Marcuse, Penman, Reynolds, Batman, and in later years The Hunger Games, Burial, Sleaford Mods, The Caretaker and Russell Brand. The performativity of the K-Punk blog was, at least in part, undertaken as part of a personal survival strategy, to regain and persistently restate fidelity to those things in which he had discovered the original ideas that had animated and inspired him. He says as much in Book Meme. The periods of my adult life that have been most miserable have been those in which I lost fidelity to what I discovered then, in the pages of Joyce, Dostoevsky, Burroughs, Beckett, Selby, Degree. This fidelity is key, because it provides the animating fiber that underpins the vast collage which he somehow synthesizes into an effective and operative worldview opposed to the tedious banalities of a present ruled by the merciless logic of what he came to term capitalist realism, where alternative possibilities have become increasingly proscribed and reduced to almost nothing. His forensic attention was so brilliantly attuned to those often unnoticed traces of modernism in texts, music, films, and television programs, and he repeatedly worked out acute readings of popular culture as if piecing together, one by one, the fragmented pages of a lost manifesto of cultural alchemy necessary for challenging the disastrous tyranny of the present. For more than a decade, K-Punk served as a critical epicentre for hauntology and counterculture, highlighting the latent radical potential of a lost and receding 20th century modernism. The K-Punk blog warped the reality field by repeatedly and incisively piercing through the drab fabric of the early years of this new millennium. K-Punk brought important, uncomfortable, and original challenges to the present, interrupting it with shards of difference, elements of the past that remained out of joint with the present, that disrupted the inertial logic of our times. At its very best it served to effectively resist the tendency for things to settle into a hazy homogeneous present where time equals capital, and where everything is flattened out into commodified and easily digestible consumables. It did this by keeping open a space for alternative possibilities, and by refusing to allow important things to become reduced to the mediocre, the banal, the downright stupid, and the boring. Finally, there is his exemplary antipathy and negativity towards pomo-hyper-ironic posturing, dreary hoopy-feely liberal leftism, dilibidinist culture, upper-class superiority, vampiric trolls, vitalist positivity, and deluso-creationism, which was always evident on the K-Punk blog. The sentiments and positioning of his challenging and controversial piece 116 Exiting the Vampire Castle, registered in 2013, is no less evident in earlier K-Punk posts like New Comments Policy in 2004 178 and We Dogmatists in 2005. His savage, cold rational polemics are often in full force throughout the life of the K-Punk project. Take this for example from Noise as Anti-Capital. There is no dignity. Don't confuse the working class with the proletariat. Thatcher inhibits the emergence of the proletariat by buying off the working class with payment capital and the promise of owning your own OED iPod. The comforts of slavery. She gives the replicants screen memories and family photos, so that they forget that they were only ever artificial, factory farmed to function as the capital thing's self-replicating HR pool, and begin to believe that they are authentic human subjects. The proletariat is not the confederation of such subjectivities but their dissolution in globalist K-space. The virtual population of New Earth. The heroism of the proletariat consists not in its dignified resistance to the inorganic inhumanity of the industrialization process, but in its mutative Duchamp transformation of its body into an inhuman inorganic constructivist machine. In 2007, Mark left his teaching job in Kent and moved to Woodbridge in Suffolk, where he began working on what would become his first book, Capitalist Realism, Is There No Alternative?, published in 2009 with Zero Books, the alternative publisher he had helped to co-found with his friend Tarek Goddard. This book, which synthesized some of his strongest early posts on K-Punk, firmly established Mark's reputation as one of the important contemporary theorists. The publication of Capitalist Realism crystallized new forms of collective connection for Mark at the very point the original blogging community had begun to fragment and become a much more fractious and difficult space in which to operate. Although Mark continued to blog as K-Punk, it became less and less frequent as he pursued his work, thought and activism in the form of invited lectures, talks, and Q&As, as well as the pieces he wrote as a freelance writer having to earn a living. Mark's frustration with the direction that blogs and forums had taken is clearly evident in a number of charged and polemical K-Punk posts regarding the etiquette of comments and discussion, as well as his numerous interventions found on online forums. After a precarious period of freelance writing, Mark began to teach again, teaching courses in philosophy for City Lit and the University of East London, and later had a permanent position at Goldsmiths. He went on to produce 2 further volumes of published work, Ghosts of My Life for Zero in 2014 and The Weird and the Eerie for his newly formed Repeater Books at the end of 2016. Both volumes cull work from K-Punk and from his commissioned reviews and interviews for The Wire, a magazine he had acted as deputy editor for in 2008. During this period he also published significant amounts of writing for online and print publications in the form of book chapters, music reviews, film reviews, opinion pieces, pieces of activism and theoretical essays, as well as continued posts for K-Punk. It is the aim of this volume to bring together for the first time a significant portion of this writing. The editorial task of putting together this collection was, at times, akin to a peculiar form of digital archaeology and memento mori. It involved excavating a decade of digital layers, often confronting digital lacunae where the reconstruction of lost dialogues from online fragments, interlocutors having gone missing, became necessary. Sometimes the task was one of recovering lost memories from pages haunted by dead links, a task that felt oddly appropriate given Mark's emphasis on hauntology. It was accompanied by a strange melancholy, contemporary since it had been birthed by the first layers of the online age, but also weirdly resonant with previous forms of melancholy and memory associated with found photographs, diary fragments, carvings, etchings, paintings. I will confess that I had some trepidation that much of the writing by K-Punk from the last decade, once excavated, would have lost something with the inexorable passing of time. But I quickly discovered that this is in fact not the case. There is so much here that remains vital, fascinating, inspiring and insightful, and a great deal of this writing is gathered together for this collection. There were inevitably difficulties regarding the decision about what to include and exclude. It was immediately evident that there is a vast reservoir of writing, almost overwhelming in terms of its scale and scope. Yet, what also became sadly evident is its sheer finite quality. As one reads through Mark's collected writings, one is simply led to the incredibly sad realization that this is all there is, and all there ever will be. As David Stubbs wrote for the Quietus, Mark's death leaves a gaping crater in modern intellectual life. The loss of Mark's voice from the present situation is incalculable, let alone his companionship, camaraderie, and friendship. I will now provide a few words about the working criteria for inclusion that governed the assembly of this volume. The first priority was to avoid any unnecessary repetition of previously existing published material in his 3 published books: Capitalist Realism, Ghosts of My Life, and The Weird and the Eerie, together with his essays in the 2 edited and co-edited volumes on Michael Jackson and post-punk. As was noted above, he had culled material for all of these publications from K-punk and his writings in The Wire, and therefore much of that material is excluded from this collection. Where there are exceptions, it was felt necessary to include original posts which had been either significantly truncated or modified by Mark for subsequent publication in these volumes, and these pieces have been clearly indicated in the endnotes. There was a clear need to reflect the full range of his K-punk writing on many different subjects from 2004 to 2016, rather than concentrate on just his music or film writing. The aim was always to provide as comprehensive a picture as possible of the blog throughout its lifetime by selecting pieces that reflect both its eclectic content, its theoretical pluralism, and most of all its remarkable consistency. His earlier pre-K-punk writing, including that undertaken as part of the crew, is not included here. For this collection, the decision was made to concentrate solely on his writing after the inception of the K-punk blog, and for his earlier work to be the province of another volume. A very small number of early K-punk posts, e.g. on antinatalism, were excluded by virtue of the fact that they seemed wildly out of step with Mark's overall theoretical and political development, and because they seemed to reflect a temporary enthusiasm for a dogmatic theoretical misanthropy he repudiated in his later writing and life. There was also a need to represent the sheer breadth of Mark's other writings, his freelance reviews, commissions, and activism, including his writing for The Wire, Frieze, New Humanist, The Visual Artist's News Sheet, Electronic Beats, The Guardian, etc. Sometimes these resonate with and reflect on pieces he published on K-punk, but more often he wrote on a range of subjects and themes not found on the blog. The pieces chosen for the collection needed be of sufficient length and depth to work in a published volume. There are so many insightful 1 or 2 paragraph blog posts on K-punk that are excluded for that reason. Their effectiveness is largely down to the context of the blog architecture and community, whether they are interventions in ongoing online conversations and dialogues, or immediate response pieces to something happening in the media, online, or in the everyday. There are, however, a few exceptions to this where it just seemed criminal not to include them, usually because they were exemplary bursts of critical savagery or brilliant pieces of brutal polemic. For the purposes of this single-volume collection, there was a need to abstract K-punk posts, to a certain extent, from the old blog community architecture, and yet, at the same time, try to retain a certain flavor of that community of blog writing. In abstracting posts, it was important not to completely lose sight of the fact that they were originally written as blog pieces, and to try and retain a sense of their immediacy, informality, collaborative qualities, and the sense of them as being part of an ongoing online continuum. This was a delicate balance to achieve, sometimes necessitated by the simple fact that many of his online blog interlocutors have long disappeared from online or abandoned their blogs, leaving them like ghost ships in cyberspace. Where this balance was simply not possible or unworkable, pieces have been excluded. The advantage of a collection of writings such as this lies in the fact that it allows readers to access a vast range of Mark's work on a whole host of different topics and themes, all in one place. It allows for an appreciation of the sheer scale, depth, and originality of his work. however, have been conscious of the peculiar disadvantages of doing this with Mark's writing, the vast majority of which appears on his K-Punk blog, in that it extracts and abstracts his work from the very specific context of the blog, its immediacy, its dialogic nature, its hyperlinked architecture, and its sense of a holistic continuum. I have tried very hard to retain some important aspects of that particular quality of his writing in transposing it to a collection such as this, and where possible I took guidance from the way Mark himself carried this out when he culled his K-Punk writing for his published books. All titles of the pieces are either Mark's own or those of the editors of the publications for which he wrote. Each piece includes a reference indicating when and in which publication it first appeared. The spelling and punctuation have, with some exceptions, been regularized and rendered consistent across the collection. Rather than simply arrange the writing in chronological order, the decision was made to separate the work chronologically into several different themed sections. This decision clearly has the advantage of thematic coherence for the reader, but the disadvantage is that it obviously creates an artificial division between the K-Punk posts, articles, reviews and essays, and breaks up the hyperlinked quality of much of his writing. As one reads across these pieces, one will discover the clear theoretical resonances between pieces written on, say, film, music, or political activism in 2006 or 2007, where Mark is weaving the operative influence of a particular theorist's ideas or set of principles between a range of different topics and themes at the same time. There is a slight tendency for this quality to be lost in the thematic arrangement of this volume, but efforts to mitigate this have been made in the footnotes where possible. However, despite arranging the writing thematically, the sheer consistency of his work across the different topics remains absolutely evident. These include Mark's ongoing fidelity to theory in order to provide different and challenging perspectives, alternative narratives, and for producing important truths. One also finds across all of the work a consistent concentration on the themes of class and collectivism, precarity and insecurity, depression and mental illness, dogmatism and purpose, attempts to trace post-capitalist forms of desire, the need to expose egregious forms of reality management, efforts to express forms of collective memory, and a nostalgia for popular modernism, hauntology, and lost futures. I feel confident that the thematic arrangement of his work in this volume does nothing to diminish the sheer lucidity of his work in this regard. It is also the case that one of the most significant qualities of online writing, namely the ability to embed shortcut hyperlinks to references and sources, is somewhat difficult if not downright impossible to reproduce in traditional published form in a book. However, where possible, every effort has been made to track down and reproduce in the footnotes all of the surviving hyperlinks contained in K-Punk's posts and other online writing. Finally, it was important to include any unpublished work. What is included here represents all that is considered unpublished, and takes the form of the final and sadly unfinished K-Punk Post Mannequin Challenge, which addresses the U.S. presidential election of 2016, a piece titled Anti-Therapy, taken from a talk Mark gave in 2015, which was then translated into German and published as part of a collection by Mathis and Seitz and appears here in English for the first time, and the unfinished introduction to Mark's proposed book titled Acid Communism. The introduction to this final proposed work is extremely suggestive and significant. It is clearly the case that a great deal of Mark's work was written in response to Fredric Jameson, in particular Jameson's work on postmodernism. Mark repeatedly notes Jameson's extraordinary prescience, back in 1991, in identifying and analyzing the postmodern condition. Jameson, a depthless experience, in which the past is everywhere at the same time as the historical sense fades, we have a society bereft of all historicity that is simultaneously unable to present anything that is not a reheated version of the past. And could the only opposition to a culture dominated by what Jameson calls the nostalgia mode be a kind of nostalgia for modernism? What becomes evident in his late work on acid communism is how he became more and more drawn to a problematic identified by Jameson between Marcuse's cultural exceptionalism or the semi-autonomy of the cultural realm, its ghostly, yet utopian, existence, for good or ill, above the practical world of the existent and the question of whether the semi-autonomy of the cultural sphere has been destroyed by the logic of late capitalism. Degree as Mark knew only too well, for Jameson this dissolution of an autonomous sphere of culture does not imply its disappearance. Rather, its dissolution is to be imagined in terms of an explosion, prodigious expansion of culture throughout the social realm, to the point at which everything in our social life from economic value and state power to practices and to the very structure of the psyche itself can be said to have become cultural in some original and yet untheorized sense. Distance in general has very precisely been abolished in the new sphere of postmodernism. We are submerged in its henceforth filled and suffused volumes to the point where our new postmodern bodies are bereft of spatial coordinates and practically incapable of distantiation. It is precisely this whole extraordinary demoralizing and depressing original new global space which is the 16. moment of truth of postmodernism. And Mark, in his unfinished introduction to Acid Communism, insists upon revisiting the issue of the utopian vision that is the legacy of the 60s, taught by Marcuse and raised here by Jameson. The ultimate political coordinates of the problem of the evaluation of postmodernism is one of the utopian impulses to be detected in various forms of the postmodern today. One wants to insist very strongly on the necessity of the reinvention of the utopian vision in any contemporary politics. This lesson, which Marcuse first taught us, is part of the legacy of the 60s which must never be abandoned in any re-evaluation of that 17 period and of our relationship to it. Here, towards the end of his life, in the unfinished introduction to Acid Communism, we find Mark reaching for a new humanity, a new seeing, a new thinking, a new loving. This is the promise of Acid Communism. Covering over a decade of writing, reading this collection is like taking a trip through recent cultural and political history with Mark as your guide. Hopefully these writings, together with his other published books, will serve as further reminder of Mark's own utopian vision, how vital, necessary, and exciting K-punk was, his fidelity to the possibility of alternatives, and simply of how much we all have lost. Darren Ambrose. Whitley Bay, February 2018. YK. 1. Why I started the blog. Because it seemed like a space, the only space in which to maintain a kind of discourse that had started in the music press and the art schools, but which had all but died out, with what I think are appalling cultural and political consequences. My interest in theory was almost entirely inspired by writers like Ian Penman and Simon Reynolds, so there has always been an intense connection between theory and pop/film for me. No sob stories, but for someone from my background it's difficult to see where else that interest would have come from. 2. Because of that, my relation to the academy has always been difficult. The way in which I understood theory primarily through popular culture is generally detested in universities. Most dealings with the academy have been literally clinically depressing. 3. The crew as an entity was developed in hostile conditions as a kind of conduit for continuing trade between popular culture and theory. The whole pulp theory/theory fiction thing was/is a way of doing theory through, not on, pop cultural forms. Nick Land was the key figure here, in that it was he who was able to hold, for a while, a position within a university philosophy department whilst dedicatedly opening up connections to the outside. Coadjution is key as someone making connections the other way from popular culture into abstruse theory. But what we all concurred upon was that something like Jungle was already intensely theoretical, it didn't require academics to judge it or pontificate upon it. The role of a theorist was as an intensifier. 4. The term K-punk came out of crew. K was used as a libidinally preferable substitution for the California/Wired captured cyber. Crew understood cyberpunk not as a literary genre, but as a distributive cultural tendency facilitated by new technologies. In the same way, punk doesn't designate a particular musical genre, but a confluence outside legitimate space. Fanzines were more significant than the music in that they allowed and produced a whole other mode of contagious activity which destroyed the need for centralist control. 5. The development of cheap and readily available sound production software, the web, blogs means there is an unprecedented punk infrastructure available. All that is lacking is the will, the belief that what can happen in something that does not have authorization/legitimation can be as important, more important than what comes through official channels. 6. In terms of will, there has been an enormous retrenchment since 1970s punk. The availability of the means of production has seemed to go alongside a compensatory reassertion of spectacular power. 7. To return to the academy, universities have either totally excluded or at least marginalized not only anyone connected with Crude but also many who were at Warwick. Steve Hyperdub Goodman and Luciana Parisi are both Crude agents who have managed, against the odds, to secure a position within universities. But most of us have been forced into positions outside the university. Perhaps as a result of not being incorporated, many in the Warwick rhizome have maintained an intense connection and robust independence. Much of the current theoretical drift on K-punk has been developed via a collaboration with Nina Power, Alberto Toscano, and Ray Brassier. The growing popularity of philosophers like Zizek and Badiou means there is now an unexpected if rogue and fugitive line of support within the academy. 8. I teach philosophy, religious studies, and critical thinking at Orpington College. It is a further education college, which means that its primary intake is 16 to 19-year-olds. This is difficult and challenging work, but the students are in the main excellent, and far more willing to enter into discussion than undergraduates. So I don't at all regard this position as secondary or lesser than a proper academic post. Part 1. Methods of dreaming. Books. Book meme. At least 2 people have asked me to do this, so here at last goes. 1. How many books do you own? No way of knowing. Certainly can't count them and have no reliable way of calculating. 2. What was the last book you bought? The Sex Appeal of the Inorganic, Mario Perniola. 3. What was the last book you read? Read and finished, Michael Bracewell's England is Mine. Disappointing and frustrating. There are flashes of insight, but the organization of the book seems to change from chapter to chapter. At one moment the narrative is historical, the next it is thematic, and then regional. There is a sense of always just approaching the time when things are happening or just having missed it. Can't help thinking that Bracewell will benefit from a more focused subject matter, which is why still. I'm looking forward to his Roxy book, due out later this year. Finishing, Houellebecq Mo Meist. No wonder Zizek likes this one. Is there a better savaging of desolate hippie hedonism and its pathetic legacy in New Age Zen bullshit? 4. 5 books that mean a lot to me. Kafka, The Trial, The Castle. Is it possible to reproduce, later in life, the impact that books, records, and films have between the ages of 14 and 17? The periods of my adult life that have been most miserable have been those in which I lost fidelity to what I discovered then, in the pages of Joyce, Dostoevsky, Burroughs, Beckett, Selby. Any of those could have been selected, but I choose Kafka, because of all of them, it is he who has been the most intimate and constant companion. I actually encountered Kafka first in a Penguin compendium of the novels of Franz Kafka that my parents, who knew very little about literature, bought me for Christmas because they thought it looked like my kind of thing. So it proved. It's difficult for me now to remember how I first received the text. Whether I initially enjoyed it or was frustrated by it, I couldn't say. Kafka, after all, is a writer who doesn't waylay you. He invades subtly, slowly. I imagine that at the time I wanted and expected a more straightforward statement of existentialist alienation. Yet there was very little of that in Kafka. This was not a world of metaphysical grandstanding but a seedy, cramped burrow, whose ruling affect is not heroic alienation but creeping embarrassment. Physical force plays almost no role in Kafka's fictions. It is the ever-present possibility of social shaming that is the motive force of his winding non-plots. Remember the pitiful scenes in The Trial when K, looking for the court in an office block, knocks in turn on each door, making the pathetic excuse that he is a house painter? Kafka's genius consists in banalizing the absurdity of this. Surprisingly, against all our expectations, it is indeed the case that K's hearing is taking place in one of the apartments in the building. Of course it is. And why is he late? The more absurd K thinks things are, the more embarrassed he becomes for failing to understand the ways of the court or of the castle. The bureaucratic convolutions appear ridiculous and frustrating to him, but that is because he has not understood yet. Witness the comedy of the opening scenes of the castle, which are less an anticipation of totalitarianism than of call centers, in which K is told that the telephones function like musical instruments. What kind of an idiot is he, if when he phones someone's desk, he expects them to answer? Is he so wet behind the ears? It's not for nothing that Alan Bennett, the laureate of embarrassment, is an ardent admirer of Kafka. Both Bennett and Kafka understand that, no matter how absurd their rituals, pronunciations, clothes might appear to be, the ruling class are unembarrassable. That is not because there is a special code which only they understand. There is no code, precisely, but that whatever they do is all right, because it is them doing it. Conversely, if you are not of the in crowd, nothing you can do could ever be right, you are a priori guilty. Atwood, Cat's Eye. A while back, Luke asked me what an example of cold rationalist literature would look like. Atwood, with her reputation for coldness, is an obvious answer, but in truth, more or less all literature is cold rationalist. Why? Because it allows us to see ourselves as chains of cause and effect, and thereby, paradoxically, to attain the only measure of freedom available to us. Cat's Eye isn't my favorite Atwood novel, that would be the stark surfacing, but it is the one that means most to me. I don't even remember all of the plot. What I will never forget are Atwood's horribly vivid descriptions of the pitiless Hobbesian cruelty of teenage friendships. They walk behind you so as they can criticize your shoes, the way you walk. They are worse than your worst enemies. The long days, the breakfast toast turning to cardboard in your mouth, the anxiety so sharp and constant that you forget it is there, no longer even register it. Are your most formative years those of your early childhood or your early teens? Reading Cat's Eye in my early 20s was a kind of auto-psychoanalysis, a way out of the legacy of misanthropy, suppressed rage, and cosmic sense of inadequacy that had been the legacy of my teenage years. Atwood's icy analysis beautifully demonstrated that the humiliations of those teenage years were a structural effect of teenage relationships, not at all anything specific to me. Spinoza, The Ethics. Spinoza changes everything, but gradually. There is no road to Damascus conversion to Spinozism, only a steady but implacable deletion of default assumptions. As with all the best philosophy, reading it is like running a Videodrome cassette. You think you are playing it, but it ends up playing you, affecting a gradual mutation of the way you think and perceive. I'd been attracted to Spinoza as an undergraduate, but I only really read him at Warwick, under the influence of Deleuze. We spent over a year poring over the ethics in a reading group. Here was a philosophy that was at once forbiddingly abstract and immediately practical, pitched at both the largest conceivable cosmic scale and the minutiae of the psyche. The impossible bringing together of structural analysis and existentialism. Ballard, The Atrocity Exhibition. If Spinoza and Kafka were slow acting, Ballard's impact was instant. He connected immediately with an unconscious saturated in media signal. That was partly because I had in effect encountered Ballard long before I had actually read any of his work, in Joy Division, in Fox and Ultravox, in Cabaret Voltaire, in Magazine. The Drowned World is the best of his disaster novels, inundated London as a leader-elise surrealist landscape coolly surveyed by a latter-day Conrad, but it is the Atrocity Exhibition that is indispensable. Much more than the better-known Crash, the Atrocity Exhibition provided a conceptual and methodological repertoire for approaching the 20th century assembled from the century's own resources. It is austerely modernist, making little concession to either plot or character, more like a fictive sculpture than a story, an obsessively repeated series of patterns. Yes, Ballard has been accepted into the review columns, become an elder statesman, but let's not forget how different his background was from the standard Oxbridge man of letters. Ballard rescued Britain from Anglit, from decent humanist certainties and Sunday supplement sleepiness. Greil Marcus, Lipstick Traces. I've written before about the importance of this book to me. I read it when I had just finished university, no plans, the future collapsing into a grim attempt bound to fail to commensurate myself to the Thatcherite economic reality principle. Marcus' vast web of connections opened up an escape route. It was a description of a trans-historical event, a breakout embracing Anabaptists, Situationists, Dadaists, Surrealists, punks. Such an event was the exact opposite of the grand spectacles of the 80s, the scripted and organized non-events which played out on global television with Live Aid at their epic entree. It was fugitive, secret, even when necessarily massively collective. Lipstick Traces was sure that pop can only have any significance when it ceases to be just music, when it reverberates with a politics that has nothing to do with capitalist parliamentarianism and a philosophy that has nothing to do with the academy. Lipstick Traces is itself best read as part of a textual rhizome which attempted to register, a decade or more on, the impact of punk. See also Vague Magazine, Savage's England's Dreaming. 5. Tag 5 people. I can't think of one other blog that hasn't done this, so I'm stuck. Space, time, light, all the essentials. Reflections on J.G. Ballard's season. Like his admirer Jean Baudrillard, Ballard has for a long time resembled a rogue AI, repermutating the same few themes ad infinitum, occasionally adding a sprinkling of contemporary detail to freshen up a limited repertoire of fixations. Fixations. Appropriate, since, after all, Ballard's obsession is obsession. In the BBC4 profile, nothing new here, the old man gamely and tirelessly going over his favorite riffs. Once again Ballard repeated one of his familiar, but still powerfully sobering observations. People often comment on how extreme his early life was, Ballard said. Yet, far from being extreme, that early life beset by hunger, fear, war, and the constant threat of death is the default condition for most human beings on the planet, now and in every previous century. It is the comfortable life of the Western suburbanite which is in every way the planetary exception. Thus Home, BBC4's brilliant adaptation of Ballard's short story The Enormous Space. Home is the kind of thing the BBC used to excel at, drama that was genuinely, unsettlingly weird without being insufferably, unwatchably experimental. Not that Home has much hope of appealing to popular taste stuck away on BBC4, of course. A sign of the times. Home revealed itself to be a perverse cousin of the suburban dropout situation comedy, The Good Life or The Fall and Rise of Reginald Perrin spliced with Polanski's Repulsion. Anthony Sher was superbly, charmingly unhinged as Gerald Ballantyne, an accident victim who, instead of returning to work after his convalescence, decides to embark upon an experiment. Decides is no doubt too active a word. In every respect the typical Ballard character, Gary discovers rather than initiates, finds himself drawn into a logic he is compelled to investigate. The experiment, it turns out, has a simple premise. Gary will stay indoors, indefinitely, living off the supplies of his well-stocked larder and freezer until what? Well, that is what the experiment will establish. Can he survive by using his front door as a weapon? What unfolds is the descent into the maelstrom Ballard has explored since High Rise and Concrete Island, a quest to the outer edges of the human that follows a well-defined sequence, whose stages can be readily enumerated, a letting go of the old identity. This is given up easily. Ballard's twist on the disaster novel as far back as The Drowned World lay in the readiness of his characters to embrace rather than resist the new conditions which catastrophe had visited upon them. Ever since High Rise, Ballard has seen characters going one step further, actually initiating disaster as a revolt, not so much against conformity, as against air-conditioned comfort. Here, Gary burns all his correspondence, his photographs, then his birth certificate, and in the most sacrilegious act of all, which made mortified my Protestant soul, his money. The loosening of the hold of civilization. Ballard is endlessly rewriting civilization and its discontents *, and his fictions are attempts to imagine a libidinal utopia in which the payoff between survival and repression spelled out by Freud's mordant pessimism is somehow circumvented. The return to savagery, even the experiencing of raw hunger pangs, are eagerly savored opportunities to relax civilization's impulse control and neutralizing of affect. In Home, when Jerry's conventional food supplies are running low, he turns first to the flowers in his garden and then to his neighbor's pets. The scene in which Jerry's neighbor questions him in that middle-class ever so slightly insinuating way about the disappearance of his dog Mr. Fred and his wife's cat is a masterpiece of grisly comedy. Perhaps they've eloped, cher gibbers, by then constantly on the edge of all but illegible hysteria. Laughter, a strange, snorting, sniffling chortle that he can barely contain, it is that laughter which signals, more than anything else, that Gerald has left polite society, never to return. The exploration of the transcendental beyond. I mean transcendental in its strict Kantian sense, of course. Ballard likes to refer to this as his exploration of inner space, but I have always found this to be a profoundly misleading description. Much more than astronauts floating in empirical space, it is the outer which Ballard's suburban cosmonauts investigate. What they confront is time and space themselves, as preconditions of all perceptions and experiences, and what their explorations open up is an intensive zone beyond outside standard perceptual thresholds. Hence Home becomes an aberrant version of the incredible shrinking man. Cut off from the world beyond his door, I refuse to call it the outside world. Jerry's sense of space massively expands. The rooms are getting bigger. The attic becomes an Antarctic white world of blank, freezer-burning vastness, the eruption of the transcendental outside into the empirical interior of the house, now a very cosmos, teeming with texture and previously unsuspected detail. I feel like an explorer, or an astronaut. Kirsten Smith's use of the video diary format gave the film a queasy intimacy and suitably unheimlich relation to pop TV now, something underscored by Jerry's sign-off. Remarks about undertaking the ultimate home makeover. Yes, that's one way to make the most of your space. The man whose head expanded. Are you on drugs, Gerald? And self-denial, starving, the withdrawal from company, it's all very topical. I hope something Gerald-like is going on in David Blaine's head right now. Why I want to fuck Ronald Reagan *. At the 1980 Republican Convention in San Francisco, pranksters reproduced and distributed the section of the atrocity exhibition called Why I Want to Fuck Ronald Reagan, without the title and adorned with the Republican Party seal. I'm told, Ballard reports, that it was accepted for what it resembled, a psychological position paper on the candidate's subliminal appeal, commissioned from some maverick think tank. What does this neo-Dadaist act of would-be subversion tell us? In one sense, it has to be hailed as the perfect act of subversion. But, viewed another way, it shows that subversion is impossible now. The fate of a whole tradition of ludic intervention passing from the Dadaists into the Surrealists and the Situationists seems to hang in the balance. Where once the Dadaists and their inheritors could dream of invading the stage, disrupting what Burroughs still very obviously a part of this heritage calls the reality studio with logic bombs, now there is no stage, no scene, Baudrillard would say, to invade. For two reasons: first, because the frontier zones of hypercapital do not try to repress so much as absorb the irrational and the illogical, and, second, because the distinction between stage and off-stage has been superseded by a coolly inclusive loop of fiction. Reagan's career outstrips any attempt to ludically lampoon it, and demonstrates the increasing pliability of the boundaries between the real and its simulations. For Baudrillard, the very attacks on reality mounted by groups such as the Surrealists function to keep the real alive. Surrealism was still in solidarity with the real it contested, but which it doubled and ruptured in the imaginary. In conditions of third simulacra, the giddy vertigo of hyperreality banalizes a coolly hallucinogenic ambience, absorbing all reality into simulation. Fiction is everywhere and therefore, in a certain sense, eliminated as a specific category. Where once Reagan's own role as actor-president seemed novel, his subsequent career, in which moments from film history become montaged in Reagan's own hazy memory and in media accounts with Reagan's role in particular movies, the ludic becomes the ludicrous. The apparent acceptance, by the Republican delegates, of the genuineness of the "Why I Want to Fuck Ronald Reagan" text, is both shocking and oddly predictable, and both responses are in fact a testament to the power of Ballard's fictions, which resides no more in their ability to mimetically reflect a pre-existing social reality than it does in their capacity to imaginatively overturn it. What Ballard achieves, rather, is what Ian Hamilton Grant calls realism about the hyperreal, a homeopathic participation in the media cybernetization of reality in late capitalism. The shock comes when we remind ourselves of the radical aberrance of Ballard's material. Why I Want to Fuck Ronald Reagan, like many of the sections of the atrocity exhibition, particularly in the latter part of the novel, is presented as a report on experiments into audience responses to prepared media stimuli. Ronald Reagan and the conceptual auto-disaster. Numerous studies have been conducted upon patients in terminal paresis, placing Reagan in a series of simulated auto crashes, e.g. multiple pile UPS, head-on collisions, motorcade attacks. Powerful erotic fantasies of an anal sadistic character surrounded the image of the presidential contender degree. But this shock is counterposed by a sense of predictability arising from the cool elegance of Ballard's simulations. The technical tone of Ballard's writing, its impersonality and lack of emotional inflection, performs the function of neutralizing or normalizing the ostensibly unacceptable material. Is this simulation of the operations of hyper-control agencies a satire on them, or do their activities and the whole cultural scene of which they are a part render satire as such impossible now? What, after all, is the relationship between satire and simulation? To begin to answer that question we need to compare Ballard's text with other, more definitively satirical texts. Before that, though, we need to bear in mind Jameson's comments on the eclipse of parody by pastiche, which we shall examine, briefly, now. This is not the place to interrogate the differences between parody and satire. We shall proceed on the assumption that, whatever differences there are between parody and satire, they share enough in common so as to be jointly subject to Jameson's analyses. Parody, Jameson argues, depended upon a whole set of resources available to modernism but which have faded now: the individual subject, whose inimitable idiosyncratic style, Jameson wryly observes, could precisely give rise to imitations, a strong historical sense, which has its necessary obverse a confidence that there is a genuinely contemporary means of expression, and a commitment to collective projects, which could motivate writing and give it a political purpose. As these disappear, Jameson suggests, so does the space of parody. Individual style gives way to a field of stylistic and discursive heterogeneity without a norm, just as the belief in progress and the faith that one could describe new times in new terms wanes, to be replaced by the imitation of dead styles, speech through all the masks and voices stored up in the imaginary museums of a new global culture. Late capitalism's post-literacy, meanwhile, points to the absence of any great collective project. What results, according to Jameson, is a depthless experience, in which the past is everywhere at the same time as the historical sense fades. We have a society bereft of all historicity that is simultaneously unable to present anything that is not a reheated version of the past. Pastiche displaces parody. In this situation, parody finds itself without a vocation, it has lived, and that strange new thing pastiche comes to take its place. Pastiche is, like parody, the imitation of a peculiar or unique, idiosyncratic style, the wearing of a linguistic mask, speech in a dead language. But it is a neutral practice of such mimicry, without any of parody's ulterior motives, amputated of the satiric impulse, devoid of laughter and of any conviction that alongside the abnormal tongue you have momentarily borrowed, some healthy linguistic normality still exists. Pastiche is thus blank parody, a statue with blind eyeballs, degree. Despite what Jameson himself writes on Ballard, one of the important differences between the Ballard text and pastiche as Jameson describes it is the absence of nostalgia or the nostalgia mode, an insistent presence in other postmodernist science fiction texts, as Jameson shows in Ballard's work. Indeed, Ballard's commitment to striking textual innovations as evidenced in the layout of the pages themselves in the Atrocity exhibition mark him as something of an anomaly in Jameson's terms. In this sense, at least, Ballard seems to be continuous with modernism as Jameson understands it. Yet in certain other respects, specifically in terms of the collapse of individual subjectivity and the failure of collective political action, Ballard is emblematic of Jameson's postmodernity. But, unlike Jameson's pastiche, Ballard does not imitate a peculiar or unique idiosyncratic style. The style that Ballard simulates in Why I Want to Fuck Ronald Reagan, a style towards which the whole of the Atrocity exhibition tends, is precisely lacking in any personality. If there are any idiosyncrasies, they belong to the technical register of scientific reportage, not to the characteristics of an individual subject. The fact that the text concerns a political leader draws attention to the lack of any explicit or, more importantly when discussing satire or parody, implicit political teleology in Ballard's writing. It is in this sense that Why I Want to Fuck Ronald Reagan, like Jameson's pastiche, is without any of parody's ulterior motives. Certainly, this is one way in which Why I Want to Fuck Ronald Reagan differs greatly from a classical work of satire such as Swift's A Modest Proposal. A Modest Proposal is a paradigmatic work of what Joyce called kinetic art, produced in particular political and cultural circumstances with a particular aim, to sway an audience into action. Swift's political purpose, his disparaging of the cruelty of certain English responses to the Irish potato famine, is marked by a certain stylistic and thematic excess, whereas Ballard's text, which emerged, no less than Swift's, from a very particular socio-cultural situation, can be defined by its flatness. This marks a move on, from Burroughs. For all their linguistic inventiveness, Burroughs' humorous routines, such as the complete all-American Dinexietist man, remain in a classical tradition of satire through their use of exaggeration and their clear political agenda. Using a series of excessive tropes, Burroughs mocks the amoral mores of American techno-science. By contrast, what Ballard's text lacks is any clear designs on the reader, any of Jameson's ulterior motives. The parodic text always gave central importance to the parodist behind it, his implicit but flagged attitudes and opinions, but Why I Want to Fuck Ronald Reagan is as coldly anonymous as the texts it imitates. Whereas we hear Burroughs cackling at the absurd excesses of the scientists in the complete all-American Dinexietist man, the response of Ballard to the scientists whose work he simulates is unreadable. What does Ballard want the reader to feel? Disgust? Amusement? It is unclear, and, as Baudrillard argues in relation to Crash, it is somewhat disingenuous of Ballard the author to overcoat his texts in prefatory authorial remarks with all the traditional baggage of warning that they themselves clearly elude. The mode Ballard adopts in Why I Want to Fuck Ronald Reagan is not that of exaggeration, but is a kind of extrapolation. The very genre of the poll or the survey, as Baudrillard shows, makes the question unanswerable, undecidable. Despite what Ballard himself suggests, what matters is less the resemblance of Why I Want to Fuck Ronald Reagan to reports than the circulation of simulation to which such reports already contribute. Writing on pastiche, Jameson comes upon the concept of simulation, but attributes it to Plato rather than referring here at least to Baudrillard's reinvention of it. Yet Jameson's intuition about the relationship between pastiche and simulation is important. We could perhaps suggest a correlation between Baudrillard's third-order simulacra and Jameson's pastiche, on the one hand, and Ballard's text on the other. What simulation in Baudrillard's third-order sense entails is, as we have repeatedly insisted, the collapse of distance between the simulation and what is simulated. Satire, In its classical sense, we would probably want to locate as part of first-order simulacra a simulation that resembles the original, but with certain telltale differences. Ballard simulates the simulation. A fairground's painted swings. Speaking of the pathology of amour, is it anywhere better exemplified than in the lyrics of These Foolish Things? What is fascinating about the song's litany of lost affects is that the lover features in them only as a series of absences and is never directly invoked. This, of course, is because there is no loved object itself. What is loved is the petit objet, which is not a particular object, but the object as such, the void presupposed by a demand. The physical and psychical presence of the lover is required only as that which allows the assemblage of affects to be given an apparent cohering center. But, in the end, the lover is just that, the space, the canvas, on which the collage of memories and associations can be arranged. Nevertheless, even though it is not the lover herself that is desired, the lover cannot be dispensed with altogether, otherwise we are in straightforward fetishism. Zizek illustrates the difference between normal pathology and fetishism by reference to that scene in Vertigo where Scotty is embracing Judy made over as Madeline. The camera cuts away to show his pausing from kissing her to anxiously check that her hair color is still blonde. But this is not fetishism, since the fetishist would dispense with the woman altogether and derive his enjoyment from the lock of hair itself. Vertigo's horror lies in its unstinting revelation of the artificiality of desire. Scotty can look into the void presupposed by his demands and still, grotesquely, make the demands. That is the difference between Vertigo and many of the film noirs it references, comments upon and surpasses. It is not, in the end, that he is being deceived by a femme fatale, duped into believing that she is something that she is not. On the contrary, he knows full well that there is no Madeline. But knowledge is nothing, and the explanation for his continued fixation upon a Madeline that is not even a ghost is the one provided by Zupancic. For Scotty to give up his object would be for him to give up himself, to die. There is no doubt a specifically male relationship to the objet petit which Vertigo reveals. This goes some way to answering the question posed by 1.T.2 a while ago, after Zizek, namely, why would men, given the choice of sex with a monkey or sex with a robot, always choose the robot? The more disturbing thought is that men would always in practice prefer a robot to an actual woman, and this is why the libidinal economics, if not yet the technical feasibility, of the Stepford wives are horribly credible. The text which most explicitly lays bare this male desiring mechanism is Villers de L'Isle Adams' The Future Eve, which anticipates both Vertigo and the Stepford wives, as well as Metropolis and Blade Runner. The story concerns a dissolute decadent who is enchanted with his beloved, Alicia's, form, but who detests what he considers to be the frivolity and shallowness of her personality. He is persuaded by an inventor-mentor figure that he should simply accept an automaton copy of his lover, prepared by the inventor, which will be a perfect replica in every respect, except that it will be programmed to be a stimulating companion. Edison couldn't be more forthright, more demystificatory, more Lacanian. The creature whom you love, and who for you is the sole reality, is by no means the one who is embodied in this transient human figure, but a creature of your desire. This illusion is the one thing you struggle against all odds to vitalize in the presence of your beloved, despite the frightful, deadly, withering nullity of Alicia. What you love is this phantom alone, it's for the phantom that you want to die. That and that alone is what you recognize as unconditionally real. In short, it is this objectified projection of your own mind that you call on, that you perceive, that you create in your living woman, and which is nothing but your mind reduplicated in her asterisk. Of course, the creative force that really animates the loved object is not the free play of the romantic imagination, but the implacable mechanism of the unconscious. It's for the phantom that you want to die, but such a death would mean that the desiring frame that makes sense of the world would survive. The only real death would be one in which that whole framework was destroyed, and the subject was confronted with the white space of pure potential. This is what the subject slave to the pleasure principle must avoid at all costs. The well-known tedium of Sadian desire is the inevitable consequence when this impasse is honestly confronted. If the object of Sadian desire is, as Zizek says, the eternally beautiful undead victim, who can suffer all manner of privations and yet be magically renewed forever, then the subject of this desire is, as Burroughs knew very well, the vampire junkie. The vampire junkie must be insatiable and must pursue their desires up to the point of self-destruction, but must never cross the line into annihilation. The empirical narrative would have it that the junkie is gradually drawn into addiction, lured into dependence by a chemical need. But it is clear that the junkie chooses to be addicted. The desire to get high is only the ostensible motivation for the drive, just as winning money is only the official alibi for the gambler's enjoyment. Burroughs' paralleling of love with addiction is thus by no means cynical hyperbole. Burroughs understood very well that, if love is addiction, then addiction is also a form of love. There is always, as Gregory Bateson observed in his essay on alcoholism, a meta-addiction to be dealt with, the addiction to addiction itself. It is on this that Burroughs' control addict Bradley Martin is hooked. I am not an addict. I am the addict. The lyrical power of Burroughs' writing, especially in the early cut-up novels, which are consensually dismissed as difficult and boring, is often overlooked. But much of its mechanical melancholia is generated from its displaying of the foolish things of desire, the heroin hoxides of train whistles, radio jingles, billboard images and sexual contact. Although initially random, these effect collages, when repeated and remixed by memory and desire, become necessary. Thus only that shade of blue for Madeline's suit, only that shade of lipstick on the cigarette tip, will do. Yes, the painted swings of desire's cruel fairground. What are the politics of boredom? Prosperous suburbia was one of the end states of history. Once achieved, only plague, flood, or nuclear war could threaten its grip. J.G. Ballard, Millennium People *G. Ballard is the name of a repetition. That's very different from saying that Ballard repeats himself. On the contrary, it is Ballard's formalism, his repermutation of the same few concepts and fixations: disasters, pilots, random violence, mediatization, the total colonization of the unconscious by images that prevent his name being easily attributed to any self. The obsessive quality of his preoccupations and his methodology is a sign that Ballard has never lost faith with his earliest inspirations, psychoanalysis and surrealism. In both, he found a rigorously depersonalist account of the formations of the person. The so-called interior had a logic that could be both exposed and externalized. Ballard's career can be seen as a repeated rewriting of two texts of Freud, Civilization and its Discontents and Beyond the Pleasure Principle. The environmental catastrophes in his earliest phase of novels tend to be greeted by the characters as opportunities, chances to shuck off the dull routines and protocols of sedentary society. The second phase of his work, which began in the mid-60s and to some extent continues to this day, follows this logic through so that the catastrophes and atrocities that afflict the characters in these fictions are actively willed by them. Disasters are now the disasters of the media landscape, the space in which humans now primarily live, and one which is both shaped by, and manufactured from, their desires and drives. Once again, though, we must qualify this claim with the further observation that human beings are not the owners of desires and drives, they don't have them. Rather, human beings are the playing out of these impulses, instruments through which trauma is registered. Since High Rise in 1975, Ballard has directed most of his attention to the hyper-affluent and bored denizens of closed communities. If Ballard's treatment of the mores of this population had begun to pall, it was refreshed by Millennium People, his latest and best rendition of this theme. The world of Millennium People is ruled, for the first time in history, by a vicious boredom, interrupted by meaningless acts of violence. At first glance, the novel can look like a long overdue savaging of the middle class, in which the reader can revel in the brutal destruction of bourgeois sacred cows. Tate Modern. Pret a Manger, the NFT, all of them burn in Ballard's bourgeois terror. I'm a fundraiser for the Royal Academy. It's an easy job. All those CEOs think art is good for their souls. Not so. It rots their brains. Tate Modern, the Royal Academy, the Hayward. They're Walt Disney for the middle. 93. Classes. The novel's middle-class insurgents seem, at first, to be merely the hard-done-to winners whose complaints about the rising expense of childcare and school fees and the inequity of too high rents in their not quite luxurious enough apartments are the stuff of endless media columns. Believe me, the next revolution is going to be about parking asterisk, one character announces, echoing the petrol blockades of 4 years ago and anticipating the IKEA riots of 2005. Once their discontent is stirred up, however, the goals of this group of former professionals become less specific, less instrumentalist. Like the situationists, the insurgents of Ballard's fictional Chelsea Marina want to destroy the 20th century. I thought it was over. It lingers on. It shapes everything we do, the way we think. Genocidal wars, half the world destitute, the other half sleepwalking through its own brain death. We bought its trashy dreams and now we can't wake 95 up. Millennium People is in many ways Britain's answer to Fight Club. Like Fight Club, the novel begins with a rage against the bullet-pointed, brand-consulted hyperconformity of modern professional life, but ends up in Sir-Fascism. The most important figure in this respect is Richard Gould who, like most of Ballard's other characters, is little more than a spokesperson for the author's theories. Gould reiterates essentially the same attack on the air-conditioned totalitarianism of contemporary securo culture that had been essayed by Nietzsche, Mauss, Baudelaire, Dada, Surrealism, Situationist theory, Lettrism, Baudrillard, and Lyotard. We're living in a soft regime prison built by earlier generations of inmates. Somehow we have to break free. The attack on the World Trade Center in 2001 was a brave attempt to free America from the 20th century. The deaths were tragic, but otherwise it was a meaningless act. And that was its point. Like the attack on the NFT registered. Gould restates the Nietzschean claim that human beings need cruelty, danger, and challenge, but that civilization gives them security. Gould, though, is as reminiscent of Fukuyama's rehearsal of Nietzsche's discontent with civilization as he is of Nietzsche himself. It is Fukuyama's Nietzsche, the scourge of bland egalitarianism and empty inclusiveness, that is the most relevant Nietzsche today. As you read the appalled invective with which Nietzsche blasts the herd cult of managed security, you can't help but think of Blair and the Millennium Dome, whose pallid, paradoxically self-deprecatory pomposity contrasts unhappily with the cruel opulence of the monuments erected in Nietzsche's beloved tragic and heroic aristocratic societies. Democratic societies, Fukuyama wrote in The End of History and The Last Man, tend to promote a belief in the equality of all lifestyles and values. They do not tell their citizens how they should live, or what will make them happy, virtuous and great. Instead they cultivate the value of toleration, which becomes the chief virtue in democratic societies. And if men are unable to affirm that any particular way of life is superior to another, they will fall back on the affirmation of life itself, that is, the body, its needs, and fears. While not all souls may be equally virtuous, all bodies can suffer, hence democratic societies will tend to be compassionate and raise to the first order of concern the question of preventing the body from suffering. It is not an accident that people in democratic societies are preoccupied with material gain and live in an economic world devoted to the myriad small needs of the body. According to Nietzsche, the last man has left the region where it was hard to live, for one needs warmth. We need to pick targets that don't make sense. Registered if the characters in the atrocity exhibition wanted to restage the founding traumatic moment of the media 60s, the assassination of Kennedy, then Gould and his allies want to restage the founding traumatic moment of the media naughties 9/11. But where Travis wanted to kill Kennedy again, but this time in a way that makes sense, Gould wants 9/11 to happen again, but in a way that doesn't make sense. For Gould, the modern world is oppressed by an excess of sense, a surplus of meaning. Kill a politician and you're tied to the motive that made you pull the trigger. Oswald and Kennedy, Princip and the Archdukes. But kill someone at random, fire a revolver into McDonald's, the universe stands back and holds its breath. Better still, kill 15 people at random. Thus, the Jill Dando murder is more of a template for Gould's anti-political insurgency than one whose violence was too motivated, is September 1 too freighted with meaning. Dando's killing, however brutal, meaningless, and without any apparent motive, was a direct attack on the BBC's regime of moderation and good sense, degree and the castle of obligations it protects. An action like this, whose only motive is an attack on the concept of motive itself, blows open an empty space we could stare into with real awe. Senseless, inexplicable, as mysterious as the Grand Canyon. Gould is an elegant and eloquent salesman of the deluxguetterie line of abolition, the fascist drive to destruction which is ultimately a drive towards self-destruction. Ballard, who, to his credit has always refused to endorse facile moralizing, would no doubt object to that characterization, since to in any way condemn or censure Gould would be to confirm the very securocratic values he seeks to undermine. However, the most compelling aspect of Millennium People, politically speaking, is not the in many ways familiar signifying violence, but its punk theory of class revolt. Twickenham is the Maginot Line of the English class system. If we can break through here, everything will fall. So class systems are the target. Aren't they universal? America, Russia? Of course. But only here is the class system a means of political control. Its real job isn't to suppress the proles, but to keep the middle classes down, make sure they're 713 docile and subservient. The moment at which Ballard's new proletariat become real political actors is when they cease to pursue their own class interests. Only then can they come to the Marxist revelation that bourgeois class interests are in no one's interests. They see that private schools are brainwashing their children into a kind of social docility, turning them into a professional class who will run the show for consumer capitalism. The sinister Mr. Biggs. There are no Mr. Biggs. The system is self-regulating. It relies on our sense of civic responsibility. Without that, society would collapse. In fact, the collapse may even 714 have begun. Blairism has consolidated and outstripped the ideological gains of Thatcherism by ensuring the apparently total victory of PR over punk, of politeness over antagonism, of middle-class utility over proletarian art. It manages the tricky ideological dodge of reducing everything to instrumentality whilst at the same time dedicating all resources to the production of cultural artifacts of no possible use or function. From the Mayan codices to mission statements. Spin engenders a meaninglessness which, in the mandatory banality of its corrosive nihilism, makes Gould's grand poetics of a signifying rupture seem quaintly nostalgic. Blair has made middle-class security the horizon of all aspiration. In this overconscious, overlit 24-hour office of the soul, business, preposterously, is served up to us as the closest thing to anything animated by libido. Ballard knows that a breakout from this effective prison must involve the explicit decathexis of the nice house, nice family picture that bourgeois culture is still capable of projecting as ideal. In histories of punk, much is made of the role of the middle classes, but the crucial catalytic role of that particular kind of middle class refusal remains underthought. The middle class defection from reproductive futurism into scarification and tribalization did nothing more than state the obvious middle class careers and the privileges they bring are empty, tedious, and enervating, but, now more than ever, it is this obviousness that cannot be stated. The interesting thing is that they're protesting against themselves. There's no enemy out there. They know that they are the enemy. Let me be your fantasy. What Ballard, Lacan, and Burroughs have in common is the perception that human sexuality is essentially pornographic. For all three, human sexuality is irreducible to biological excitation, strip away the hallucinatory and the phantasmatic, and sexuality disappears with it. As Renata Salical argues in Versions of Love and Hate, it is easier for an animal to enter the symbolic order than it is for a human to unlearn the symbolic and attain animality, an observation confirmed by the news that, when an orangutan was presented with pornography, it ceased to show any sexual interest in its fellow apes and spent all day masturbating. The orangutan had been inducted into human sexuality by the inhuman partner, the phantasmatic supplement, upon which all human sexuality depends. The question is not, then, whether pornography, but which pornography. For Burroughs, pornosexuality would always be a miserable repetition, a Boschian negative carnival in which the rusting fairground wheel of desire forever turns in desolate circles. But in Ballard, and in Cronenberg's version of Ballard's Crash, it is possible to uncover a version of pornography that is positive, even utopian. Cronenberg's work can be seen as a response to the hardcore challenge Baudrillard posed in Seduction. Pornography haunts late capitalism, functioning as the cipher of a supposedly demystified, disillusioned reality. A pornographic culture par excellence, one that pursues the workings of the real at all times and all places. Here, hardcore is the reality of sex, and sex is the reality of everything else. Hardcore trades on a kind of earnest literalism, a belief that there is some empirically specifiable it which equals sex in / as the real. As Baudrillard wryly noted, this empiricist biologic is fixated on a kind of technical fidelity. The pornographic film must be faithful to the unadorned, brute mechanism of sex. Yet, sign and ritual are inescapable. In hardcore, especially in bukkake, the function of semen is, after all, essentially semiotic. No sex without signs. The higher the resolution of the image, the closer you get to the organs, the more that it disappears from view. There is no better image of this orgy of realism than the Japanese vaginal cyclorama Baudrillard described in the stereoporno section of Seduction. Prostitutes, their thighs open, sitting on the edge of a platform, Japanese workers in their shirt sleeves, permitted to shove their noses up to their eyeballs within the woman's vagina in order to see better. But what? Why stop with genitalia? Baudrillard asks, who knows what profound pleasure is to be found in the visual dismemberment of mucous membranes and smooth muscles? 4. Cronenberg's early work from Shivers and Rabbit through to Videodrome is an answer to that very question. Cronenberg famously posed his own question, why aren't there beauty contests for the inside of the body, and Shivers and Rabbit posit an equivalence between body horror and eroticism. The ostensible catastrophe with which both films conclude the total degeneration of social structure into a seething, anorganic orgy functions ambivalently. The disintegration of organismic integrity, the reversion to the condition of the pre-multicellular, is a kind of parodic utopian riposte to Freud's civilization and its discontents. If civilization and unbound libido are incommensurate, it is implied, so much the worse for civilization. The apartment block taken over by mindless sex zombies at the end of Shivers is the 60s dream of liberated sex come true. Crash is a sober retreat from all this, a model for a new mecho-masochistic mode of pornography in which it is no longer the so-called inside of the body that matters, but the body as a surface to be adorned with clothes, marked by scars, punctured by technical machinery. Possessed by a mad passion to exchange biotic code, the sex-plague victims in Shivers devolve beyond animality into a kind of bacterial replicator frenzy. By firm contrast, Crash is as passionless as a Delvaux dream. Sex here is entirely colonized by culture and language. All the sex scenes are meticulously constructed tableaus, irreducibly phantasmatic, not because they are unreal, but because their staging and their consistency depend on fantasy. The film's opening scene, with Catherine Ballard in the aircraft hangar, is quite clearly an acting out of a phantasmatic scenario. It also functions later, via its recounting, as a phantasmatic supplement to the first sexual encounter we see between Catherine and James. There is no it of sex, no brute, naked, definable moment when it happens, only a plateau that is both dilated and deferred, in which words and memories reverberate more powerfully than any penetration. Crash is so indebted to Helmut Newton that it often looks like little more than a series of animated Newton images. Or, better, in Crash, the bodies attain the near inanimate stillness of Newton's living mannequins. The echoes of Newton are entirely fittingly, since Ballard regarded Newton as our greatest visual artist. A surrealist image maker whose vision shamed the mediocrity of those officially working in the fine arts. In Newton's work, Ballard writes, we see a new race of urban beings, living on a new human frontier, where all passion is spent and all ambition long satisfied, where the deepest emotions seem to be relocating themselves, moving into a terrain more mysterious than Morenbad. Degree when Cronenberg talks about the future sexuality of the new race of urban beings in Crash, he tends to refer to it in negative terms. The conceit that underlies some of what is maybe difficult or baffling about Crash, the sci-finess of it, comes from Ballard anticipating a future pathological psychology. It's developing now, but he anticipates it and brings it back to the past now, and he applies it as though it exists completely formed. The Ballad's marriage is to be understood as inherently dysfunctional. Some potential distributors said, you should make them more normal at the beginning so that we can see where they go wrong. In other words, it should be like a Fatal Attraction thing. Blissful couple, maybe a dog and a rabbit, maybe a kid. And then a car accident introduces them to these horrible people and they go wrong. I said, that isn't right, because there's something horribly wrong with them right now. That's why they're vulnerable to going even further. Yet the Ballad's pathology in Crash seems oddly healthy, their marriage a model of well-adjusted perversity. Theirs is a utopian sexuality, where sexual contact is voided of all sentimentality, stripped of any reference to reproduction, and unfreighted by any guilt. The lack of face-to-face sex in the Ballad's marriage, which, again Cronenberg himself tends to talk of negatively, as if it were a deviation from some wholesome, facialist sex in which the partners achieve a harmonious oneness, points to an awareness that there is no sexual relationship. Yet, very far from being a difficulty for the Ballad's marriage, the lack of a direct rapport, the recognition that any sexual encounter has to go via fantasy, is the basis of all their erotic adventures. Compare the Ballad's marriage to that of the Harfords in Eyes Wide Shut. The Ballad's using of their sexual encounters with others as a stimulus for their own impassive, poised, oniric sex forms a clear contrast with the deadlock of the Harfords' marriage, which is exposed in Bill's failure to cope, or keep up, with Alice's fantasy. While Bill is scandalized by Alice's articulation of her fantasies, sex in the Ballad's marriage is governed by the feminine drive to talk. It is almost as if all of the physical encounters happen only so that they can be converted into stories to be recounted later. The most charged scene in Crash takes place in the car wash, where James looks on through the rearview mirror at Catherine and Vaughn, who in the words of Cronenberg's script are like two semi-metallic human beings of the future making love in a chromium bower. Deborah Unger, the film's real star, is particularly impressive here. A kind of feline automaton, she acts with her hair, minor adjustments, tosses of the head that advertise the transit of small emotions. Registered who is using whom here? The answer is that all three of the characters are using each other. Catherine's encounter with Vaughn stimulates James, just as Catherine is stimulated by the thought that James is watching her with Vaughn. Vaughn is using the couple as subjects of his own libidinal experiments, while the Ballads are using Vaughn as the third figure in their marriage. A misenabime of desire. Far from being some nightmare of mutual domination, this is Cronenberg/Ballard's sexual utopia, a perverse counterpart to Kant's Kingdom of Ends. The Kingdom of Ends was Kant's ideal ethical community, in which everyone is treated as an end in themselves. Kant reasoned that, from the point of view of his ethics, sex was inherently problematic. Because to engage in sexual congress entails treating the other as an object to be used. The only way in which sex could be commensurate with the categorical imperative which in one of its versions maintains that one should never treat others as a means to an end was if it took place in the context of a marriage, in which each partner has contracted out the use of their organs in exchange for the use of their partners. Desire is construed here in terms of simple appropriation. But what Kant and those who follow him in condemning pornography because it objectifies fails to recognize is that our deepest desire is not to possess an other but to be objectified by them, to be used by them in / as their fantasy. This is one sense oft famous Lacanian formula that desire is the desire of the other. The perfect erotic situation would involve neither a dominance of, nor a fusion with, the other. It would consist rather in being objectified by someone you also want to objectify. Crash, of course, follows Mazzoch and Newton in delocalizing sex from genitality. Libido is invested in the mise-en-scene more than in the meat, which draws its attraction almost entirely from its adjacency to the decorous non-organic to clothes as much as cars. Clothes differentiate glam's cold and cruel cultivation of appearances from hardcore's passion for the real. Without suits, dresses, and shoes, without fur, leather and nylon, pornography might as well be arranging meat in a butcher's window. Newton told Ballard that he loved Cronenberg's Crash, but one thing bothered him. The dresses, he whispered. They were so awful. This strikes me as waspishly unfair to Denise Cronenberg's elegant wardrobe selections. Crash takes its cues from high-fashion magazines, whose images are more sumptuously arty than fine art, more suffused with deviant eroticism than hardcore porn. Would it be impossible for there to be a pornography, sponsored by Dior or Chanel, scripted by a latter-day Mazzoch or Ballard, whose fantasies were as artfully staged as the most glamorous fashion photo shoot? Fantasy Kits, Stephen Meisel's State of Emergency. A few weeks ago, I asked whether it would be possible for there to be a pornography, sponsored by Dior or Chanel, scripted by a latter-day Mazzoch or Ballard, whose fantasies were as artfully staged as the most glamorous fashion photo shoot. Stephen Meisel's Vogue photo shoot, much more than Mike Figge's drearily vanilla promotional films for Agent Provocateur, suggests that such a pornography is conceivable. State of Emergency shows, once again, that it is left to high fashion to take up the role that fine art has all but abandoned. While much of fine art has succumbed to the passion for the real, high fashion remains the last redoubt of appearance and fantasy. The used tampons and pickled animals of reality art offer, at best, tracings of the empirical. Their quaint biographism reveals nothing of the unconscious. Meisel's elegantly staged photographs, meanwhile, drip with an ambivalence worthy of the best surrealist paintings. They are uncomfortable and arousing in equal measure because they reflect back to us our conflicted attitudes and unacknowledged libidinal complicities. Reframed as art, the Vogue photographs would no doubt be described in the all too familiar terms of art critical muzak as negotiating with ideas of violence/terror/ etc. As high fashion, they meet instead with a type of liberal denunciation that is no less familiar. In The Guardian, Joanna Bork complained that, it is no coincidence that the security forces are shown to be protecting us from a person who is neither male nor obviously Muslim. Would Bork have preferred it, then, if the images did feature a Muslim man? Bork continues. Instead, the terrorist threat is an unreal woman. In contrast to the security personnel depicted, she is placed beyond the realm of the human. Her skin is as plastic as a mannequin's, her body is too perfect, even when grimacing in pain. When the model is depicted as the aggressor, she remains nothing more than the phallic dominatrix of many adolescent boys' wet dreams. In both instances, the beauty of the photographs transforms acts of violence and humiliation into erotic possibilities. Again, what would Bork have preferred? Simulated snuff in which real-looking women were roughed up by security staff. Bork's hostility to the phantasmatic is oddly doubled by the aggression of the security personnel towards the unreal women. And what does it mean to substitute an unreal woman for an all-too-real Muslim male, in any case? What does the confusion of ontological levels agents of reality conjoined with the waxy artificiality of Belmondo fashion models tell us? The photographs are fascinating and unsettling because there are no straightforward answers to these questions. Needless to say, Meisel's photographs do find erotic possibilities in violence and humiliation, but this is not so much a transformation as a rediscovery. 200 years after Sada, a century after Bodley and Mazok, it appears that anything which publicly acknowledges that eroticism is inseparable from violence and humiliation is more unacceptable than ever. The issue is not how healthy sexuality can be purged of violence, but how the violence inherent to sexuality can be sublimated. Meisel's photographs, which, we should remember, appear in a magazine the vast majority of whose readership is not adolescent males but women, are fantasy kits which offer just such sublimations, providing scenarios, role-play cues, and potential phantasmatic identifications. State of Emergency demonstrates that, rather than simply retaining its capacity to shock, the atrocity exhibition is more disturbing than ever. The overt sexualization and compulsory carnality of postmodern image culture distracts us from the essential stateness of its rendition of the erotic. As Baudrillard argues in Seduction, biology's sex functions as the reality principle of contemporary culture, everything is reducible to sex, and sex is just a matter of meat mechanics. Ours is an age of cynicism and piety, which, as Simon suggested in his initial post on State of Emergency, degree primly and pruriently resists the equivalences between eroticism, violence, and celebrity that Ballard explored. Entering the exhibition, Travis sees the atrocities of Vietnam and the Congo mimetised in the alternate death of Elizabeth Taylor. He tends the dying film star, eroticizing her punctured bronchus in the overventilated verandas of the London Hilton. He dreams of Max Ernst, superior of the birds. To imagine the atrocities of September 11 degrees and Abu Ghraib mimetised in the alternate death of Paris Hilton feels far more unacceptable, because contemporary piety has sacralized its atrocities in a way that the 60s could not. In Atrocity, Dr. Nathan's reminder that, at the level of the unconscious, the tragedies of Cape Kennedy and Vietnam may in fact play very different parts from the ones we assign them is extremely timely. It is clear that the appalling Abu Ghraib photographs were already intensely eroticized stagings whose scenarios were derived from cheap American pornography. Love and Napalm, Export USA, indeed. Part of the reason that the Abu Ghraib images were so traumatic for a deeply conflicted American culture which combines religious moralism with hypersexualist commerce, and which is united only by a taste for megaviolence, is that they exposed the equation between military intervention and sexual humiliation that the official culture both depends upon and must suppress. It's interesting to compare both the Atrocity exhibition and State of Emergency to Martha Rosil's series of collages, Bringing the War Home. 60s iconography, the nasal prepuce of LBJ, crashed helicopters, the pudenda of Ralph Nader, Eichmann in drag, the climax of a New York happening, a dead child. This typical section from the Atrocity exhibition could almost be a gloss on Rosil's images, with their eruptions of war and atrocity amidst domestic scenes. But in Rosil's case, unlike in Ballard's, surrealist juxtaposition has a clear polemical purpose. The Atrocity exhibition, like State of Emergency, is devoid of any decipherable intent. The oniric juxtapositions in Ballard's and Meisel's work seem to be conceived of as neutral representations of the substitutions and elicitions made by the mediatized unconscious. Meisel's fantasy kits, their narratives left implicit and mysterious, suggest ways in which Ballard might be adapted in future. Part of the problem with Weiss' film adaptation of the Atrocity exhibition is that it subordinated the fragmentary mode of the novel to the durée the lived time of the feature film. The most successful part of the film was perhaps the first few moments, where Ballard's text was intoned over still images in a style reminiscent of Marker's La Jetée. That is partly because it is the profound stillness of the surrealist paintings which the Atrocity exhibition describes and appropriates their beaches drained of time which sets the rhythm of the novel. The most successful adaptation of the Atrocity exhibition would, precisely, be an exhibition not only of photographs, but also of newsreel footage, mandalas, diagrams, paintings and notebooks. It would be left for the viewer participant to assemble their own narratives from these fantasy kits. The assassination of J.G. Ballard *. They wanted to kill Ballard again, but this time in a way that made sense. The British know how best to kill something, softly. Assimilation is sometimes the most effective kind of assassination. You say these constitute an assassination weapon. So here they come again, all the familiar profiles, all the old routines. All that over-rehearsed musing about the supposed contrast between Ballard's writing and his lifestyle and persona. All that central London cognoscenti condescension, he lived in Shepperton, he wore a tie and drank gin, and yet he could come up with this, imagine that. As if it isn't obvious that English suburbs are seething with surrealism. As if you could think for a minute that The Drowned World or The Atrocity Exhibition were written by anyone wearing jeans. Ballard mapped another America, another 1960s, one beyond the pleasure principle of rock and roll and its paraphernalia. As if Ballard's works could be mistaken as anything other than the work of a bourgeois, Ballard's was to have unashamedly fixated on the psychopathologies of his class, a class which he had a special insight into because he was always semi-detached from it. Princess Diana. Assessing cultural figures by their alleged influence, their legacy, is an egregious postmodern tic, as if it reflected any merit to have inspired the Claxons. Ballard is important precisely because it is completely unimaginable that any equivalent of his work could emerge from current conditions. As he made clear in his 1989 annotations to his most important work, The Atrocity Exhibition, he was a metapsychologist of the pop age, his sensibility unsuited to the era of reality, with its flattening fusion of celebrity and the hyperbanal. A unique collision of private and public fantasy took place in the 1960s, and may have to wait some years to be repeated, if ever. The public dream of Hollywood for the first time merged with the private imagination of the hyper-stimulated TV viewer. People have sometimes asked me to do a follow-up to The Atrocity Exhibition, but our perception of the famous has changed. I can't imagine writing about Meryl Streep or Princess Di, and Margaret Thatcher's undoubted mystery seems to reflect design faults in her own self-constructed persona. One can mechanically spin sexual fantasies around all three, but the imagination soon flags. Unlike Taylor, they radiate no light. A kind of banalization of celebrity has occurred. We are now offered an instant, ready-to-mix fame as nutritious as packet soup. Ballard's 60s were inaugurated by the Kennedy assassination. The founding event of the media environment we live in now, in which consensual sentimentality has long since occluded Ballard's death of affect, was Princess Diana's car crash death in 1997. In his later novels, Ballard tried to get a grip on the small world of IKEA psychosis and shopping channel charismatics, but they never produced the same spinal charge as his encounters with the 60s telecinematic arcades presided over by Elizabeth Taylor and Ronald Reagan. Ballard's most probing contributions in later years came in interviews and articles rather than in the novels. It was here that he identified retail parks and anonymous non-places as the authentic landscape of the 21st century, but he was not able to poeticize this hyperbanal terrain in the same way that he mythologized the brutalist concourses and high-rises of the 60s and 70s. A pulp modernist magus. What better way to destroy something than send in Martin Amis to praise it? Ballard was never a good writer in the way that Amis and his admirers and cronies in urbane Britlit, with their handcrafted sentences, their well-drawn characters, their concerned social commentary, were. The significance of The Atrocity Exhibition was to have obsolesced this machinery of mediocrity, which he eviscerated in his 1964 profile of Burroughs. To use the stylistic conventions of the traditional oral novel, the sequential narrative, characters in the round, consecutive events, balloons of dialogue attached to he said and she said is to perpetuate a set of conventions ideally suited to a period of great adventures in the Conradian mode, or to an over-formalist Jamesian society, but now valuable for little more than the bedtime story and the fable degree. But Ballard's strategy in his best works was also opposed to that of another of his admirers and appropriators, Ian Sinclair. Whereas Sinclair transforms pop cultural material into something opaque, obscure, and hermetic, Ballard innovated a kind of pulp modernism in which the techniques of high modernism and the riffs of popular fiction intensified one another, avoiding both high cultural obscurantism and middlebrow populism. Ballard understood that collage was the great 20th century art form and that the mediatized unconscious was collage artist. Where are his 21st century inheritors, those who can use the fiction kits Ballard assembled in the 60s as diagrams and blueprints for a new kind of fiction? A world of DRI and fear. You couldn't sleep. You had to work. Always light. Head against the window, sun coming up. The troops were gathering on the street below him. The Red Guard in good voice. Scab, scab, scab. The dawn chorus of the Socialist Republic of South Yorkshire. Another cup of coffee. Another aspirin. David Peace, GB84? David Peace's GB84 is typed in prose as stark and unforgiving as motorway service station strip lights. The harsh expressionist realism Peace honed over the course of the 4 books of the Red Riding Quartet is perfect for handling GB84's subject matter, the events of the 1984-85 miners' strike. The quartet counted forward 1974-1977. 1980 to 1983 as if it was approaching but would never reach the fateful date that will provide the title of GB84. From here we count backwards. GB84 is actually the last of an inverse post-war trilogy which will include UKDK, a novel about the plot to overthrow Wilson and the subsequent rise of Thatcher, and another book, possibly about the Attlee government. From Gothic crime to political Gothic, degree the fiercely partisan novel ends with the incantation, the year is zero. But 1985, when both the strike and the book end, was very far from being a year of beginning or of possibilities for the novel's us. On the contrary, it was a year of catastrophic defeat, the scale of which would not become apparent for a decade or more. We now know, although this cannot enter into the present tension of the novel, that the strike was about a failed proletarianization. After the events the novel describes, what awaited was fragmentation, new opportunities for the few, unemployment and underemployment for the majority. The technique of flying picketing that Scargill had pioneered so successfully in the late 60s and early 70s was combated by a comprehensive range of strategies that were designed while the Tories were still in opposition. The aim was to fragment miners' solidarity and to prevent support from sympathetic workers in other industries. In this, the creation of the Working Miners Committee and the Union of Democratic Mine Workers would prove crucial. The deterritorialization of capital, its transmutation into messages which pass instantaneously from one nodal point to another across the former globe, the former material world *, was not to be met by a complementary deterritorialization of labor. Miners were inveigled into identifying with their own territory rather than with the industry as a whole, hence the return to work of the Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire miners, who believed that they were safeguarding their future but in a satisfying irony found themselves no better off than miners from any other coal field. Within a decade, the industry would be all but closed down in Britain, with members of the UDM no more likely to be in employment than those oft-number. Yes, we know all this, now. But peace restores drama by excluding any of the knowledge hindsight brings. The events come at you as if they were happening for the first time, and without the emollient shield of an omniscient authorial voice. As Joseph Brooker identifies in a lengthy piece on GB84 in the current issue of Radical Philosophy, the novel is bereft of any mediating meta-language. The tragic quality the novel possesses even in its earliest scenes comes courtesy of the knowledge we, the readers, bring, but which is, naturally, is denied to the protagonists of the eventual course that the strike will take. Counterfactuals are largely the preserve of the reactionary right, and Peace refuses the temptation to change the facts. He writes his retro-speculative fiction in the spaces between the recorded facts, extrapolating, inferring, guessing. Yet the question the reader cannot help but pose is, what would have happened if the miners had won? The narrative in which the strike is now embedded, the only narrative in town, the story of global capital, has it that it was part of a receding ebb tide of organized working-class insurgency. Defeat was inevitable, written into the historical passage from Fordism to post-Fordism. The hard left are outflanked, fighting under the banner of the past for the history of the miner. The tradition of the miner. the legacies of their fathers and their fathers' fathers. Degree, but such a narrativization is question-begging, since the very credibility of the story relies upon the events of the strike unfolding as they did. What if they hadn't? Under the aspect of eternity, everything is inevitable and we are all Spinozists. But life has to be lived forward, making us Sartreans. Reading the book now inevitably dramatizes the tension between these two positions, between knowing that everything has already happened and acting as if it hasn't. A gang of doppelgangers, near duplicates, haunt the pages of GB84, this fiction based upon a fact. Peace writes an occulted history of the present by constructing a simulation of the near past. The dramatis personae do not bear the names of their real-life counterparts, and sometimes don't have names at all, merely titles designating their structural role, the president, the chairman, the minister. Sometimes, real-world names are slightly altered. In GB84 the number's chief executive Roger Windsor becomes the hapless Terry Winters. The relationship of these simulations to their real-life counterparts is complex. The president is not Scargill. But he's not Scargill. No doubt Peace changed the names in part to avoid legal action, but in an odd way the extra imaginative latitude he is granted by not being compelled into fidelity to actual biography gives the characters more reality. He is able to get inside their heads in a way that would not be possible with actual biographical individuals. The most controversial characterization is that of Stephen Sweet, the professional strike breaker based on Thatcher's right-hand man throughout the strike, David Hart. Hart was the driving force behind the creation of the Working Miners Committee and the UDM. In the novel, Sweet is seen planning the crucial battle between police and pickets at the coking plant, or Grieve. Sweet is referred to throughout the novel as the Jew. Although this designation remains uncomfortable as it is intended to be, Peace has said suspicions of anti-Semitism are immediately rebutted by any sort of close reading of the novel. Everything we see of Sweet is focalized through his chauffeur factotum, Neil Fontaine. Fontaine, presumably a co-opted member of the working class who has worked for the security services, is a blank slate of a figure, a man reduced to function. It is Fontaine, a man with right-wing affiliations and connections but few passions, who will never stop seeing Sweet as the Jew. That description foregrounds the provisional nature of the political alliance that Thatcher built. Somehow, the Thatcher program allowed fascists to consort with Jews, nationalists to find common cause with the agents of multinational capitalism. Fontaine is also the connecting link between the overt and the covert counter-subversion operations undertaken by the state in GB84. It is in the unraveling of the MI5's role in proceedings that leads Peace into the territory of endemic corruption and betrayal that he staked out so viscerally in the Red Riding Quartet. Unusually for Peace, so skilled at putting himself into the shoes of irredeemably corrupt power puppets, there is no major character in GB84 who is a policeman. But there are state functionaries, Fontaine, Johnson, but, most vividly, Malcolm Morris, a man whose role is to be a shadow, a cipher, an expert phonetapper who, in a Francis Baconoid delirium, fancies that his ears are always bleeding. In GB84, MI5 are the key players in organizing Terry Winters' spectacularly ill-judged trip to Libya. Who can forget the television images of Roger Windsor kissing Gaddafi in his tent? Winters/Windsor's Libyan visit only a few months after the policewoman Yvonne Fletcher had been killed by Libyan agents proved an important, perhaps decisive, PR defeat for the number. Peace deliberately leaves the degree of Windsor/Winters' collusion with the security services unclear. He wanted the novel to be a mess, like the strike itself. The doubling of historical fact with Peace's version of it is internal to the novel's own structure, whose main fictional thread is cut through by a diary account of the strike by two miners, Martin and Peter. Martin and Peter's accounts, rendered in the Yorkshire dialect Peace captures so ably, were not fictionalist, Peace has said. It is here that Scargill, McGregor, Thatcher, McGahey, and Heathfield appear in their own names. The first-person accounts register the grim miseries of the strike, as well as its camaraderie, forming a contrast with the skullduggery, the corruption, and the high-level meetings of the novel's central narrative. Peace says that he first puts himself into the past, and then imagines. It's like method writing, or time travel. Peace has tried and tested tricks to get back. He uses jaundiced newsprint, books, but most of all pop, not the stuff he would have listened to himself, then, and has listened to ever since, but the songs that, ubiquitous then, forgotten now, can function as audio madeleines. Digging through the carbut sale detritus of 84 and 85 pop, Peace finds a coded history of the strike secreted beneath the dull sheen of Thronawayi post-new pop. GB84 begins with Nina's execrable 99 Red Balloons, which here becomes an apocalyptic carnival tune, bursting with all the hopes that will sag and bleed by the end of the novel's grueling, long march. Two Tribes soundtracks the next phase, the confrontation between police and miner. The exhilaration and adrenaline of out-and-out confrontation, us and them, gives way to suspicion. Two Tribes must have heard that bloody song 10 times a day now for weeks. Ought to make it national anthem, said Sean. The songs that Peace dredges up for the final phase of the strike are Careless Whisper and, for the 84 to 85 winter that was cold, but not cold enough, the power cuts never come, Band-Aids, do they know it's Christmas? Characters speculate that Band-Aid is a government-backed scheme to distract from the plight of the miners, and the line that Peace selects for sampling is, naturally, there's a world outside your window, and it's a world of dread and fear. Sampling is precisely the right term, since pop, much more than literature, film, or TV, provides Peace with a methodology for drilling his words into the repetitions and refrains that are his stock in trade. Repetition is a hallmark of Peace's style. He has famously remarked that the strike was intensely repetitive and that the prose would reflect that. But in all of Peace's writing, repetition is what substitutes for both plot and character. His crime novels make no attempt to interest readers in the intrigue and enigma of plots. The plot of GB84, meanwhile, is given in advance, a kind of ready-made. And one strange quality of Peace's writing that is not immediately evident is that, although it is unusually intimate, reading his novels is always like rifling through someone else's most secret places. His characters lack what is usually called inner life. They are identified less by a reflexive vitality than by death-drive repetitions, riffs, echoes, habit forms. In GB84 the result is more poetic than most poetry. It is, naturally, a poetry stripped of all lyricism, a harshly dissonant word music. Peace is a writer particularly attentive to sound. The unsleeping vigilance of state power is signified by the click of the telephone tap, the massed ranks of the police by the KRK of boots and truncheons beaten against shields, both sounds repeated so much that they become background noise, part of the ambience of paranoia. The Telegraph Review was right to observe that, at times, the novel feels like an eardrum buzz, the literary equivalent of late 1970s northern bands such as Throbbing Gristle and Cabaret Voltaire. It resembles even more closely the two great post-punk responses to the strike, Mark Stewart's As the Veneer of Democracy Starts to Fade and Test Department's The Unacceptable Face of Freedom. Perhaps for this reason, post-punk recedes as an explicit reference in GB84. It had been present in 1983 in titles of sections of the novel, Miss the Girl and There Are No Spectators. The tone for GB84 is in every sense set by the title of the last section of 1983, Total Eclipse of Heart. Part of the reason that 1985 seemed like the worst year for pop ever was that it was the beginning of the Restoration. Up to 1984, British popular and political culture was still a battleground. 1985 was the year of Live Aid, the beginning of a time of the fake consensus that is the cultural expression of global capital. If Live Aid was the non-event that happened, the strike was the event that didn't. Swords and shields. Sticks and stones. Horses and dogs. Blood and bones, the armies of the dead awoken, arisen for one last battle. The windscreen of the Granada lit by a massive explosion, the road. The hedges. The trees, fire illuminating the night. The fog now smoke. Blue lights and red. Terry shook Bill's arm. Shook it and shook it. Bill opened his eyes. Where are we? Shouted Terry. Where is this place? The start and the end of it all, said Bill. Brampton Bierlow. Cortonwood. But what's going on? Screamed Terry Winters. What's happening? What is it? It's the end of the world, laughed Bill Reed. The end. Of all our worlds. Registered. Ripley's glam. He hated becoming Thomas Ripley again, hated being nobody, hated putting on his old set of habits again, and feeling that people looked down on him and were bored with him unless he put on an act for them like a clown, feeling incompetent and incapable of doing anything with himself except entertaining people for minutes at a time. Patricia Highsmith, the talented Mr. Ripley. We can learn a great deal about the glam impulse from these lines from the talented Mr. Ripley. Significantly, Highsmith wrote the first Ripley novel in 1955 and only returned to the character in 1970. Tom Ripley was not a character that could fit into the rock and roll era, with its emphasis on teen desire, social disruption, and Dionysiac excess. But Ripley's hedonic conservatism, his snobbery, and his facility with masks and disguise, mean that he would be perfectly at home in the Moranbad-like country estate of glam. If 60s rock was characterized, on the one hand, by appeals made to the big other and, on the other hand, by the denial of the existence of the symbolic order as such, then glam was defined, initially, by a hyperbolic/parodic identification with the big other by the return of signs and / of status. In the sentence cited above, there are, evidently, two Toms: Thomas Ripley the performed social role, and the Tom who performs that role, Tom the speaking subject and Tom the subject oft statement. At the outset of the talented Mr. Ripley both these Toms are nobodies as a speaking subject. Like all speaking subjects, Tom is ontologically nothing, and as the subject of the statement is socially nothing. At this stage, Tom is very far from being the insouciant, poised figure he will appear to be later. He is capable of simulating confidence only when taking on the role of other people. It is not that Tom lacks status, it is that he has no place whatsoever in the social hierarchy. His status is not even low. His indeterminate social origins and his ability as a mimic and as a forger mean that he fits in nowhere. Tom experiences this nothingness in classic existentialist terms, feeling himself to be inchoate, a void, unresolved, unreal. But the novel is a kind of existentialist picaresque by the end of which Tom has the means to create a Thomas Ripley he will not hate being. At the beginning of the next novel, Ripley Underground, it is immediately evident that Tom has created / become such a figure. Tom has fashioned his best forgery, a Thomas Ripley who is independently wealthy, owns an elegant house in the Paris suburbs and is married to a beautiful, hedonistic heiress. From now on, Ripley's anxieties will concern not the establishment of an identity, but the preserving and defending of the status he has acquired. Ripley's trajectory is uncannily in sync with that of Brian Ferry. Roxy Music and For Your Pleasure, those exercises in learning and unlearning of accent and manners, are Pop's equivalent of the talented Mr. Ripley. The clothes, the bearing, and the voice are faked, but not yet perfectly. The roots still show, and the painful drama of becoming something you are not still carries an existential charge. Stranded and the subsequent albums, meanwhile, are the equivalent of the later novels. Here, success is assumed, and the threats to the tasteful but banal idyll come from ennui, a certain unease with contentment, and most ominous of all the danger of the past returning. The vapid bucolia of Roxy's Avalon recorded when Ferry was himself married to an heiress and living on a country estate would be the perfect soundtrack to Ripley puttering around in his Harper's and Queen's dream home, Belle Umber, with his wife, Heloise. The first step to Ripley's becoming a something turns out to be his vampirising of the identity of Dickie Greenleaf. I say turns out because, contrary to what Anthony Minghella's film implies, it is clear that Tom does not go to Europe with the thought of destroying Dickie already in his mind. Ripley is a brilliant improviser, not a planner, the plans he does make are short-term, often leading to more problems than they solve, and he derives enjoyment from cleaning up messes rather than from avoiding them in the first place. Initially, Tom's attitude to Dickie is ambivalent and is not straightforwardly predatory. He is aggressive and envious, but also affectionate. If Tom is nothing, a turmoil of unresolved purposes, a tumult of shame and inadequacy, then Dickie is really something, an object, resolved and real, possessing the solidity of a stone. By taking the place of Dickie, Ripley can escape the pain, anxiety, and awkwardness of being himself, a self. To become an object, to be relieved of the pressures of subjectivity, untroubled by any interiority, isn't this one of central fantasies of glam? Zizek is certainly right to argue that the sexualization of the relationship between Tom and Dickie in Anthony Minghella's film is a misstep. Yet Zizek's interpretation is not fully adequate either. According to Zizek, Dickie is for Tom not the object of his desire, but the ideal desiring subject, the transferential subject supposed to know how to desire. In short, Dickie becomes for Tom his ideal ego, the figure of his imaginary identification. When he repeatedly casts a coveting side glance at Dickie, he does not thereby betray his erotic desire to engage in sexual commerce with him, to have Dickie, but his desire to be like Dickie degree. What is missing from Zizek's analysis is a recognition of the way that Dickie fails to serve as an adequate ideal ego. The pivotal moment of the novel comes when Ripley is no longer capable of sustaining his fantasy identification with Dickie. When Tom looks into Dickie's eyes and sees not the windows of a soul with which he can identify but the dead, glassy surface of an inert and idiotic dummy, he falls into a deep existential nausea and vertigo, experiencing a moment of profound cosmic loathing and miserable dislocation. He stared at Dickie's eyes that were still frowning, the sun-bleached eyebrows white and the eyes themselves shining and empty, nothing but little pieces of blue jelly with a black dot in them. You were supposed to see the soul through the eyes, to see the love through the eyes, the one place where you could look at another human being and see what really went on inside, and in Dickie's eyes Tom saw nothing more than he would have seen if he had looked at the hard, bloodless surface of a mirror. Tom felt a painful wrench in his breast, and he covered his face with his hands. It was as if Dickie had suddenly been snatched away from him. They were not friends. They didn't know each other. It struck Tom like a horrible truth, true for all time, true for the people he had known in the past and for those he would know in the future. Each had stood and would stand before him, and he would know time and time again that he would never know them, and the worst was that there would always be the illusion, for a time, that he did know them, and that he and they were completely in harmony and alike. For an instant the wordless shock of the realization seemed more than he could bear. He felt in the grip of a fit, as if he would fall to the ground. No doubt this is partly a registering of Dickie's rejection of Tom. But it also expresses Tom's feelings of revulsion for Dickie. What has been snatched away from Tom is not just Dickie himself, but the fantasy of Dickie. It is as if Tom is no longer capable of pretending that Dickie is anything other than a really rather mediocre person, as if he has encountered, for the first time, the brute, stupid physicality of Dickie, has seen Dickie, directly, without the screen/sheen of fantasy to beatify him. Tom's break from Dickie is inevitable after the desperately painful scene, slightly earlier, when Dickie discovers Tom wearing his clothes and imitating him in front of the mirror. Dickie is disgusted and angered by Tom's imitation, just as Tom is utterly mortified by the fact that Dickie has discovered him in the act. Significantly, Dickie makes the same error as Minghella, interpreting Tom's behavior in terms of sexual obsession, choosing this moment to emphatically deny to Tom that he is queer. But Tom's wanting to be Dickie is far more obscene, far more deadly, far more Burroughsian, than his wanting to have him would have been. Once Tom can no longer sustain his fantasy identification with Dickie, the logic of his psychosis insists that he will only be able to resolve his existential crisis, his lack of being, by killing Dickie. That is partly because, in Ripley's mind, Dickie is already dead, a soulless shell who illegitimately possesses wealth and social status that the more tasteful and refined Tom feels that he rightfully deserves. Tom is sure that he can be Dickie better than Dickie himself could be, and Dickie will be the dog that Tom will use as the basis for his masterpiece, the new Thomas Ripley. There is also a sense in which, by killing Dickie, Tom earns his place in the unproductive leisure class. Even before he is elevated into the leisure class, Tom shares its disdain for drudgery. The difference between Tom the common thief and con artist and Tom the member of the leisured elite is a successful act of violence. Veblen argues that leisure class society is founded on the barbarian distinction between exploit, the conversion to his own ends of energies previously directed to some end by another agent, and industry, the effort that goes to create a new thing with a new material. The masters must always vampirize, never produce. The performance of productive work, or employment in personal service, falls under the same odium for the same reason. An invidious distinction arises between exploit and acquisition by seizure on the one hand and industrial employment on the other. Labor acquires a character of irksomeness by virtue of the indignity imputed to it registered. Hunting has always been one of the activities upon which the leisured elite has prided itself, and Ripley is a consummate hunter. The use of homicidal violence to achieve and protect a position of privilege is very far from being aberrant, and Tom is no more likely to face justice than are the brigands of our real-life ruling elites. If Tom is pathological, his pathologies are the pathologies of a class. It is only the freshness of the blood of his victims that separates Ripley's exploits from those of his new peers. Yet Ripley is not a slasher who enjoys killing. On the contrary, he is horrifying because he treats murder as a practical task devoid of any special existential or affective charge. Ripley's commission of murders are remarkable for their coldness and lack of cruelty. Famously, Ripley only kills because he needs to, not because he enjoys it. Ripley kills out of cold, utilitarian logic, eliminating those who stand in his way or threaten to expose him. Again, far from being aberrant, a carefully maintained distinction between a violent, obscene underside and a bland, official front is the normal practice of power and privilege. It is not moral scruples that motivate Ripley, but a fear of humiliation. As Julie Walker argues, what Tom does fear is unmasking, not merely the unmasking of himself as Dickie or even the unmasking of himself as a killer, but the unmasking of his lack of a real self and therefore his self-perceived inadequacy in the face of others. There is no appreciable difference between fear of discovery for his tax scam or for his murders. His main fear is that of socially not quite making the grade. This rendition of amorality is what is modern about Ripley. Classic psychosis consisted in the confusion of the real and the symbolic. But Ripley's psychosis resides in his conviction that only the big other exists. Tom is not troubled by specific, named others being aware of, or suspecting, his criminality, so long as his crimes are not symbolically inscribed. What is distinctive about Ripley's postmodern take on the big other is that it is radically atheistic. He neither believes in God nor in any moral order written into the fabric of the universe. The postmodern big other is a symbolic order stripped of its symbolization of itself. It no longer poses as God or history and openly announces itself as a social construct, but this ostensible demystification does nothing to impede its functioning. On the contrary, the big other has never functioned more effectively. Methods of dreaming. Two novels that purely by coincidence, or so it would seem I happened to read one after the other, which both draw on dreaming, but which emphasize opposite poles of the dreaming experience. Christopher Priest's A Dream of Wessex is about a collective dreaming project, a government-sponsored initiative to tap the unconscious in order to come up with solutions to the economic and political problems that have paralyzed the society in the novel's present day of 1985. In the projected future world, the USA has converted to Islam and the UK has been annexed by the Soviet Union. The result is a strange kind of utopia, in which the bureaucratic provides a background to the bucolic. The irritations of the Soviet official machinery seem built into the dream space as a necessary precondition for the aching languor of the Wessex idyll, where everyday life is suffused by a Mediterranean eroticism. Priest conjures the atmosphere of a gentle solar trance, broken, significantly, by small circular mirrors, which are used to trigger the dreamer's return to the dismal drizzle of novel's real world. Once inside the Wessex projection, the participants cannot remember their real-world identities. This means that, although they are referred to by the same name, the dreamers in the simulation are different entities from their real-world counterparts. A classic case of the real versus reality. When they exit the Wessex simulation, the dreamers are replaced in the consensual hallucination by placeholder doppelgangers, programmed selves that, possessing no inner life, only exist for the others in the dream space. Some of the participants come to recognize the points at which other dreamers depart from the simulation and come back to it. Something in the other, that which is in them more than themselves perhaps, disappears or returns. What the novel renders especially powerfully is the overwhelming, intoxicating intensity of erotic connections with the dream other, the uncanny sense of recognition, the déjà vu of dream love. In the case of A Dream of Wessex, the sense of recognition between the lovers can be accounted for by the fact that the two, Julia and David, know each other in the novel's real world, and yet Julia and David are not in love in the real world, nor is there any suggestion that they would necessarily fall in love. It is their dream selves that fall for each other. What ultimately unsettles the idol is the kind of reality bleed or ontological hemorrhage which Priest's later novels all turn around. A Dream of Wessex looks forward to Gibson's cyberspace, but it is also a vision of the 60s. Recalled at the bitter end of the 70s. Kazuo Ishijiro's The Unconsoled makes contact with another kind of dream space-time altogether. The novel is well titled since it plunges us, like Alice projected into Wonderland, into a world without consolation, a world of unrelieved urgencies. This is the first and most obvious point of contrast with A Dream of Wessex, where the official imperatives, both inside and outside the dream space, operate as receding pretexts for libidinal trajectories which depart from what should be happening. In The Unconsoled, the official too recedes, but assumes now not the benign quality of the libidinal pretext but the tortuous, tantalizing, thwarted object whose failure to be attained casts a pall of terrible anxiety over everything. Upon arriving in a nameless Central European city to give a performance, the renowned pianist Ryder finds himself assailed by countless demands which distract him from his official duties, but which he seems powerless to resist. He must listen to young hopefuls playing the piano, he must speak at late-night meetings of which he was not previously aware, he must go to the outskirts of the city and be photographed in front of a monument whose significance he does not understand. New urgencies are embedded within older urgencies, endlessly. The Unconsoled is, in part, a pastiche of Kafka, and what Ishijiro borrows from Kafka above all else is his oniric geography, at once bizarre and strangely familiar. Spaces which had seemed to be very far from one another are suddenly revealed to be adjacent. A meeting hall which Ryder has traveled to turns out to be the very hotel that he started from. This allows problems which had seemed intractable to suddenly resolve themselves, yet the solutions bring no relief, for by now Ryder has been gripped by another urgency. The previous imperative, once so overwhelmingly important, recedes into irrelevance at the moment the next one arrives. In The Unconsoled, as in Kafka, this perverse spatiality of contiguity without consistency arises because all space is subordinated to the urgency. There is no time except that of the urgency, and all space is curved by the urgency. Obstacles suddenly emerge, most notably a wall that inexplicably looms up at the last moment preventing Ryder from getting to the concert hall where he is due to give his recital. The hectic pace is driven by the improvisational logic of retrospective confabulation, which is always making sense of things a moment too late. Ryder is perpetually noticing things that should have been obvious. As with Kafka, then, The Unconsoled is colored by an ingenuous sense of embarrassment. Two opposed methods of dreaming, then, the one languid, laconic, the other harried, harassed. Atwood's anti-capitalism. Regressive it all is, Jameson remarks of the Gods Gardeners cult in Atwood's The Year of the Flood, adding a provocative parenthesis, it is always helpful to wonder what politics today could possibly be otherwise. Asterisk, the year of the flood is disappointing in part because it has no alternatives to regression. The only way forward, it seems, is back to nature. It isn't the focus on religion per se that is the signature of this regression, rather, it is Atwood's retreat from the questions about religion that Oryx and Craik posed so intriguingly. One of the climactic moments of Oryx was the foundation of religious feeling amongst the lab-designed neonoble savages, the Crackers. As per totem and taboo and Moses and monotheism, the religion emerges as a consequence of the death of the father figure. Ironies abound here, since the Crackers were made, not begotten, the father is actually their creator-designer, the misanthropic wunderkind Craik, who had precisely designed them without the neurological configuration which he believes gives rise to religion. Craik is not so much an eliminative materialist as a materialist eliminativist. Craik thought he'd done away with all that, eliminated what he called the G-spot in the brain. God is a cluster of neurons, he'd maintained. It had been a difficult problem, though. Take out too much in the area and you got a zombie or a psychopath. If, at first sight, the emergence of religion amongst the Crackers appears to be a kind of miracle, in the end it is only a testament to the power of other determining factors in addition to neurology. Craik's experiments constitute a retort to the hoary old reactionary homily that utopia is alien to human nature. If that's the case, Craik concludes with the pragmatism of the autist, we should change human nature, the means are now available. Craik in effect responds to Freud's argument in Civilization and its discontents that, even if property relations were made egalitarian, antagonism would continue to arise because of sexual competition. Maybe Craik was right, Snowman reflects. Under the old dispensation, sexual competition had been relentless and cruel. For every pair of happy lovers there was a dejected onlooker, the one excluded. Love was its own transparent bubble dome. You could see the two inside it, but you couldn't get in there yourself. That had been the milder form, the single man at the window, drinking himself into oblivion to the mournful strains of the tango. But such things could escalate into violence. Extreme emotions could be lethal. If I can't have you, nobody will, and so forth. Death could set in. So Craik replaces what Toby in the Year of the Flood calls romantic pain with sedate animal courtship rituals. Their sexuality was not a constant torment to them, not a cloud of turbulent hormones. They came into heat and regular intervals, as did most other mammals other than man. It would have been fascinating for Atwood to have given a fictional testing to Craik's claim to have eliminated hierarchy, hunger, and racism amongst his genetic creations. There's also the problem of language. The Crackers are able to maintain their genetically designed innocence, Atwood suggests, because they lack the past subjunctive tense. Yet the loss of Craik, which is nothing less than an encounter with loss and negation itself, threatens to project the Crackers out of their animal time into the wounded time of human abjection. But the Crackers recede from focus in the Year of the Flood, a sign, perhaps, that Atwood has lost interest in them, or maybe that such creatures cannot elicit much interest from beings such as us. What looms to the fore in the narrative is the progressive-regressive religious form that a less specific group of humans cleave to in the dying days off-world. Atwood has said that one inspiration for the creation of the eco-religion was the death of her father and mother and the necessity to choose hymns for their funerals that would have been acceptable to them. Both were scientists. It's easy to sneer at the difficulty that Atwood touches upon here, and the familiar problems of reconciling religion and science may ultimately be less intractable than the issue of symbolic deficit in contemporary secularism that she is pointing to. Atheism has yet to come up with rituals that can muster the symbolic weight of religion, and there are strong reasons to suspect that the failure is more than a contingent one. That's because atheism typically construes the death of God in terms of a disavowal of the symbolic itself. There's a close fit between this quintessentially postmodern disavowal, where official denial of the existence of the big other is combined with a de facto observance of the symbolic at another level, and capitalist realism. As Althusser realized, the rituals of capitalist ideology function all the better for not being acknowledged as rituals at all. In place of the intransigent solemnity of the religious ritual, postmodern secularism presents us with either an eschewal of ritual altogether, or write your own vows personalization, or a kind of ersatz humanist kitsch, in which religious form is preserved even as belief in a supernatural God is denied. The problem is not a secular lack of meaning, but almost the opposite. It is religious rituals' very meaninglessness, their lack of personal significance, which gives them much of their power. Partly, as Jameson suggests in his LRB piece on the year of the flood, the problem is time. Any new belief system demands a supplement in the form of deep time, ancient cultural custom, or revelation itself. Time precisely allows a ritual to become a custom, an empty form to which the individual is subjected and, very far from being a disadvantage, this is what yields funeral rites much of their power to console. Mourning and loss are not only at the origins of religion, but also, it goes without saying, at the root of much of its continuing appeal. One of the most contentious and borderline acrimonious discussions amongst students that I've seen for a while came up in a session on philosophy of religion that I taught earlier this year. What prompted the controversy was my contention that atheism has far more of a problem with evil and suffering than religion does, not least because of the suffering of those who are now dead. Ivan Karamazov's howl of anguish can be directed at the atheist architects of the radiant city as much as at God, since what can any revolutionary eschatology, no matter how glorious, do about the agonies of those who are long dead? No amount of secular goodwill can guarantee any correlation between virtue and happiness, as Kant argues in an incendiary passage of the Critique of Teleological Judgment. Deceit, violence, and envy will be rife around, even though he himself is benevolent. Moreover, as concerns the other righteous people, he meets, no matter how worthy of happiness they may be, nature, which pays no attention to that, will still subject them to all the evils of deprivation, disease, and untimely death, just like all the other animals on the earth. And they will stay subjected to these evils always, until one vast tomb engulfs them one and all, and hurls them, who managed to believe that they were the final purpose of creation, back into the abyss of the purposeless chaos of matter from which they were taken. Note also that Kant's argument here applies equally well to the neopaganism of God's gardeners as it does to righteous non-believers, for Kant absolutely refuses the equation of nature with beneficence that the gardeners preach. On the contrary, Kant argues, God is necessary to make good a nature characterized by a moral purposelessness. The true atheist must be able to look this vast tomb, this abyss of purposeless chaos, full in the face, whereas I suspect that most non-believers manage only to look away from it. But Kant's moral argument is less easily dismissed than it would appear, because it is far harder to eliminate belief in a providential structure of the universe than we first imagine, precisely because this kind of belief lurks far beneath anything that we would admit to accepting. Perhaps it would indeed take a Craig's genetic tinkering to eradicate it. The problem with the year of the flood is that politics and religion become synonymous, and while there's every reason to be positive about politicist religion, there are deep problems with a politics which cannot shed the redemptive and messianic mantles of religious eschatology. It's striking how much God's gardeners resemble the Greens as abominated by Sorman, in a passage quoted in first as tragedy, then as farce. No ordinary rioters, the Greens are the priests of a new religion that puts nature above humankind. The ecology movement is not a nice peace and love lobby but a revolutionary force. Like many a modern-day religion, its designated evils are ostensibly decried on the basis of scientific knowledge: global warming, species extinction, loss of biodiversity, superweeds. In fact, all these threats are figments of the green imagination. Greens borrow their vocabulary for science without availing themselves of its rationality. Their method is not new. Marx and Engels also pretended to root their world vision in the science of their time, Darwinism. Atwood makes a case for such religion. In an exchange with Richard Dawkins on Newsnight a couple of weeks ago, Atwood maintained that arguing against religion from the perspective of evolution makes little sense, because the persistence of religion itself suggests that it confers evolutionary benefit on humans. Given this, Atwood suggested, religion should be used as a tool for progressive struggles, and Adam 1, the leader of God's gardeners, is interesting only when he sounds like a Machiavelli or a Strauss, who uses religion to manipulate popular sentiment. The rest of the time his copiousness is made bearable only by virtue of Atwood's gentle satirical teasing. Initially, what appeals about the idea of God's gardeners is the promise that Atwood will describe a new kind of political organization. Yet the gardener's doctrine and structure turns out to be a disappointing ragbag of stale and drab no-logo like anti-consumerist asceticism, primitivist lore, natural remedies, and self-defense that is as alluring as last week's patchouli oil. Ultimately, the year of the flood feels like a symptom of the libidinal and symbolic impasses of so much so-called anti-capitalism. Atwood imagines the end of capitalism, but only after the end of the world. Oryx was like the first part of Wall-E, the year of the flood is like the second part, where we find that the last survivor was nothing of the sort, and there were existing bands of human beings already wandering around, mysteriously just out of sight. It has a retrospectively deflationary effect, subtracting most of the pathos and nobility from Snowman's plight, and converting what had seemed like a cyberpunk Beckett tragicomedy into mere comedy. The question that kept recurring when I was reading both Oryx and Crake and the Year of the Flood was, why do these books not succeed in the way that The Handmaid's Tale did? If The Handmaid's Tale was an exemplary dystopia, it was because the novel made contact with the imaginary real of neoconservatism. Gilead was real at the level of a neoconservative desire that was operating in the Reaganite 80s, a virtual present that conditioned the actual present. Offered, The Handmaids, the Marthas, the Wall, these names have the resonant consistency of a world. But Atwood does not have so assured a handle on neoliberalism as she did on neoconservatism. Atwood gives every appearance of underestimating the cheap poetry of brands. Banal as it is, her corporate names are ugly and clunky, no doubt deliberately so. Perhaps this is the way that she hears the absurd infantilisms of late capitalist semiotics. Anew you, health wiser, Hapikapa, rejuvenescence, and most ungainly of all Sia candies, these practically caused me physical pain to read, and it is hard to conceive of any world in which these would be leading brands. Atwood's mistake is always the same: the names are unsightly plays on the function or service that the corporations offer, whereas capitalism's top brand names Coca-Cola, Google, Starbucks have attained a signifying abstraction, in which any reference to what the corporation does is merely vestigial. Capitalist semiotics echo capital's own tendency towards ever-increasing abstraction. Atwood's names for genetically spliced animals, the pigun, the spoat/jeter, the liabam, are also examples of linguistic butchery. Perhaps she was trying to provide a parallel in language for the denaturalizing violence of genetic engineering. In any case, these linguistic monsters are unlikely to roam far beyond Atwood's texts. But the principal failing of the Year of the Flood's anti-capitalism consists in its inability to grasp the way in which capitalism has absorbed the organic and the green. Some of the strongest passages in Zizek's first as tragedy, then as farce, keep reiterating this message. Needless to say, while any credible leftism must make ecological issues central, it is a mistake to seek out an authentic organicism beyond capitalism's simulated organic. Organicism is the problem, and it's not some eco-spirituality that will save the human environment, but new modes of organization and management. Toy stories, puppets, dolls, and horror stories. In many horror stories there is an assortment of figures that appear as walk-ons or extras whose purpose is to lend their spooky presence to a narrative for atmosphere alone, while the real bogey is something else altogether. Puppets, dolls, and other caricatures of the human often make cameo appearances as shapes sagging in the corner of a child's bedroom or lolling on the shelves of a toy store as backdrops or bit players. Imitations of the human form have a symbolic value because they seem connected to another world, one that is all harm and disorder, the kind of place we sometimes feel is a model for our own home ground, which we must believe is passably sound and secure, or at least not an environment where we might mistake a counterfeit person for the real thing. Thomas Ligotti, The Conspiracy Against the Human Race. So writes the horror author Thomas Ligotti in his recently published book, The Conspiracy Against the Human Race. The book is not a work of fiction, it is, instead, a work of amateur philosophy in the best possible sense, driven by a metaphysical hunger that is so often lacking in the work of professional philosophers. Ligotti is unembarrassed to return to those questions which academic philosophers typically disdain in favor of an entanglement in scholarly minutiae. Why is there something rather than nothing? Should we be glad to be alive? Ligotti's answer to this latter question is emphatically in the negative. Possessed of a cold, sober seriousness that couldn't be more at odds with the atmosphere of cheery vitalism and inane lightness that prevails in early 21st century culture, The Conspiracy Against the Human Race has the feel of a 19th century tract. Puppets are one of the leitmotifs of Ligotti's work, but the terror that they cause does not primarily arise from any malicious intentions on their part, or from the suspicion that they might secretly move when we do not watch them. Rather, the puppet is an emissary of what Ligotti repeatedly characterizes in The Conspiracy Against the Human Race as the malignantly useless nature of the cosmos itself. The painted-faced marionette is a symbol of the horror of consciousness, the instrument which, for Ligotti, allows that malignant uselessness to be perceived, and which brings all suffering into the world. The puppet is a figure which belongs equally as much to the children's story as to the weird tale. Ian Penman has written of how the most famous puppet story, Carlo Collodi's The Adventures of Pinocchio, contains scarcely credible levels of cruelty and pain, accusations of abuse, thrown hammers, burned off feet, children used as firewood, innocence kindling, curiosity rewarded with concussion and kidnap, hanging, amputation, suffocation. A snake laughs so hard at Pinocchio's fear he bursts an artery and dies. On his way to school, Pinocchio sells his school books to join a street theater, forget education, become a marionette. A dancing fool. Apprentice golem. Malignant clown. Neuter, castrato. On his blog on memory and technology, Beam, the theorist Giovanni Tissot recently noted the echoes of Pinocchio in the Toy Story films * for the Marxist Richard Seymour. Toy Story 3 is a story of how freedom is achieved through commodification, and how the consent of the governed roughly equals the willing embrace of bondage. Everyone, and everything, has its place in the Toy Story scheme of things. That scheme is a hierarchy of commodities with toys near the bottom. 5. Subordinate and devoted to their owners. Yet, at an ontological level, the Toy Story films constitute something of a tangled hierarchy. The toys that are depicted in the films do not only exist at the ontologically inferior level of the film's fiction, they are real in the sense that you can buy them outside the cinema. In Ligotti, puppets and puppetry frequently symbolize this tangling of ontological hierarchy. What should be at the inferior level of the manipulated mannequin suddenly achieves agency, and, even more horrifyingly, what is at the supposedly superior level of the puppet master suddenly finds itself drawn into the marionette theater. Ligotti writes that it is a terrible fate indeed. When a human being becomes objectified as a puppet and enters a world that he or she thought was just a creepy place inside of ours. What a jolt to find oneself a prisoner in this sinister sphere, reduced to a composite mechanism looking out on the land of the human, or that which we believe to be human by any definition of it, and yet be exiled from it. With Ligotti, it is not clear which is the more terrifying prospect: an ultimate puppet master pulling the strings, or the strings fraying off into blind senseless chaos. Tissot noticed something peculiar about the desire of the toys in the Toy Story series. What they like best is to be played with by children. But it so happens that at those times, they are limp and inanimate, as is the case whenever they are in the presence of people. Their spark abandons them, their eyes become vacant. Registered, it's as if the message of the Toy Story films rhymes with that of Ligotti's pessimistic tract: consciousness is not a blessing bestowed on us by a kindly toymaker standing in for a beneficent God, but a loathsome curse. Zero book statement. Contemporary culture has eliminated both the concept of the public and the figure of the intellectual. Former public spaces both physical and cultural are now either derelict or colonized by advertising. A cretinous anti-intellectualism presides, cheered by expensively educated hacks in the pay of multinational corporations who reassure their bored readers that there is no need to rouse themselves from their interpassive stupor. The informal censorship internalized and propagated by the cultural workers of late capitalism generates a banal conformity that the propaganda chiefs of Stalinism could only have dreamt of imposing. Zero Books knows that another kind of discourse, intellectual without being academic, popular without being populist, is not only possible, it is already flourishing, in the regions beyond the striplet malls of so-called mass media and the neurotically bureaucratic halls of the academy. Zero is committed to the idea of publishing as a making public of the intellectual. It is convinced that in the unthinking, blandly consensual culture in which we live, critical and engaged theoretical reflection is more important than ever before. Part 2. Screens, Dreams and Spectrace, Film, and Television. A spoonful of sugar? The worst aspect of Dennis Potter's final two indulgent and indulged works was that they had the effect of retrospectively introducing doubts over everything else he'd done. Could he possibly be anything like as good as we'd always believed? Actually, there's a case for saying that, if 1986's The Singing Detective marked the peak of Potter's career, it also preceded a slow and painful decline. It would only be slightly harsh to say that everything after 1986 was either formulaic reiteration or tortuously introspective, failed experimentalism. By the time of his death in 1994, Potter had been lionized by the great and good everywhere, his reputation for controversy forgotten. Melvin Bragg's famous interview-cum-hagiography elevated Potter to the state of an unimpeachable morphine saint. All of this solemnity had the effect of devitalizing Potter's work, prematurely shrouding it with all the cobwebs of respectability and reverence. Well, I had the opportunity to see Potter's 1976 masterpiece Brimstone and Treacle again very recently. In 2004, when TV drama is corporate, committee-driven, blandly homogeneous, Potter looks even more of an anomaly than ever. Today, there's almost no way of identifying TV dramas by who has written them, they are routinely conceived of as vehicles for actors, not authors. By contrast, even at its worst, Potter's work was marked by an indelible signature, characterized by a singular vision. It's hard to imagine that Potter's peculiar portfolio of obsessions and techniques would get past our naughties culture's gatekeepers. As The Independent pointed out when it repraised Potter in the light of the US film version of The Singing Detective, his influence is more likely to be felt on American than on British TV, in an expressionist drama such as 6 Feet Under, or even in the delirial departures from naturalism of something like Ally McBeal. In any case, Potter did fall foul of 70s sensibilities with Brimstone and Treacle. Filmed in March 1976, it was due for broadcast as a play for today in April, but was pulled at the last minute when the BBC authorities quailed at its nauseating qualities. It didn't surface until over a decade later, when, in the wake of the success of The Singing Detective, the play was eventually shown in 1987. An inferior film version, starring Sting, was released in 1982. Brimstone and Treacle features a young Michael Kitchen as the devil. In an echo of Potter's earlier visitation plays, Kitchen's character, Martin, inveigles himself into people's lives and homes by cold reading them like a stage hypnotist. Potter's vision of evil is a million miles away from the white-catting portentousness or Pacino-like histrionics to which countless cliched cinema renderings have accustomed us. Kitchen's devil is impeccably polite, insufferably, cloyingly nice, sanctimoniously religiose. Religiose is a word Potter used with a particular contempt, carefully contrasting its pious pomposity with what he saw as the genuine religious sensibility. The play opens with 2 epigraphs, the first from Kierkegaard's Fear and Trembling, "There dwells infinitely more good in a demoniac than in a trivial person," the second from Mary Poppins. For Kierkegaard, the most pressing danger for Christianity was not doubt, but the kind of bluff certainty peddled by pompous philosophers like Hegel. Kierkegaard's faith was indistinguishable from terrible anxiety. The paradox of faith for Kierkegaard was that, if God completely revealed himself, faith would be unnecessary. Faith is not a form of knowing, on the contrary. Kierkegaard's models were Abraham on the day he was asked to sacrifice Isaac and Jesus' disciples, tormented by uncertainty, unmoored from any of society's ethical anchors, staking their life on fabulous improbabilities. Martin is a perverse double of 1976's most iconic of icons, Johnny Rotten, that demonic purge of trivia and mediocrity. If Rotten's Nietzscheanism concealed a burning core of righteousness, Martin's surface charm belies malevolence. At the limit though, what both Rotten and Martin show is the deep complicity of good and evil, their mutual interdependence. Both Martin and Rotten are ultimately deliverers, destroyers of fragile status quos, bringers of disequilibrium and agents of chaos. Punk's greatest disgust was with the trivial and the mediocre, with the existential death of boredom. The decadence would be cleansed by rage. Brimstone and Treacle begins with Martin accosting Denholm Elliott's Mr. Bates in the street. Martin's questioning quickly establishes that Bates has a daughter, suffering from apparently incurable neurological damage after being hit by a car 2 years previously. Posing as an unrequited admirer of the daughter, Patty, Martin insinuates his way into the Bates home. The house is a suburban fortress incubating quiet desperation, nagging frustration, and unspoken betrayals. You can almost smell the house, thick with the stench of unaired rooms, the pulp food with which Patty is spoon-fed and despair. Martin's incursion is greeted with initial suspicion and circumspection by Mr. Bates, but welcomed by the easily beguiled Mrs. Bates, eager to clutch at any potential escape route from the treadmill of drudgery in which she is confined. While Bates has given up any hope of Patty recovering, his wife cherishes the seemingly impossible dream of a miraculous return to health. Kitchen's performance is magnificent, but it is Elliott who steals the show. He manages, incredibly, to make the obnoxious and unpleasant Bates, a neophyte National Front supporter, painfully sympathetic. The scene in which Bates regales his wife and Martin with a desperately unfunny Irish joke is excruciating. Elliott renders Bates' typical expression as a grimace of irritation, suppressed rage, bewilderment. It is the expression of a whole class, a whole generation's, incredulity that the world no longer belongs to them, if it ever did. Bates' political pathology is rooted in a bewildered and misconceived nostalgia, a bleary and inarticulate longing for the world to be like it used to be. He's a bit like the average Britpop fan would be 20 years later. Potter is at his most politically acute here, in his exposing of the proximity of a respectable, common-sense, Daily Mail agenda to that of the far right. Potter locates Anglo-fascism's 70s heartland behind the politely manicured lawns and privet hedges of suburbia. Martin wins Bates over by agreeing with him that we need to get rid of the blacks. It's so good to have an intelligent conversation like this, Bates enthuses, cracking open the scotch. However, Martin's gleeful description of what will happen when they won't go, we'll round them up, put them in camps makes Bates blanch. Mrs. Bates is not so convinced. You can be too nice, you know. Brimstone and Treacle is disturbing, ethically opaque. It is troubling for reasons other than those of cultural or political conservatism. The denouement sees Martin's raping of Patty shocking her into an unexpected recovery. There is no easily digestible message. It's a bitter pill rather than a spoonful of sugar. She's not my mother. Interviewer, it's hard to see this movie and not consider that all our memories are creations. Cronenberg, but they totally are. Andrew O'Hehir, The Baron of Blood does. 2. Bergman. Watch from the wings as the scenes were replaying. We saw ourselves now as we never had seen. Joy Division, Decades. Cronenberg's Spider, adapted from Patrick McGrath's superb novel, is a study of schizophrenia that couldn't be further removed from the cliched image of madness in cinema. There are numerous examples of this, but the one that comes immediately to mind is Wyndham Earle in the second season of Twin Peaks, gibbering, histrionic, megalomaniac. Think also of Nicholson's Joker in the first Batman movie. Madness is here imaged as a kind of absurdly inflated ego, a self that knows no bounds, which wants to expand itself infinitely. As played by Ralph Fiennes in Cronenberg's film, Spider, too, has a precarious sense of his own limits, but, far from wanting to spread further into the world, he seems to want to make himself disappear. Everything about him, his mumbling speech, shambling movements, screams withdrawal, retreat, terror of the outside. That's because, as ever in Cronenberg's schizovers, the outside is already inside. And the reverse. McGrath's novel is set entirely within the head of its archetypal unreliable narrator, Spider, since it is written as a series of diary entries. To simulate this, Cronenberg could have gone with the strategy employed in the early versions of the script and used voice-over. In the end, Cronenberg strips out Spider's narrative voice altogether, with the result that the film is, in a strange way, truer to the novel than the novel itself. In the novel, Spider's articulacy gives him a kind of self-awareness and transcendence of his mania. In the film, there is no distance, no narrative voice, only a ceaselessly productive narrative machine, chattering out multiple permutations. In place of the transcendent off-screen voice, we are presented with Spider as a character in his own delirium, the adult version of himself observing and writing, always writing, as the memories of his childhood life play out. As Cronenberg has observed, it is almost as if Spider is directing his own memories. One journalist said to me, when we see Spider in his own memories, peeking in the windows or hiding in the corner, isn't that like a director being on the set? I hadn't thought of it that way, but he is redirecting and rechoreographing his memories. We are reminded that the dreamer is every character in his dream. So Spider develops a naturalistic expressionism, or expressionist naturalism. Its strangely solitary London is, Cronenberg says, an expressionist London. Spider captures the boiled potatoes atmosphere of the pre-rock and roll 50s, its muted colors as washed out as cabbage water. The film of Cronenberg's which Spider most resembles is Naked Lunch, not only because it, too, is based upon a supposedly unadaptable book, but also because both films principally concern writing, insanity, masculinity, and the death of a woman. In both Naked Lunch and Spider, the phantasmatically reiterated murder of a woman is the pivotal event, the lacuna around which the films circle. In Naked Lunch, Lee initially disavows the killing of his wife Joan by attributing it to the influence of control. Lee is only able to accept minimal responsibility for the killing when he is required, at the end of the film, to assassinate Joan, or at least her double, again. The restaging of the death is less an admission of ethical responsibility than an attempt to own it, to make sense of it. Such is the logic of trauma. In Spider we are initially led to believe that Spider's father, Bill Clegg, has killed Spider's mother after embarking on an affair with the fat tart Yvonne. No sooner has Bill brutally and casually murdered his wife, rolling her into a hastily dug grave in the earth of his allotment, than he moves Yvonne into his home. At this point, our suspicions that something is amiss with Spider's narration begins to harden into a conviction. But it's only at the end of the film that we learn what appears to have really happened. It is Spider himself who killed his mother, gassing her whilst apparently suffering from a delusion that she is another person. The early exchanges between Spider and his father take on a different significance. The final scene sees Bill rescuing Spider from the house, and desperately trying to revive Yvonne, who in death, has become, once again, the dark-haired Mrs. Clegg. While this seems to be the preferred interpretation, the film does not close down any of the narrative possibilities it has opened up. I think we can enumerate 9 distinct narrative options that the film leaves open. 1. Bill killed his wife, and he really did cohabit with a prostitute called Yvonne. 2. Bill did kill his wife, there really is an Yvonne, but she never moved in with Spider's father. 3. Bill killed his wife, but there is no such a person as Yvonne. 4. Spider, not Bill, killed his mother, but Bill moved in with Yvonne after his wife's death. 5. Spider killed his mother, there is a prostitute called Yvonne, but she never moved in with Spider's father. 6. Spider killed his mother, and there is no such person as Yvonne. 7. Neither Spider nor Bill killed Mrs. Clegg, but Bill moved in with Yvonne after his mother's death. 8. Neither Spider nor Bill killed Mrs. Clegg, there really is an Yvonne, but she never moved in with the Cleggs. 9. Neither Spider nor Bill killed Mrs. Clegg, and there is no such person as Yvonne. Rather than resolving the ambiguities of McGrath's novel, the film actually amplifies them. In the novel, we at least learn that Spider has been incarcerated for killing his mother. In the film, the 20 years between Mrs. Clegg's death and Spider's arrival at the halfway house are a blank. We know, or think we know, by inference, that he has been in a psychiatric institution, but no more. Miranda Richardson's performance is crucial to the maintenance of the film's polysemous ambiguity. She is superb in 3 different roles, as the virtuous brunette Mrs. Clegg, the licentious blonde Yvonne, and also as the suddenly and inappropriately sexually aggressive landlady of the halfway house, Mrs. Wilkinson. The situation is complicated by the fact that Yvonne is played at first by another actress altogether, just as Mrs. Wilkinson is played for most of the film by Lynn Redgrave. As in Naked Lunch, writing is both passive and active. Like Bill Lee, Spider, scratching away in his notebook in his idiolectic hieroglyphics, seems at one level only to be recording signal from outside, at another level, he is the producer of the whole scene, its dirigiseur. Talking about the film, Cronenberg has referred to Nabokov's theory of memory and art as attempts to recover the unrecoverable. But the figure that dominates the film is another writer who, like Nabokov, Brian McHale has referred to as a limit modernist, Samuel Beckett. Cronenberg has said that Spider's look, with its shock of spiky hair, was very much influenced by photographs of Beckett, but the affinity with Beckett goes much deeper. Like Malloy or Malone, Spider is continually fumbling in his pockets for talismanic objects. Such partial objects mark the routes on their intensive voyages. Like McGrath, Cronenberg seduces us into identification with Spider, taking us with him on his schizo stroll, then strands us in the delirium. Stand up, Nigel Barton. I remember the school where I was born, I remember, the school where I was, torn. Dennis Potter, The Nigel Barton Plays. And nowadays, what else does education and culture want? In our age of the people, I mean our uncouth age, education and culture must basically be the art of deception, to mislead about the origin of the inherited rabble in one's body and soul. Friedrich Nietzsche, Beyond Good and Evil. Dennis Potter's stand-up, Nigel Barton, shown as part of BBC 4's Summer of the 60s season, is still almost too painful to watch. Here is Potter writing a television play which draws very closely upon his experiences as a scholarship boy, projected out of his class into the rarefied world of Oxford. Stand Up, Nigel Barton was actually written after Vote for Nigel Barton, Potter's fictionalist account of his failed attempt to become elected as a Labour MP. To Potter's disgust, Vote was suppressed by the BBC, but its temporary banning allowed him to work again with the characters he had invented, writing this prequel which would be shown first. English fiction has always been ambivalent about social mobility. Potter's theme was very much one with which the 60s would be preoccupied, in music as much as drama. Consider the Kinks or the Who. Like Dickens' Pip, Nigel is profoundly torn, unwilling to give up the privilege and status he has newly acquired, unable to accept and enjoy them as one to the manner born, simultaneously holding on to his roots and repudiating them, never forgetting where he has come from, but ashamed of the stains that his origins have left upon him. And ashamed of that shame. Never comfortable amongst the masters, but no longer at home in the community which produced him. 40 years on, and the screen still crackles with rage, confusion, and embarrassment. Potter intercuts between the working men's club, the bedrock of the proletarian community, with its suffocating affection but deep suspicion, resentment, and distrust of those who leave, and the smug redoubt of the Oxford Union, whose lush members idly trade bon mots. Who can watch the final scene, Nigel at home with his parents, watching himself being interviewed on television about class without cringing? What Nigel says about his father watching him like a hawk, about walking a tightrope, about class only being experienced by those who move between classes, none of this is a distortion. And yet, Nigel is too much in love with his own cleverness, too much attached to the role of alienated working-class boy that he has been invited to play. He knows he has betrayed his parents. His father, ambivalent about him at the best of times, both proud and resentful, simmers. His mother, uncomprehending, weeps, but it's clean. You could eat off the floor here. Potter shows that he can do naturalism painfully and powerfully. But he's already exploring more expressionistic techniques, playing with chronology, breaking the frame. The origin of the famous classroom scene in The Singing Detective is here, with Janet Henfrey taking on the role of the terrifyingly inquisitorial, witch-like schoolmistress she will reprise in the later play. The performances, especially Keith Barron as Nigel and Jack Woolger as his father, are universally superb. No need to reiterate, by now, my lament for TV drama this challenging, this near the knuckle, this relevant. But what a nihilistic message Potter conveys. There is nothing to aspire to, nothing you'd want to return to. Nigel trapped and alone, forever alone. With stand-up, Nigel Barton, I knew that in small family groupings, that is, at their most vulnerable, both coal miners and Oxford dons would probably see the play. This could add enormously to the potency of a story which attempted to use the specially English embarrassment about class in a deliberately embarrassing series of confrontations. In the theatre, or, at least, in the West End, the audience would have been largely only on one side of this particular fence. There is no other medium which could virtually guarantee an audience of millions with a full quota of manual workers and stockbrokers for a serious play about class *. Port Miriam. An ideal for living? As the bourgeoisie labored to produce the economic as a separate domain, partitioned off from its intimate and manifold interconnectedness with the festive calendar, so they labored conceptually to reform the fair as either a rational, commercial trading event or as a popular pleasure ground. As the latter, the fair had from classical times been subject to regulation and suppression on both political and moral grounds. But although the bourgeois classes were frequently frightened by the threat of political subversion and moral license, they were perhaps more scandalized by the deep conceptual confusion entailed by the fair's inmixing of work and pleasure, trade and play. In so far as the fair was purely a site of pleasure, it could be envisaged as a discrete entity, local, festive, communal, unconnected to the real world. In so far as it was purely a commercial event, it could be envisaged as a practical agency in the progress of capital, an instrument of modernization and a means of connecting up local and communal markets to the world market. Peter Stollybrass and Alan White, The Fair, The Pig, authorship. If you know about Port Miriam, it's almost certainly because of The Prisoner, justly recognized as one of the most innovative television series ever produced. Our tendency is to think of Port Miriam, built by gentleman philanthropist Sir Clough Williams Ellis on his private peninsula near Porthmadog, as a quaintly attractive divertissement, an example of charming English eccentricity that has somehow fetched up in Wales. The subtext we don't even need to articulate to ourselves is that all this attractiveness, eccentricity, charm are harmless, which is to say, pleasant but ultimately irrelevant. The idea that they could have political economic significance, that's more absurd than Ellis' absurdist architecture, surely. It's fitting that I should have encountered both Ellis Village and Llandudno's homage to Lewis Carroll in the same week, in Wales, since both belong to an eccentric Britishness that is at least as important as Magritte's Belgian surrealism. Remember that André Breton thought that the British with Edward Lear, Lewis Carroll and their ludic ilk had little need of surrealism, since they were already surrealist. But Artaud, who could hardly have been accused of being overconscious, was an admirer of Carroll, as were the situationists, who recognized that there was something utterly serious about English nonsense. as did Deleuze, of course, who produced what is one of the strangest landmarks in psychedelic reason, the logic of sense, as a rigorous philosophical exposition of Carroll's nonsense. But it's worth pausing and thinking a little more about the situationists. It's disastrous that the situationist insistence upon the ludic has degenerated into a smegonitic celebration of bourgeois circus trickery. You have to reread Ivan Kcheglov's 3 written in astonishing formulary for a new urbanism the year of our current Queen's coronation, 1953, to be reminded of the force of the situationist critique. How could architecture, i.e. the places in which we live, not be an intensely political matter? And why should we live in boring, utilitarian spaces when we could live in grottos and crooked caverns? A mental disease has swept the planet, banalization. Everyone is hypnotized by production and conveniences. Like punk, surrealism is dead as soon as it is reduced to an aesthetic style. It comes unlive again when it is instantiated as a delirial program. Kcheglov resists the aestheticization of surrealism, and treats de Chirico's paintings, for instance, not as particular aesthetic contrivances, but as architectural blueprints, ideals for living. Let's not look at a de Chirico painting, let's live in one. Kcheglov's call was astonishingly preempted by Clough Williams' Ellis Building of Port Miriam. Ellis described himself as follows. He almost certainly has a weakness for splendor and display, and believes that even if he were reduced to penury himself he would still hope to be cheered by the sight of uninhibited lavishness and splendor unconfined somewhere, which is why he feels that Copenhagen's Tivoli Gardens or something like them should be spread around the civilized world, giving everyone a taste of lavishness, gaiety, and cultivated design. Ellis recognized, that is to say, that the production of the aesthetic as a category separate from the necessary was complicit in a kind of inexplicable diminution of the possibilities of human experience. Why must architecture be part of a banalizing culture of vampiric undeath? Why should only the privileged be able to enjoy their surroundings? Why should the poor be penned into miserable concrete blocks? Ellis referred to beauty as a strange necessity, cutting through the binary of needs equals biological and aesthetic equals cultural luxury. Bodies deprived of attractive surroundings were as likely to be as depressed, or to use the superbly multivalent Rasta term, downpressed, as those deprived of anything they more obviously needed. According to the Port Miriam website, Ellis sought, in the building of Port Miriam, to demonstrate that it was possible to develop sites of natural beauty without destroying them. A tireless campaigner for the environment, Clough was a founder member of both the Council for the Protection of Rural England in 1926 and the Campaign for the Protection of Rural Wales in 1928. He was an advocate of rural preservation, amenity planning, industrial design, and colorful architecture. The fact that The Prisoner was filmed here then is in no sense an accident. In addition to its Foucauldian analyses of power, its in every good sense existentialism, its PKD-like psychedelic dismantling of identity, The Prisoner was a withering account of the English class system. McGohan, author-actor, was given an artistic license by the then head of ITV, Lou Grade. Both were outsiders who had penetrated into the genteel brutality of the English Corps' Gentlemen's Club. However irascible they sometimes became, the series of No. 2s typically had that impermeable urbane assurance so infuriatingly characteristic of the English Corps master class. Power expressed itself not in crude force. Whenever that was used you knew that they had in every sense lost it, but with the quiet, insinuating menace lurking behind an inscrutable politesse. Cup of tea, No. 6. The village had all the quaint charm of politely ritualist Englishness ambivalently celebrated by the Kinks in their village green preservation society. And of course McGohan's genius lay in exposing the acidic undertaste of phrases like "be seeing you" and "feel free." The Prisoner is the heir of both Kafka and Carroll, and part of its importance consists in its revelation of the shared sensibility. Kafka's observations of the banalizing terror of the decaying Habsburg bureaucracy as it moved towards Weberian impersonality owes much to Carroll. Kay's trial after all has no more sense than the trial at the end of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. Like Alice, K often comes across as a lucid child, for only a child can be lucid in Karel and Kafka's world, observing the senseless and arbitrary cruelty of adult caprice, whose only alibi is precedent. Things have always been done that way. Don't you know? How stupid are you? It is their restoration of the child's reason in the face of adult intransigent baboonery that makes Kafka, Karel, and the prisoner punk. Until it is socialized, i.e. stupefied into mute acceptance of the irrational caprice of the socius, the child knows that authority is nothing unless it can be defended via reason. The prisoner, like Williams Ellis, like the situationists and the surrealists, dreamed a dream deemed to be impossible, conceiving of a social system in which play and reason combine in an exploration of intensive now. Golgothic materialism 1. I finally saw The Passion of the Christ this week. I watched it at work with the A-level religious studies students. They, like me, were moved to tears and beyond. Whilst agreeing with much of what Zizek says about Gibson's film in his brilliant essay Passion in the Era of Decaffeinated Belief, I think that he doesn't go nearly far enough. Zizek is right to challenge the smug and lazy culturalist consensus that religious conviction is inherently pathological and dangerous. But he is wrong to suggest that what is most important about passion is belief. Gibson's Gnostic vision, which is simply Christ's ethical example rescued from the institutionalist religion that has systematically distorted it in his name, makes the two traditional supports of religious belief irrelevant. Astonishingly, The Passion of the Christ demonstrates that neither revelation nor tradition are important for those seeking to become Christ. What matters is not so much whether the events described in the film really happened, and there is no reason to doubt that something resembling them did, but the life practice which the Christ story narrates. Life as parable. Let's dismiss first of all the idea that the film is anti-Semitic. Certainly, the first half of the film threatens to invite this interpretation. In the run-up to Jesus' arrest, the film appears to depict the Jewish religious authorities as near subhuman monsters, while the Roman imperial powers are viewed sympathetically, as benign and puzzled observers of a distasteful local conflict amongst the people they have colonized. But once the notorious beating scene happens, the film goes through an intensive threshold. Here, the Roman soldiers are seen to be gratuitously cruel psychopaths, whose excessive zeal in punishing Jesus exceeds any duty. It is clear by now that the Passion of the Christ has no ethnic axe to grind. It is about the stupidity and cruelty of the human species, but more importantly, about an escape route from the otherwise meaningless and nihilistic cycle of abuse begetting abuse that is human history. The Gnostic flashes that surface in the Gospels are given full weight in Gibson's film. My kingdom is not of this world. But Gibson refuses to give any comfort to those life deniers and body haters that Nietzsche rightly excoriates in his many attacks on Christianity. There is little supernatural or transcendent dimension to the Passion's vision. If Christ's kingdom is not of this world, Gibson gives us few reasons to assume that this kingdom will be the Platonic heaven of which those tired oft-body dream. The world which Christ rejects is the world of lies, the consensual hallucination of established power and authority. By contrast, Christ's kingdom only subsists whenever there is an affectionate collectivity. In other words, it exists not as some deferred supernatural reward, but in the ethical actions of those, who in becoming Christ, keep his spirit alive. Again, it is important to stress that the spirit is not some metaphysical substance, but a strictly material abstract machine that can be instantiated only through actions and practices. Loving God and loving others more than yourself are preconditions for dissolving your ego and gaining deliverance from the hell of self. What, from one perspective, is the utter humiliation and degradation of Jesus' body is on the other a coldly ruthless vision of the body liberated from the wisdom and limits of the organism. Maso-Christianity. Christ's example is simply this: it is better to die than to pass on abuse virus or to in any way vindicate the idiot vacuity and stupidity of the world of authority. Power depends upon the weakness of the organism. When authority is seriously challenged, when its tolerance is tested to the limit, it has the ultimate recourse of torture. The slow, graphic scenes of mindless physical degradation in the Passion of the Christ are necessary for revealing the horrors to which Jesus' organism was subject. It is made clear that he could have escaped the excruciating agony simply by renouncing his truth and by assenting to the authority of the world. Christ's example insists, better to let the organism be tortured to death than to bow, bent-headed, to authority. This is what is perhaps most astonishing about Gibson's film. Far from being a statement of Catholic bigotry, it can only be read as an anti-authoritarian and therefore anti-Catholic film. For the Pharisees of 2 millennia ago, puffed up in their absurd finery, substitute the child abuser apologists of today's guilt-laden, guilt-ridden Vatican. Against all the odds, against 2,000 years of cover ups and dissimulation, the Passion of the Christ recovers the original Christ, the anti-worldly but not otherworldly Christ of liberation theology, the Gnostic herald of Apocalypse Now. This movie doesn't move me. As I nervously anticipate the new Doctor Who, it is worth thinking again about the appeal of the series, and also, more generally, about the unique importance of what I will call uncanny fiction. A piece by Rachel Cook in The Observer 2 weeks ago brought these questions into sharp relief. Cook's article was more than an account of a television series, it was a story about the way broadcasting, family and the uncanny were webbed together through Doctor Who. Cook writes powerfully about how her family's watching of the program was literally ritualist. She had to be on the sofa, hair washed, before the continuity announcer even said the words, and now, she understands that, at its best, Doctor Who's appeal consisted in the charge of the uncanny, the strangely familiar, the familiar estranged, Cyberman on the steps of St. Paul's, Yeti at Gooch Street. Inevitably, however, she ends the piece on a melancholy note. Cook has been to a screening of the first episode of the new series. She enjoys its expensive production values, its sinister moments, its use of the Millennium Wheel. But it is not, how shall I put this? Doctor Who. Faced with an overwhelming sense of loss, she turns to a DVD of the Baker story Robots of Death for a taste of the real stuff, the authentic experience that the new series cannot provide. But this proves, if anything, to be even more of a disappointment. How slow the whole thing seems, and how silly the robots look in their Camilla Parker Bowles-style green quilted jackets. Good grief. Let's leave aside, for a moment, all the post-structuralist questions about the ontological status of the text itself, and consider the glum anecdote with which the article concludes. Before Christmas, when it became clear that my father's cancer was in its final stages, my brother went out and bought a DVD for us all to watch together. Dad was too ill, and box went unopened. At the time, I cried about this, yet another injustice. Now I know better. Some things in life can't ever be retrieved, an enjoyment of green robots in sequins and pedal pushers being one of them. This narrative of disillusionment belongs to a genre that has become familiar, the postmodern parable. To look at the old Doctor Who is not only to fail to recover a lost moment, it is to discover, with a deflating quotidian horror, that this moment never existed in the first place. An experience of awe and wonder dissolves into a pile of dressing up clothes and cheap special effects. The postmodernist is then left with two options: disavowal of the enthusiasm, i.e. what is called throwing up, or else keeping faith with it, i.e. what is called not growing up. Two fates, therefore, await the no longer media mesmerized child: depressive realism or geek fanaticism. The intensity which Cook invested in Doctor Who is typical of so many of us who grew up in the 60s and 70s. I, slightly younger than her, remember a time when those 25 minutes were indeed the most sacralist of the week. Scan Shifts, slightly older than me, remembers a period when he didn't have a functioning television at home, so he would watch the new episode furtively at a department store in Christchurch, silently at first, until, delighted, he found the means of increasing the volume. The most obvious explanation for such fervor our childhood enthusiasm and naivete can also be supplemented by thinking of the specific technological and cultural conditions that obtained then. Freud's analysis of the unheimlich, the unhomely, is very well known, but it is worth linking his account of the uncanniness of the domestic to television. Television was itself both familiar and alien, and a series which was about the alien in the familiar was bound to have particularly easy route to the child's unconscious. In a time of cultural rationing, of modernist broadcasting, a time, that is, in which there were no endless reruns, no VCRs, the programs had a precious evanescence. They were translated into memory and dream at the very moment they were being seen for the first time. This is quite different from the instant and increasingly preemptive monumentalization of postmodern media productions through makings of documentaries and interviews. So many of these productions enjoy the odd fate of being stillborn into perfect archivization, forgotten by the culture while immaculately memorialized by the technology. But were the conditions for Doctor Who's colonizing presence in the unconscious of a generation merely scarcity and the innocence of a less sophisticated time? Does its magic, as Cook implies, crumble like a vampire seducer in bright sunlight when exposed to the unbeguiled, unforgiving eyes of the adult? According to Freud's famous arguments in Totem and Taboo and the Uncanny, we moderns recapitulate in our individual psychological development the progress from narcissistic animism to the reality principle undergone by the species as a whole. Children, like savages, remain at the level of narcissistic autoeroticism, subject to the animistic delusion that their thoughts are omnipotent, that what they think can directly affect the world. But is it the case that children ever really believed in Doctor Who? Zizek has pointed out that when people from primitive societies are asked about their myths, their response is actually indirect. They say some people believe. Belief is always the belief of the other. In any case, what adults and moderns have lost is not the capacity to uncritically believe, but the art of using the series as triggers for producing inhabitable fictional play zones. The model for such practices is the perky pad layouts in Philip K. Dick's The Three Stigmata of Palmer Eldritch. Homesick off-world colonists are able to project themselves into Ken and Barbie-like dolls who inhabit a mock-up of the earthly environment. But in order to occupy the set they need a drug. In effect, all the drug does is restore in the adult what comes easily to a child, the ability not to believe, but to act in spite of the lack of belief. In a sense, though, to say this is already going too far. It implies that adults really have given up a narcissistic fantasy and adjusted to the harsh banality of the disenchanted empirical. In fact, all they have done is substituted one fantasy for another. The point is that to be an adult in consumer capitalism is to occupy the perky pad world of dreably bright soap opera domesticity. What is eliminated in the mediocre melodrama we are invited to call adult reality is not fantasy, but the uncanny, the sense that all is not as it seems, that the kitchen sink every day is a front for the machinations of parasites and alien forces which either possess, control or have designs upon us. In other words, the suppressed wisdom of uncanny fiction is that it is this world, the world of liberal capitalist common sense, that is a stage set with wobbly walls. As scan shifts and I hope to demonstrate in our upcoming audiomentary London Under London on Resonance FM, the real of the London Underground is better described by pulp and modernism than by postmodern dreary-realism. Everyone knows that, once the wafer-thin veneer of persons is stripped away, the population on the tube are zombies under the control of sinister extraterrestrial corporations. The rise of fantasy as a genre over the last 25 years can be directly correlative with the collapse of any effective alternative reality structure outside capitalism in the same period. Watching something like Star Wars, you immediately think two things. Its fictional world is both impossibly remote, too far distant to care about, and too much like this world, too similar to our own to be fascinated by. If the uncanny is about an irreducible anomalousness in anything that comes to count as the familiar, then fantasy is about the production of a seamless world in which all the gaps have been mono-filled. It is no accident that the rise of fantasy has gone alongside the development of digital FX. The curious hollowness and depthlessness of CGI arises not from any failure of fidelity, but, quite the opposite, from its photoshopping out oft discrepant as such. The fantasy structure of family, nation, and heroism thus functions, not in any sense as a representation, false or otherwise, but as a model to live up to. The inevitable failure of our own lives to match up to the digital ideal is one of the motors of capitalism's worker-consumer passivity, the docile pursuit of what will always be elusive, a world free of fissures and discontinuities. And you only have to read one of Mark Stein's preppy phallic fables to see how fantasy's pathetically imbecilic Manichean oppositions between good and evil, us and them, are effective on the largest possible geopolitical stage. Fear and misery in the Third Reich N-Roll. I went to see the dramatically powerful Downfall a couple of nights ago at the behest of Karl Kraft. Overhype of mediocre tad renders one suspicious of any praise surrounding contemporary films, but this is a genuine masterpiece, and one that can only be appreciated fully in the cinema environment, where the relentless pummeling of the Soviet artillery and the claustrophobic airlessness of the Hitler bunker have a crushingly visceral presence. Downfall, actually, is the second film this year to flout my otherwise reliable dictum that movies based on real life are to be avoided. But the reason why both work is that they describe situations in which reality had itself gone psychotic. As Ballard has observed, the Nazi delirium was one of those moments when the distinction between the internal and the external world no longer held. Hell has erupted on Earth, there is no escape, no future, and you know it. Downfall is fascinating because it closely and, I'm assuming, meticulously documents the line of abolition that Deleuze and Guattari claim is constitutive of Nazism. For Deleuze and Guattari, who borrow the idea from Virilio, the Nazis' scheduled auto-annihilation if we are defeated, better that the nation should perish, was less a forced contingency than the realization, the very consummation, of the Nazi project. Deleuze and Guattari's account might be dubious empirically, but the great service it provides for cultural analysis may not be the idea that Nazism is suicidal, but the thought that the suicidal, the self-destructive, is Nazi. Since at least the death of Chatterton, popular culture has found the temptation to glamourize self-destruction irresistible. The Nazis provide the definitive 20th century version of this age-old romance of death. As Ballard noted in his essay on Hitler, Alphabets of Reason, the Nazis are a creepily modern phenomenon, their technicolor glamour a world away from the fussy frock-coated figures of the Edwardian British ruling elite. The Nazis' facility with broadcasting laid the groundwork for the media landscape we now occupy. Hitler as the first rock star? Downfall takes us through the scenes in which the Nazi Party disintegrates only for the Third Reich N-Roll to begin. The death of the frontman is the blood-sacrificial rite that will guarantee a hideous immortality. Hitler was the first 20th century figure to pass from historical individuality to becoming a permanent archetype artifact in the McLuhan-Ballard media unconscious. After him, Kennedy, Malcolm X, King, Morrison, Hendricks, Curtis seem local, particular, whereas Hitler comes to stand for a general principle, for modern evil itself. As spectators of Downfall, we spend most of the time in the Führer bunker, forced into an unsettling sympathy if not for the Reich's leaders then for those who were loyal to them, the secretaries and functionaries who admired, by no means fanatically, Hitler and National Socialism. Meanwhile, the glimpses we have of the Berlin above show a landscape out of the triumph of death, a city devolving into total enemy, child conscripts, vigilante hangings, intoxicated reveling, carnivalesque sexual excess. While those scenes play out, you can almost hear Johnny Rotten leering, when there's no future how can there be sin? It's no accident that post-punk in many ways begins here. As the Pistols pursue their own line of abolition into the scorched earth nihilism of Belsen was a gas and holidays in the sun, they keep returning to the barbed wire scarred Boschscape of Nazi Berlin and the Pynchon zone it became after the war. Susie famously sported a swastika for a while, and although much of the flaunting of the Nazi imagery was supposedly for superficial shock effects, the punk-Nazi connection was about much more than trite transgressivism. Punk's very 1970s, very British fixation on Nazism posed ethical questions so troubling they could barely be articulated explicitly. What were the limits of liberal tolerance? Could Britain be so sure that it had differentiated itself from Nazism? And, most unsettling of all, what is it that separates Nazi evil from heroic good? Downfall poses that last question with a real force, and it is a question that has a special resonance at the moment given Zizek and Zukpanti-Sent's theory of the ungrounded act as the very definition of the ethical. As I watched the most monstrous act depicted in the film, Frau Goebbels drugging and then poisoning her children, better this redemption, she reasoned, than that they be left in a world without National Socialism. I was struck by the parallel with Sethe in Toni Morrison's Beloved, who kills one of her children rather than let it fall into the hands of the slavers. What is to separate Frau Goebbels' act of abominable evil from Sethe's act of heroic good? Downfall seems to invite us to sympathize with the liberal Nazis, the reasonable doctor, for instance, who wants to keep the medical services running and is disgusted and aghast at the senseless, suicidal behavior that results from seeing duty through to the end, the general who wants to end the war to protect the lives of civilians. But these pragmatic humanitarian figures are the least defensible because they are not prepared to follow the principles of their actions to the end. Strangely, it is almost as if the film seems to suggest that what was irredeemably malevolent about the Nazis was their will to die for the cause. In spite of ourselves, we find ourselves thinking that the evil Nazis, those who totally identify with the Nazi project and who destroy themselves when it is clear that has failed, attain a certain tragic heroism by refusing to give up on their fundamental commitment. All of which leads us back to the old question, does the Kantian emphasis on unconditional duty legitimate Nazi evil? Zukpansik, who has done so much to rediscover Kantian ethics from the perspective of Lacanian theory, addressed this question in her interview with Cabinet magazine. Recall that, in Hannah Arendt's famous example, Nazi functionaries like Eichmann took themselves to be Kantians in this respect. They claimed to act simply on principle without any consideration for the empirical consequences of their actions. In what way is this a perversion of Kant? This attitude is perverse in the strictest clinical meaning of the word. The subject has here assumed the role of a mere instrument of the will of the other. In relation to Kant, I would simply stress the following point, which has already been made by Slavoj Zizek. In Kantian ethics, we are responsible for what we refer to as our duty. The moral law is not something that could clear us of all responsibility for our actions. On the contrary, it makes us responsible not only for our actions, but also and foremost for the principles that we act upon. Is this enough though to distinguish Goebbels from Sethe? Was it really the case that Frau Goebbels was making herself into a mere instrument of the will of the other? Or had she freely chosen to assume responsibility for her actions and for the principles on which she acted? Remember that Kantian freedom consists in choosing to obey the moral law. To be motivated by anything other than duty is to be driven by pathological passions, and hence not to be free at all. There is no obvious pathological motivation for Frau Goebbels' actions. She stood to gain nothing from this act of destroying what is best in her. The only answer you are left with is that the Nazi cause is itself a pathology. By definition, the Nazi act cannot be universal, since it is based upon preserving, if only, at the end, at the level of myth, the particular pathological characteristics of a chosen people and, more abstractly therefore, of defending the very principle of ethnic pathology. Sethe's abominable act in Beloved is an act of unplugging from a social situation fatally, totally corrupted by a lethally imbecilic racial delirium. Frau Goebbels' multiple infanticide, by contrast, is an attempt to hardwire herself and her children into an ethnocidal madness that can only live through their deaths and the deaths of millions of others. We want it all. What use might Nietzsche be today? Or, to put it another way, which Nietzsche might be of use, now? It will come as no surprise that I would count Nietzsche the perspectivist, he who questioned not only the possibility but the value of truth, as the enemy. There will be even fewer surprises that I would reject the Dionysian Nietzsche, the celebrant of transgressive desire. This Nietzsche, in any case, is largely a post-Battalian retrospective construct. The perspectival and the Dionysiac are far too timely. The Nietzsche that remains untimely, and by that I do not mean outmoded, Very far from it is Nietzsche the aristocrat. Nietzsche should not be taken seriously as a political theorist, at least not at the level of his positive prescriptions. But the Nietzsche who denounces the insipidity and mediocrity that result from democracy's leveling impulses could not be more acute. Passage after passage of polemic in Beyond Good and Evil seems uncannily apposite in these times of focus group blandness and autonomous herding. Nietzsche's real interests lay with cultural politics. Government and social institutions troubled him only insofar as they produced cultural effects, his ultimate question being, what are the conditions in which great cultural artifacts can emerge? I was reminded of Nietzsche's warnings about what would happen to culture if all special claims and privileges are denied, if the very concept of superiority is abolished, when Chantal Houghton won Celebrity Big Brother a week or so ago. I was reminded, too, of Nietzsche's scalding admonition that harshness and cruelty must be cultivated if the human animal is to be transformed, by hammer blows and force of will, into a great work of art, reminded, especially, when some posters on dissensus were seriously advancing niceness, that is as a desirable trait. Chantal's victory wasn't just a popularity contest, as Marcello's excellent Big Brother piece observed, a principle was at stake, the principle that ordinariness must trump any notion of superiority. You are not going to win support or respect by placing yourself out of the ordinary. You need to be approachable, but you also need to be yourself. That's what young people respect. That's a recent quote from one Alex Folks, the speaker for a pressure group named Votes at 16, apropos George Galloway, and it's the kind of exhausting, fatuous anti-philosophy which tempts me to form a pressure group called Votes at 30. Nevertheless, it is pretty fitting for an age bereft of desire for godhood. Where once we assembled in front of screens or stages to gasp in awe at people doing and achieving things we could never hope of doing or achieving ourselves, but how we luxuriated, carried ourselves afloat, on the dream of doing so, now all we require is a humbling mirror. This is the sort of thing which stops dangerous people from gaining power, but also the kind of closure which would ultimately forbid all art. Where once we assembled in front of screens or stages to gasp in awe at people doing and achieving things we could never hope of doing or achieving. 2. Ourselves, now all we require is a humbling mirror. This is celebriality, the simultaneous desublimation of the star and the elevation of the ordinary. The commentary on Celebrity Big Brother treated it as self-evident that people will want to identify with media figures who offer a comforting and unchallenging reflection of themselves at their most mediocre, stupid, and harmless. Julie Burkhill's endlessly reiterated polemic in favor of Big Brother, that it allows working-class people opportunities to break into a media otherwise dominated by the privileged, is baseless for 3 reasons. First, because the real beneficiaries of Big Brother are not the contestants, whose career is notoriously short-lived, but Endemol, with its coterie of smug graduate producers. Second, because Big Brother trades in a patronizing and reductive image of the working class, the dominion of celebriality relies upon the mediocrats inducing the working class into corresponding to and identifying with that image. Third, because Big Brother and reality TV have effaced those areas of popular culture in which a working class that aspired to more than wealth or fame once excelled. Its rise has meant a defeat for that overreaching proletarian drive to be more, a drive which negated social facts by inventing sonic fictions, which despised ordinariness in the name of the strange and the alien. On Celebrity Big Brother, Pete Burns, with his casual cruelties, his savage articulacy and his mazoke furs, was a cartoon symbol of those lost ambitions, skulking and sulking at the periphery, a glam prince in an age of post-Blairite roundheads. We all know that the reality of reality TV is an artful construction, an effect not only of editing but of a Lorentzian rat in a mirrored labyrinth artificial environment which attenuates psychology into a series of territorial twitches. The reality that is designated is significant more for what is absent from it than for any positive properties it is deemed to possess. And what is absent, above all, is fantasy. Or rather, fantasy objects. We once turned to popular culture because it produced fantasy objects. Now, we are asked to identify with the fantasizing subject itself. It was entirely appropriate that, the week after Chantel won Celebrity Big Brother, Smash Hits should have announced its imminent closure. Smash Hits began just as the glam continuum was winding down. What Smash Hits took from punk was its least Nietzschean effect, namely its irreverence. In the case of Smash Hits, this amounted to a compulsory trivialization, coupled with a kind of good-humored debunking of the pretensions of stardom. Behind Smash Hits' silly surrealism was good solid common sense and a conflicted desire, to both have your idols and kill them. Heat was Smash Hits' successor and what rendered it obsolete. No need to bother with the pretext, now you can consume celebrity directly, untroubled by pop's embarrassing dreams. Chantel is the logical conclusion of the process, the anti-pop anti-idol. Nietzsche's contention was that the kind of leveling Chantel stands for was the inevitable and necessary consequence of all egalitarianism. Yet popular culture was once the arena which demonstrated that any genuine egalitarianism is inimical to any such leveling down. I wrote last year of Goth as a paradoxically egalitarian aristocracy in which membership not guaranteed by birth or beauty but by self-decoration. Will popular culture ever again teach us that egalitarianism is not hostile to, but relies upon, a will to greatness, an unconditional demand for the excellent? Gothic Oedipus, Subjectivity and Capitalism in Christopher Nolan's Batman Begins. Batman has contributed more than its fair share to the darkness that hangs over contemporary culture like a picturesque pall. Dark designates both a highly marketable aesthetic style and an ethical, or rather anti-ethical, stance, a kind of designer nihilism whose chief theoretical proposition is the denial of the possibility of the good. Gotham, particularly as reinvented by Frank Miller in the 80s, is, along with Gibson's Sprawl and Ridley Scott's L.A., one of the chief geomethic sources of this trend. Miller's legacy for comics has been ambivalent at best. Reflect on the fact that his rise coincides with the almost total failure of superhero comics to produce any new characters with mythic resonance. The maturity for which Miller has been celebrated corresponds with comics' depressive and introspective adolescence, and for him, as for all adolescents, the worst sin is exuberance. Hence his trademark style is deflationary, taciturn. Consider all those portentous pages stripped of dialogue in which barely anything happens and contrast them with the crazed effervescence of the typical Marvel page in the 60s. Miller's pages have all the brooding silence of a moody 15-year-old boy. We are left in no doubt, the silence signifies. Miller traded on a disingenuous male adolescent desire to both have comics and to feel superior to them. But his demythologization, inevitably, produced only a new mythology, one that posed as more sophisticated than the one it has displaced but is in fact an utterly predictable world of moral ambivalence in which there are only shades of gray. There are reasons for being highly skeptical about Miller's bringing into comics a noir light cartoon nihilist bleakness that has long been a cliché in films and books. The darkness of this vision is in fact curiously reassuring and comforting, and not only because of the sentimentality it can never extirpate. It is hardly surprising that Miller's model of realism came to the fore in comics at the time when Reaganomics and Thatcherism were presenting themselves as the only solutions to America and Britain's ills. Reagan and Thatcher claimed to have delivered us from the fatal abstractions inspired by the ideologies of the past. They had awoken us from the supposedly flawed, dangerously deluded dreams of collectivity and reacquainted us with the essential truth that individual human beings can only be motivated by their own animal interests. These propositions belong to an implicit ideological framework we can call capitalist realism. On the basis of a series of assumptions human beings are irredeemably self-interested, justice can never be achieved. Capitalist realism projects a vision of what is possible. For Alain Badiou, the rise to dominance of this restricted sense of possibility must be regarded as a period of restoration. As Badiou explained in an interview with Cabinet magazine, in France, restoration refers to the period of the return of the king, in 1815, after the Revolution and Napoleon. We are in such a period. Today we see liberal capitalism and its political system, parliamentarism, as the only natural and acceptable solutions. Degree according to Badiou, the ideological defense for these political configurations takes the form of a lowering of expectations. We live in a contradiction, a brutal state of affairs, profoundly inegalitarian, where all existence is evaluated in terms of money alone is presented to us as ideal. To justify their conservatism, the partisans of the established order cannot really call it ideal or wonderful. So instead, they have decided to say that all the rest is horrible. Sure, they say, we may not live in a condition of perfect goodness. But we're lucky that we don't live in a condition of evil. Our democracy is not perfect. But it's better than the bloody dictatorships. Capitalism is unjust. But it's not criminal like Stalinism. We let millions of Africans die of AIDS, but we don't make racist nationalist declarations like Milosevic. We kill Iraqis with our airplanes, but we don't cut their throats with machetes like they do in Rwanda, etc. Degree registered. Capitalism and liberal democracy are ideal precisely in the sense that they are the best that one can expect, that is to say, the least worst. This chimes with Miller's rendition of the hero in The Dark Knight Returns and Year One. Batman may be authoritarian, violent, and sadistic, but in a world of endemic corruption, he is the least worst option. Just as Badiou suggests, in Miller's Gotham it is no longer possible to assume the existence of good. Good has no positive presence. What good there is has to be defined by reference to a self-evident evil which it is not. Good, that is to say, is the absence of an evil whose existence is self-evident. The fascination of the latest cinema version of Batman Begins consists in its mitigated return to the question of good. The film still belongs to the Restoration to the degree that it is unable to imagine a possible beyond capitalism. As we shall see, it is a specific mode of capitalism, post-Fordist finance capital. That is demonized in Batman Begins, not capitalism per se. Yet the film leaves open the possibility of agency which capitalist realism forecloses. Nolan's revisiting of Batman is not a reinvention but a reclaiming of the myth, a grand synchresis that draws upon the whole history of the character registered gratifyingly. Then, Batman Begins is not about shades of grey at all, but rather about competing versions of the good. In Batman Begins, Christian Bale's Bruce Wayne is haunted by a superfluity of fathers, each with their own account of the good. First, there is his biological father, Thomas Wayne, a rose-tinted, soft-focus moral paragon, the very personification of philanthropic capital, the man who built Gotham. In keeping with the Batman myth established in the Thirds Detective Comics, Wayne Père is killed in a random street robbery, surviving only as a moral wraith tormenting the conscience of his orphaned son. Second, there is Ra's al Ghul, who in Nolan's film is Wayne's hyperstitional mentor guru, a terroristic figure who represents a ruthless ethical code completely opposed to the benevolent paternalism of Thomas Wayne. Bruce is assisted in the struggle between these two father figures by a third, Michael Caine's Alfred, the maternal carer who offers the young Bruce unconditional love. The struggle between fathers is doubled by the conflict between fear and justice that has been integral to the Batman mythos since it first appeared in 1939. The challenge for Bruce Wayne in Batman Begins is not only to best fear, as wielded by the Miller-invented crime boss Falcone and the Scarecrow with his weaponized hallucinogens, but to identify justice, which, as the young Wayne must learn, cannot be equated with revenge. From the start, the Batman mythos has been about the pressing of Gothic fear into the service of heroic justice. Echoing the origin story as recounted in Detective Comics in 1939, which has Bruce famously declare, "Criminals are a superstitious cowardly lot, so my disguise must be able to strike terror into their hearts," Nolan's Wayne dedicates himself to turning fear against those who use it. Yet Nolan's version makes the origin story both more Oedipal and more anti-Oedipal than it appeared in Detective Comics. In the original comic, Bruce settles upon the name Batman when a single bat flies into his room. Nolan's rendering of Batman's primal scene is significantly different, in that it takes place outside the family home, beyond the realm of the Oedipal, in a cave in the capacious grounds of Wayne Manor, and not with a single bat but with a whole pack. Degree the name Batman, with its suggestions of becoming animal, does indeed have a Delozaguetarian resonance. Yet the proximity of Batman's name to that of some of Freud's case histories, Ratman especially, but also Wolfman, is no accident either. Batman remains a thoroughly Oedipal figure. Batman rebinds the becoming animal with the Oedipal by having Bruce's fear of Bat's figure as a partial cause of his parents' death. Bruce is at the opera when the sight of bat-like figures on stage drives him to nag his parents until they leave the theater and are killed. The Gothic and the Oedipal elements of the Batman mythos were entwined immediately, on the 2 pages of Detective Comics on which Batman's origin was first told. As Kim Newman identifies, Wayne's epiphanic revelation that I must be a terrible creature of the night. I shall become a bat, a weird figure of the night, contains subliminal quotes from Dracula and the Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. 12 These panels follow 3 at the top of Become Caligari, the page where the shocked Bruce sees the bodies of his parents and swears to avenge by spending the rest of my life warring on all criminals. Batman is self-consciously imagined and self-created as a gothic monster, a weird figure of the dark, but one who will use the night against the criminals who habitually hide in it. If Batman was heavily indebted to German Expressionism via Universal's horror pictures, so, famously, was film noir, which emerged, like Batman, in the late 30s and early 40s. Remarks made by Alenka Zupancic suggest a possible hidden source for the complicity between Batman and noir, Oedipus again. In contrast to Hamlet, Zupancic writes, the story of Oedipus has often been said to belong to the whodunit genre. Some have gone even further, and seen in Oedipus the King the prototype of the noir genre. Thus Oedipus the King appeared in the noir series of French publisher Gallimard *degree. Batman, the superhero detective, walks in the footsteps of the first detective, Oedipus. Ultimately, however, the problem for Batman is that he remains an Oedipus who has not gone through the Oedipus complex. As Zupancic points out, the Oedipus complex turns on the discrepancy between the symbolic and the empirical father. The symbolic father is the embodiment of the symbolic order itself, solemn carrier of meaning and bearer of the law. The empirical father is the simple, more or less decent man. For Zupancic, the standard rendering of the typical genesis of subjectivity has it that the child first of all encounters the symbolic father and then comes to learn that this mighty figure is a simple, more or less decent man. Yet, as Zupancic establishes, this trajectory is the exact inverse of the one which Oedipus pursues. Oedipus begins by encountering a rude old man at the crossroads, and only later does he learn that this simple man, this vulgar creature, was the father. Thus Oedipus travels the path of initiation in reverse and, in so doing, he encounters the radical contingency of the meaning borne by the symbolic. For Bruce Wayne, though, there is no discrepancy at all between the symbolic and the empirical. Thomas Wayne's early death means that he is frozen in his young son's psyche as the mighty emissary of the symbolic. He is never desublimated into a simple man, but remains a moral exemplar. Indeed, he is the representative of law as such, who must be avenged but who can never be equaled. In Batman Begins, it is the intervention of Ra's al Ghul which prompts an Oedipal crisis. The young Wayne is convinced that his father's death is his fault, but Al Ghul tries to convince him that his parents' death is his father's responsibility because the good-natured and liberal Thomas Wayne did not know how to act. He was a weak-willed failure. Yet Bruce refuses to go through this initiation and retains loyalty to the name of the father while Al Ghul remains a figure of excess and evil. The question Al Ghul poses to Bruce is, are you, with your conscience, your respect for life, too weak-willed, too frightened to do what is necessary? Can you act? Wayne is forced to decide, is Al Ghul what he claims to be, the ice-cold instrument of impersonal justice, or its grotesque parody? The ultimate evil in the film turns out to originate from Ghul's excessive zeal, not from some hokey diabolism nor from some psychobiographical happenstance. In this respect, it is the film that Zizek wanted Revenge of the Sith to be, a film, that is to say, which dares to hypothesis that evil might result from an excess of good. For Zizek, Anakin should have become a monster out his very excessive attachment with seeing evil everywhere and fighting it, but by the demolition of the mass transit system that ruined everything, by literally raised the poor and put them among the rich, traveling together, social democratic welfarism as opposed to trickle-downism is a nice dream but leads to social collapse, and if left unchecked, terrorism that sends transit systems careering through the sky into tall buildings in the middle of New York-style cities. 9/11 as caused by the crisis of excessive social solidarity, the arrogance of masses not being sufficiently terrified of their shepherds. In all, a film that says social stratification is necessary to prevent tragedy, and that it should be policed by terrorizing the plebeians, for the sake of corporations, which if there is a happy ending will end up back in the hands of a single enlightened despot, hurrah, to save us from the depredations of 19. Consensus. There is no doubt that the film poses finance capital as a problem that will be solved by the return of a repersonalized capital, with the enlightened despot Bruce taking on the role of the dead Thomas. It is equally clear, as we've already seen, that Batman Begins is unable to envisage an alternative to capitalism itself, favoring instead a nostalgic rewind to prior forms of capitalism, but of philanthropic meliorism. If the film's handling of capitalism is incoherent, in what does its challenge to capitalist realism consist? It is to be found not at the level of politics but in its account of ethics, agency, and subjectivity. Zizek's classic account of ideology in The Sublime Object of Ideology turns on the difference between belief and action. At the level of belief, key capitalist ideas, commodities are animate, capital has a quasi-natural status, are repudiated, but it is precisely the ironic distance from such notions that allows us to act as if they are true. The disavowal of the beliefs allows us to perform the actions. Ideology, then, depends upon the conviction that what really matters is what we are, rather than what we do, and that what we are is defined by an inner essence. In terms of contemporary American culture, this plays out in the therapeutic idea that we can remain a good person regardless of what we do. The film's principal ethical lesson presents a reversal of this ideological conviction. In Wayne's struggle to differentiate justice from revenge, revenge is personified by the uncompromising Ra's al Ghul, while justice is represented by the assistant district attorney, Rachel Dawes. Dawes is given the film's crucial slogan, "It's not who you are inside that counts, it's what you do that makes you what you are." The good is possible, but not without decision and the act. In reinforcing this message, Batman Begins restores to the hero an existentialist drama that puts to flight not only capitalist realist nihilism, but also the niggling, knowing sprites of postmodern reflexivity * degree that have sucked his blood for way too long. When we dream, do we dream we're Joey? When you dream, do you dream you're Joey? Carl Fogarty to Tom Stahl, in David Cronenberg's A History of Violence. In a dream he is a butterfly. When Cohen-Sue wakes up, he may ask himself whether it is not the butterfly who dreams that he is Cohen-Sue. Indeed he is right, and doubly so, first because it proves he is not mad, he does not regard himself as fully identical with Cohen-Sue, and, secondly, because he doesn't fully understand how right he is. In fact, it is when he was the butterfly that he apprehended one of the roots of his identity, that he was, and is, in his essence, that butterfly who paints himself with his own colors, and it is because of this that, in the last resort, he is Cohen-Sue. Jacques Lacan, The Split Between the I and the 993. Gaze. The key scene in Cronenberg's A History of Violence sees the local sheriff addressing the hero, Tom Stahl, after a series of violent killings have disrupted the life of the small Midwest town in which they both live. It just doesn't all add up. Superficially, A History of Violence is Cronenberg's most accessible film since 1983's The Dead Zone. Yet it is a film whose surface plausibility doesn't quite cohere. All the pieces are there, but, when you look closely, they can't be made to fit together. Something sticks out. What makes A History of Violence unsettling to the last is its uneasy relationship to genre. Is it a thriller, a family drama, a bleak comedy, or a transgeneric allegory. This generic hesitation means that it is a film suffused with the uncanny. Even when the standard motions of the thriller or the family drama are gone through, there is something awry, so that a history of violence views like a thriller assembled by a psychotic, someone who has learned the conventions of the genre off by heart but who can't make them work. Perversely, but appropriately for a Cronenberg picture, it is this not quite working that makes the film so gripping. The near-total absence of the prosthetics and FX for which Cronenberg is renowned from a history of violence has been remarked upon by most critics. In fact, Cronenberg's renunciation of such imagery has been a gradual process, dating back at least as far as Crash, but it has subtlest, rather than removed, his trademark ontological queasiness. Myth is everywhere in a history of violence, not only in the hokey small-town normality which is threatened, nor in the urban underworld of organized crime that threatens to encroach upon it and destroy it, but also in the conflict between the two. A town like Millbrook, the Indiana setting for a history of violence, has been as likely to feature in American cinema as an image of menaced innocence in its own right. Comparisons with Lynch are inevitable, but it is Hitchcock, not Lynch, who is the most compelling parallel. The Hitchcock comparison goes far beyond surface details, significant as they are, such as the fact that, as the Guardian Review reminds us, A History of Violence's main street resembles the one in Phoenix, Arizona, where the real estate office is to be found in Psycho. There is a much deeper affinity between A History of Violence and Hitchcock which can be readily identified when we recall Zizek's classic analysis of Hitchcock's methodology. In Looking Awry, Zizek compares Hitchcock's phallic montage with the anal montage of conventional cinema. Let us take, for example, a scene depicting the isolated home of a rich family encircled by a gang of robbers threatening to attack it. The scene gains enormously in effectiveness if we contrast the idyllic everyday life within the house with the threatening preparations of the criminals outside. If we show in alternation the happy family at dinner, the boisterousness of the children, father's benevolent reprimands, etc., and the sadistic smile of a robber, another checking his knife or gun, a third grasping the house's balustrade. In what would the passage to the phallic stage consist? In other words, how would Hitchcock shoot the same scene? The first thing to remark is that the content of the scene does not lend itself to Hitchcockian suspense insofar as it rests upon a simple counterpoint of idyllic interior and threatening exterior. We should therefore transpose this flat, horizontal doubling of the action onto a vertical level. The menacing horror should be placed outside, next to the idyllic interior but well within it, under it, as its repressed underside. Let us imagine, for example, the same happy family dinner shown from the point of view of a rich uncle, their invited guest. In the midst of the dinner, the guest suddenly sees too much, observes what he was not supposed to notice, some incongruous detail arousing in him the suspicion that the hosts plan to poison him in order to inherit his fortune. Such a surplus knowledge has, so to speak, an abyssal effect. The action is in a way redoubled in itself, endlessly reflected as in a double mirror play. Things appear in a totally different light, though they stay the same. What is fascinating about A History of Violence is that it recapitulates this passage from the anal to the phallic within its own narrative development, entirely appropriate for a film that shows, as Graham Fuller puts it, the return of the phallus. Registered it begins, precisely, with the non-Hitchcockian contrast between a threatening outside and an idyllic inside. But as the film develops, it effectively retopologizes itself, interiorizing the threat, or, more accurately, showing that the outside has always been inside. The Hitchcockian blot, the thing that doesn't fit, is the hero himself. The film's central enigma is the staid, Pacific Tom Stall really the psychopathic assassin Joey Cusack? Can be resolved into the question, which Hitchcock film we are watching? Is A History of Violence a rehashing of The Wrong Man or Shadow of a Doubt? Disturbingly, it turns out that it is both at the same time. Shadow of a Doubt is the working out of a family scene much like the one described by Zizek above, although in that case, it is the guest, the rich uncle, who is the threat to the domestic idol. The uncle is a killer of rich widows who has holed up in the house of his sister's family to hide from the police. The wrong man, meanwhile, sees a family destroyed when the father is falsely accused. In shadow of a doubt, the uncle's malevolence means that he must die so that the family idol can be preserved. Only the Teresa Wright character knows the truth, the rest of the family, and the big other of the community, are kept in ignorance. But of the family members in A History of Violence, by the end of the film, only the youngest child could plausibly not be aware that the family scene has always been a simulation. Crucial in this respect is the response of Stahl's wife, Edie, as Ballard observed in his piece on A History of Violence in The Guardian. A dark pit has opened in the floor of the living room, and she can see the appetite for cruelty and murder that underpins the foundations of her domestic life. Her husband's loving embraces hide brutal reflexes honed by eons of archaic violence. This is a nightmare replay of the desperate hours, where escaping convicts sees a middle-class family in their sedate suburban home, but with the difference that the family must accept that their previous picture of their docile lives was a complete illusion. Now they know the truth and realize who they really are. But this isn't so much a matter of accepting reality in the raw, as it were, but, very much to the contrary, it is a question of accepting that the only livable reality is a simulation. Where at the start of the film, Edie play-acts the role of a cheerleader for Tom's sexual delectation, by the end she is play-acting for real. If, as Zizek argued in Welcome to the Desert of the Real, 9/11 was already a recapitulation of the ultimate American paranoiac fantasy of an individual living in a small idyllic city, a consumerist paradise, who suddenly starts to suspect that the world he lives in is a fake registered a kind of real-life staging of the Matrix, then A History of Violence may be the first post-9/11 film in which the American idol is deliberately and knowingly reconstructed as simulation. When you dream, do you dream you're Joey? The mobster Fogarty asks Tom Stahl, perhaps deliberately echoing Chuang-Tzu's story of a man who dreamt he was a butterfly. Chuang-Tzu famously no longer knows if he is a butterfly dreaming that he was Chuang-Tzu or Chuang-Tzu dreaming that he is a butterfly. Is Tom Stahl the dream of Joey Cusack, or is Joey Cusack the bad dream of Tom Stahl? It's no surprise that Lacan should have fixed upon this story, and Fogarty's question contains an analyst's assumption: the reality of Tom lies not at the level of the everyday empirical but at the level of desire. The real of Stahl/Cusack is to be found, fittingly, in the desert, the space of subjective destitution where Stahl says that he killed Joey. In an interesting but ultimately unconvincing piece in Sight and Sound, Graham Fuller argues that we should read the film as Stahl's fantasy. Who is Joey Cusack? The movie ponders at its midpoint as it leaves Western territory behind and plunges into a dark pool of noir. But the more fruitful question is, who is Tom Stahl, if not whom Fogarty claims he is, and why does he have a superego alter ego? The name Stahl indicates stasis. Though he is a diligent, caring husband and father, Tom knows he hasn't made much of himself in life, and, we learn, harbors resentment towards his estranged wealthy brother, who considers him a fool. This chip on Tom's shoulder explains his daydreaming, which, born of repression, aligns him with such literary and movie dreamers as Walter Mitty and Billy Liar, whose fantasies of themselves as all-conquering heroes are 9. Redolent of crippling neuroses, even impotence. Tempting as it is, this interpretation is unsatisfactory for a number of reasons. It is guilty of the same oniric derealization which has blighted responses to both Lynch's Mulholland Drive and Kubrick's Eyes Wide Shut, both of which have been interpreted as long dream sequences. Such readings ultimately amount to an attempt to put to rest the film's ontological threat, ironing out all their anomalies by attributing them to an interiorist delirium. The problem is that this denies both the libidinal reality of dreams. We wake ourselves from dreams, Lacan suggests, in order to flee the real of our desires, at the same time as it ignores the way in which ordinary, everyday reality is dependent for its consistency on fantasy. It also makes the empiricist presupposition that the quotidian and the banal have more reality than violence, the message of the film is rather that the two are inextricable. In the end, Stahl as the fantasy of Cusack is much more interesting than Cusack as the fantasy of Stahl. Is the American small-town idol the fantasy of a psychopath? After Guantanamo Bay, after Abu Ghraib, this question has a special piquancy. The challenge that a history of violence poses to the audience comes from the fact that we fully identify with Stahl/Joey's violence. We gain enormous enjoyment when the hoods are dispatched with maximum efficiency. When we dream, do we dream we're Joey? Do we dream as Joey? Do we dream of being Tom, innocent, regular people, no blood on our hands? Are our real, everyday lives really only this dream? At the same time as we enjoy Joey's hyper-violent killing of the gangsters, we know that it is impossible for us to position them as the outside and Stahl/Joey as the inside, and the film reinforces the lesson that Zizek thought we should have learned in the aftermath of 9/11. Whenever we encounter such a purely evil outside, we should gather the courage to endorse the Hegelian lesson: in this pure outside, we should recognize the distilled version of our own essence. For the last 5 centuries, the prosperity and peace of the civilized West was bought by the export of ruthless violence and destruction into the barbarian outside, the long story from the conquest of America to the slaughter in Congo. Registered. The most disturbing aspect about the film's violence is not the gore that results from it, but the reptilian mechanism of its execution. There are no wisecracking one-liners, instead. Once the killings are completed with a coiled spring autonomic power, there is an entranced animal calm, a machine exhaustion. A history of violence suggests that 21st century America is a less a country in which violence is a repressed underside than that it is Mobian band where if you begin with ultra-violence you will eventually end up with homely banality, and vice versa. In the final scene, when Tom returns to his house, everything appears in a totally different light, though it has stayed the same. The images of domesticity have now become images of domesticity, the meatloaf and the mashed potato have become meatloaf and mashed potato, reflexively placed icons of American normality, the very definition of the unhomely, the unheimlich, the uncanny. Such, as Zizek said in the 9/11 piece, is the nature of late capitalist consumerist society, where real social life itself somehow acquires the features of a staged fake. This is a simulated scenario far bleaker than that of the Truman Show or Dick's Time Out of Joint, since it has been freely and knowingly embraced by the subjects themselves. There is no them behind the scenes orchestrating and choreographing the simulation. At the end of film, everyone is fooling but no one is fooled. Notes on Cronenberg's existence. Can what is playing you make it to level 2? Asked Nick Land in his 1994 discussion of cyber theory. Meltdown. Land's intuition that computer games would provide the best way to understand subjectivity and agency in digital culture was also the gambit of David Cronenberg's 1999 film Existence. The film takes place in a near future in which games are capable of generating simulated environments which can barely be distinguished from real life. Instead of computer terminals or game consoles, players use organic game pods, which are connected directly to the players' bodies via bioports in their spines. The main characters are Ted Pickle and Allegra Geller. We are first of all led to believe that Pickle is a neophyte game player, being reluctantly initiated into the game world by Geller, who at this point seems to be the designer of the game which they are playing. The two are pitched into a complex intrigue, a struggle between rival games corporations, and between game players and realists, those who believe that the games are corroding the structure of reality itself. This corrosion is performed by the film itself, with what one of the characters memorably describes as reality bleed-through effects, so that the reality layers only very weakly differentiated in any case become difficult to distinguish. By the end it seems that both Existence the game and what we had taken to be real life are embedded inside another game, Transcendency, but by now we cannot be sure of anything. The last line of dialogue is "Tell me the truth, are we still in the game?" At the time of release, it seemed like Existence was a late arriving take on a series of themes and tropes familiar from 1980s cyberpunk ideas Cronenberg had helped to shape in Videodrome. In retrospect, however, it is possible to see existence as part of a rash of late 1990s and early 2000s films, including The Matrix and Vanilla Sky, which marked transition from what Alan Greenspan called the irrational exuberance of the 1990s bubble economy into the early 21st century war on terror moment. There is an abrupt mood shift toward the end of existence, with a military insurrection complete with heavy artillery and explosions. For the most part, though, the dominant mood is more quotidian. By contrast with the hyper-conspicuous CGI of The Matrix, with which it was destined to be most compared, existence is sparing in its use of special effects. The look is subdued, resolutely non-spectacular, there is a lot of brown. The brownness seems like a refusal of the gloss that will increasingly come to coat the artifacts of digital culture. With its dreary trout farms, ski lodges, and repurposed churches, the world of existence have a mundane, lived-in quality. Or rather worked in. Much of the film happens in workplaces, gas station, factory, workshop, and this dimension of the film is what now seems prophetic. Though never explicitly discussed, labor is something like an ambient theme, omnipresent but unarticulated. The key to existence self-reflexivity is its preoccupation with the conditions of its own production. It presents us with an uncanny compression, in which the front end of late capitalist culture, its cutting-edge entertainment systems, fold back into the normally unseen back end. The clamor of capitalist semiotics, the frenzy of branding sigils and signals, is curiously muted in existence. Instead of being part of the background hum of experience, as they are in both everyday life and the typical Hollywood movie, brand names appear only rarely in existence. The ones that do appear, most of them the names of games companies, leap out of the screen. The generic naming of space is in fact one of the running jokes in the film. A country gas station is simply called country gas station, a motel is called motel. This is part of the flat affect, the strange tonelessness, which governs most of the film. The digitization of culture which we take for granted now was only in its infancy in 1999, broadband was a few years off, as was the iPod, and existence has little to tell us about the digital communications equipment that proliferated in the decade after it was released. Handheld devices do not play any major role in existence. The glowing phone belonging to Pickle is thrown out of a car window by Geller and, with its longeurs, its lingering in dead time, the film is very far from registering the jittery, attention-dispersing effects of always-on mobile technology. The most resonant aspects of existence do not reside in the body horror which was then still Cronenberg's signature, although the scenes of the characters being connected to their organic game pod by bioports are typically grisly. Nor are they to be found in the perplexity expressed by characters as to whether they are inside a simulation or not. This is a theme that was already familiar from Videodrome, as well as Verhoeven's Total Recall, both of which took their inspiration from Philip K. Dick's fiction. Instead, it is the idea, in some ways stranger and more disturbing than the notion that reality is fake, that subjectivity is a simulation, which is the distinctive insight of existence. This idea emerges, in the first place, through confronting other automated consciousnesses, entities that seem autonomous but in fact can only respond to certain trigger phrases or actions that move the gameplay down a predetermined pathway. Some of the most memorable scenes in existence show encounters with these read-only memory beings. We see one of the characters locked in a game loop, silently lolling his head while waiting to hear the keywords that will provoke him back into action. Later, a clerk is seen repeatedly clicking a pen as a background character. He is programmed not to respond until his name is called. More disturbing than the third-person encounter with these programmed drones is Pickle's experience of subjectivity being interrupted by an automatic behavior. At one point, he suddenly finds himself saying, "It's none of your business who sent us. We're here and that is all that matters." He is shocked at the expostulation, "God, what happened? I didn't 664 mean to say that." "It's your character who said it," Geller explains. "It's kind of a schizophrenic feeling, isn't it? You'll get used to it. There are things that have to be said to advance the plot and establish the characters, and those things get said whether you want to say them or not. Don't fight it. Pickle later grimly notes that it makes no difference whether he fights these game urges or not. The emphasis on the curtailing of free will is one reason that Cronenberg's claim that the film is existentialist propaganda seems odd. Existentialism was a philosophy which claimed that human beings are condemned to be free, and that any attempt to avoid responsibility for one's actions amounts to bad faith. There is an absolute difference between the for itself and what Sartre called the in itself, the inert world of objects, denuded of consciousness. Yet existence, in common with much of Cronenberg's work, troubles the distinction between the for itself and the in itself. Machines turn out to be anything but inert, just as human subjects end up behaving like passive automata. As in Videodrome before it, existence draws out all the ambiguities of the concept of the player. On the one hand, the player is the one in control, the agent; on the other, the player is the one being played, the passive substance directed by external forces. At first, it seems that Pickle and Geller are for itself, capable of making choices, albeit within set parameters. The game characters, meanwhile, are the in itself. But when Pickle experiences game urges, he is both in itself and for itself. To appreciate existence's contemporary resonance, it is necessary to connect the manifest theme of artificial and controlled consciousness with the latent theme of work. For what do the scenes in which characters are locked in fugues or involuntary behavior loops resemble if not the call center world of 21st century labor, in which quasi-automatism is expected of workers, as if the undeclared condition of employment were to surrender subjectivity and become nothing more than a biolinguistic appendage tasked with repeating set phrases that make a mockery of anything resembling conversation. The difference between interacting with the ROM construct and being our own construct neatly maps onto the difference between telephoning a call center and working in one. In Being and Nothingness, Sartre famously used the example of the waiter, someone who overplays the role of waiter to the extent that they eliminate their own subjectivity. The power of Sartre's example depends upon the tension between the would-be automatism of the waiter's behavior and the awareness that, behind the mechanical rituals of the waiter's overperformance of his role, is a consciousness that remains distinct from that role. In existence, however, we are confronted with the possibility that agency can genuinely be interrupted by the inflexible stiffness of some kind of automaton. In any case, existence compels us to reread Sartre's description of the waiter in its terms, especially since one of the most horrific scenes of Being Played features none other than a waiter. Pickle and Geller are sitting in a restaurant when Pickle feels himself overcome by a game urge. Pickle: you know, I do feel the urge to kill someone here. Geller: who? Pickle: I need to kill our waiter. Geller: oh. Well, that makes sense. Waiter. Waiter. Geller: when he comes over, do it. Don't hesitate. Pickle: but, everything in the game is so realistic, I don't think I really could. Geller: you won't be able to stop yourself. You might as well enjoy it. Pickle: free will is obviously not a big factor in this little world of ours. Geller: it's like real life. There's just enough to make it interesting. You won't be able to stop yourself, you might as well enjoy it. This phrase captures all too well the fatalism of those who have given up the hope of having any control over their lives and work. Here, existence emerges, not as existentialist propaganda but as decisively anti-existentialist. Free will is not an irreducible fact about human existence, it is merely the unpreprogrammed sequence necessary to stitch together a narrative that is already written. There is no real choice over the most important aspects of our life and work, existence suggests. Such choice as there is exists one level up: we can choose to accept and enjoy our becoming in itself, or reject it. This is a kind of deflation in advance of all of the claims about interactivity that communicative capitalism will trumpet in the decade after existence was released. Autonomous theorists have referred to a turn away from factory work toward what they call cognitive labor. Yet work can be effective and linguistic without being cognitive, like a waiter, the call center worker can perform attentiveness without having to think. For these non-cognitive workers, indeed, thought is a privilege to which they are not entitled. The muted tones of existence anticipate a digital era banality, and it is the banal quality of life in a digitally automated environment, human-sounding voices that announce arrivals and departures at a railway station, voice recognition software which fails to recognize our voices, call center employees drilled into mechanically repeating a set script that existence captures so well. I filmed it so I didn't have to remember it myself. I was reminded of a history of violence while watching Andrew Uretsky's ultra-disturbing documentary capturing the Freedmans on Channel 4's new digital service, More 4, the other night. Capturing the Freedmans is about a family from Great Neck, New York State, two of whose members pleaded guilty to serious sexual offenses and were consequently jailed. Were they guilty? We can be reasonably confident only that Arnold had pedophiliac tendencies, and owned child pornography. He also confessed to having had some sort of sexual contact, short of sodomy, with two boys, but not in Great Neck. The rest is an enigma which makes Rashomon seem like an open and shut case. Jesse's role, for instance, is desperately unclear. The supposed victims claimed that Jesse had participated in, and assisted with, his father's violent abuses. But a campaigner cast doubt on the victims' testimony, none of which was corroborated by any physical evidence, and most of which seemed to have been recovered after they had been hypnotized. The gaps in the Friedman narrative are all the more glaring because of the plethora of recorded material that is available. This was a family that seemed like many now, I suppose, to obsessively record itself. Part of the capturing of the Friedmans is their capturing of themselves, on film and on tape. A documentary like this only became possible now that filming technology, cine cameras and later camcorders had become widely available for the first time, and kids are filmed from the moment of birth. The whole thing felt like a grim counterpoint to the proto-reality TV documentary of the Loud family Baudrillard discussed in Precession of Simulacra. In a way, the most painful material consists of home movie footage of the Friedmans shot in the 1970s, in which they look for all the world like a perfectly happy family, the kids mugging and clowning for the cameras. Never has Deleuze's observation that family photos are, by their very nature, profoundly misleading, been more bitterly borne out. Later, as the trials start and the recriminations follow, the family filmed and audiotaped themselves ripping each other to shreds. Why did they continue to film? How do they remember, those who do not film, asks Chris Marker in Sense So Lyle. But why would the Friedmans want to remember their journey into hell? Who could possibly want to film this? In Lost Highway, Fred Madison claimed that he hated the thought of videotaping his own life because he liked to remember things in his own way. In an uncanny complement to this, David Friedman, who recorded the events of the day Jesse was sentenced to 18 years imprisonment, said that he filmed it so I didn't have to remember it myself. The machines remember, so we don't have to. Spectres of Marker and the reality of the third way. Watching Chris Marker's L'Enfant de l'Air Est Rouge last week made for a somewhat ambivalent experience, even though the film is, ostensibly, a catalogue of disappointments. Its registering of a time when there were challenges no matter how inchoate, messy, contradictory to the existing order, cannot but offer some inspiration in these much bleaker times. A Grin Without a Cat, originally released in 1977 but given a new post-89 epilogue by Marker in 1992, is an epic montage meditation on what Marker called the Third World War, the hydra-headed revolutionary or would-be revolutionary struggles of the 60s and the 70s. Marker constructed the film entirely out of archive material, shooting no original footage, and producing associations, connections, foreshadowings and underscore echoes through masterly editing. The effect, especially if you are not minutely familiar with events in France, Vietnam, Algeria, Bolivia, Cuba, and Czechoslovakia, is disorientating, vertiginous. You find yourself quantum leapt into the middle of a jostling crowd scene. No sooner have you got your bearings there when you abruptly find yourself in another place, another time. Marker's commentary spoken by a number of actors gives you clues, epigraphs, rather than explication. But Marker's aim not to render the period from 67 to 77 as objective history to be pontificated upon by experts for whom the meaning of the events is already established, nor, even worse, to produce a vanguardist version of I Heart 1968, in which sighing former revolutionaries look back on anger with the tender contempt of contemporary wisdom. No, the point was to present the events in becoming, to restore to them a subjectivity that retrospection structurally forecloses. At one stage in the film, Marker's commentary ruefully notes that while revolutionaries, failed revolutionaries, and ex-revolutionaries devoted all their attention to the formation of the new left, the new right was coalescing, unnoticed. Cue images of Valéry Giscard d'Estaing playing football in a carefully cultivated attempt to look sporty and modern. The PR director of Citroën muses on the science of management and looks forward to the incorporation of leftist desire into capital that would become post-Fordism. Cut to now, where the images of even an ultimately failed militancy belong to a past. A past that was not in one sense. Even mine, that was over before I was born in July 1968. Yet the reverberations continued for a few years yet, were an unacknowledged background to the things that I enjoyed in the late 70s and early 80s. For those of us arriving after the event, the significance of convulsions documented in Marker's film could only be apprehended much later, once their effects had completely ebbed away and the reality principles were restored. Marcus' Lipstick Traces, whose temporal jump cutting in many ways recalls that of Marker's film, goes some way to establishing the connections between the events remembered in A Grin Without a Cat and those that began in the UK at more or less the time that the film was completed. A Cheshire Cat's Grin, Lipstick Traces on a Cigarette, Spectres of Marx, Marcus, Derrida, and Marker come to see ruptures, revolts and revolutions as ghostly residue, thin stains on the seamless surfaces of post-Cold War capital. The untranslatable French title of Marker's film suggests possibilities that hovered and haunted without ever making themselves real. At the Marker conference held at the ICA a few years ago, Barry Langford argued that, rather than the specter of communism famously invoked by Marx in the opening lines of the Communist Manifesto, for both A Grin Without a Cat and Marx's The Civil War in France 100 years before it, it is the phantom of revolution that haunts Marx and Marker alike, that is, the fear that revolution will ultimately prove, precisely, phantasmic. If Marx and Marker's fear was that revolution would only be a specter, our suspicion is that it will not turn out to be even that the stricken ghosts have been put to flight once and for all. The struggles in A Grin Without a Cat might have been defeated, might even have contributed to a more ferociously effective reaction, but the pressures that those events brought to bear almost had very immediate effects. By contesting the possible, by rejecting realism, they could not but have altered expectations about what was acceptable in the workplace, about what could happen in everyday life. The revolutions were cultural, which is to say, they understood that culture and politics could not be conceived in isolation from one another. Both Althusser and the situationist-inspired students of 68, in many ways so opposed, could agree on at least one thing, that cultural products were never merely cultural. In their condemnations of recuperated spectacle and ideological apparatuses, they granted a weight to cultural products which few would countenance now. I felt the contrast between what Marker's film recounted and contemporary realities especially painfully last week when I went on a TUC training course with members of NATFE from other FE colleges. The stories of increased casualization, of newly punitive sickness policies, of lecturers being sacked and forced to reapply for their jobs, of the imposition of more and more targets and spurious measurable, each entailing yet more pointless, window-dressing paperwork, confirmed what, individually, we all already knew. The further education sector is in crisis, its problems only symptomatic of a wider malaise in UK education as a whole. Further education colleges, out of local education authority control since 1992, show the way in which a reformed education will develop. The recent report which stated that students spoon-fed at A-level cannot cope with university study would come as little surprise to few A-level teachers and lecturers. The pressure to meet government targets means that quality and breadth of teaching is sacrificed for the narrow goal of passing the exam, an instrumentalization of education that fully accepts that its only role is to reproduce the labor force. Far, far away from 68, at the core of whose conflagrations was education, and the question of what it could it be more than an ideological training camp, a carceral institution? One thing that occurred to me last week, prompted by the contrast between markers then and are now, was that the third way is not entirely a phantasm, an ideological dupe. There is in fact a reality to the third way, and it is the reality of bureaucracy. That is what is left once politics has become administration. It's hard to believe that public services are not more clogged with bureaucracy than they were pre-Thatcher. Certainly, education is choked with the stuff, targets, action plans, logbooks, all of them required conditions for funding by the Learning and Skills Council, and assessed by Ofsted, whose threat no longer takes the form of an invasive external entity arriving every 2 or 3 years, but has become introjected into the institution itself, through the permanent panoptic vigilance of a bloated managerial strata determined to overcompensate in order to fully ensure it is meeting central government's demands. This is the reality of market Stalinism in education. Is there a way to challenge or roll back the slow, implacable, rapacious proliferation of bureaucracy? Only by a collective action that seems inconceivable now. Only by a change in the ideological climate. Only by a switch in the cultural atmosphere. Where to start? While we search, desperately, for cracks in the possible, bureaucracy, that steel spider, patiently spins its grey web. Disidentity politics. The discussion of V for Vendetta has been far more interesting than the film deserved. Yes, there is a certain frisson in seeing a major Hollywood movie refusing to unequivocally condemn terrorism, but the political analysis in the film is really rather threadbare. That is Moore's fault, it can't be blamed on the Wachowskis. Like all of Moore's work, V for Vendetta is considerably less than the sum of its parts. I've complained before of finding Moore's continual efforts to reassure himself and his readers of their erudition every time you are about to succumb to the fictional world. It's as if Moore taps you on your shoulder and say, "We're too good for this, aren't we folks?" Highly distracting and irritating. As for V for Vendetta's politics apart from the subjective destitution scenes, they amount in large part to the familiar populist ideology which maintains that the world is controlled by a corrupt oligarchy that could be overthrown if only people knew about it. Stephen Shavero says that rather than trying to please all demographics, identifies a deeply religious, homophobic, ultra-patriotic, imperialistic surveillance state as the source of oppression. But isn't this precisely appealing to all demographics, since few homophobic fascists will identify themselves as homophobic fascists, and it's hard to imagine anyone warming to Hertz foaming at the mouth ranter, still less voting for him. Postmodern fascism is a disavowed fascism, just as homophobia survives as disavowed homophobia. The strategy is to refuse the identification while pursuing the political program. We of course deplore fascism and homophobia, but, the Wachowskis' government bans the Quran, but that is the last thing that Blair and Bush would ever do. No, they will praise Islam as a threat religion of peace while bombing Muslims. Blair's authoritarian populism is far more sinister than V for Vendetta's pantomime autocracy precisely because Blair is so successful at presenting himself as the reasonable, honest bloke on the side of the common man. Similarly, Bush's linguistic incompetence, far from being an impediment to his success, has been crucial to it, since it has allowed him to pose as a man of the people, belying his privileged Harvard and Yale-educated background. It is significant in fact that class is not mentioned at all in the film. As Jameson Riley notes in Marx's Purloined Letter, it is not particularly surprising that the system should have a vested interest in distorting the categories whereby we think class and in foregrounding gender and race, which are far more amenable to liberal ideal solutions. The climactic scenes of V for Vendetta, in which the people rise up, made me think, not of some great political event, but rather of the Make Poverty History campaign, a protest with which no one could possibly disagree. The comparison with Fight Club does for Vendetta no favors. The targets of Tyler Durden's terrorism were not the fusty symbols of the political class but the franchise coffee bars and skyscrapers of impersonal capital. I'm no fan of the Wachowskis' Matrix, but it succeeded in two ways that V for Vendetta never will. The Matrix has become a massively propagated pulp mythos. More importantly, it suggested that what counts as real is an eminently political question. That ontological dimension is what is missing from the progressive populist model, in which the masses cannot but appear as dupes, fooled by the lies of the elite but ready to effectuate change the moment they are made aware of the truth. The reality, of course, is that the masses are under few illusions about the ruling elite. The subject supposed not to know is a figure of populist fantasies more than that, the duped subject. Awaiting factual enlightenment is the presupposition on which progressive populism rests. If the most crucial political task is to enlighten the masses about the venality of the ruling class, then the preferred mode of discourse will be denunciation. Yet, this repeats rather than challenges the logic of the liberal order. It is no accident that the Mail and the Express favor the same denunciatory mode. Attacks on politicians tend to reinforce the atmosphere of diffuse cynicism upon which capitalist realism feeds. What is needed is not more empirical evidence of the evils of the ruling class but a belief on the part of the subordinate class that what they think or say matters, that they are the only effective agents of change. This returns us to the question of reflexive impotence. Class power has always depended on a kind of reflexive impotence, with the subordinate class beliefs about its own incapacity for action reinforcing that very condition. It would, of course, be grotesque to blame the subordinate class for their subordination, but to ignore the role that their complicity with the existing order plays in a self-fulfilling circuit would, ironically, be to deny their power. Ways. There is a way, then, in which inferiority is less class consciousness than class unconsciousness, less about experience than about an unthought precondition of experience. Inferiority is in this sense an ontological hypothesis that is not susceptible to any empirical refutation. Confronted with evidence of the incompetence or corruption of the ruling class, you will still feel that, nevertheless, they must possess some agilma, some secret treasure, that confers upon them the right to occupy the position of dominance. Enough has already been written about the kind of class displacement people like myself have experienced. Dennis Potter's Nigel Barton plays remain perhaps the most vivid anatomies of the loneliness and agony experienced by those who have been projected out of the confining, comforting fatalism of the working class community and into the incomprehensible, abhorrently seductive rituals of the privileged world. A drive from nowhere leaves you in the cold, as the Associates sang in Club Country, every breath you breathe belongs to someone there. There is a Cartesian paradox about such experiences, in that they are significant only because they produce a distanciation from experience as such. After undergoing them, it is no longer to conceive of experience as some natural or primitive ontological category. Class, previously a background assumption, suddenly interposes itself not so much as a side for heroic struggle, but as a whole menagerie of minor shames, embarrassments and resentments. What had been taken for granted is suddenly revealed to be a contingent structure, producing certain effects. Nevertheless, that structure is tenacious. The assumption of inferiority constitutes something like a core programming which makes sense of the world in advance. To think of oneself as capable of doing a professional job, for instance, requires a traumatic shift in perspective, and if there are confidence crises and nervous breakdowns, they will be very often the consequence of the core programming intermittently reasserting itself. The real lesson to draw from Potter's Barton plays is not the fatalist heroic one about the agonies of the charismatic individual confronting intransigent social structures. The plays have to be read instead against class as ethnicity and for class as structure. In any case, as they make clear, the occult machineries of social structure produce the visible ethnicities of language, behavior, and cultural expectations. The play's demand is not for a reacceptance into the rejecting community, nor a full accession into the elite, but for a mode of collectivity yet to come. Potter's challenges to naturalism, then, become far more than mere Pomo trickery. His foregrounding of the way in which fictions structure reality, and oft role that television itself plays in this process, brings to the fore all the ontological issues that worthier, more traditional social realist writers conceal or distort. There is no realism, Potter suggests, beyond the real of class antagonism. Now is perhaps the time to address two good questions that Bat mailed in response to the reflexive impotence post. First, Bat asked, is the situation for French teenagers different from that of their British counterparts? This is easily dealt with, since, after all, it was the very problem with which the post aimed to deal. French students are far more embedded in a Fordist/disciplinary framework than are British students. In education and employment, the disciplinary structures survive in France, providing some contrast with, and resistance to, the cyberspatial pleasure matrix. Bat's second question raised more important issues. Doesn't talking about reflexive impotence reinforce the very interpassive nihilism it supposedly condemns? I would say that the exact opposite is the case. I've had more mail about the reflexive impotence post than any other, mostly, actually, from teenagers and students who recognize the condition but who, far from being further depressed by seeing it analyzed, find its identification inspiring. There are very good Spinozist and Althusserian reasons for this, seeing the network of cause and effect in which we are enchained is already freedom. By contrast, what is depressing is the implacable poptimism of the official culture, forever exhorting us to be excited about the latest dreary shiny cultural product and hectoring us for failing to be sufficiently positive. A certain vulgar delusionism, preaching against any kind of negativity, provides the theology for this compulsory excitation, evangelizing on the endless delights available if only we consume harder. But what it is so often inspiring in politics as much as in popular culture is the capacity to annihilate present conditions. The annihilative slogan is neither "be things are good, there is no need for change," nor "things are bad, they cannot change, but things are bad, therefore they must change." This brings us to subjective destitution, which, unlike Steve Chavarot, I think is a precondition of any revolutionary action. The scenes of Evie's subjective destitution in V for Vendetta are the only ones which had any real political charge. For that reason, they were the only scenes which produced any real discomfort. The rest of the film does little to upset the liberal sensibilities which we all carry around with us. The liberal program articulates itself not only through the logic of rights, but also, crucially, through the notion of identity, and V is attacking both Evie's rights and her identity. Steve says that you can't will subjective destitution. I, however, would say that you can only will it, since it is the existential choice in its purest form. Subjective destitution is not something that happens in any straightforward empirical sense, it is, rather, an event precisely in the sense of being an incorporeal transformation, an ontological reframing to which you must assent. Evie's choice is between defending her identity, which, naturally, also amounts to a defense of the ontological framework which conferred that identity upon her, and affirming the evacuation of all previous identifications. What this brings out with real clarity is the opposition between liberal identity politics and proletarian disidentity politics. Identity politics seeks respect and recognition from the master class, disidentity politics seeks the dissolution of the classifactory apparatus itself. That is why British students are, potentially, far more likely to be agents of revolutionary change than are their French counterparts. The depressive, totally dislocated from the world, is in a better position to undergo subjective destitution than someone who thinks that there is some home within the current order that can still be preserved and defended. Whether on a psychiatric ward, or prescription drugged into zombie oblivion in their own domestic environment, the millions who have suffered massive mental damage under capitalism, the decommissioned Fordist robots now on incapacity benefit, as well as the reserve army of the unemployed who have never worked, might well turn out to be the next revolutionary class. They really do have nothing to lose. You have always been the caretaker, the spectral spaces of the Overlook Hotel. What is anachronistic about the ghost story is its peculiarly contingent and constitutive dependence of physical place and, in particular, on the material house as such. No doubt, in some pre-capitalist forms, the past manages to cling stubbornly to open spaces, such as a gallows hill or a sacred burial ground, but in the golden age of this genre, the ghost is at one with a building of some antiquity, not death as such, then, but the sequence of such dying generations is the scandal. Reawakened by the ghost story for a bourgeois culture which has triumphantly stamped out ancestor worship and the objective memory of the clan or extended family, thereby sentencing itself to the lifespan of the biological individual. No building more appropriate to express this than the Grand Hotel itself, with its successive seasons whose vaster rhythms mark the transformation of American leisure classes from the late 19th century down to the vacations of present-day consumer society. Frederick Jameson, Historicism in The Shining. Precisely because it is so centrally about repetition, The Shining is a deeply psychoanalytic fiction. You might say that it translates psychoanalysis family dramas into the stuff of horror, except that it does rather more. It demonstrates what many have long suspected, that psychoanalysis already belongs to the genre of horror. Where else could we place concepts such as the death drive, the uncanny, trauma, the compulsion to repeat? Yet The Shining is about repetition in a cultural, as well as a psychoanalytic sense. Hence Jameson's interest. Jameson, after all, has theorized postmodernity in terms of repetition, albeit a repetition that is disavowed. The nostalgia mode he refers to names an all but ubiquitous yet largely unacknowledged mode of repetition, in a culture in which the conditions for the original and the groundbreaking are no longer in place, or are in place only in very exceptional circumstances. The nostalgia in question is neither a psychological nor an affective category. It is structural and cultural, not a matter of an individual or a collective longing for the past. Almost to the contrary, the nostalgia mode is about the inability to imagine anything other than the past, the incapacity to generate forms that can engage with the present, still less the future. It is Jameson's claim that representations of the future, in fact, are increasingly likely to come to us garbed in the forms of the past. Blade Runner, with its well-known debt to film noir, is exemplary here. According to Jameson, then, The Shining, then, is a metageneric reflection on the ghost story. Yet I want to claim The Shining does not belong to postmodernity, but rather to postmodernity's doppelganger, hauntology. We could go so far as to say that it is a meta-reflection on postmodernity itself. As Jameson reminds us, The Shining is also about a failed writer, a would-be novelist who yearns to be virile writer in the strong modernist mold, but who is fated to be a passive surface on which the hotel itself, a palimpsest of fantasies and atrocities, an echo chamber of memories and anticipations, will inscribe its pathologies and homicidal intent. Or, it would be better to say, for this is the horrible dischronic temporal mode proper to the Overlook, it will have always done. The Overlook and the real. Around him, he could hear the Overlook Hotel coming to life. Stephen King, The Shining ***. There is no escape from the infinite corridors of the Overlook. It is no gloomy castle, easily relegated to an obsolete genre. Neither is it a supernatural relic that will crumble to dust when exposed to the harsh light of scientific reason. Concealed behind the alluring ghosts of the hotel's imaginary which seduce Jack, the horrors that stalk the Overlook's corridors belong to the real. The real is that which keeps repeating, that which reasserts itself no matter how you seek to flee it. The Overlook's horrors are those of the family and of history, or more concisely, they are those of family history. David A. Cook has already shown how the film version is haunted by American history degree in Cook's rendition. The Overlook, that playground of the ultra-privileged and the super-crooked, metonymically stands in for the nightmare of American history itself. A leisure hive built on top of an Indian burial ground, a potent image of a culture founded upon the genocide of the native peoples. It was as if another Overlook now lay scant inches beyond this one, separated from the real world but gradually coming into balance with it degree. Important as Cook's reflections are, as I have already indicated, I want to concentrate, not on the macro level of history, on the micro level of the family. This, inevitably, brings us to Walter Metz's valuable reflections on the way in which The Shining is intertextually bound up with the melodrama genre. A central tension in the film, a tension which for some is never quite resolved, concerns how The Shining is ultimately to be generically placed. Is it about the family or is about the supernatural? Registered. This inevitably recalls Todorov's famous claim that the fantastic is defined by the hesitation between two epistemological possibilities: if spectral forces can be explained psychologically or by some other naturalistic means, then we are dealing with the uncanny. If the specters of the supernatural cannot be exorcised, then we are dealing with the marvelous. Only while we oscillate between the two possibilities do we confront the fantastic. The marvel uncanny, the fantastic marvelous melodrama, the ghost story. Noting that most critics have regarded The Shining as a case of the marvelous, Metz positions The Shining as an example of the uncanny. But I want to argue that The Shining is important because it scrambles the terms of Todorov's schema. It is, at one and the same time, a family melodrama and a ghost story. If the ghosts are real, it is not because they are supernatural, and if the specters are psychoanalytic, that is not to say that they can be reduced to the psychological. Just the reverse, in fact, rather than the spectral being subsumed by the psychological. For psychoanalysis, the psychological can be construed as a symptom of the spectral. It is the haunting that comes first. Patriarchy as hauntology. The overlooks ghosts are inescapable because they are the specters of family history, and who of us is without a family history? The Shining is a fiction, after all, about fathers and sons. Its genesis lay in a fantasy from which King the father, still struggling with alcoholism, recoiled, but which King the writer was fascinated by. Finding his papers scattered by his son one day, King flew into a blind rage. Later he realized he could easily have struck the child. The germ of the novel was King's extrapolation from that situation. What if he had struck his son? What if he had done much worse? What if King were an alcoholic failure who merely dreamt that he is a novelist? Psychoanalysis could be crudely boiled down to the claim that we are our family history, although it is perhaps at this point that we can dispense with the term history and replace it with hauntology. The family emerges in Freud as a hauntological structure. The child is father to the man, the sins of the fathers are visited upon the children. The child who hates his father is condemned to repeat him, the abused becomes the abuser. The Shining is about patriarchy as hauntology, and that relation is nowhere more thoroughly explored than in Freud's essays on the foundations of religion. Here, Freud shows that the Holy Father, Yahweh, is indeed also a holy ghost, a spectral deity which can assert itself only through its physical absence. Freud repeated the speculative myth of the dismemberment and devouring of the father thing in Totem and Taboo 30 years later in Moses and Monotheism, a text which is itself full of repetitions and refrains. In Freud's account, there are two fathers, the obscene pair jouissance who has access to total enjoyment, and the name/no of the father of law, the symbolic order in person, who forbids and mortifies. As Zizek has shown, degree one of the most significant aspects of Totem and Taboo was to have established that the austere father of symbolic law is not originary. It is not, as the theory of the Oedipus complex had assumed, that the father is a pre-existent block to enjoyment. This block only comes into place once the father is killed. In the story as Freud recounts it, the primal horde of beta males, jealous and resentful of the tribal father, rise up one day to kill him, anticipating that they will now have unlimited access to jouissance. But this is not what transpires. The band of brothers are immediately remorseful, guilt-stricken, melancholic. Far from being able to enjoy everything, the gloomy parasital brothers are unable to enjoy anything. And far from ridding themselves of their father's loathsome domination, they find that the father dominates them all the more now that he is absent. The father's ghost preys upon their conscience. Indeed, their conscience is nothing other than the reproach of the dead father's spectral voice. In heeding this absent voice, in commemorating and propitiating it by initiating new ceremonies and codes of practice, the brothers introduce the rudimentary forms of morality and religion. God, the Father, the big other, the symbolic does not exist, but it insists through the repetition of these rituals. The Father is doubly dead. He asserts his power only when he is dead, but his power is itself only a power of death, the power to mortify live flesh, to kill enjoyment. A child is being beaten. Like father, like son. Wasn't that how it was popularly expressed? Stephen King, The Shining. The Shining shows us patriarchal dementia with its lusts, its ruses and its rationalizations from inside. We witness Jack gradually succumbing to this dementia as he becomes intoxicated by the hotel and its temptations, promises and challenges. In the soft focus, honeyed space of the gold room, Jack parties with the hotel's ghosts. He was dancing with a beautiful woman. He had no idea of what time it was, how long he had spent in the Colorado Lounge or how long he had been there in the ballroom. Time had ceased to matter. 2. In the grip of these fever dream fantasies, Jack descends into the unconscious. The unconscious is always impersonal, and especially so here, the unconscious that Jack subsides into is the unconscious of the hotel itself. His family come to seem like ball-breaking distractions from his increasing spells of enchanted communion with the hotel, and being a good father becomes synonymous with delivering Danny to the Overlook. Jack becomes convinced by the hotel's avatars which seem to reconcile the demands of the superego with those of the ID that it is his duty to bring Danny into line. Beyond the imaginary no time of the gold room, there is another mode of suspended time in the Overlook. This belongs to the real, where sequential, or chronic, clock-face time, is superseded by the fatality of repetition. It is the imaginary pleasures of the gold room, with their succulent promises of enwoming fusion, which allow Jack to fall increasingly into the hold of the hotel's real structure, the structure of abusive repetition. Danny confronts this structure as a vision of man endlessly pursuing a child with a roquet mallet. The clock face was gone. In its place was a round black hole. It led down into forever. It began to swell. The clock was gone. The room behind it? Danny tottered and then fell into the darkness that had been hiding behind the clock face all along. The small boy in the chair suddenly collapsed and lay in it at a crooked, unnatural angle, his head thrown back, his eyes staring sightlessly at the high ballroom ceiling. Down and down and down and down to the hallway, crouched in the hallway, and he had made wrong turn, trying to get back to the stairs. He had made a wrong turn and now, he saw he was in the short dead-end corridor that led only to the presidential suite, and the booming sound was coming closer, the roquet mallet whistling savagely through the air, the head of it embedding itself into the wall, cutting the silk paper, letting out small puffs of plaster dust. Here we can turn again to the image of fatality Freud uses in Moses and Monotheism, which I cited at the beginning of this essay. His strongest compulsive influence, Freud writes, arises from the impressions which impinge upon the child when we would have to regard his psychical apparatus as not yet completely receptive. The fact cannot be doubted, but it is so puzzling that we may make it more comprehensible by comparing it with a photographic exposure which can be developed after 4. Any interval of time and transformed into picture. This passage is especially piquant and suggestive when considered in relation to The Shining, given the famous final image of Kubrick's film, a photograph taken in 1923 showing Jack, surrounded by party-goers and grinning. At this moment, we cannot but be reminded of Delbert Grady's ominous claim that Jack has always been the caretaker. What I want to draw from Freud's photographic metaphor is precisely its concept of effects being distanced in time from the events which produced them. This is the psychoanalytic horror which The Shining anatomizes. Violence has been imprinted upon Jack's psychical apparatus long ago, in childhood, but it requires the spectral spaces of the Overlook Hotel to transform those impressions from an exposure into a picture, an actual act of violence. If Jack has always been the caretaker, it is because his life has always been in the abuse circuit. Jack represents an appalling structural fatality, a spectral determinism. To have always been the caretaker is never to have been a subject in his own right. Jack has only ever stood in for the symbolic and the homicidal violence which is the symbolic's obscene underside. What, after all, is the father if not the caretaker, the one who shoulders the obligations of the symbolic before passing them on to the next generation? In Jack the ghosts of the past are revived but only at the cost of his own devival. Of course, the dischronic nature of the Overlook's abusive causality events stored in the psyche will yield their effects only after time has elapsed has implications for Danny's future as well. As Metz puts it, when Jack chases Danny into the maze with axe in hand and states, "I'm right behind you, Danny," he is predicting Danny's future as well as trying to scare the boy he patriarchal beast is within. As 15 Jack might as well be saying, "I'm just ahead of you, well, Danny, I am what you will become." In the Overlook, a child is always being beaten, and the position of the abused and the position of the abuser are places in a structure. It is all too easy for the abused to become the abuser. The ominous question the Shining poses, but does not answer, is, will this happen to Danny? Is The Shining, that is to say, totem and taboo / Moses and monotheism where the father retains his spectral hold on the sons precisely through his own death, or is it anti-Oedipus? In the novel, Danny can only escape death at the hands of his father by catatonically communing with his double, Tony, whom King reveals to be an avatar of his future self. And now Tony stood directly in front of him, and looking at Tony was like staring into a magic mirror and seeing himself in 10 years. The hair was light blonde like his mother's, and yet the stamp on his features was that of his father, as if the Daniel Anthony Torrance he would someday be was a halfling caught between father and 16. Son, a ghost of both, a fusion. In the film, Danny escapes from his father by walking backwards in his footsteps. Yet we do not know if the damage has already been done. Will Danny, in surviving his father, end up taking his father's place? For Metz, these hesitations leaves the text open. It is up to Danny to grow up and build a better world, throwing off the demons of the past but always knowing that deep inside of him, the demons that possess Jack and all Americans are right beneath the surface. Danny has inherited Jack's 17 if Danny can throw off the specters of the past, legacy. There is a possibility of freedom, then, but have the strongest compulsive influences already done their work? Is Danny 2. destined to always have been the Overlook's caretaker? Coffee bars and internment camps. I've finally seen Children of Men, on DVD, after missing it at the cinema. Watching it last week I asked myself, why is its rendering of apocalypse so contemporary? British cinema, for the last 30 years as chronically sterile as the issueless population in Children of Men, has not produced a version of the apocalypse that is even remotely as well realized as this. You would have to turn to television, to the last Quatermass serial or to Threads, almost certainly the most harrowing television program ever broadcast on British TV, for a vision of British society in collapse that is as compelling. Yet the comparison between Children of Men and these two predecessors points to what is unique about the film. The final Quatermass serial and Threads still belong to Nuttall's bomb culture. But the anxieties with which Children of Men deals have nothing to do with nuclear war. Children of Men reinforces what few would doubt, but which British cinema would seldom lead you to suspect: the British landscape bristles with cinematic potential. It's long since been evident that only someone outside the self-serving, self-pitying low gene pool of British cinema is capable of realizing this potential, and Children of Men's director, Alfonso Cuarón, and cinematographer, Emmanuel Lubezki, are both Mexican. Together they have produced a portrait of grim Britannia that is like a film equivalent of the Burial LP. Lubezki's cinematography is breathtaking. His photography seems to leach all organic and naturalistic vitality from the images, leaving them a washed-out gray blue. As David Adelstein put it in an insightful review in New York Magazine, the movie calls to mind an early description in Cormac McCarthy's overwrought but gripping post-apocalypse novel The Road of Grey Days, like the onset of some cold glaucoma dimming away the world. The lighting is masterly, it as if the whole film takes place in a permanent winter afternoon when even the sun is dying. White smoke, its source unspecified, curls ubiquitously. QR6N's trick is to combine this despondent lyricism with a formal realism, achieved through the expert use of handheld camera and long takes. Blood spatters onto the camera lens and goes unwiped. The gunfire is as oppressively tactile as it was in Saving Private Ryan. The meticulously choreographed long takes, technical feats of some magnitude, have justly been highly praised, and they are all the more remarkable because they go beyond the familiar role of simulating documentary realism to serve a political and artistic vision. This brings us back, then, to my initial question, and I think that there are 3 reasons that Children of Men is so contemporary. Firstly, the film is dominated by the sense that the damage has been done. The catastrophe is neither waiting down the road, nor has it already happened. Rather, it is being lived through. There is no punctual moment of disaster, the world doesn't end with a bang, it winks out, unravels, gradually falls apart. What caused the catastrophe to occur, who knows, its cause lies long in the past, so absolutely detached from the present as to seem like the caprice of a malign being, a negative miracle, a malediction which no penitence can ameliorate. Such a blight can only be eased by an intervention that can no more be anticipated than was the onset of the curse in the first place. Action is pointless, only senseless hope makes sense. Superstition and religion, the first resorts of the helpless, proliferate. Secondly, Children of Men is a dystopia that is specific to late capitalism. This isn't the familiar totalitarian scenario routinely trotted out in cinematic dystopias. If, as Wendy Brown has so persuasively argued, neoliberalism and neoconservatism can be made compatible only at the level of dream work, then Children of Men renders this oniric suturing as a nightmare. In Children of Men, public space is abandoned, given over to uncollected garbage and to stalking animals. But, contrary to neoliberal fantasy, there is no withering away of the state, only a stripping back of the state to its core. Military and police functions. In this world, as in ours, ultra-authoritarianism and capital are by no means incompatible, internment camps and franchise coffee bars coexist. In P.D. James' original novel, democracy is suspended and the country is ruled over by a self-appointed warden. Wisely, the film downplays all this. For all that we know, the Britain of the film could still be a democracy, and the authoritarian measures that are everywhere in place could have been implemented within a political structure that remains, notionally, democratic. The war on terror has prepared us for such a development. The normalization of crisis produces a situation in which the repealing of measures brought in to deal with an emergency becomes unimaginable. Democratic rights and freedoms are suspended while democracy is still proclaimed. Children of Men extrapolates rather than exaggerates. At a certain point, realism flips over into delirium. Bad dream logic takes hold as you go through the gates of the refugee camp at Bexhill. You pass through buildings that were once public utilities into an indeterminate space hell as a temporary autonomous zone in which laws, both juridical and metaphysical, are suspended. A carnival of brutality is underway. By now, you are homo sacer asterisk, so there's no point complaining about the beatings. You could be anywhere, provided it's a war zone, Yugoslavia in the 90s, Baghdad in the noughties, Palestine anytime. Graffiti promises an intifada, but the odds are overwhelmingly stacked in favor of state, which still packs the most powerful weapons. The third reason that Children of Men works is because of its take on cultural crisis. It's evident that the theme of sterility must be read metaphorically, as the displacement of another kind of anxiety. For me, this anxiety cries out to be read in cultural terms, and the question the film poses is, How long can a culture persist without the new? What happens if the young are no longer capable of producing surprises? Children of Men connects with the suspicion that the end has already come, the thought that it could well be the case that the future harbors only reiteration and repermutation. Could it be, that is to say, that there are no breaks, no shocks of the new to come? Such anxieties tend to result in a bipolar oscillation. The weak messianic hope that there must be something new on the way lapses into the morose conviction that nothing new can ever happen. The focus shifts from the next big thing to the last big thing. How long ago did it happen and just how big was it? The key scene in which the cultural theme is explicitly broached comes when Clive Owen's character, Theo, visits a friend Battersea Power Station, which is now some combination of government building and private collection. Cultural treasures Michelangelo's David, Picasso's Guernica, Pink Floyd's Inflatable Pig are preserved in a building that is itself a refurbished heritage artifact. This is our only glimpse into the lives of the elite. The distinction between their life and that of the lower orders is marked, as ever, by differential access to enjoyment. They still eat their artfully presented cuisine in the shadow of the old masters. Theo asks the question, how all this can matter if there will be noon to see it? The alibi can no longer be future generations, since there will be none. The response is nihilistic hedonism. Try not to think about it. T.S. Eliot looms in the background of Children of Men, which, after all, inherits the theme of sterility from the wasteland. The film's closing epigraph Shanti 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 has more to do with Eliot's fragmentary pieces than the Upanishads piece. Perhaps it is possible to see the concerns of another Eliot, the Eliot of tradition and the individual talent, ciphered in Children of Men. It was in this essay that Eliot, in anticipation of Bloom, described the reciprocal relationship between the canonical and the new. The new defines itself in response to what is already established. At the same time, the established has to reconfigure itself in response to the new. Eliot's claim was that the exhaustion of the future does not even leave us with the past. Tradition counts for nothing when it is no longer contested and modified. A culture that is merely preserved is no culture at all. The fate of Picasso's Guernica, once a howl of anguish and outrage against fascist atrocities, now a wall hanging, is exemplary. Like its Battersea hanging space in the film, the painting is accorded iconic status only when it is deprived of any possible function or context. A culture which takes place only in museums is already exhausted. A culture of commemoration is a cemetery. No cultural object can retain its power when there are no longer new eyes to see it. Rebel without a cause. Why is it that left-wingers feel free to make their films direct and _realistic, whereas Hollywood conservatives have to put on a mask in order to speak what they know to be the truth? Andrew Clavern, what Bush and Batman have in 2 common. What I despise in America is the studio actor's logic, as if there is something good in self-expression. Do not be oppressed, open yourself, even if you shout and kick the others, everything in order to express and liberate yourself. This stupid idea, that behind the mask there is some truth. Surfaces do matter. If you disturb the surfaces you may lose a lot more than you account. You shouldn't play with rituals. Masks are never simply mere masks. Slavoj Zizek and Geert Love Inc., Japan through a Slovenian-looking glass, reflections of media and politic and cinema. There are many symptomatically interesting things about the right-wing attempts to appropriate the Dark Knight that are doing the rounds at the moment. The idea is that the Batman of the film equals Bush, a misunderstood hero prepared to make tough choices in order to protect an ungrateful population from threats it is too ethically enfeebled to confront. In a couple of intricately argued posts, Inspersal * demonstrates that the Dark Knight by no means presents tough choices as hard but necessary. On the contrary, whenever Batman resorts to torture, it either yields nothing or is counterproductive. What neocon readings of the film must overlook is that this is exactly the same in geopolitical reality, far from being unpalatable but necessary. The Iraq misadventure, Guantanamo Bay, extraordinary rendition, etc. have either achieved no results or made things worse. What's interesting here is the doggedness of the neocon fantasy, which is precisely a fantasy of being realistic. Astonishingly, elements of the American right appear to actually still believe that the Bush administration's policies are successful, and that the American public has rejected them on the grounds of high-minded ethical qualms rather than for pragmatic utilitarian reasons. Secondly, what these readings also miss is the actual nature of the model of virtue presented in the film. If this is conservative, it is not at the simple level of utilitarian calculation of consequences. What we are dealing with is a far more complicated Straussian meta-utilitarianism whose cynical reasoning is akin to that of Dostoevsky's Grand Inquisitor. Deception of the masses by the elite is integral to this account of virtue. What is protected is not the masses' security but their belief. As Inspersal argues, the emphasis on deception in The Dark Knight is one of the themes that connects it with Nolan's previous films, and Batman's climactic act of self-sacrifice is precisely an act of deception. It takes place at the level of signs. What he must give up is his reputation, his good standing in the eyes of the Gotham public. The act of deception doesn't conceal an underlying good act, it is the concealing that is the good act itself. Thirdly, the neocon readings misconstrue the nature of evil in the film. If these right-wingers really think that Osama bin Laden is like the Joker as he appears in The Dark Knight, that gives us another, intriguing, insight into their fantasies. Or rather, it reveals the inconsistency on which Islamophobic fantasy depends. The Islamist is both an agent of chaos, someone without a cause, and a zealot excessively attached to a cause. What's interesting about The Dark Knight is that is not really about good versus evil at all but good causes versus aberrant modes of cause/causality. The Joker and Two-Face are mad rather than bad, and their insanity is centrally connected with their relationship to cause. The Joker is pure terror, that is, terror detached from any cause. You see, nobody panics when things go according to plan. Even if the plan is horrifying. If I told people that a gangbanger was going to get shot, or a busload of soldiers was going to get blown up, nobody would panic. Because it's all part of the plan. But tell people that one tiny little mayor is going to die and everyone loses their minds. Introduce a little anarchy, you upset the established order, and everything becomes chaos. I'm an agent of chaos. And you know the thing about chaos, Harvey. It's fair. While Batman is drawn into utilitarian calculations, the Joker is free in the same way that the death drive is free. He acts with indifference to consequences, glorying instead in a kind of ungrounded unbinding of orderly causal sequences. The reference to fairness above is not idle. As an imp of the perverse, the Joker stands for an inverted Kantian justice. In many ways, we are looking at the reversal of Kantianism into Don Giovanni Zizek has described many times. The Joker acts without any pathological interests, grandly symbolizing his lack of instrumentality with the burning of the pyramid of money. Two-Face's insanity is also a kind of hemorrhaging of justice. In his case, the championing of a good cause which, it seems, will inevitably leads to terrible consequences is displaced by an embrace of chance's random causality. The flip into randomness is not an abandonment of justice, but the quest for a justice that will not be corrupted by human will in its very impersonal mechanism. Chance is fair because it does not privilege any outcome or any individual. Interestingly, it is only when Dent becomes Two-Face that his coin tossing is fair. When Dent is the White Knight, his coin is loaded. What also interrupts the orderly sequence of causality in Dent's case is trauma, the trauma of seeing Rachel die, which is itself a consequence of a binary choice trap, one of a series of such traps the Joker attempts to spring. The by now standard view of The Dark Knight that its real libidinal pull is not the peripheral Batman/Wayne, but the charisma of Heath Ledger's Joker is certainly correct. When I heard Ledger's performance celebrated, I feared the worst, that we were going to see the actorly overplaying that usually garners this kind of ubiquitous praise. But it is to Ledger's immense credit that he completely avoids what Nicholson was allowed to do in Tim Burton's dreadful Batman. We get no glimpse of the actor behind the role. There is also no question of Ledger appearing barefaced for any significant length of time, as Tobey Maguire and Julian McMahon were allowed to in Spider-Man 3 and the Fantastic Four films respectively. Thankfully, there is only the briefest glimpse of the Joker sans makeup in The Dark Knight. What Ledger does, in many ways, is play the makeup. I should stress here that the makeup, which makes Ledger's face look like a malevolent monkey leering from behind cracked plaster, manages a feat that is near impossible. It reinvents the Joker look whilst also maintaining fidelity to the comics. My one point of disagreement with Inspersal concerns his claim that Ledger's performance shows the Nicholson/Burton interpretation to be much closer to Cesar Romero from the TV show, rather than Alan Moore's version from The Killing Joke, allegedly Burton and Hamm's chief influence. I would argue that, in fact, it is Ledger's performance that is closer to Romero's, and that is why it works so well. Nicholson's Pomo posturing and Moore's psychological depth were all of a piece, and both were far less terrifying than the senseless gibbering of Romero's pantomime-turned-Joker. The Joker was always fascinating because, unlike most if not all big-time supervillains, he was pure surface, motiveless madness, devoid of any origin or backstory until Moore obligingly filled one in, as is his ham-fisted pseudo-literary wont. There are a couple of great scenes in The Dark Knight where Ledger's Joker mocks cod psychoanalytic reduction. See these scars. 6. I got them because of my father. See these scars. I got them because of my wife. If the Joker aligns himself with anything, it is the freak, which cannot but remind us of freak events, that is, events which appear to happen without proper causation. By evacuating the Joker of all interiority, by refusing anything which would contain the Joker's wildness or compromise the autonomy of his face-painted persona, Ledger's performance do justice to the freakish robot historian in the ruins. Ideology is not something foreign, something in a film with a strange power to impose itself on our minds. Ideology is what we and the film share, what allows for the transfer of specific meanings between film and audience. As Zizek puts it, ideology is made up of unknown knowns, that is to say, the problem with ideology is not that it is a falsehood of which we might be persuaded, but because it is a truth that we already accept without knowing it. To Voyeux, ideology critics are a superstitious, cowardly lot. Voyeux's remarks on readings of The Dark Knight make some important points about ideology. Focusing on the supposed message of the film as both neoconservative interpretations of the film, and their critics, including me, do is in danger of missing the way in which ideology works in capitalism. The role of capitalist ideology is not to make an explicit case for something in the way that propaganda does, but to conceal the fact that the operations of capital do not depend on any sort of subjectively assumed belief. It is impossible to conceive of fascism or Stalinism without propaganda, but capitalism can proceed perfectly well, indeed better, without anyone making a case for it. In the responses to The Dark Knight I posted here, it was Wayne Wedge who captured the way that the film functions as a hyper-object in late capitalism degree. The very multivalence of The Dark Knight, its capacity to generate radically different interpretations, to elicit discourse, is what makes it a highly efficient meta-commodity. A text with a single monologic message, even supposing such a thing could exist, would not be able to provoke the debate which capitalist culture now feeds upon. It not only that a cultural object can be opposed to capitalism on the level of content, but serve it on the level of form. One could convincingly go further and argue that the ideology of capitalism is now anti-capitalist. The villain in Hollywood films is routinely the evil multinational corporation. So it is, once again, in Disney/Pixar's WALL-E, which, like The Dark Knight, has provoked all kinds of bizarre conservative readings. This is perhaps the most cynical and darkest big-budget Disney film ever, claims Kyle Smith. Perhaps never before has any corporation spent so much money on insulting its customers. WALL-E's attack on consumerism is easily absorbed. The insult that provoked Kyle Smith into disgust was its image of humans as obese, infantile chair-bound consumers supping pap from cups. Initially, It might seem subversive and ironic that a film made by a massive corporation should have such an anti-consumerist and anti-corporate message. Yet it is capital which is the great ironist, easily able to metabolize anti-corporate rhetoric by selling it back to an audience as entertainment. Besides, on the level of content, WALL-E ends up serving capitalist realism, presenting what we might think of as the very fantasies of capital itself, that it can continue to expand infinitely, that the despoilation of the human environment on Earth is a temporary problem that will eventually be overcome, that human labor can be extirpated altogether. Human labor returns only at the end of the film, when capital/axiom begins its terraforming of Earth. There is another impasse in WALL-E. The film follows in the tradition of fictions about wanderers in the ruins. But in some respects WALL-E was an advance on the stories of post-apocalyptic solitaries, from Mary Shelley's The Last Man through to Richard Matheson's I Am Legend or John Fox's The Quiet Man. For in WALL-E the lone figure in the ruins is not even human, it is a robot historian, quite different from the one Manuel de Landa imagined, or not a robot historian so much as a bricoleur hauntologist, reconstructing human culture from a heap of fragments. This idea of surveying a world in which humans are extinct clearly exercises a powerful phantasmatic allure. Yet it seems that there's a certain point where the fantasy always breaks down. The fictions that start from this premise invariably end up restoring a human world at some point in the narrative. It is no doubt asking too much that WALL-E should buck this trend, but it's notable that the film deteriorates massively the moment that the humans appear. You're left wondering whether this is a structural necessity, whether there's something in the nature of the fantasy itself which entails the return of other humans, or whether it is a requirement arising from the needs of narrative. Stories can't sustain themselves with only one protagonist. In the case of WALL-E, of course, there are two characters, which make the early part of the film, a robotic romance played out as animated ballet, recall the films of the silent era. Needless to say, there are many films which feature non-human protagonists, but such characters are rendered effectively human by their language use. WALL-E and Eve, meanwhile, seem like convincing non-human subjects because they lack language. WALL-E tantalizes, what if the feel of this first section had continued until the end of the film, uninterrupted by the return of humans? Review of Tyson. It's like a Greek tragedy. The only problem is that I'm the subject, Mike Tyson reputedly told James Chubak when he first saw this film. There is a classical structure to the narrative, a kid from mean streets, with few prospects, a life of criminality already underway, his talent spotted by a grizzled boxing trainer, he becomes the youngest world champion ever, then it all disintegrates into hedonism, profligacy, and violence. Yet in the end the structure of the story is psychoanalytic as much as tragic. A familiar enough narrative arc, but what makes it even more remarkable is that it happens again. Tyson struggles back to the top of the heavyweight game before once again succumbing to ill discipline and self-destruction. A textbook case of the compulsion to repeat. Tyson's life was shaped by absent fathers and father surrogates. He was rescued from rudderless street survivalism by the trainer who ended up adopting him, Cus D'Amato. His subsequent fall from grace was precipitated in part by D'Amato's death. The Tyson that emerges in Chubak's gripping film is very much like the subject of psychoanalysis, a talking head coaxed by the director into reliving all the triumphs and traumas. The film consists only of archive footage and Tyson a ringside commentator on his own life talking. There are no experts, no supposedly neutral judgments, only Tyson trying to make sense of the double tragedy of his life. It makes for a claustrophobic experience, amped up by the way in which Chubak occasionally multi-tracks Tyson's voice and splits the screen, creating the impression of a divided man, sometimes chillingly self-aware, sometimes a mystery to himself. Tyson's story is sufficiently forgotten now that it is capable of thrilling and horrifying us as if for the first time, the astonishingly quick rise to world champion, the run of viciously efficient victories, the high-profile debacle of his marriage to Robin Givens, the rape conviction and resulting prison sentence, the conversion to Islam, the biting of Evander Holyfield's ear. Tyson provides a newly intimate perspective on these half-remembered images. Sports stars of this magnitude cannot but be the objects of collective fantasy and projection, and even though his is an individual story and we can be under no illusions after watching Tyson that there is no lonelier sport than boxing, Tyson's is also the story of a culture and a time. Just compare Tyson with Muhammad Ali. With his poetry, physical and verbal, Ali was the boxer for the age of Black Power, the Panthers, Malcolm X, Sly Stone, and James Brown. Tyson's pitbull brutality, meanwhile, was the fight analog of the everyman for himself ethos of Reaganomics and the will-to-power pugilism of rap. His slogan was "Refuse to lose," the aim was to overcome nemesis by force of will alone, and in his pomp Tyson looked like iron will embodied. He came out of his corner like a starved attack dog, clubbing opponents into oblivion in a matter of moments. Nothing was wasted, there was no grandstanding or showboating. Partly that was because Tyson felt he had no time to waste for physical as well as existential reasons. He had suffered from a respiratory disorder since childhood and knew that he would struggle if fights went the full distance. The rapidity and intensity of his victories belied the precision of his attacks. We learned that it wasn't a question of sheer physical force alone. D'Amato taught him where on the body to hit to cause maximum damage. In the fight footage, Tyson always looks short by comparison with his opponents at 5 feet 11 inches, Oates wrote in a 1986 essay, he is short for a heavyweight and strikes the eye as shorter still, his 222 1/4-pound body is so sculpted in muscle it looks foreshortened, to vet he always turned that compactness to brutally compact. His advantage, making the taller men look like ponderous Harryhausen statues. Listening to him speak, you're continually struck by the contrast between Tyson the fighting machine and Tyson the talker. His voice is a gentle lisp, devoid of swagger, suggestive of an unusual sensitivity. It sits just as oddly with Tyson's older face and its queek tattoos as it did with his earlier fighting frame. It becomes obvious, though, that the hypermuscular body Tyson developed was in part an exoskeleton constructed to protect that sensitive core. Remembering the time he first realized that no one would ever be able to beat him up again, Tyson stalls. "Oh, I can't even say it," pauses for a long moment before saying, "because I would fucking kill him." The film's rhythm is governed by Tyson's unstable relationship to language, by his switches in and out of articulacy. Sometimes his tongue is as quick as his fists once were. His hilarious takedown of Don King, a wretched slimy reptilian motherfucker, is as swift and savage as any of his combinations in the ring. Elsewhere, the words elude him, or he evades them. Yet, exactly as psychoanalysis taught us to expect, the ellipses, the sentences that lead nowhere and the wrong choice of word tell us even more than the moments of transparent lucidity. The unconscious speaks, and James Chubak demonstrates an extraordinary facility for hearing and recording it. They killed their mother, Avatar as ideological symptom. Watching Avatar, I was continually reminded of Zizek's observation in first as tragedy, then as farce, that the one good thing that capitalism did was destroy Mother Earth. There's no green there, they killed their mother, we are solemnly informed at one point. Avatar is in some ways a reversal of Cameron's Aliens. If the bug hunt in Aliens was, as Virilio argued, a kind of rehearsal for the megamachinic slaughter of Gulf War I, then Avatar is a heavy-handed eco-sermon and parable about U.S. misadventures in Iraq and Afghanistan. At the end of the film, it is the human corporate and military interests who are described as aliens. But this is a film without any trace of the alien. Like most CGI extravaganzas, it flares on the retina but leaves few traces in the memory. Greg Egan finds little to admire in Avatar, but he does defer to its technical achievements, mostly, the accomplishments of the visual designers and the army of technicians who've brought their conception to the screen appear pixel perfect, and hit the spot where the brain says yes, this is real. Asterisk the cost of this, though, is that it is very difficult to be immersed in the film as fiction. It is more akin to a theme park ride, a late capitalist experience, than a film. What we have in Avatar is another instance of corporate anti-capitalism such as I discussed in Capitalist Realism in relation to WALL-E. Cameron has always been a proponent of Hollywood anti-capitalism. Stupid corporate interests were the villains in Aliens and Terminator 2 as they are in Avatar. Avatar is L.E. Guin Light, a degraded version of the scenario that L.E. Guin developed in novels such as The Word for World is Forest, The Dispossessed and City of Illusions, but stripped of all L.E. Guin's ambivalence and intelligence. What is foreclosed in the opposition between a predatory technologist capitalism and a primitive organicism, evidently, is the possibility of a modern, technologist anti-capitalism. It is in presenting the pseudo-opposition that Avatar functions as an ideological symptom. No primitivist cliché is left untouched in Cameron's depiction of the Na6 people and their world, Pandora. These elegant blue-skinned noble savages are at one with their beautiful world. They are Deleuzian Spinozists who recognize that a vital flow pervades everything. They respect natural balance. They are adept hunters, but, after they kill their prey they thank its brother spirit. The trees whisper with the voices of their revered ancestors. There's nothing we have that they want, concludes Sam Worthington's Jake Sully of the Na6. Yet the Na6 predictably seduce Sully, who quickly forgets everything about his former life on Earth and embraces the wholeness of the Na6 way of life. Sully attains wholeness through his avatar Na6 body in a double sense: first, because the avatar is able-bodied, and, secondly, because the Na6 are intrinsically more whole than the destructive humans. Sully, the marine who is really a tree-hugging primitive, is a paradigm of that late capitalist subjectivity which disavows its modernity. There's something wonderfully ironic about the fact that Sully's and our identification with the Na6 depends upon the very advanced technology that the Na6's way of life makes impossible. But a telling tick in the film is the repeated compulsion to explain the persistence of wounds among the human characters. Given the level of technology in the film's 2051, both Sully's useless legs and the Colonel's scars could easily have been repaired, and the script goes out of its way to say why the two characters they remain disabled and maimed respectively. In Sully's case, it's because he can't afford the medical treatment. In the Colonel's, it's because he likes to be reminded of what he's up against. Such explanations are clearly unconvincing. The narratively underdetermined wounds can only be explained as libidinal residue which the film cannot fully digest into its digital imaginary. The wounds prevent the disavowal of modern subjectivity and technology which Avatar attempts at the very same moment that the film invites us to admire it as a technological spectacle. If we are to escape from the impasses of capitalist realism, if we are to come up with an authentic and genuinely sustainable model of green politics, we have to overcome these disavowals. There is no way back from the matricide which was the precondition for the emergence of modern subjectivity. To quote one of my favorite passages in Zizek's First as Tragedy, fidelity to the communist idea means that, to repeat Arthur Rimbaud, we should remain absolutely modern and reject the all-too-glib generalization whereby the critique of capitalism morphs into the critique of modern instrumental reason or modern technological civilization. The issue is, rather, how modern technological civilization can be organized in a different way. Precurity and paternalism. The recent discussion of elitism brings me back to the question of what, in the continuing lack of any alternative term, I must still refer to as paternalism. I think Taylor Parks got to what is at stake in these discussions in his rather moving quietus piece about Trunk's Life on Earth release. Hard to credit now, but there was once something paternalistic, almost philanthropic about the Beeb, spreading the cultural wealth of the educated classes through housing estates and comprehensive schools. This kind of evangelism rarely sits well with self-conscious champions of the lumpen proletariat, whose right to live in shit, they believe, outweighs their right to not live in shit. For some, being patronized is worse than being brutalist. But then people can be very naive about the motivations of those who give the people what they want, relentlessly and remorselessly. And while the corporation was sometimes guilty of gross assumptions and a very real stuffiness, I don't like to think how I might have grown up stomping around in the middle of nowhere had it not been for Life on Earth, or Carl Sagan's Cosmos, or James Burke's connections, or the gentle guidance of the BBC Children's Department. Years ago, I interviewed the men in charge of youth programming at Channel 4, goateed and berated and utterly insistent that their race to the bottom was a noble crusade. They railed against the BBC's Eat Your Greens approach, and spoke of gallons of liquid effluent, coursing through the pipes of British culture, in terms of freedom and some strange color of egalitarianism. Here was the future, banging its drums, and even then it made me blanch. As controller of BBC Two in the late 1960s, David Attenborough had a different vision, rooted in what was, for all his personal privilege, and belief in inclusivity. If the so-called golden age of television could boast its fair share of shoddy, overlit crap, and my God, it could at best, it was truly empowering, and its passing has screwed us all to some extent. We can still choose to watch BBC 4, I suppose, but then this is an age of choices, few of which have much to do with freedom in the long term. No one's going to stumble onto culture anymore, not like I did, or my dragged-up mates did. It's worse than a shame. It's worth reminding ourselves of the peculiar logic that neoliberalism has successfully imposed. Treating people as if they were intelligent is, we have been led to believe, elitist, whereas treating them as if they are stupid is democratic. It should go without saying that the assault on cultural elitism has gone alongside the aggressive restoration of a material elite. Parks touches here on the right way to think about paternalism, not as something prescriptive, but in terms of the gift and the surprise. The best gifts are those we wouldn't have chosen for ourselves, not because we would have overlooked or rejected them, but because we simply wouldn't have thought of them. Neoliberal choice traps you in yourself, allowing you to select amongst minimally different versions of what you have already chosen. Paternalism wagers on a different you, a you that does not yet exist. Neoliberalism may have been sustained by a myth of entrepreneurialism, a myth that the folk economics of programs like The Apprentice and Dragon's Den have played their part in propagating, but the kind of entrepreneurs that dominate our culture, whether they be Bill Gates, Simon Cowell, or Duncan Bannatyne, have not invented new products or forms, they have just invented new ways of making money. Good for them, no doubt, but hardly something that the rest of us should be grateful for. And for all the bluster about entrepreneurialism, it is remarkable how risk-averse late capitalism's culture is. There has never been a culture more homogeneous and standardist, more repetitive and fear-driven. I was struck by the contrast between Park's piece and an article by that Caitlin Moran wrote in the wake of the announcement that Jonathan Ross is to leave the BBC. After £18 million contract, Moran wrote. Endless fretting pieces were written, asking whether the BBC should ever try to compete with ITV1's salaries. The real question, however, is what would happen to the BBC if it didn't. If the only people who work for the BBC are those in it for the sheer love of it, and those who would piously turn down double the wages from ITV, the BBC would rapidly become the middle-class liberal pinko panty-waist institution of the Daily Mail's nightmares, and, I suspect, fold within 5 years. Really? ITV's high salaries, when they could afford to pay them, were hardly guarantees of quality, and the idea that Ross is one of us because he was quick, edgy, silly nerd dandy, into Japanese anime and rackety new guitar bands presupposes a model of the alternative as shop-worn and discredited as new labor. Note that Moran fully accepts the neoliberal logic whereby talent is only motivated by money. As Moran suggests, the BBC's real rival now, evidently, is not the ailing ITV but the Daily Mail and News International, and if public service broadcasting is to defend itself against an assault that will only increase in ferocity, it will need rather more than raw sexual suggestiveness, warmed over hipness and occasional wit at its disposal. It's not only unjustifiable that public money be spent on exorbitant salaries for presenters and executives, it also plays into the Mail's agenda, which is all about maintaining the negative solidarity which has been crucial to neoliberal hegemony. Call me old-fashioned, but I firmly believe that only those who would work for the BBC for the sheer love of it should be in the job. More than that, being motivated by money ought to be a reason for people not getting senior public service appointments. This is not, grotesquely, an argument for low wages, but it is an argument for the more equitable and creative redistribution of money in the public sphere. Imagine if Ross 18 million were instead spent risked on what British television most sorely lacks, writers. You could pay scores of writers a good wage for years. The BBC ought to be in a position to cushion its creative staff from the pressures of producing immediate success and, contrary to the neoliberal logic which insists that people are best motivated by fear and money, it is that cushioning which facilitates a certain kind of cultural entrepreneurialism. After all, people will do worthwhile things if they are not paid or if they are paid poorly. The interesting side of Web 2.0 is just this, not the vacuous debates, but the impulse to share that is a significant part of the motivation for writing blogs, uploading material to YouTube and updating Wikipedia. If anything is the work of the multitude, it's something like the salvage punk archive that is YouTube. It's intriguing that capitalist realism coexists with the emergence of new forms of culture which can be commodified only very incompletely. At one level, commodification is total, and, in Jeremy Rifkin's phrase, all of life is a paid-for experience, yet there are whole areas of culture which are effectively being decommodified. As a cultural worker, this is something I am ambivalent about. To say the least, I seem to achieve success in things at the very moment that it's not longer possible to make money from them. When I was in Dublin a week or so ago talking about capitalist realism, a member of the audience asked why I was talking about public service workers when my own situation has shown that it's better to leave full-time employment and enter the precariat. This is a reasonable question on the face of it, since I've done pretty well since being made redundant from my teaching job. Yet in some respects all that has happened is that I've swapped the new bureaucratic stress of public service employment for the perpetual anxiety of hyper-precarity, and had my income massively cut in the process. One of the ways in which negative solidarity plays out is by exploiting the opposition between permanent employees and precarious workers. Permanent employees tend to be quietest to keep their job security, whereas precarious workers, being expendable, have no power at all. A while back, Tobias van Veen gave a very powerful account of his own experiences of precarious labor. There is an ironic yet devastating demand being placed on the laborer. While work never ends, you as a worker are nonetheless completely expendable. This contemporary condition of on-call ontology or on-demand Dasein produces an emotional economy of stress. To live under such instant demand duress is stress-inducing indeed. Life becomes a series of panic attacks in the face of never being able to live up to such workplace demands without completely dismantling life itself as distinct from work. The managerial class uses techniques of guilt/loyalty to enforce workers to labor at a moment's notice, scheduling with less than a few hours or days' time, without hope of a raise, without benefits or reward, and all for a minimum wage. The precarious worker is doubly punished. Not only do they have no job security, they also get paid less than the permanent employees for doing the same work. When I switched from being an hourly paid lecturer in further education to having a permanent contract, I was doing exactly the same work, but suddenly I was both paid hundreds of pounds more a month and got paid for holidays too. Back in the precariat, my total income since the tax year that began in April for all the teaching, supervision, writing and editing I've done, when I doubt there's been more than 2 weeks that I've worked less than 50 hours, is the princely sum of 11 grand, which works out at significantly less than minimum wage. All the work I've done depends upon my not being in full-time work, so, no matter that my hourly rate for some work seems quite high, in effect I'm always working for minimum wage. All this, in conditions where it's impossible to turn down any commission, no matter how short notice it is given to me, where I'm on demand at practically all times and there are no guarantees that I will keep getting the work. The kind of hustling I'm required to do involves a kind of creativity, I suppose, but getting creative about how I can monetize my activities doesn't seem like the best conceivable use of my time. What the broken, piecemeal time of precarity precludes is engagement in long-form projects. It's very hard for me to devote any time to finishing my next book for Zero because I will always privilege any work that pays immediately. But full-time employment also precludes the engagement in long-form projects. Capitalist realism, for instance, was written after work or at weekends. I say all this not because I want sympathy. I still think I'm incredibly fortunate to be making any sort of living out of what I do, but more because my situation is symptomatic. And now that the high-rolling, business ontology-driven model of cultural provision is finished, surely there's a better way to fund cultural work? Return of the Gift, Richard Kelly's The Box. I wouldn't say that Richard Kelly's The Box is a hauntological film, but it shares certain affinities with the way someone like Ghost Box redream the weird. The Box is based on a short story by Richard Matheson, who occupies something like the same position in the American Weird that Ghost Box's touchstone, Nigel Neal, does in the UK Weird. Both Neal and Matheson operated in an interstitial generic space between SF and horror proper to the weird, in a pulp infrastructure paperbacks, television, B-cinema that has now largely disappeared. Matheson has yet to quite acquire the auteur status that Neal enjoyed, but this only adds to his pulp anonymous artisan allure. There's a special kind of delight in realizing that films you'd likely as not first encountered, apparently randomly, on late-night TV, The Incredible Shrinking Man, The Omega Man, Duel, were in fact written by the same individual. Much like Jacob's Ladder, which it resembles in a number of respects, The Box is a weird take on the 1970s. Or rather, it draws together a number of weird threads that were already present in the 70s. Like Jacob's Ladder and much hauntological music, The Box captures a certain grain of the 70s. The Box feels like a redreaming of the weird rather than a revival, in part because of the very incoherence that some have complained about. This incoherence is of a particular type. It isn't simply a failure of coherence so much as the generation of an oniric consistency which doesn't add up but which doesn't fragment into nonsense either. The dream atmosphere is reinforced by the way that Kelly incorporates aspects of his own life into the film. The characters of Arthur and Norma Lewis are apparently based closely on his own parents. Into the Diagesis. But rather than the distranging tendencies at work in something like The New Doctor Who, the weird subordinated to familialism and emotionalism, The Box goes in the other direction, introducing the weird into the family home in parallel with how television used to do the same thing. The lines between Kelly's home life and the weird must have been soft in any case. His father worked at NASA at the time when the Viking probes were landing on Mars. The Box is based on Matheson's 1970 short story, Button Button, later adapted into an episode of the revived Twilight Zone in 1986. To be more accurate, The Box uses both the original story and the Twilight Zone episode as elements in a simulated dream work which simultaneously extrapolates from the two versions and condenses them into an unstable compound. The result is a labyrinthine structure which bears some relation to Lynch's Inland Empire. The Box is defined by the tension between the structure of the labyrinth and absolute labyrinth, leading nowhere except deeper into itself, and the structure of the dilemma in which reality seems to resolve into a set of disjunctions. It's possible to delimit a number of distinct but connected levels at which the film operates. The ethical. The most simple level on which the film works, the film's entry level, is that of the ethical. All three versions of Button Button turn on a dilemma, not so much an ethical dilemma as a dilemma about whether to set aside the ethical altogether. A well-dressed stranger, Mr. Stewart, arrives and presents the Lewises with a box with a button on top of it. If they press the button, Stewart informs them, they will receive a large sum of money. However, someone that they don't know will die. In all three versions, it's the wife who decides to push the button. Here, the versions diverge. In Matheson's original story, after Norma pushes the button, she receives the money as insurance compensation for the death of her husband. When she complains that Stewart had told her that the person who died would be someone she didn't know, Stewart asks, "Did you really know your husband?" In the Twilight Zone version, which Matheson reputedly hated, the ending is different. Here, when Stewart has handed over the money, he pointedly says to the couple, "I can assure you it will be offered to someone whom you don't know." The Box adopts this version of the story, but this is only the beginning of the film. The first act, as it were. Unintended consequences. Button is clearly an update of W.W. Jacob's story The Monkey's Paw, in which a family wishes for a sum of money, only to receive it in compensation for the death of their son. Jacob's story was itself a play on older tales about the unintended consequences of wish fulfillment. As Wiener observed in God and Golem Incorporated, a comment on certain points where cybernetics impinges on religion, such unintended consequences arise because the operation of magic is singularly literal-minded. If it grants you anything at all, it grants you exactly what you ask for, not what you should have asked for or what you intend. The magic of automatization, and in particular the kind of automatization where the devices learn, he adds, may be expected to be similarly literal-minded. Like the cybernetic machine, the wish-fulfilling object delivers exactly what it says it will, but what it gives you may not be what you want. What Matheson's tale adds to Jacob's story is the question of knowledge. Matheson's story brings into play the old philosophical problem of other minds, now applied to the marital situation. Even those closest to us are ultimately opaque, black boxes into which we can never see. Naturally, this also raises the equally ancient problem of self-knowledge, but given a psychoanalytic edge. We are alien to ourselves, our real desires may be unknown to us, emerging only in parapraxis and dreams. Here the oniric form of the box collapses into its content. The box, like the dream according to Freud, fulfills our wishes. The inevitable psychoanalytic conjecture into which Matheson's story tempts us is the thought that perhaps the wife does get exactly what she wants, that the death of her husband was her wish all along. In this sense the box would be like the room in Tarkovsky's Stalker. The stalker porcupine goes into the wish-fulfilling room hoping for the return of his dead brother, but receives instead immense riches. In its very unreflective automatism, giving porcupine exactly what he wants, the room judges and condemns him. The political. What Matheson's story also adds to The Monkey's Paw, of course, is the fact that the bad consequences are not simply unintended, they were just supposed to happen to someone else. This is what makes it so much nastier than Jacob's tale. Whereas the family in The Monkey's Paw are guilty only of foolishness and greed, the couple in Button knowingly trade another's death in exchange for wealth. In the box this is especially shocking because both Norma and Arthur Lewis seem to be good people. Cameron Diaz's Norma in particular is immensely sympathetic. Perhaps what allows her to press the button is the unresolved ontological status of the box itself. The thought that it might be a prank allows Norma to perform a kind of fetishist disavowal. As Hauntagonist put it on his Twitter feed, the button in the box is a nice example of how interactivity creates anxiety and fetishistic disavowal. Diaz doesn't believe but she believes the subject supposed to believe does, Arlington Stewart being the stand-in for the big other. Here we are back in the realm of the ethical, but the ethical bleeds out into the political. The choice to press the button has a special force in the era of globalization and climate change. We know that our wealth and comfort are achieved at the price of others' suffering and exploitation, that our smallest actions contribute to ecological catastrophe, but the causal chains connecting our actions with their consequences are so complicated as to be unmappable. They lie far beyond not only our experience, and any possible experience. What the Lewises are in effect asked to do is affirm their plugging into this causal matrix to formally accept the world and worldliness. The significance of this is that only the negative choice counts. To not press the button would be to choose a freedom that is not available to anyone at present. But to press the button is to give up on freedom, to choose blind determinism. The existentialist. Which brings us to the most explicit intertext that Kelly introduces into the box, Sartre's Hughes clause. Hughes clause is everywhere in the box. Norma, a high school teacher, is teaching it. She and Arthur attend an amateur dramatic performance of the play. At the point when it is becoming evident that the Lewis's choice will not be some private shame but will infect and destroy every aspect of their lives, the couple find the words "no exit" written in the condensation of their car's windscreen. The resonance of Hughes' clause is clear. This is a text about those who can no longer choose, who have ceased to be subjects. Fearing that they will be killed, the Lewises try to return the briefcase of money immediately, the very instant that Steward tells them that he will be sure to give the box to someone who doesn't know them. But the horror is that Norma and Arthur have made a choice that means that it is now too late, they are already dead. There is no returning the gift. It is astonishing that the briefcase containing the money is immediately desublimated. Kelly could have had the Lewises spend the money, their enjoyment shadowed by their anxieties about what they had done. Instead, the briefcase is immediately dumped in their basement, never to be seen or I think mentioned again. There is no possibility of returning the money, no way of taking back the choice to press the button, but there is no end to choosing either. Locked in an endlessly ramifying labyrinth, Arthur and Norma keep encountering further dilemmas, but the choice is now between bad and worse, or else, as when Arthur is offered a choice of 3 gateways, 2 leading to eternal damnation, 1 to salvation, they have a quality of grotesque game show randomness. The religious. The mention of salvation is part of a persistent religious thread in the film. As the alien Big Other, the one conducting research into the moral worth of human beings and judging them accordingly, and with the power of damnation and redemption in his hands, Steward clearly stands in for God. Yet he is a God who also performs the satanic function of tempting humans. The SF/conspiracy. Steward's position as the Big Other, the subject supposed to know, also somewhat echoes Sartre's discussion of Alien, as outlined by Infinite Thought. Sartre, towards the end of his gigantic unfinished critique of dialectical reason from 1960, suddenly launches into a discussion of Martians. For Martian, who has long known the technique of interplanetary navigation, we are an animal species whose scientific and intellectual development have been retarded by certain circumstances, will note that the inhabitants of this underdeveloped planet have certain behavioral patterns orientated towards certain objectives, because the hypothetical Martian will be at a particular scientific level. When the extent of human knowledge is revealed to the alien, there enters into the conceptual arena an exterior agent who for the first time knows what we do not know as a species. The Martian thus serves as the Big Other for the entire collective enumeration of human beings. This limit case of the Big Other Martian becomes, as Sartre puts it, a deep opacity, shadows in our understanding, a negation of interiority in our 95 hearts. The box is thick with references to conspiracy films. The full extent of the collusion of the authorities with Steward remains unclear even at the end of the film. The threads connecting NASA, the Viking probe and Steward's research project fray off into rumor and supposition. The labyrinth never ends. Contributing to society. In respect of the Fairy Job Mother, it's worth noting how much more pernicious it was than Benefit Busters, the original program from which it was a spin-off. Despite its title, Benefit Busters allowed viewers to come to a critical judgment about the initiatives the government were using to get people back to work. The first part of the program, the one featuring Haley Taylor, was like some grim parody of a reality TV talent show, in which the glittering prize on offer was not a £1 million record deal but an unpaid work trial at discount store Poundland. Taylor was clearly a dupe of the ideology rather than its cynical author, credulously believing all the New Age piscobabble she pushed along with the facile advice. There's no doubt that some of the women were happier after being on the 6-week course, but that was less because they were working for Poundland and more because they were not isolated in their own homes anymore. Meanwhile, the program showed us the home belonging to Emma Harrison, the boss of A4E, the consultancy for which Taylor worked. To say that Harrison's house was a mansion would be a massive understatement. A4E employees such as Taylor were invited to Harrison's house for a cup of tea and a chat, because Harrison is so informal and she just loves get feedback from her workers. Faced with the extreme opulence of Harrison's house, viewers were at least invited to question who the real parasites scrounging off the state were. The excellent Watching A4E blogspot does invaluable work exposing the realities of A4E's schemes. This entry quotes a description of Harrison. Emma's approach is to work with people. I walk by their side, hold their hand, and we go on a journey resulting in them getting a job that transforms their lives. Subsequent parts of Benefit Busters allowed viewers to form even more negative views of the government's schemes to get people back to work. We saw the long-term unemployed cynically forced off benefits for a job that would last only a few days, and a poor young lad with severe back problems sustained after falling out of a window being told that he was fit for work. There was none of this critical perspective in The Fairy Job Mother, which presented the reality TV journey back to work without any irony. As Digital Ben puts it, the show's very title gives us an idea of what kind of strictly limited conclusions will be drawn at the end. Taylor's steps did improve the family's situation, but it was made clear that these fairy godmother wishes were miraculous and unexpected, a break from the normal order of things. The idea that they be distributed on a wider basis, or even structuralized as part of the benefits system, is never on the table. The majority of the working class unemployed are expected to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, become mini Haleys and fully valid humans without any outside help. So what exactly was the moral of the show? That finding work is easier when you have a well-known, well-connected recruitment specialist in your corner? Shocking. And even then, if Taylor fails to find work for the family next week, we can expect blame to be diverted to them. There is no systemic analysis. Blame falls solely upon the individual's degree. One can hardly underestimate the role that reality TV plays in generating this lottery thinking, which is the other side of what Alex Williams calls negative solidarity. The persistent message is that any situation can be rectified by the application of dedicated self-improvement. One of the things that irritated me in the last part of Fairy Job Mother was the moment when Taylor talked about someone getting back to work so they could make a contribution to society again. As if there are no other ways to make a contribution to society than paid work, as if those in work didn't depend, in numerous ways, on those not being paid for work. Like many people I know, I spent my 20s drifting between postgraduate courses and unemployment, encountering many pointless and demoralizing helping you back to work initiatives along the way. There wasn't much difference between what I did on an average day when I was a student and what I did when I was unemployed, and there isn't a great deal of difference between what I was doing then and what I do now. But now I'm fairly confident that I make a contribution, then I wasn't. For a number of reasons. During my 20s I believed then that I was unemployable, too feckless to do either manual work or retail, and nowhere near confident enough to do a graduate job of any kind. I won't deny that eventually getting employment was important. I owe so much of what I am now to getting a teaching job. But equally important was the demystification of work, that gaining this employment allowed work wasn't something only available to people who belonged to a different ontological category to me. But surely the importance of Verno and Negri's work is to have undermined the distinction between work and non-work anyway. What precisely counts as non-work in post-Fordism? If, to use Jonathan Beller's phrase, to look is to labor, if, that is to say, attention is a commodity, then aren't we all contributing, whether we like it or not? As Nina Power argues, T is as if employers have taken the very worst aspects of women's work in the past, poorly paid, precarious, without benefits, and applied it to almost everyone, except those at the very top, who remain overwhelmingly male and incomprehensibly rich. In these conditions, in which unemployment/underemployment/perpetual insecurity are structurally necessary, not contingent accidents, there's more case than ever for a benefits safety net. At this point, I must plug Ivor Southwood's forthcoming book, Non-Stop Inertia. It's about the miseries of job seeking, and it's one of my favorite Zero books to date, combining poignant and funny observations derived from experience with theoretical acuity. The book is sure to be of interest to most people who enjoyed capitalist realism. Here are a couple of paragraphs. The endless unpaid duties assigned to the virtuoso job seeker cast him as the postmodernist inversion of the 1980s Giza job persona, which confronted the employer directly with the physical reality of the reserve laborer and his family. Now, rather than proclaiming his jobless status, the career job seeker hides it, like something obscene, behind a screen of training courses and voluntary work and expressions of rictus positivity, and he becomes ever more complicit with this concealment in proportion to his desperation. The job seeker must have an alibi ready to explain away every gap in his employment history, while the most mundane experience becomes the occasion of a personal epiphany. Working in a busy cafe really taught me something about the importance of customer service. Skills are valued over knowledge. Non-vocational qualifications are almost a liability, unless they are emptied of content. A degree in literature is valued not for its evidence of critical thought but because it shows that the applicant has word processing experience. What are we not thinking about during all those hours of job seeking, networking, and CV building? What interests, worries, and fantasies might we otherwise have? What books might we read? What conversations might we have with colleagues and friends about topics other than work? How differently might we perceive our current jobs? Without this constant needling insecurity? What kind of dangerous spaces might open up? In what kind of jeopardy might we put ourselves and this dynamic system, if we resigned from our jobs as job seekers, registered? Just relax and enjoy it. Dwarfenheit on the BBC. I first saw Artemis 81 when it was broadcast for the first and only time in December 1981. Even though it struck me then as incoherent and incomprehensible, I willingly sat through all 3 hours of it. Judging by the internet responses to Artemis 81, my experience was a common one amongst kids who, like me, were allowed to stay up late and watch it because it was broadcast during the school holidays. I suppose that Artemis 81 was one of the things that I was thinking of when, towards the end of capitalist realism, one argued that, far from being dreary and dull, the so-called paternalist era of media could be a breeding ground for the weird. Artemis 81 was written by David Rudkin, the author of the better-known Pendas Fen. Watching it again after nearly 30 years, the film doesn't seem incomprehensible at all. It is structured around a simple Manichaean dichotomy, and a mythic journey out of complacency and self-involvement and into a kind of visionary faith. What makes Artemis 81 still alienating to watch are all the things that it lacks, all those strategies for producing audience identification to which we are now so accustomed. The acting style is as Brechtian as anything you would see in a Straub-Wieland film. The dialogue is anti-naturalistic, highly mannered. Rudkin says on the DVD commentary that the alien planet which we appear to see at the start of the film belongs to inner space. It is never clear when we exit inner space. But the film gains a great deal of power from grounding this inner space in what you might call found locations, the ferry terminal at Harwich, a power station in North Wales, which during the time of filming was under construction, and which becomes the entry to hell, and perhaps most memorably of all, the interior of the Anglican Cathedral in Liverpool, which the BBC crew were not only given permission to use, they were also allowed to clear out all the pews, making for some astonishing oniric images. One sequence in particular stands above all the others. It is both one of the most disturbingly effective dream or nightmare sequences I've ever seen in film, and also a deeply resonant image of dystopia. The lead character, pulp novelist Gideon Harlack, suddenly finds himself in an unidentified city. He is on a tram, surrounded by consumptives expectorating blood into their scarves. It is foggy, the city is militarist, although there is a great deal of street market-like commercial activity. No one speaks English. When he inquires after Heleth, the guardian angel who has abandoned him, people laugh or admonish him. A public address system incessantly streams out announcements in what sounds like an East European language. Watched now, you can't help but see anticipations of Blade Runner and Children of Men here. On the commentary, Rudkin says that this section of the film was supposed to illustrate Heidegger's concept of Dwarfenheit, or thrownness. Rudkin reveals that on set, they used to refer to the city, actually a composite of Birmingham and Liverpool, as Dwarfenheit, but this is never mentioned in the film itself. Beyond all the explicit references to myth, music, and literature, there were further, occulted, layers of intertext. Another example, from this write-up on Artemis 81. One minor point that reveals much about Rudkin's approach: the presiding deity of the piece is a Scandinavian goddess known as Magog. But it takes an alert eye to spot the Gog-Magog hills in a map of Britain which we glimpse on the protagonist's desk. A lesser dramatist would perhaps have included a lengthy detour around the rather different Magog to be found in English mythology. It was Artemis 81's confidence that you can subject the audience to Dwarfenheit that makes it so impressive. As all the kids who watched Artemis 81 and who have never forgotten it will attest, there's an enjoyment to be had from being thrown into the middle of things which you cannot understand and being forced to make a kind of sense out of them. I hardly need say that it is impossible to imagine something like Artemis 81 being commissioned, still less broadcast, by the BBC today. I agree absolutely with Philip Challoner when he writes that Artemis 81 stands as a brilliant example of the way in which interesting pretentiousness can be a good deal more satisfactory than solid professionalism and good old-fashioned storytelling. Like much 70s culture, and Artemis 81 really belongs to the long 70s that ended circa 1982. It deploys pretentiousness as a visionary force. To use a musical analogy, Artemis 81 combines the overblown ambition of prog with the cool ballardianism of post-punk. It is quintessentially pulp modernist. There are references to The Devil Rides Out as well as to The Seventh Seal and Carl Dreer. It is the BBC that made and broadcast Artemis 81 which should be recovered and defended, not the institution as it currently functions today. The opposition that sets elitism against populism is one that neoliberalism has put in place, which is why it's a mistake to fall either side of it. The neoliberal attack on cultural elites has gone alongside the consolidation and extension of the power of an economic elite. But there's nothing elitist about assuming intelligence on the part of an audience. Important qualification, to say that there was much to be mourned in the cultural situation in the 70s and early 80s is not to say that everything about that period is to be missed. I shouldn't have to make this disclaimer, but I'm mindful that any kind of critical judgment which favorably compares the past to the present is likely to be accused of nostalgia. There are unique opportunities in the current conjuncture, but they can only be accessed if there is some negation of the present rather than a vacuous affirmation of it. Of course, the discourse network in which surrounded the BBC in 1981 was vastly different to the situation in which the BBC finds itself today. For an example of this, take a look at the Daily Mirror's preview of Artemis 81. It could be the most baffling show of the holiday, but Artemis 81 is also one of the best of the year. This 3-hour thriller, giving pop singer Sting his first big television role, is a knockout. But even some of the people most closely involved are not too sure exactly what it's about. Director Alastair Reid calls it a television Rubik's Cube. And actor Hywel Bennett, who is at the heart of the action, says he doesn't understand it. Artemis 81 is very complex. It has to do with a threat to the future of mankind, a series of mysterious deaths, a strange affair involving the angel of love and a great organist who, if he hits the right note, could blow up the world. My advice, don't worry about understanding it, just relax and enjoy it. Star Wars was a sellout from the start. Does Disney's acquisition of Lucasfilm mean that Star Wars has sold out? Can the Star Wars franchise retain its soul now it has been absorbed into a corporate conglomerate? It's hard to believe that these questions are seriously being posed. Star Wars was a sellout from the start, and that is just about the only remarkable thing about this depressingly mediocre franchise. The arrival of Star Wars signaled the full absorption of the former counterculture into a new mainstream. Like Steven Spielberg, George Lucas was a peer of directors such as Martin Scorsese and Francis Ford Coppola, who had produced some of the great American films of the 1970s. Lucas' own earlier films included the dystopian Curio, THX 1138, but his most famous film was a herald of a coming situation in which mainstream cinema in America would become increasingly bland, and it would become impossible to imagine films of the quality of the Godfather trilogy or Taxi Driver ever being made again. According to Walter Murch, the editor of Apocalypse Now, Lucas had wanted to make Apocalypse Now but had been persuaded it was too controversial, so he decided to put the essence of the story in outer space and make it in a galaxy long ago and far, far away. Star Wars was Lucas' transubstantiated version of Apocalypse Now. The rebel group were the North Vietnamese, and the Empire was the US. Of course, by the time the film was ideologically exploited by Ronald Reagan, everything had been inverted. Now it was the US who were the plucky rebels, standing up to the evil empire of the Soviets. In terms of the film itself, there was nothing much very new about Star Wars. Star Wars was a trailblazer for the kind of monumentalist pastiche which has become standard in a homogeneous Hollywood blockbuster culture that, perhaps more than any other film, Star Wars played a role in inventing. The theorist Fredric Jameson cited Star Wars as an example of the postmodern nostalgia film. It was a revival of the Saturday afternoon serial of the Buck Rogers type, which the young could experience as if it was new, while an older audience could satisfy their desire to relive forms familiar from their own youth. All that Star Wars added to the formula was a certain spectacle, the spectacle of technology, via then state-of-the-art special effects, and of course the spectacle of its own success, which became part of the experience of the film. While the emphasis on effects became a catastrophe for science fiction, it was a relief for the capitalist culture of which Star Wars became a symbol. Late capitalism can't produce many new ideas anymore, but it can reliably deliver technological upgrades. But Star Wars didn't really belong to the science fiction genre anyway. J.G. Ballard acidly referred to it as hobbits in space, and, just as Star Wars nodded back to Tolkien's Monty pantomime, so it paved the way for the epic tedium of Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings adaptations. What Star Wars did invent was a new kind of commodity. What was being sold was not a particular film, but a whole world, a fictional system which could be added to forever. Writers such as Tolkien and H.P. Lovecraft had invented such universes, but the Star Wars franchise was the first to self-consciously commodify an invented world on a mass commercial scale. The films became thresholds into the Star Wars universe, which was soon defined as much by the merchandising surrounding the movies as by the films themselves. The success of the toys took even those involved with the film by surprise. The then small company, Kenner, purchased the rights for the Star Wars action figures in late 1976, a few months ahead of the film's theater release in summer 1977. Unanticipated and unprecedented demand soon outstripped supply, and parents and children could not find the action figures in toy shops until Christmas 1977. This all seems rather quaint now, at a time when the merchandising surrounding blockbuster films is synchronized with a military level of organization, and augmented by a battery of advertising and PR hype. But it was the Star Wars phenomenon which gave us the first taste of this kind of film tie-in commodity supersaturation. This is why it's ridiculous to ask if Star Wars sold out. It was Star Wars which taught us what selling out really means. Gillian Waring, self-made. An ordinary-looking man in his 30s is walking towards the camera holding a carrier bag. It could be you or me, and the streets he moves through, with their off-licenses and corner shops, could be anywhere. Most people living in Britain wouldn't have to go more than a mile to walk streets such as this. Still, something is not quite right. His expression looks distracted yet also troubled, while the music, an electronic drone punctuated by cries, creates an atmosphere of gathering unease. Suddenly, in the middle of the road, he stops, turns and drops the bag. It's as if something in him has broken, as if he can no longer take it anymore. It's a powerful opening, but Self-Made immediately retreats from its intensity. We learn that Self-Made started with an advertisement placed by Turner Prize-winning artist, Gillian Waring, "Would you like to be in a film? You can play yourself or a fictional character. Call Gillian." Hundreds apply, but only 7 make it through to the experiment. This involves being trained by method acting expert Sam Rumbelow, in preparation for acting out a microdrama which will explore the participants' memories and feelings. Immediately, I'm suspicious. Are these really the non-actors they are supposed to be? They seem remarkably unfazed by some of the exercises Rumbelow asks them to do, some of which you'd expect to cause non-performers a degree of embarrassment. I'm suspicious about my feelings of suspicion. Isn't this exactly the response that's expected of me? A whole series of questions ensue. What is the boundary between performance and everyday life? Is there any such thing as a non-actor, since all of us are engaged in performing our identities? We're in that familiar space in which boundaries, in this case between fiction and documentary, are blurred. For much of its duration, the film puts us into that mode of listless Subbrechtian questioning which so much art catalog language routine invokes. The mode is deconstructive, demystificatory. We see the microdramas, but only after we've been exposed to all the preparatory work that went into them, and afterwards, there are cutaways showing the crew filming the scenes. Rumbelow comes across as an intensely irritating and creepy figure, more therapist guru than acting coach. He's horribly reminiscent of Hal Raglan, the scientist-therapist from Cronenberg's The Brood, who encourages his patients to go all the way through their emotional traumas, with fatal consequences. Perhaps exploitation is integral to the method, and perhaps one of the points of Self-Made is to examine this. And perhaps Sam Rumbelow is playing Sam Rumbelow. Annoying method acting expert. Waring has said in the past that she was inspired by Paul Watson's 1974 fly-on-the-wall TV documentary The Family, and Self-Made clearly follows on from such works as Confess All on Video. Don't worry, you will be in disguise. Intrigued? Call Gillian or Family History in engaging with the problems raised by mediated revelation. The issue here is precisely whether we are dealing with revelation at all, or whether what we are witnessing is an effect of the filming process itself. Waring's work certainly has less in common with the brashness of 21st century reality TV than it does with the convergence of drama, psychotherapy and social experiment that came together in the 1970s and continued on into the 1980s. At points, Self-Made reminded me of a half-forgotten mid-80s BBC program which I believe was called Psychodrama, and which similarly invited the participants to explore traumatic moments in their lives through the construction of dramatic scenarios. In any case, there's something horribly post-60s in every bad way about the techniques that Rumbelow uses to unlock the participants' feeling. In the spirit of confessionalism that Waring's work examines, I admit that there are personal reasons for my hostility to this kind of thing. When I was at school in the early 80s, we had to endure a class called Social and Personal Education. This involved being subjected to some of the emotionally terroristic exercises such as trust games, which Rumbelow tries out with the participants here. Ironically, such exercises were at least as uncomfortable and disturbing as the experiences they were supposed to be exorcising, and these teachers were as oppressive in their own way as the agents of previous more repressive regimes of emotional management. There's no suggestion that Self-Made endorses the discourses which inform Rumbelow's practice, and the film's most unsettling scenes, both concerning violence, at least raise the possibility that untapping and manipulating buried feelings may be catastrophic. At one point, Waring conspicuously uses montage to highly charged effect, undercutting the sense, the illusion of unmediated verite. The participant James is reenacting/reimagining a scene that took place on a train. He challenges one of the men who bullied him when he was younger. Almost immediately, he appears to consumed by a tempest of rage. He raises his fist to hit the other actor, and for a moment it seems as if he has struck his head with full force. We then realize, with a sense of relief that still doesn't mitigate our horror, that Waring has cut to James punching out a dummy. The film's climactic scene is even more shocking. This returns us to Self-Made's opening shots. By now, we have learned that the man walking the streets is called Ash. This time, however, we see what he had turned around to do: kick a pregnant woman in the stomach. Even though we know this is an illusion after all, we have seen it being constructed. The image in itself is so sickeningly transgressive that no amount of alienation effects can dissipate its power. Batman's political right turn. How long do you think all this can last? Selina Kyle asks Christian Bale's Bruce Wayne amid the opulence of a high society charity ball in The Dark Knight Returns. There's a storm coming. A storm of a rather unexpected kind gathered over the film on Friday, with the appalling massacre in Denver. But the film was already enmeshed in political controversy in the U.S., when conservative U.S. radio host Rush Limbaugh claimed the name of Batman's adversary in the film, Bane, was a reference to presidential candidate Mitt Romney and his former company, Bain Capital. Yet as Limbaugh also noted, it is not Bane but billionaire Bruce Wayne who most resembles Romney, while Bane's rhetoric seems like a nod to the Occupy movement. Right-wing commentator John Nolte argues that the film has forced Occupy Wall Street into damage control and praises the director, Christopher Nolan, for using the kind of conservative themes that most of artistically bankrupt Hollywood refuses to go near anymore. Fellow right-winger Christian Toto argues that it is impossible to read the film except as an anti-Occupy Wall Street treatise. Bane's henchmen literally attack Wall Street, savagely beat the rich and promise the good people of Gotham that tomorrow, you claim what is rightfully yours. Such readings spuriously conflate Occupy Wall Street's anti-capitalism with the indiscriminate violence used by Bane and his followers. When Nolan revived the Batman franchise in 2005, the setting Gotham in the midst of an economic depression seemed like an anachronistic reference to the superhero's origins in the 1930s. 2008's The Dark Knight was too early to register the impact of the financial crisis. But The Dark Knight Rises clearly attempts to respond to the post-2008 situation. The film isn't the simple conservative parable that right-wingers would like, but it is in the end a reactionary vision. The Storm Hathaway's character prophesies is a time of reckoning for the wealthy, and what stops the film being a straightforward celebration of conservative values in the way Nolte and Toto want is the relish it takes in attacking the rich. You and your friends better batten down the hatches, Kyle continues, cause when it hits, you're all going to wonder how you ever thought you could live so large, and leave so little for the rest of us. An early scene features the stock exchange, where we have the pleasure of seeing Bane manhandle some predatory traders. Later, when Wayne tells Kyle that although he is supposedly bankrupt, he has kept his house, Kyle acidly observes that the rich don't even go broke like the rest of us. Anti-capitalism is nothing new in Hollywood. From Wall-E to Avatar, corporations are routinely depicted as evil. The contradiction of corporate-funded films denouncing corporations is an irony capitalism cannot just absorb, but thrive on. Yet this anti-capitalism is only allowed within limits. The Dark Knight Rises draws clear lines. Anti-capitalist comment is fine, but any direct action against the rich, or revolutionary moves towards the redistribution of property, will lead to dystopian nightmare. Bane talks about returning Gotham to the people, and liberating the city from its oppressors. But the people have no agency in the film. Despite Gotham's endemic poverty and homelessness, there is no organized action against capital until Bane arrives. At the end of The Dark Knight Rises, Batman had sacrificed his reputation to save the city, and it's tempting to read the film as an allegory for the attempts by the elite to rebuild their standing after the financial crisis, or at least to preserve the idea that there are good rich who, if suitably humbled, can save capitalism from its worst excesses. The sustaining fantasy of Nolan's Batman films, which does chime uncomfortably with Romney, is that the excesses of finance capital can be curbed by a combination of philanthropy, off-the-books violence, and symbolism. The Dark Knight at least exposed the duplicity and violence necessary to preserve the fictions in which conservatives want us to believe. But the new film demonizes collective action against capital while asking us to put our hope and faith in a chastened rich. Remember who the enemy is. There's something so uncannily timely about The Hunger Games, Catching Fire that it's almost disturbing. In the UK over the past few weeks, there's been a palpable sense that the dominant reality system is jutting, that things are starting to give. There's an awakening from hedonic depressive slumber, and The Hunger Games, Catching Fire is not merely in tune with that, it's amplifying it. Explosion in the heart of the commodity? Yes, and fire causes more fire. I overuse the word delirium, but watching Catching Fire last week was a genuinely delirious experience. More than once I thought, how can I be watching this? How can this be allowed? One of the services Suzanne Collins has performed is to reveal the poverty, narrowness, and decadence of the freedoms we enjoy in late capitalism. The mode of capture is hedonic conservatism. You can comment on anything, you can watch as much pornography as you like, but your ability to control your own life is minimal. Capital has insinuated itself everywhere, into our pleasures and our dreams as much as our work. You are kept hooked first with media circuses, then, if they fail, they send in the stormtrooper cops. The TV feed cuts out just before the cops start shooting. Ideology is a story more than it is a set of ideas, and Suzanne Collins deserves immense credit for producing what is nothing less than a counter-narrative to capitalist realism. Many of the 21st century's analyses of late capitalist capture the wire, the thick of it, capitalist realism itself are in danger of offering a bad imminence, a realism about capitalist realism that can engender only a paralyzing sense of the system's total closure. Collins gives us a way out, and someone to identify with / as the revolutionary warrior woman, Katniss. Sell the kids for food. The scale of the success of the mythos is integral to its importance. Young adult dystopia is not so much a literary genre as a way of life for the generations cast adrift and sold out after 2008. Capital, now using nihiliberal rather than neoliberal modes of governance, doesn't have any solution except to load the young with debt and precarity. The rosy promises of neoliberalism are gone, but capitalist realism continues. There's no alternative, sorry. We had it but you can't, and that's just how things are, okay. The primary audience for Collins' novels was teenage and female, and instead of feeding them more boarding school fantasy or vampire romance, Collins has been quietly but in plain sight training them to be revolutionaries. Perhaps the most remarkable thing about The Hunger Games is the way it simply presupposes that revolution is necessary. The problems are logistical, not ethical, and the issue is simply how and when revolution can be made to happen, not if it should happen at all. Remember who the enemy is: a message, a hailing, an ethical demand that calls out through the screen to us, that calls out to a collectivity that can only be built through class consciousness. There's a punk imminence about catching fire which haven't seen in any cultural product for a long time, a contagious self-reflexivity that bleeds out from the film and corrodes the commodity culture that frames it. Adverts for the movie seem like they belong in the movie, and, rather than a case of empty self-referentiality, this has the effect of decoding dominant social reality. Suddenly, the dreary gloss of capital's promotional cyberblitz becomes denaturalist. If the movie calls out to us through the screen, we also pass over into its world, which turns out to be ours, seen clearer now some distracting scenery is removed. Here it is, a neo-Roman cybergothic barbarism, with lurid cosmetics and costumery for the rich, hard labor for the poor. The poor get just enough high-tech to make sure that they are always connected to the capital's propaganda feed. Reality TV as a form of social control, a distraction and a subjugatory spectacle that naturalizes competition and forces the subordinate class to fight it out to the death for the delectation of ruling class. Sound familiar? Part of the sophistication and pertinence of Collins' vision, though, is its awareness of the ambivalent role of mass media. Katniss is a totem not because she takes direct action against the capital, what form would that take, in these conditions? But because her place in the media allows her to function as a means of connecting otherwise atomized populations. Her role is symbolic, but since the capture system is itself symbolic in the first instance, this is what makes her such catalyst. The girl on fire, and fire spreads fire. Her arrows must ultimately be aimed at the reality system, not at human individuals, all of whom are replaceable. The removal of capitalist cyberspace from Collins' world clears away the distracting machinery of Web 2.0 and shows how TV, or, better, what Alex Williams has called the universal tabloid, is still productive of what counts as reality. There's a role as hero or villain, or maybe a story about how we've gone from hero to villain prepared for all of us in the universal tabloid. The scenes in which Plutarch Heavensby gives a business-like description of the carrot-and-stick nature of the capital's media authoritarian power have a withering, mordant precision. More beatings, what will her wedding be like, executions, wedding cake, as unemployed negativity wrote of the first film. It is not enough that the participants kill each other, but in doing so they must provide a compelling persona and narrative. Doing so guarantees them good standing in their odds and means that they will be provided with assistance by those who are betting on their victory. Before they enter the arena they are given makeovers and are interviewed like contenders on American Idol. Gaining the support of the audience is a matter of life and death. This is what keeps the tributes sticking to their reality TV-defined meat puppet role. The only alternative is death. But what if you choose death? This is the crux of the first film, and I turned to Bifo when I tried to write about it. Suicide is the decisive political act of our times. Katniss and Peeta's threat of suicide is the only possible act of insubordination in the Hunger Games. And this is insubordination, not resistance. As the two most acute analysts of control society, Burroughs and Foucault, both recognized, resistance is not a challenge to power, it is, on the contrary, that which power needs. No power without something to resist it. No power without a living being as its subject. When they kill us, they can no longer see us subjugated. A being reduced to whimpering, this is the limits of power. Beyond that lies death. So only if you act as if you are dead can you be free. This is Katniss' decisive step into becoming a revolutionary, and in choosing death, she wins back her life or the possibility of a life no longer lived as a slave subordinate, but as a free individual. The emotional dimensions of all this are by no means ancillary, because Collins and the films follow her novels very closely in most respects, understands how control society operates through effective parasitism and emotional bondage. Katniss enters into the Hunger Games to save her sister, and fear for her family keeps her in line. Part of what makes the novels and the films so powerful is the way they move beyond the consentimental affective regime imposed by reality TV, lachrymose advertising, and soap operas. The greatness of Jennifer Lawrence's performances as Katniss consists in part in her capacity to touch on feelings, rage, horror, grim resolve that have a political, rather than a privatized, register. The personal is political because there is no personal. There is no private realm to retreat into. Haymitch tells Katniss and Peeta that they will never get off the train, meaning that the reality TV parts they are required to play will continue until their deaths. It's all an act, but there's no offstage. There are no woods to run into where the capital won't follow. If you escape, they can always get your family. There are no temporary autonomous zones that they won't shut down. It's just a matter of time. Everyone wants to be Katniss, except Katniss herself. Bring me my bow of burning gold. The only thing she can do when the time is right is take aim at the reality system. Then you watch the artificial sky fall. Then you wake up. And this is the revolution. Beyond good and evil. Breaking Bad. Who needs religion when you have television? On soap operas, unlike in life, villainous characters almost always face their comeuppance. TV cops may now be required to have complicated private lives and dubious personal ethics, but we're seldom in any serious doubt about the difference between good and evil, and on which side of the line the maverick cop ultimately falls. The persistence of the fantasy that justice is guaranteed religious fantasy wouldn't have surprised the great thinkers of modernity. Theorists such as Spinoza, Kant, Nietzsche, and Marx argued that atheism was extremely difficult to practice. It's all very well professing a lack of belief in God, but it's much harder to give up the habits of thought which assume providence, divine justice, and a secure distinction between good and evil. The U.S. television series Breaking Bad, an international hit, whose final episode aired this autumn, escapes this impasse. But we have to be careful here. The series has been understood as the story of how an ordinary lower middle class man becomes evil. The setup was simple. Walter White, a chemistry teacher at a school in New Mexico, is diagnosed with lung cancer. Unable to afford the treatment, Walt decides to use his expertise in chemistry to manufacture methamphetamine, or crystal meth, with the help of a feckless ex-student, Jesse. As the series progresses, Walt shifts from making agonized decisions about whether it is right to kill, to becoming a ruthless crime lord. Yet this is not the whole story, and to read the series as a narrative of Walt becoming evil is to resist what is most challenging about it. The success of the show outside the US has provoked some amusing parodies. Imagine Breaking Bad set in the UK and Canada. Opening scene. Doctor tells Walt he has cancer. The treatment starts next week. End of series. What this points out is an opposition that was crucial to the drama, between the fragility of the physical body and the precarity produced by social relations. One way of measuring progress is through the extent to which human beings have managed to contain the inevitable suffering that nature causes the body. In this sense, Breaking Bad can be compared with Ken Loach's recent documentary about the foundation of the British welfare state, Spirit of 45. Loach's evocation of a destroyed working-class progressivism brings the savage new Wild West that emerges in Breaking Bad into painful relief. Walt does so many bad things because he wants to remain a good husband, as defined by the Protestant work ethic. Much of the series' mordant humor comes from seeing Walt pursue this ideology of work. It's better to earn your own money, no matter how, than to scrounge from others or ask them for help, to all kinds of extremes. In the final episode, Walt has to admit that the desire to build his drug empire brought him an intense libidinal satisfaction that had long since become autonomous from the ostensible purpose providing for his family when he is gone that provoked him into cooking meth in the first place. But for most of the series, Walt clings to the idea that he's doing all the drug production, the killing, the manipulation, and the terror for the sake of his family. Ironically, the one thing that the family could not survive is the course of action Walt ends up pursuing. It could probably survive penury and debt. It could survive the loss of Walt's physical body. But it cannot survive the loss of the image of Walt as an ordinary father figure, beaten down by life, an underachiever maybe, but still someone who does the right thing. It's as if Walt destroyed the family in the very attempt to save it. Perhaps the most complex and powerful character in the whole series is Walt's wife, Skyla, played by Anna Gunn. The actor has written of the misogyny she faced from some Breaking Bad fans online as a consequence of playing Skyla. In a piece for the New York Times, she described how the character seemed to have become a flashpoint for many people's feelings about strong, non-submissive, ill-treated women. This is especially depressing because Skyla is a nuanced character, not at all someone who simply rejects Walt at the earliest opportunity. Even though she deplores Walt's adventures in crime, it is only at the very end of the series, when Walt's actions have manifestly brought catastrophe to Skyla's family, that she definitively breaks with him. Until then she struggles, impossibly but heroically, to reconcile her roles as wife, mother, and responsible citizen. At the end, we feel that she is traumatized but not broken, someone who will eventually be able to escape the horrors Walt brought to her life, and who, astonishingly, is still capable of retaining some love for the husband whose pride, hubris, and desperation have threatened to destroy her life and those of her 2 children. The politics of the family, and how these connect with the American ideology of earning your own money and paying your own way, were, then, at the heart of Breaking Bad. In the episode Ozymandias, probably one of the most intense, distressing, yet also occasionally hilarious hours of television I have ever seen, Skyla finally breaks totally with Walt. Their son, Walt Jr., has just discovered that Walt is a meth cook. Sheer vertigo, horror, Walt Jr.'s whole world has disappeared in an instant. He doesn't want to believe it, he's angry with Skyla and Walt, he can't make any sense of it, his eyes show the deepest pain, confusion, shock. Skyla grabs a carving knife, an echo of what Wendy Torrance does in The Shining, but, unlike Wendy, Skyla stands tough. She's tall, strong, she's not cowering or afraid anymore, and she suddenly knows what she has to do to protect herself and Walt Jr. She forces Walt out of the house. But before that, Skyla and Walt have grappled on the floor. Walt wriggles free, stands up and hilariously, pathetically tries to assert his patriarchal authority, tries to appeal to family togetherness. Stop this. We are a family. A scene like this gets right to the heart of why Breaking Bad was so mesmerically powerful. Even here, we're aware that Skyla still loves Walt not because she's deluded but because she recognizes that, even though Walt has become a monster, this isn't all he is. In some sense, he still loves Skyla and Walt Jr., and the scenes in the final episode when Walt returns to say his last goodbye to Skyla, and he holds his young baby for the last time, and he watches Walt Jr. from a distance, knowing that he will never speak to him again, are wrenchingly sad. I think it was Lacan who remarked that when we talk about going beyond good and evil, we usually mean going beyond good. The modern world is fascinated by anti-heroes, people with a dark side, the pantomime madness and evil of Hannibal Lecter. What it is less comfortable with is the real atheist existentialist revelation that good and evil are not written into the universe, but exist only in ourselves, in relation to our desires and interests. Soap opera melodrama keeps us believing in evil as a voluntaristic choice. People do bad things because they are evil. But in Breaking Bad, evil in that sense is nowhere to be found. Certainly, it's full of people who do bad things, that is, those who pursue actions that they know would either directly or indirectly hurt or destroy others, but they don't do this because they are evil. Tuco, the low-level drug lord that Walt and Jesse tangle with in Season 1, is deranged and violent because he is a meth addict from a criminal family. Gus Fring, the slick meth overlord who makes his first appearance in Season 2, is a super pragmatic businessman, so pragmatic, in fact, that he lives his life in seemingly permanent cover, disguised as the humble owner of a small fast food chain. He kills ruthlessly, but only when it is expedient. Even when hillbillies with swastikas tattooed onto their necks emerge as the antagonists towards the end of the series, the writing never allows us to write off the most repulsive of them as totally evil, because they, too, are capable of mercy and acts of kindness. Then there is Walt himself. One of the series' subversive achievements is to draw attention to the way that our sympathy and identification with a character are a structural effect, one that is created both by the demands of genre and by the class structure of wider society. We initially sympathize with Walt in part because we remember other put-upon dads in popular TV series such as Bryan Cranston's character in Malcolm in the Middle, and also because the media constantly invite us to identify with the hard-working lower-middle-class family man. Yet Breaking Bad shows that the difference between the good, ordinary man and a ruthless criminal is the thinnest of lines. There, but for the grace of Social Security and the NHS go we. Classless broadcasting. Benefits Street **. It's not exactly clear why Channel 4's Benefits Street caused such a furore. It wasn't the most obviously exploitative of the many programs about the unemployed and those on benefits. Yet something about this series, which followed the residents of James Turner Street in Birmingham, touched a nerve. It was immediately pressed into ideological service by the right, fitted into a pre-existing story about the need to reform the welfare state. The Daily Mail's Richard Littlejohn quickly inserted some of the series' participants into his phobic delirium. For most of those on the left, however, it was business as usual. For Owen Jones, author of the book Chavs, it was yet another case of the demonization of the working class. For Ben Walters, writing on the blog Not Television, it was an example of Thatcherite documentary, while for the filmmaker Catherine Round, writing for the Huffington Post, it was a depressing example of the way in which documentaries were being used to kick those without a voice. In terms of its content, Benefits Street wasn't all reactionary. Its somewhat mealy-mouthed claim to be about community rather than benefits wasn't entirely false. Even in the first episode, which sensationistically dwelled on crime, there was still some emphasis on camaraderie and solidarity amongst the poor on the street. The second episode, which centered on desperate Romanians seeking work, was certainly sympathetic to the immigrants' plight, and might even have done something to challenge the dominant media narrative about East Europeans coming to steal our jobs and our benefits. and by the third and fourth episode sensation had largely given way to the inertia and radically contracted horizons of life on benefits. A small taste of this ought to have been enough to disabuse anyone of the notion that life on benefits is easy, but, since this belief is supported by relentless media propaganda, it isn't likely to be given up any time soon. Still, Benefits Street is undoubtedly part of a disingenuous trend in documentary making. Writing last year for the journal The Sociological Imagination, Tracy Jensen predicted a summer of poverty porn, citing such programs as How to Get a Council House, Why Don't You Speak English, Benefits Britain 1949 and We All Pay Your Benefits. Writing of the latter, Jensen argued that despite occasional moments of sympathy towards benefits claimants, the program's ideological message was clear: worth comes from paid work and not from child-rearing or volunteering. Unemployment is a problem of will or determination and not of structural obstacles, and Social Security itself generates the problem of welfare dependence. Ultimately, Benefits Street fitted the same formula, in which intermittent sympathy for the poor and unemployed was used to season an otherwise crude reproduction of negative stereotypes. Then there is the perennial question of the exploitation of those who were filmed. Some, including residents of James Turner Street itself, objected to Benefits Street because they claimed that the program's producers had misrepresented what the series was actually going to be about. The residents weren't told, for instance, that the series was to be given such a provocative and loaded title. The deep problem with programs like Benefits Street lies more in their form than in their content. A decade ago, the academic John Corner argued that reality TV had led to a genre of post-documentary television, in which documentary elements were merged with game shows, makeover programs and other entertainment forms. Now we are in the era of post-reality TV documentary, a much more pernicious genre. Even the most credulous viewer of reality TV could hardly fail to be aware of its constructedness, with participants worrying and complaining about how they were portrayed, and viewers quickly becoming familiar with the way narrative was produced by editing. Such reflexivity is largely absent from post-reality TV documentary. This genre uses many of the techniques from reality TV, but presents them with the simulated sobriety of documentary rather than with the winking, heavily made-up face of entertainment. That's not to say that post-reality TV documentary is entirely straight-laced. No one of its defining characteristics is a certain humor and lightness. But it doesn't want to be positioned as entertainment in the way that reality TV was. In their important study Reacting to Reality Television, Performance, Audience, and Value, Beverly Skiggs and Helen Wood argue that much reality TV posits an implied bourgeois gaze, which judges working-class participants as lacking, by comparison with the middle class. Moreover, this lack is understood in heavily moralized terms. It isn't to be explained by the working class's lack of resources or opportunities, but by a deficit in will and effort. This implied perspective, seldom actually stated, but informing the whole way in which programs are produced, is typical of the post-reality TV documentary. This moralistic framing was at work in Benefits Street. It did almost nothing to contextualize what it showed. There was barely any discussion of why the participants had ended up on benefits, and no mention of the social causes of unemployment, just as there was no interrogation of the political agendas driving the focus on those claiming benefits, nor any examination of austerity as a political project. Post-reality TV documentary projects a radically depoliticized world of individuals and their intimacies. In Benefits Street, we were told that benefits were cut, but this was treated like some natural disaster, an act of God rather than the consequence of a political decision. In many respects, post-reality TV documentary like reality TV before it goes out of its way to conceal the class differences between those who are making the programs and those who feature in them. Like tabloid newspapers, the scripts impersonate a working-class vernacular. Typically, the voiceover plays an important role in this bid to present the program to working-class viewers as if it has been produced by a group of peers. The voiceover will not now be the voice of the actual program makers. If they are heard at all, these voices will only be heard in the off-screen prompts and questions put to the working-class participants. In the case of Benefits Street, the voiceover was performed by actor Tony Hurst, who has recently left the Coronation Street cast. Hurst's accent is working class, northern, his tone perfectly in keeping with the supposedly serious yet humorous register of the post-reality TV documentary Is No Nonsense and Wry. Tellingly, it was reported that the voiceover had been first offered to Brummie comedian Frank Skinner, who turned it down. The use of voiceovers by actors or comedians from working-class backgrounds not only obfuscates the class origins of those making the program, it also bolsters the program's claims to authenticity. In addition, and perhaps most significantly, the voiceover is part of a strategy that conceals the fact that the material is being framed in a particular way. In previous, more essayistic forms of documentary, when the person writing the script would also provide the voiceover, and might appear on camera, it was clearer both that a particular case was being made and who was making it. In the absence of a journalist or a program maker explicitly taking responsibility for any argument, viewers are invited to classify what they are seeing as the truth, pure and unmediated. This, we are induced to believe, is just real people, being themselves, and the refusal or failure to make any explicit argument allows dominant ideology which the program doesn't acknowledge, still less challenge to step in. It's a mark of how bad Channel 4's programming now is that Benefits Street would probably count as one of its more serious recent attempts at documentary. If you want to measure the catastrophic impact of neoliberalism on British culture, then there's no better example than Channel 4. A channel that began with programming that included European art films, serious philosophy discussion programs and politically sophisticated documentaries has now degenerated into depths so embarrassingly hucksterish and craven that they are beyond parody. This is a channel which still allows Tory toffs like Kirsty Allsopp to front programs that act as if it is normal for house buyers to have budgets of £1 million, a channel that cries crocodile tears over mental illness and other forms of extreme misfortune as a thin pretext for ruthlessly exploiting them. I'd like to think this decline isn't irreversible, but there aren't many reasons for hope at the moment. Rooting for the enemy. The Americans. The first season of The Americans ended with a sequence soundtracked by Peter Gabriel's Games Without Frontiers. The series has rightly been praised for its intelligent use of music, and Games Without Frontiers, which was released in 1980, the year in which the series begins, was a perfect choice of track for the climax of the first season. Atmospherically, the song is somehow both anxious and fatalistic, drained of emotional inflection, Gabriel's vocals sound catatonic, the production is cold and forbidding. Games Without Frontiers feels not so much post-traumatic as pre-traumatic, as if Gabriel is registering the impact of a catastrophe that is yet to come. Heard now, especially in the context of The Americans, a Cold War thriller, it reminds us of a time when such dread was ambient, when the specter of seemingly inevitable apocalypse was woven into everyday life. Yet if Games Without Frontiers invokes the broad historical moment when The Americans is set, it also comments on the specific intrigues of the series. For The Americans is about Soviet spies posing as an ordinary U.S. family. Cold War espionage did not respect the boundaries between private and public, between domestic life and duty to the cause, a game without frontiers indeed. Created by former CIA agent Joe Weisberg, The Americans centers on Elizabeth and Philip Jennings, two KGB agents living undercover as Americans in Washington. Weisberg had reputedly toyed with setting the series in the 1970s, but opting for 1980 makes strong dramatic sense. In 1980, the Cold War was intensifying in the immediate wake of the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, and the election of Ronald Reagan, who was keen to prosecute a Montechean struggle against the evil empire. The series is characterized by a bipolar oscillation between a downbeat naturalism and the screaming adrenal intensities of the thriller. There is no shortage of car chases and shootouts in The Americans. There is probably no more exciting show on TV at the moment than this, but these are intercut with scenes of domestic life, where the tensions are of another kind altogether. Far from being a respite from the Cold War, the Jennings's home life is the zone where they carry out their most emotionally charged deceptions. The marriage is itself a sham, initially at least. Elizabeth and Philip are agents on a mission, not lovers, and the series is in part about their attempts to navigate this fraught emotional terrain, and to reconcile their differing expectations about what their roles entail. But Elizabeth and Philip at least know what they are doing. Their children, Paige and Henry, necessarily do not. They are not aware that their parents are KGB agents. This not only raises the threat of discovery, but also raises a moral dilemma: should the children be told? This dilemma comes to a head in the second season, when one story arc concerns the murder of a fellow KGB couple and one of their children. When it turns out that the surviving child, Jared, had been recruited by the KGB, the question of Paige's recruitment is inevitably raised. "Paige is your daughter," says the Jennings's KGB controller, Claudia, "but she's not just yours. She belongs to the cause. And to the world. We all do." This brings us to a contrast between the Americans and even some of the most sophisticated spy fiction, such as that of John L. E. Kerr. In L. E. Kerr's work, George Smiley's adversary is the KGB spymaster Karla, and for all that L. E. Kerr complicated the broad-brush good and evil binary of Cold War propaganda, Karla remained an almost demonic figure whose commitment was incomprehensible to Smiley and his self-styled liberal pragmatism. In The Americans, the Soviets are transformed into our likeness. This first of all happens through the foregrounding of Elizabeth and Philip. But they are well supported by the rich cast of characters in the Rezidentura: Nina Krylova, a double, then triple agent, fragile but resilient and resourceful; the pragmatic strategist Arkady Ivanovich; the ambitious and enigmatic Oleg Burov. The decision to have the characters in the embassy speak Russian is important, their difference from Westerners is maintained, and the absurd convention whereby they are heard speaking bad English in pantomime Russian accents is avoided. In a reversal of stereotype, the Soviets in The Americans seem so much more glamorous than their American counterparts. The Jennings's chief antagonist, FBI agent Stan Beeman, who in a soap opera twist turns out to be a near neighbor, comes off as dour by comparison with the dynamic and glamorous Elizabeth and Philip, just as the FBI offices seem drab and mean when set against the intrigue of the Rezidentura. This no doubt contributes to the series' subversive flourish, which consists in the fact that the audience not only sympathize with the Jenningses, they positively root for them, dreading their discovery, hoping that all their plans come to fruition. The Americans' message is not that the Jenningses share a common humanity with their American enemies and neighbors, but just happen to be on the other side. Given the extremity of their situation, it is impossible for us to think that Philip and Elizabeth are just like us. At the same time, however, the series forces us to identify with them, even as their otherness is preserved. At key points, their differences from the real Americans are emphasized. While Philip is sometimes seen to vacillate, to appreciate at least some aspects of the American way of life, Elizabeth never wavers in her commitment to the destruction of American capitalism. At one moment during the second season, Paige starts going to a church group. Nothing brings home Elizabeth's alienness to American life and to many of the protocols of U.S. TV drama more than the ferocity of her hostility to this development. The scene in which a furious Elizabeth confronts Paige about all this is strangely hilarious. There aren't many places elsewhere in American TV drama where we can see Christianity attacked with such fervor. The complexity of Elizabeth's character and its sophisticated performance by Carrie Russell may be the highlight of the series. Both she and Philip have to be ruthless when it is necessary, they kill without compunction, but Elizabeth has an unsentimental coldness and poise which the more equivocal Philip lacks. It is to the series' credit that it doesn't code this coldness as a moral failing, rather, it holds in tension two conflicting worldviews, which value Elizabeth's strength of purpose and Philip's uncertainties very differently. There is certainly no doubt, for instance, that Elizabeth loves her children, but the question is what place this love should have in a hierarchy of duties. For Elizabeth, it is clear, the cause must always come first. In conditions where capitalism dominates without opposition, the very idea of a cause has disappeared. Who fights and dies for capitalism? whose life is made meaningful by the struggle for a capitalist society. It was none other than Francis Fukuyama who warned that a triumphal capitalism would be haunted by hankerings after existential purpose that consumer goods and parliamentary democracy could not assuage. Much of the appeal of the Americans depends upon the fact that it is set before this period. Our knowledge that the collapse of the Soviet experiment was less than a decade away from the period when the series is set lends all of the discourse about the communist cause in the Americans a melancholy quality. In 1980, the Cold War felt as if it would last forever. In reality, within a mere 9 years, everything that Elizabeth and Philip stood for would collapse, and the end of history would be upon us. How to Let Go, The Leftovers, Broadchurch, and The Missing. Loss is the subject of some of the best television series of the last year or so. Freud distinguished between mourning and melancholia, where mourning involves relinquishing the lost object and melancholia entails morbidly holding on. These series track the painful, perhaps permanently interrupted process whereby melancholia becomes mourning. The problem for the characters in the enthralling HBO series The Leftovers is that mourning cannot properly begin. The series is about the consequences of a cataclysmic event referred to as the sudden departure, in which, inexplicably, without warning and without leaving a trace, 2% of the world's population disappears. The series was adapted from his own novel by Tom Perrotta, along with Damon Lindelof, the co-creator of Lost. In some ways, The Leftovers is like Lost in negative. Where Lost focused on those who had gone over to the other side, The Leftovers concentrates on the ones left behind. The phrase left behind is not neutral. Of course, it was the title of a series of best-selling Christian millenarian novels about the end times. The first temptation is to see the sudden departure as a religious event, the greatest religious event of all, the rapture. Yet the sudden departure appears to have taken people at random, abusers as well as altruists, celebrities as well as mediocrities, believers as well as non-believers. One of the most mordantly amusing threads in the series sees Reverend Matt Jameson, an unstable compound of bitterness, compassion, and enduring faith, superbly played by Christopher Eccleston, producing a homemade scandal sheet whose sole purpose is to tarnish the name of those who were taken, in order to prove that the departure cannot have been the rapture. Or is this the form that the rapture would supposedly take for those left behind? It would not be an event with immediately clear meaning, but an unintelligible, traumatic interruption, producing disorientation and anger as much as sadness. Yet The Leftovers does not concern itself overmuch with the enigma of the sudden departure. Lost became self-erotically enmeshed in a madly proliferating web of embedded mysteries that by the end seemed as if they were being invented simply to keep the intrigue going, and could never be satisfactorily resolved. The Leftovers offers no hint that its central mystery will ever be explained. If the first season is anything to go by, this absence of explanation is the point. The series is set 3 years after the sudden departure, and by now the event has become part of the assumed background of the characters' lives, a vast epistemic void which they are simultaneously always ignoring and negotiating. The sudden departure is then like trauma as such, an unfathomable puncturing of meaning, a senseless spasm of sheer contingency. The fact that the nature of the sudden departure is never directly confronted means that the question which genre the series belongs to, religious drama, science fiction, metaphysical fiction, is suspended. The dominant mode is an often brutal naturalism, but a naturalism forever haunted and conditioned by something it cannot assimilate. Some have viewed the sudden departure as an allegory of 9/11, but the analogy isn't convincing. The Leftovers belongs to a moment deprived of the certainties possessed by those prosecuting the war on terror and their opponents. There is no one to blame in The Leftovers, and there are no bodies to mourn. Without these, the population turns to rage and brooding depression. Families disintegrate, even families such as the Garveys, the lead characters, who did not lose a member in the departure. Social cohesion is always threatening to unravel. New belief systems sprout like couch grass in an abandoned garden, for in a world in which sense has gone, who can adjudicate between the credible and the ridiculous anymore? In some ways, the most authentic response to the sudden departure comes from the cult, the guilty remnant. The rules that members follow have the eerie arbitrariness, the oniric montage logic, of a genuine cult. They are required to wear all white, to remain silent, and in a symbol of their lack of belief in a viable future, to always smoke whilst in public. But the remnant have no cockamamie beliefs. In fact, they seem to have no positive beliefs at all. Their purpose is simply to retain a fidelity to the senseless event of the departure. In their joyless white, they are mute specters forever insisting that the departure must not be forgotten. Their point is not moral, the departed should be remembered, but philosophical. Reality has fundamentally altered, and this must be faced, not denied. In the UK, ITV's Broadchurch confronts loss in a more intimate, less metaphysically fraught way. The series centers on the death of a child, Danny Latimer, in a fictional seaside town. While it was clearly British television's response to wintry Scandinavian thrillers such as The Killing, the first series of Broadchurch was not merely pastiche. There was a poise in the way it combined the whodunit intrigue of the traditional thriller with a more subdued tracking of the impact of the death on the town. The series also deftly negotiated the line between sentimentalizing a local community and finding potential killers everywhere. In the course of the investigation, the close-knit community that rallies around after the killing soon becomes a mob, which, stoked by tabloid insinuations, hounds a local shopkeeper to his death. The second series of Broadchurch, halfway through at the time of writing, offered a clever solution to the seemingly intractable problem of how the series could continue once the killer was revealed. Another murder in the same town would definitively trip the series over into melodrama, yet abandoning the whodunit element would deprive Broadchurch of one of its narrative drivers. As it turned out, the whodunit was provided by an old case that the lead detective, Hardy, had failed to solve, a case that haunted him in the first series, while the ongoing study of the effects of the murder of Danny Latimer was continued with a trial, prompted when the killer, Joe Miller, retracts his confession. Yet the second series lacks the sure-footedness of the first, and it is hard not to feel that it's somewhat superfluous and unnecessary. If Broadchurch was ITV's answer to The Killing, then The Missing was the BBC's response to Broadchurch. In Broadchurch, the grieving family gradually has to adjust to the death of a child, to give up melancholia so that they can begin mourning. In The Missing, this process is indefinitely stalled. The child whose disappearance is at the heart of the series is precisely missing, not yet dead. On holiday in France in 2006, 5-year-old Ollie Hughes disappeared in a bar. The series took us down many blind alleys in pursuing the truth behind his disappearance. It ran through a virtual inventory of folk devils, including pedophiles, corrupt politicians, drug addicts, and Eastern European criminal gangs, before concluding in bathos Ollie's disappearance turned out to be the result of an alcoholic accident, not any intentional malignancy. In theory, there was something admirable about this controlled deflation. In practice, however, there was something dissatisfying about the way it was handled, which made the series feel like a shaggy dog story, leading nowhere. Very interesting. Along the way, there were some memorable performances, most notably Chicky Cario as Detective Julian Baptiste, a charismatic mix of wisdom, compassion, and tenacity, but the most haunting scenes came at the beginning and the end of the series. First, there was the wrenching moment when Tony Hughes lost Ollie. Some of this power came from the very banality of the scene, a bar which could be anywhere, a moment's distraction, a hand momentarily released, a sudden contingency that irrevocably and irretrievably transforms life, pitching Ollie's parents into hell. The final scene showed that Tony, now a disheveled wreck, utterly consumed by obsession, would never escape that hell. Unable to accept that Ollie is dead, his body is never recovered, Tony is now in Russia, serially harassing children that he momentarily convinces himself might be his lost son. It is a horrible image of secular purgatory. Mourning will never begin. Tony is condemned to a melancholia without end that he doesn't even want to escape. The strange death of British satire. Watch one of the BBC's political programs such as The Daily Politics and This Week, both fronted by Andrew Neil, and you encounter a particular tone. British television viewers are unlikely to take much notice of this tone because we take it for granted. Take a step back, however, and it is really rather curious. These ostensibly serious programs are conducted with an air of light mockery, which Neil, with his perma-smirk and smugly knowing air, personifies. The tone, I believe, tells us something about the widespread disengagement from parliamentary politics in England. Take this week. The whole show is conducted in a lamely comic style that it is hard to imagine any sentient creature finding amusing. Guests are required to dress up in daft costumes and present their arguments in the form of limp skits, pitched at an audience whose implied level of intelligence is imbecilic. The atmosphere is matey, informal, and the overwhelming impression is that nothing much is at stake in any of the decisions that Parliament takes. While Neil's dog pads about the set, former Tory leadership candidate Michael Portillo chats on a sofa with professionally amiable Blairite Alan Johnson. No class antagonism here, only mild disagreements. Politics appears as a gentleman's club where everyone is friends. People from working class backgrounds, such as Johnson, can achieve entry to this club, provided they accept its rules. These rules are never actually stated, but they are very clear. Parliament is not to be taken too seriously, it is to be treated as a soap opera, in which the lead characters are self-serving individuals who don't believe in much beyond getting themselves elected. On no account are any intellectual concepts to be discussed, unless to be sneered at as pretentious nonsense. It has to be accepted that nothing very significant will ever change. The basic coordinates of political reality were set in the 1980s, and all we can do is operate inside them. If you were designing a program specifically to put people, especially young people, off politics, to convince them it is a tedious waste of time, then you could hardly do better than this week. The program seems to be aimed at literally no one. If you are staying up late to watch a program devoted to politics, then presumably you are pretty serious about politics. Who wants this unfunny froth? It would be bad enough if this tone of mirthless levity were confined to this week, but it increasingly dominates political coverage of all kinds on the BBC. It thoroughly permeated the BBC's election night coverage this year, which Neil anchored. This trivializing tone is perhaps even more troubling than the problem of bias. The election night coverage was notable for the disconnection between the shock and alarm that many in the audience felt about an unexpected win for the Conservative Party, and the guffawing banter of Neil and his associates. Reading out tweets and sharing gossip, the grinning Laura Ginsberg, who has recently replaced Robinson as the BBC's political editor, seemed to treat the whole evening as a jolly good laugh. Perhaps there isn't that much at stake for her. She was, after all, born into immense privilege, the daughter of an OBE and a CBE, and the granddaughter of a founder and president of the Royal College of General Practitioners. But where does this tone with its strange mixture of the middle-aged and the adolescent come from? The quick answer is class background. The tone of light but relentless ridicule, the pose of not being seen to take things too seriously, has its roots in the British boarding school. In an article for The Guardian, Nick Duffel argued that, from around the age of 7, boarders are required to adopt a pseudo-adult personality, which results, paradoxically, in their struggling to properly mature, since the child who was not allowed to grow up organically gets stranded, as it were, inside them. Boarding children, Duffel continues, invariably construct a survival personality that endures long after school and operates strategically. Crucially, they must not look unhappy, childish, or foolish in any way vulnerable, or they will be bullied by their peers. So they dissociate from all these qualities, project them out onto others, and develop 3. Duplicitous personalities that are on the run. Now that the working class perspective has been marginalized in the dominant British media and political culture, we increasingly live inside the mind of this psychically mutilated adolescent bourgeois male. Here, ostensible levity conceals deep fear and anxiety. Self-mockery is a kind of homeopathic remedy that is used to ward off the threat of an annihilating humiliation. You must never appear too much of a swot, you must never look as if you might like or think anything that isn't already socially approved. Even if you haven't attended boarding school yourself, you are still required to operate in an emotional atmosphere set by those who did. Andrew Neil, who came from a working-class background and attended a grammar school, attained access to the top table by simulating the mores of the privately educated elite. Thatcherism depended on the conspicuous success of people like Neil. If they could make it, so could anyone. No program did more to normalize the mode of mandatory light mockery than Have I Got News for You. In a 2013 essay for the London Review of Books, Sinking Giggling into the Sea, Jonathan Coe positioned Have I Got News for You in a genealogy of British satire going back to the 1950s. Coe argued that, back then, satire might have posed a threat to the authority of establishment politicians who expected unthinking deference from the electorate. Now, however, when politicians are routinely ridiculed and a weary cynicism is ubiquitous, satire is a weapon used by the establishment to protect itself. No one typifies this more than Boris Johnson. Coe points out that Johnson's success crucially depended on his appearances sometimes as guest presenter on Have I Got News for You. The atmosphere of generalist sniggering allowed Johnson to develop his carefully cultivated, heavily mediated persona of lovable, self-mocking buffoon. The show allows Johnson to present himself as a hail fellow well-met everyman, not a member of an old Etonian elite. In this he has been abetted by his sometime antagonist Ian Hislop. Hislop always has the guffawing, self-satisfied air of a prefect who's caught out some slightly posher kid stealing from the tuck shop. No matter what the infraction, Hislop's response is always a supercilious snigger. While this snigger might be conceivably appropriate to MPs being caught with their trousers down, or even with their overclaiming on expenses, it seems grotesquely out of kilter with the kind of systemic corruption that we now know has occurred over the last 30 years in Britain, in everything from Hillsborough to the phone hacking scandal to pedophilia involving major establishment figures, not to mention the behaviors that led to the financial crash. As the editor of Private Eye, Hislop has played an important part in exposing these abuses. But on television his mocker-in-chief persona serves ultimately to neutralize and cover over the extremity and systematicity of the abuse. One snigger fits all situations. Coe's discussion of Johnson is strikingly similar to the Italian philosopher Franco Berardi's analysis of Silvio Berlusconi. Berlusconi's popularity, Berardi argued, depended on his ridiculing of political rhetoric and its stagnant rituals. The voters were invited to identify with the slightly crazy premier, the rascal prime minister who resembles them. Like Johnson, Berlusconi was the fool who occupied the place of power, disdaining law and rules in the name of a spontaneous energy that rules can no longer bridle. In the UK, this concept of a spontaneous energy that rules can no longer bridle goes beyond politics in the narrow sense. The populist right-wing celebration of this energy is surely what kept Jeremy Clarkson in his job as a presenter of Top Gear for so long, and its appeal is what must have motivated over 1 million people to sign a petition calling for Clarkson to keep his job after he had punched a producer in the face. The prevailing media culture in the UK allows the privately educated Clarkson to come off as a plain-speaking man of the people, bravely saying what he thinks in the face of an oppressive political correctness that seeks to muzzle him. The success of Top Gear is another testament to the power and, sadly, international appeal of the English ruling class male mentality. Who, more than Clarkson and his fellow presenters, better exemplifies this bizarre mixture of the middle-aged and the adolescent? What, after all, is it safer for a ruling class adolescent male to like than cars? Clarkson is just one of a range of British television celebrities who play the role of pantomime villain, a persona entirely devoid of compassion for others. Except this is a pantomime with real blood. Take the former Apprentice star and Sun columnist Katie Hopkins, for instance. The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Zaid Ra'ad al-Hussein, condemned her likening of refugees to cockroaches for its obvious echoes of Nazi rhetoric. Hopkins is allowed to get away with this because of what we might call the innate postmodernism of the English ruling class. Both she and Clarkson say hateful things, but with a twinkle in their eye and their eyebrows ever so slightly raised. There is an immense complexity at work in this ruling class mummery. The humor allows Clarkson and Hopkins to be conduits for a racism that has very real, very tragic effects, whilst also letting them off the hook. The humor reassures them, and their audience, that they don't really mean it. But the problem is that they don't have to mean it, they help define the terms of debate, and allow migrants to be dehumanist, whatever their true feelings about the issue might be. However, Hopkins' persona was troubled when she appeared on Celebrity Big Brother earlier this year. While much of the time she stayed in role as a spiteful, hard-hearted bigot, there were inevitably moments when the facade cracked, and she could be seen caring for others. While this increased her popularity, she almost won the show. It was also in danger of destroying the Katie Hopkins brand. Most tellingly, her greatest moments of vulnerability came when she was asked to accept tenderness from others. In order to survive in the harsh and emotionally retarded world of the English ruling class male she was trained for in private school and at Sandhurst, Hopkins has clearly been required to forego any public acceptance of warmth or kindness from others. Sadly, the wearing of such character armor is not now confined to Hopkins and the rest of the privately educated elite. Self-educated working-class culture generated some of the best comedy, music, and literature in modern British history. The last 30 years have seen the bourgeoisie take over not only business and politics, but also entertainment and culture. In the UK, comedy and music are increasingly graduate professions, dominated by the privately educated. The sophistication of working-class culture, which combines laughter, intelligence, and seriousness in complex ways, has been replaced by a grey bourgeois common sense, where everything comes swathed in a witless humor. It's long past time that we stopped sniggering along with the emotionally damaged bourgeoisie, and learned once again to laugh and care with the working class. Review: Terminator. Genesis. Think Abbott and Costello meets Terminator. Think Terminator and Robin. Think, in other words, the point at which a franchise subsides, perhaps finally, into self-parody. If the underrated Terminator Salvation drew on and extended all the machinic darkness of the first film, then Terminator Genesis returns to the playful pomo of Terminator 2, Judgment Day. Indeed, the film is so mired in self-reference and in jokes, you almost suspect that its writers and director must have been closely consulting Fredric Jameson's remarks on pastiche in postmodernism, or the cultural logic of late capitalism. In retrospect, Terminator 2's already irritating combination of cutesy smart alegory and apocalyptic foreboding laid out the formula for the 1990s postmodern thriller in the way that the Bond films did for the thrillers of the 60s. The form was a kind of have-your-cake-and-eat-it mix of send-up and portentous melodrama. That shtick feels played out far past the point of exhaustion now, and Terminator Genesis goes even more lightweight. It acts as if Terminator Salvation had never happened, emphatically rejecting its style and tone, and gorging on all the time travel paradoxes that the previous film had sidelined. The setup returns us to the scenario of the first film. It sees Kyle Reese sent back into 1984 from the future. But Reese meets a Sarah Connor who is not at all what he expected. Rather than the disbelieving naive who has to be traumatically persuaded that she will become the mother of humanity's future savior, this already battle-hardened Connor knows more than Reese does. Aha, an alternative timeline, an excuse to run through so many remixed versions of the best-known sequences from the first two films, like so much microwave reheated comfort food. By this point, we've already seen the original 1984 model of the Arnie Terminator blown away by an older Terminator. This Terminator, whom Connor calls Pops, is essentially an older version of the protective patriarch Terminator of Terminator 2, but you see he always talks in very technical jargon, which makes for some deeply unfunny would-be humorous exchanges with Reese, who keeps asking if there is a switch he can use to turn this dialogue off. The presiding metaphysic here, a vision of total plasticity, in which nothing is final, everything can be redone, is, like everything else in this film, completely familiar. If the Terminator in the first film, a muscle-bound humanoid with metallic robotic skeleton, was an image of work and technology in the Fordist era, then the T-1000 gave us our first taste of the forms of capital and labor which were then emerging. No doubt, the T-100's protean capacity to adopt any form whatsoever initially seemed exciting, reflecting the promises of a new digital technologies, and of an unleashed capitalism, recently freed up from conflict with the Soviet Empire. But by 2015 that excitement has long since flatlined. As with so much contemporary culture, Terminator Genesis feels simultaneously self-satisfied and desperate, frenzied and boring. It is at one and the same time a desecration and plundering of the series past that is also pathetically reverential towards it. This sense of decadence makes the Batman and Robin parallel inevitable, with Arnie's Pops uncomfortably recalling his iconically disastrous performance as Mr. Freeze. It isn't only the presence of Matt Smith that makes one think of the smugly Baroque narrative excrescences of recent Doctor Who. In the end, however, what Terminator Genesis most resembles is something like a cross between the Back to the Future movies and the Butterfly Effect, but with none of the wit and ingenuity of the former, and little of the grim fatalism of the latter. In fact, it is the film's absolute refusal of fatalism, its embracing, indeed, of a kind of radically open reality, in which nothing is fixed, everything can be redone, which gives Terminator Genesis its deeply affectless quality. The uncanny charge of the first film's time loop, in which characters perform, apparently for the first time, acts that in some sense have already happened, is dissipated. No time loops here, just fuzzy and flabby spirals, which trail off into inconsequence, and which might very well be incoherent, if you could be bothered to care about them. But this is the problem. A film whose reality is this plastic, this recomposable, is simply impossible to care about on any level. As such, Terminator Genesis becomes a kind of dumb, unintentional parable about restructuring in late capitalism. Since anything can and will change soon, why bother to care about what is happening now? The whole film feels like a monument to pointless hard work. We're left somewhat stupefied and perturbed by the vast amount of digital labor that has gone into something that is almost completely devoid of interest, and which it certainly feels like very hard work to watch. The house that fame built, Celebrity Big Brother. This summer's Celebrity Big Brother was like some Warholian nightmare. Long gone are the longers of the early Big Brother series, and the simplicity of its premise: put a group of people in a room, deprive them of contact with the outside world, have them vote one person out each week, and see what happens. Long forgotten also is the flimsy scientific justification for the show, the claim that it was a social experiment. The hyped-up atmosphere of 2015 will no longer permit even the illusion of such detachment. This year the overall format of the series, framed as a competition, not only amongst the individual housemates, but between teams representing the US and the UK, predictably provoked high tension early on. There were the familiar tasks, pointless activities, ranging from the daft to the humiliating, designed to foment discontent amongst the housemates. But this year, the producers' interventions in the house amounted to prolonged psychological torture. This was all the more troubling, given that a number of the housemates were evidently fragile. The former TV presenter Gail Porter, who has a history of mental health problems, clearly struggled, joking on her exit from the house that it was worse than being sectioned. Model Austin Armacost, raw with anger and grief because his brother's death had led to the crumbling of his family, was subject to violent mood swings, and at one point launched into a savage verbal attack on reality TV veteran Janice Dickinson. The obsession with twists, introduced to keep freshening the format, has produced a self-parodic situation where the only constant is perpetual instability. Rules on nominations were continually changed. Housemates would find nominations that they had supposed were happening in the diary room, seen only by the producers and the audience at home, broadcast to the whole house. Housemates were required to nominate in front of one another, which amounted to a demand that they denigrate each other in public. In one especially deceitful trick from the show's producers, the two most aggressive American housemates, reality TV personality Farrah Abraham and former porn star Jenna Jameson, were apparently evicted, taken to a hidden part of the house and told they were watching the other housemates in secret. In fact, the other housemates were fully aware of Abraham and Jameson's fake eviction, so the last laugh, a hollow, spiteful laugh, was on them. For the roots of this televisual culture, we need to look back 40 years. In his book 1973 Nervous Breakdown, Watergate, Warhol, and the Birth of Post-60s America, Andreas Hillen persuasively argues that the threshold into our current era of reality/celebrity was 1973, the year of the Watergate hearings, and the year that the first reality TV program, An American Family, was broadcast. The ephemerality of celebrity status was of course anticipated by Andy Warhol's quip about everyone being famous for 15 minutes, but Warhol's most extraordinary prescience lay in his understanding of the specificity of celebrity, its difference from the older mystique and glamour of the Hollywood star. Whereas the star was soft focus and associated with film, the celebrity emerged from the new accessibility that television appeared to promise. Celebrity culture was nowhere better illustrated than in Warhol's Interview magazine. Like Watergate, Interview was made possible by taping. The interviews, which ranged over the trivial minutiae of its subjects' lives, were transcripts. They weren't framed by the interposing persona of the writer. Yet Warhol understood that tape recording did not capture an unmediated reel. Rather, and as Warhol's admirer Gene Baudrillard recognized, ubiquitous taping destroyed any illusion that such a reel existed. Instead, there would now only be an anxious and unanswerable question: are those who are recorded performing for the tape or the camera? The intrusion of the cameras into the Loud family's lives in An American Family prompted all kinds of anxious discussions. Did the cameras affect what they were recording? As Hillen points out, the series wasn't only Warholian, there was an actual connection with Warhol. Lance Loud had corresponded with Warhol since the late 1960s, and An American Family featured scenes of Lance mingling with some of Warhol's superstars, the clique of New York personalities he promoted, in the Chelsea Hotel. Not least because he was a victim of it, Warhol was sensitive to the volatile combination of violence and celebrity in the pop landscape. With Celebrity Big Brother in 2015, it is clear that this aggression has become overwhelming. Ever since An American Family, reality TV has provoked feelings of guilt and complicity in the audience. To what extent are we responsible for the suffering we are watching? With Celebrity Big Brother this summer, those feelings became acute, almost unbearable. The program became a prolonged exercise in intense cruelty, which made the early Big Brother, not to mention An American Family, seem quaintly genteel. What has happened in the 15 years since Big Brother was first broadcast in the UK to account for this increase in savagery? The simple answer involves two closely related factors: shifts in the economy, and the ubiquity of the Internet. The resulting composite capitalist cyberspace has normalized extreme precariousness, competitiveness, and casual aggression. One consequence is a new breed of celebrity, typified by 24-year-old Farrah Abraham, the unofficial star of the latest Celebrity Big Brother. Abraham, who came to fame on MTV's Teen Mom, is a Darwinian product of the harsh, unremitting spotlight of 21st century celebrity/reality TV. Abraham has quite literally made a career out of being hateful. It's what the audience, and therefore the TV producers, seems to want. She became the most successful of the teen moms by being obnoxious and antagonistic her whole life, becoming a performance art piece in which she played the one-dimensional role of a person devoid of compassion, nonchalantly dismissive and contemptuous of others practically all the time. But why would Abraham have any cause to mend her ways? She has been immensely rewarded. The performance of invulnerability is both her brand and a survival strategy. In the atmosphere of cutthroat uncertainty that prevails in late capitalist television, trusting others is a luxury that no one, not even the super-rich, can afford. The grimace of scorn on Abraham's face, surgically enhanced, permanently lip-glossed, is both a protective mask and her unique selling point. Allied with the similarly harsh Jenna Jameson in the celebrity Big Brother house, Abraham came off as a comic figure, but one that no one could actually laugh at. Her one-note hostility and viscera insults "you're full of Satan" were absurd, but too full of actual malice to leave anything but a bitter taste in the mouth. There was also something darkly comic about the relentlessly aggressive and insulting Jameson and Abraham attacking others for their negativity. Both seem to be the endpoint of a therapeutic culture which lays all the emphasis on shoring up one's own ego, even to the point of becoming delusional. The rise of social media, and the fear it has produced in television executives, means that shows like Celebrity Big Brother are saturated with anxiety, not only the anxiety of the housemates, who are often selected for their hair-trigger tempers or psychic weaknesses, but the anxiety of the producers, always looking for the next #outrage, for provocations that will go viral. This anxiety, and the surrounding social situation that engenders it, takes us beyond the cool ambivalence of Warhol's aesthetic. As Hillen points out, Warhol certainly enjoyed, even cultivated, the self-destruction of figures such as Edie Sedgwick and Candy Darling. But he also imbued them with a tenderness and a tragic grandeur that has no place on reality TV in the 21st century. No tragedy now, only spasms of soon-to-be-forgotten outrage, ejaculations of hatred and suffering snacked on like fast food. Sympathy for the androids, the twisted morality of Westworld. The problem with all actually existing theme parks is that they aren't actually very themed. The theme parks that have been built so far are really amusement parks, the theming acting as decoration for what are still, at bottom, old-fashioned thrill rides. The tendency in the latest rides is for a fusion with cinema, via the inclusion of 3D digital sequences, just as 3D cinema itself increasingly tends towards a ride's logic of sensation. The immersion, such as it is confined within the rides, which remain discrete partial worlds, with clearly marked exits and entrances. Even if the theming is somewhat well executed, it is let down by the paying customers. Wandering around clutching cameras and wearing jeans, whatever world or historical period they are supposed to be in, the park visitors remain spectators, their identity as tourists preserved. Michael Crichton's 1973 film Westworld tried to imagine what a genuine theme park would look like. There were no separate attractions here, and therefore no metazone in which the visitors were invited to return to their own identities. In the Westworld park, there was no readily apparent difference between the visitors and the androids that populated the park. Like the androids, the visitors were required to dress and comport themselves as if they belonged to the Old West. The appeal of Westworld and its companion parks, Roman World and Medieval World, was of crossing over into an environment from which all signs of the contemporary had been expunged. Instead of the limited immersion offered by rides, the park offered a whole world. Inevitably, the meta crept in, via the visitors' self-consciousness, their awareness of their differences from the androids. The recurring theme in Crichton's science fiction, broached most famously in his Jurassic Park novels, was the impossibility of predicting and controlling emergent phenomena. Westworld, like Jurassic Park after it, becomes the model for a kind of managerial hubris, in which the capacity of elements in a system to self-organize in ways that are not foreseeable is fatally underestimated. One of the notable features of the original Westworld film was its early mainstreaming of the possibility of a machinic virus. It is a non-biotic contagion of the sort that causes the androids, led by a memorably implacable, black-clad Yul Brynner, to go off programming and start killing the park guests. In expanding Westworld from a 90-minute science fiction movie into an extended television series for HBO, Lisa Joy and Jonathan Nolan have retained most of the core elements from the film, but shifted the emphasis. The glitch that starts to worry the park's designers and managers is a cognitive failure rather than a predilection towards violence, a kind of android dementia that may be the symptom of emergent consciousness amongst the hosts, as the androids are called in the series. As the park's chief founder, conceptualist and demiurge, Robert Ford recognizes that a glitch is something more than a mere failure. Evolution, he observes, forged the entirety of sentient life on this planet using only one tool, the mistake. Ford seems more fascinated than panicked by the prospect of a new wave of mutations in the host's artificial psyches. In this version of Westworld, it isn't the threat of violence against humans that commands our attention so much as the routine brutality to which the hosts are subjected. Ford justifies this by insisting that the androids are not real, that they only feel what we tell them to feel. Yet it's not fully clear what criteria for reality he is employing, nor why feelings cease to be real when they are programmed. Wouldn't forcing others to feel what we want them to feel be the very definition of violence? There is ample evidence in the series that the androids can experience distress, an indication, surely, that they are beings worthy of moral concern. Much of the park's allure rests on the gap between the host's capacity to feel suffering and their legal status as mere machines. Many of the hardened repeat visitors to the park, especially the so-called Man in Black, specifically enjoy the pain and struggling of the androids. As the Man in Black tells Dolores, the host cast in the role of sweet and wholesome farm girl, it wouldn't be half as much fun if she didn't resist him. Others enjoy displaying indifference to the host's agonies. In one horrifying early scene, a guest impales the hand of a prospector host with a knife, chiding his companion for being tempted by such an unengaging narrative as gold hunting. It has been said that the fantasy underlying sadism is of a victim that can endlessly suffer. The hosts materialize this fantasy, they can be repeatedly brutalized, repeatedly killed, in an infinity of suffering. Ennui has always been both an occupational hazard and a badge of honor for the Saudian libertine, and some of the repeat visitors display an ironic and bored affect. Hence the ambivalent attitude of these guests towards the hosts, at once treating them as dehumanist objects of abuse and as creatures who share fellow feelings. If the hosts were nothing more than empty mechanisms, what enjoyment could be derived from humiliating and destroying them? Yet if the hosts were accorded equivalent moral status with the guests, then how could their abuse be justified? The hosts are protected from the full horror to which they are subjected by memory wipes, which allow them to return renewed and ready for more abuse, each time they are reset. The guests exist in a continuous time, while the hosts are locked into loops. What the hosts lack is not consciousness; they possess a form of consciousness that has been deliberately limited or blinkered, but an unconscious. Deprived of memory and the capacity to dream, the androids can be wounded but not traumatized. Yet there are signs that precisely this capacity to experience trauma is developing in some of the hosts, especially Dolores and the brothel madam, Maeve. Dolores is increasingly subject to flashbacks, which we must understand not as glitches but as the first stirrings of memory, a recollection of her previous iterations. Maeve, meanwhile, is tormented by fragmentary images of hooded figures tampering with her half-sleeping body. In fact, this is a memory of a botched repair procedure, which she witnessed because she was not properly put into sleep mode while being fixed. In one of the most unsettling scenes in the series, the panicked and bewildered Maeve escapes from the hospital-cum-repair space, and stumbles around the aseptic compound, which littered with decommissioned naked host bodies must look to her like an atrocity scene. In attempting to solve the mystery of the inexplicable images which haunt her, Maeve comes to resemble a combination of Leonard in the film Memento and an alien abduction victim. With few exceptions, the human beings in Westworld are a charmless bunch. Their behavior runs a gamut from the savagery of some of the guests to the banal bickering and corporate competitiveness of the park's designers, managers, and engineers. By contrast, Dolores and Maeve struggle to understand what they are, alternating between thinking there is something wrong with their minds and something wrong with their world possesses a kind of metaphysical lyricism. Their coming to consciousness looks like being the precondition for a very different android rebellion than that which took place in the 1973 film. This time, it's hard not be on the side of hosts. Part 3. Choose your weapons. Writing on music. The by now traditional Glasto rant. What really drives student entrepreneurs into a premature commercial detachment is their audiences. Every new ENS officer learns from first-term results, black music has no student draw, known bands are preferred to unknown bands, No one in the student union cares who the latest critical cult figures are. Students are the great, middle class, middlebrow bastion of British rock and, after 20 years, their tastes aren't about to be shaken. Simon Frith, Afterthoughts 2. So wrote Simon Frith in 1985. Well, after 20 further years, I see no reason to revise Frith's judgment. These reflections have been prompted by Glastonbury, naturally, which is now nearly officially the end of college year prom for Britain's student population. I should preface my remarks here by referring to Ian Penman's comments of more or less this time last year, and if anyone doubts what a loss Ian Penman is, and I'm sure no one does, just read his Glastonburyal 03 posts * like Penman. I feel annoyed at myself for letting it get to me. The pawboy put it perfectly. I still get agitated, perplexed, I wouldn't actually say depressed, that's not true, but something like Glastonbury irks and niggles me, still, in a way I wish it didn't. I really do wish it didn't. Could you please knock me off my feet, for a while? Please knock me off my feet for a while. 'Cause there's a goxy of emptiness tonight. All that said, and obviously I didn't go, Christ, you didn't imagine that in a million years I would, did you? And obviously the telly coverage is as nothing compared to the real experience, 'cause there's like mud there, and fire eaters and jugglers. Penman again, I mean, music in a field in the daytime? WTF. It's almost deliberately delibitnessing, but that's the agenda, really, the secret purpose of this now unopposed embourgeoisement of rock culture UK. What's positively sinister about Glastonbury now is that it's not just accidentally crap, it's systematically crap. The hidden message screams out, it's all finished, roll up, for the necrophiliac spectacle, it's all over. Abandon all cultural vitality, all ye who enter here. Those who only remember the past are condemned to repeat it forever. The bill was almost parodically LCD Moore, so safe and organic and wholesome and unimpeachable and uncontroversial, Maca. Oasis. Franz Ferdinand. No black folks, of course, unless they're well into their 60s, James Brown, Toots and the Maytals, but no whiteys either unless they're into their 60s or sound like they could be in their 60s. Go along with mum and dad, read The Guardian, smoke some dope, the whole of rock history fugged out into some blandly beneficent museum of dead forms, all breaks, discontinuities, ruptures edited out or incorporated back in, their force and novelty subdued and airbrushed into a joyless carnival of second-hand history for the stupefied delectation of the last men. The significance of generation gaps wasn't the tired Oedipal merry-go-round so much as that they pointed to a culture of constant renewal. How long is a generation? In any vital culture, it's a matter of weeks or months. Here, well, the fact that the generation gap doesn't make any sense anymore at Glastonbury, balding accountants getting down to basement jacks, Jemima studying fine arts at Sussex being blown away by Maca is a sure sign that this is a culture as energetic as the contents of one of Hearst's tanks. Respect for everyone. Respect is how they killed Shakespeare, make it all a part of the national heritage. A tactical nuclear strike would have taken out virtually everything that's debilitating, deadening, and reactive about the Brit culture industry, much of the current ruling class and a significant portion of our future masters too. Once the bombers have hit Glasgow, set the coordinates for Ibiza, things might start improving around here. Art pop, no, really. If we're going to discuss art pop, we really ought to forget Franz Ferdinand and Scissor Sisters and talk about Moloko. I saw them last night at the otherwise desultory Common Ground Festival in Clapham, an event whose lineup was as limp as its name was uninspired. Gratifyingly, by the way, Common Ground wasted no time in confirming all my prejudices about festivals. Those on the stage haplessly attempted to muster some enthusiasm from bored punters, who wandered around listlessly in a sunlight inimical to pop's mystique, strongbow in their hand, kid on their shoulder. We weren't the only people to sit and read the paper for a while. The bill was shocking. It felt like a local council-free event, the organizers under the lamentable misapprehension that they'll appear with it by booking dance acts such as the oppressively lumpen stage of freestylers and the dub pistols. These cloddish white appropriations of hip-hop, drum and bass and dancehall are dispiritingly missing the point, funkless and morosely male. If their diabolic intent was to systematically convert some of the most exciting, cutting-edge music of recent years into a dull migraine thud, they couldn't have done a more ruthlessly efficient job. And then Moloko arrived, Roisin, preposterously but marvelously, in a helmet, like Boudica come to retake London. Roisin is every inch the pop star. Pop stars are a rare breed at the best of times, but they're scarce to the point of near extinction now. It's partly a question of style, partly of glamour, but mostly it's to do with charisma. In its original meaning, charisma meant a gift from God. Appropriate. For charisma is dispensed according to fate's inegalitarian whim. Roisin has it. No amount of bluster, sweat, or sinew will allow the likes of the freestylers to acquire it, even though the resentful, leveling spirit of the times would have it otherwise. So Roisin arrives and you can feel the change in the air. Where before the stage was a libido-draining vortex, now it radiates energy, excitement, and electricity. Charisma, it's almost a physical thing. Roisin has a glamour which includes sexual attractiveness, but it is not reducible to it. Glamour originally meant a spell cast by women to entrance men. Roisin is certainly captivating, but not only to men. If sex is ubiquitous and compulsory, glamour is now subtly forbidden. With the Baudrillard of Seduction, a book which could serve as a Bible of glam, we could even see sex in all its directness, in all its supposed lack of concealment, as a way of warding off glamour's ambivalence. Much more successfully than derivative dullards like the thankfully now forgotten dull as _car park in Croydon Suede, Moloko reconnect with the glam discontinuum which was ostensibly terminated by acid house's equity culture in the late 80s. Glam also had a terminator of an entirely different nature, hip-hop's inequity culture of conspicuous bling, one of the most unfortunate side effects of which has been the rise of sportswear. That quotidian functionalism is today's equivalent of the agrarian organicism from which 70s glam revolted into style. Glam repudiated hippies' nature in the name of artifice, disdained its fogged, bleary vision of equality for a Nietzschean aristocratic insistence upon hierarchy, rejected its unscrubbed bareness in order to cultivate image. Madonna carried traces of the glam aesthetic over into the pop mainstream in the 80s, but a more obvious precursor for Roisin is Grace Jones. Like art poppers such as Brian Ferry, Jones' take on pop was essentially conceptual. At the same time, she knew that concepts without sensual instantiation are as worthless in pop as they are in art. Incidentally, an appreciation of the concept is one of the many things that Franz Ferdinand lacked that was there in their inspirations. Roisin has that paradoxical duality which comes as second nature to the compelling performer. She is both meticulously obsessed with her image and, at the same time, apparently indifferent to what she looks like. This comes over in her dancing. There is none of the over-rehearsed choreography of the pop idol puppet. Like Jaggers and Fairies, Roisin's movement can occasionally look ungainly and gauche. Sometimes we feel that we've caught her prancing in front of the mirror. It's partly this that gives her a distance from her image that isn't camp, or at least not camp in the Kylie sense. There is an enjoyment there. Principally, though not of course exclusively, this enjoyment is her own, an enjoyment that partly derives from being the object of attention, but which goes beyond that. Like all great performers, Roisin on stage enters a kind of performance trance, attaining the innocence of a child at play, to use Nietzsche's beautifully resonant phrase. Her costume changes, including fetish boots and a military cap. For pure pleasure seeker have the deranged playfulness of a girl riffling through a dressing-up box. Just as Moloko give the lie to the accepted wisdom that dance music must be delivered by hooded anonymities, so they also expose the flimsiness of the alibi that Franz Ferdinand offer for indie conservatism, the idea that art pop must be retro. Moloko's engagement with house and techno recalls Roxy's dallyings with funk and Jones' extraordinary Sly and Robbie-assisted construction of a wonderfully elastic dub funk. Any funk in Franz Ferdinand is third hand, an appropriation of an appropriation. The third shibboleth that Moloko demolish is the notion that dance music can't be performed live. If you'd left before they came on, you would have gone home convinced that this was the case, as group after group trudged off stage having failed to capture the precision-engineered thrill of the rap or D&B studio production. Not so with Moloko. For the most part the group are as reluctant to take the limelight as Radizan is delighted to bathe in it. Perhaps because of this, they are an unbelievably efficient mutagenic sonic machine, dilating tracks into anticlimactic plateaus with the same skill that a brilliant producer uses in the studio to sequence an extended version. You know you've arrived at a plateau when it feels like the track could continue indefinitely or end immediately. This happened with every track last night. No doubt this is because the songs provide such a strong basis for improvisation. Does anyone in pop at the moment, apart from maybe Destiny's Child, have a sequence of high-quality singles to rival Moloko's run from Sing It Back to last year's Forevermore? Like the Junior Boys, Moloko's whole existence demonstrates that rhythmic innovation and spine-tingling songwriter do not have to be mutually exclusive. Misleading, then, to select highlights, but the set is deftly constructed, so that the last three tracks pack the most impact. Forevermore, with its an empathic house bass, Radizan plucking and shredding petals from an enormous bunch of roses as she delivered its gorgeous blues plaint, Sing It Back, which they've expanded into a deluxe suite, a song as a sequence of different possibilities, and finally the enigmatic Indigo, which begins all Moroder minimal, just Roisin, a drum machine and an electro throb, then builds into a mighty cakewalk riff, as brutally bass-heavy as the Fall at their most punitive. The only drawback. Roisin said that it'll be a long time until Moloko play in London again. Damn. K-punk, or the glam-punk art-pop discontinuum. /GLA more /NMS, NI weakness of sight, glamour, GLMR name of the moon, also of a ghost plus S, NI sight akin to EC. However, a corruption of E-gram-RI1. A charm affecting the eye, making objects appear different from what they really are. 2. Witchcraft, magic, a spell Tennyson. 3. A kind of haze in the air, causing things to appear different from what they really are. 4. Any artificial interest in, or association with, an object, through which it appears delusively magnified or glorified. Glamour gift, glamour might, the gift or power of producing a glamour. The former is used figuratively, of the gift of fascination peculiar to women. Every woman has the instinct and the ability to make the most of her charms. It is an excellent thing to give oneself without love or pleasure. By keeping one's self-control, one reaps all the advantages of the situation. Leopold von Sacher-Masoch, Venus in Furs. Glam is punk, historically and conceptually. As Simon Reynolds argued, it was glam that made the break which allowed punk to happen. Essentially, glam returned pop to the working-class audience disgusted and turned by the hippies' lazy sleaze. For all its androgynous imagery, hippie was fundamentally a middle-class male phenomenon. It was about males being allowed to regress to that state of His Majesty the ego hedonic infantilism, with women on hand to service all their needs. Thus even Zarathustra / another time loser / could believe in you. 70s glam played the Nietzsche of beyond good and evil and the genealogy of morals against the young. Dionysian Nietzsche. As Simon argued, glam's tendency towards the classical as opposed to romantic. Glam as anti-Dionysian. The Dionysian being essentially democratic, vulgar, leveling, abolishing rank, about creating crowds, turbulence, a rude commotion, a rowdy communion. Glam being about monumentalism, turning yourself into a statue, a stone idol degree. But glam rectified the genetic fallacy that haunted Nietzsche's thinking. While there's no doubt that Nietzsche's analysis of the deadening effects of slave moralising, egalitarian leveling in Beyond Good and Evil and the genealogy of morals identified the sick mind virus that had Western culture locked into life-hating disintensification unto death, his paeans to slave-owning aristocratic culture made the mistake of thinking that nobility could be guaranteed by social background. Nobility is precisely a question of values, i.e. an ethical stance, that is to say, a way of behaving. As such, it is available to anyone with the will and desire to acquire it, even, presumably, the bourgeoisie, although their whole socialization teaches them to resist and loathe it. More than anyone, Nietzsche understood that the European bourgeoisie's deep hostility to the notion of superiority concealed a viciously resentful psychopathology. If Nietzschean ideology says, we must become God, bourgeois secularism says, no one may be greater than me, not even God. Everyone knows that there has always been a deep affinity between the working class and the aristocracy. Fundamentally aspirational, working class culture is foreign to the leveling impulse of bourgeois culture, and of course this can be politically ambivalent, since if aspiration is about the pursuit of status and authority, it will confirm and vindicate the bourgeois world. It is only if the desire to escape inspires taking a line of flight towards the proletarian collective body and new earth that it is politically positive. Glam was a return to the mod moment that had been curtailed by the hippie hedonic langueur of the late 60s. Like most names for subcultural groups, the term mod started off life as an insult, in this case hailing from the mod's perpetual adversaries, the rockers. As Jeff Nuttall explains, to the rockers, mod meant effeminate, stuck up, emulating the middle classes, aspiring to a competitive sophistication, snobbish, phony for but no dilettante or filigree fancy beats. The plastic U mods in the 60s were very different from how they appear in the designer cappuccino froth of 80s socialist retro mythologization. It was the rockers who appealed to the authentic and the natural, their rebellion posed as a Rousseauistic resistance to civilization and mass culture. The mods, on the other hand, embraced the hyper-artificial. For them, Nuttall wrote, alienation had become something of a deliberate stance. Nobility was not innate for mods, rather, it was something to be attained, through a ruthless denaturalization of the body via decoration and chemical alteration. The mods were in every sense hooked on speed, and the black American music they gulped down with their bennies and coffees was consumed in the same spirit and for the same reasons, as an accelerator, an intensifier, an artificial source of ecstasy. That is, as a chemical rush into now, not as some timeless expression of pride and dignity. In the desire-pleasure relation, there is a third, occluded term, sensuality. The hippie's sloppy, ill-fitting clothes, unkempt appearance and fuzzed-out psychedelic fascist drug talk displayed a disdain for sensuality characteristic of the Western master class. When hippies rose from their supine hedono-haze to assume power, they brought their contempt for sensuality with them. Brute functional utilitarianism plus aesthetic sloppiness and an imperturbable sense of their own rights are the hallmarks of the bourgeois sensibility. The hippie power class wanted power without having to go to the effort of power dressing. Naturally, middle-class hippie feminists never missed a stride in their move from alleged egalitarianism to supercilious judgmentalism. What is the disdain for cosmetics and clothes if not an attack on the working class? The assumption of bourgeois so-called feminists is that their lives of neurotic bed-hopping freedom and Carrie Bradshawing perpetual adolescent equivocation are better than the working-class pattern of getting married young and having children young, when it is clear that it is just another trap and not necessarily a more congenial one. Now the bourgeois Philistines have destroyed glam and returned us to their preferred aesthetic mode, romanticism. The contemporary bourgeois romantic has realized romanticism in its most distilled form yet. The so-called romantic poets, musicians, and painters of the late 18th and early 19th century remain sensualists, whereas our contemporary romantics are defined by their view that sensuality is at best an irrelevance, a distraction from the important business of the expression of subjectivity. Romanticism is the dressing up of teenage ontology as an aesthetic cosmology. Teenage ontology is governed by the conviction that what really matters is interiority, how you feel inside, and what your experiences and opinions are. In this sense, sloppy drunkard Ladette Tracy Emin is one of the most romantic artists ever. Like lads, the real inheritors of the hippie legacy, Emin's bleary, blurry, beery, leery, Larry anti-sensualist sensibility is an advert for the vacuity of her own preferences. What we find in Emin, Hearst, White Reed and whoever the idiot was who rebuilt his dad's house in the Tate is a disdain for the artificial, for art as such, in a desperately naive bid to present that pre-Warholian, pre-Duchampian, pre-Kantian unadorned real. Like our whole 1T get fold again POROMO culture, what they fear above all is being glamoured. Remember that glamour means, any artificial interest in, or association with, an object, through which it appears delusively magnified or glorified. But let's make our case by considering some artifacts in some detail. Exhibit 1, the cover of Roxy Music's For Your Pleasure, 1973. The cover image is a mistress piece of ambivalence. Let's approach it through the eyes of Ian Penman, the most consummate of Roxy observers, degree. On the shoreline of For Your Pleasure, beneath it, on the waterfront strand, stands the second of many new models, at first sight the second installation of the stock fairy/Roxy woman. But to get the full picture we have to fold out the sleeve, so that we can see Fairy looking on. Penman goes on. Fairy fills out his function as her chauffeur. He waits in amused admiration, surveying the neatness of the visual pun. The model takes her catwalk, forming a an uniformly predatory alliance with her Black Panther eyes and mouth directed out at the viewer. Imperiously, she takes the air, she fields his grace, takes her anima for a prowl and a stretch. Fairy for sure remains to be seen, smiling manfully behind her back, artfully protected by the fold in his sleeve. He had arranged his own look as both within and outside of the main frame. Cut. She is a model woman, to be sure, fashion pushing into abstraction and rarefied codification, not there for the benefit of a product as such or altogether in the name of art, so she appears to be what she appears, on the condition that she appear to be without attributes. We can attribute nothing to her beyond a certain imaginary realm of wealth as fetish, Newton's law of physiques. She is sheerest sharp blue nothingness. As an aside, since this concerns another debate, the last things Fairy's songs were at this stage at least were just good tunes. The first thing they were questions, including questions about what a good tune might mean. And at this stage Fairy's songs were no more love songs than Magritte's Human Condition was a representation of a landscape. Like Magritte, Fairy's sheer coldness and distantiation cannot but draw our attention to the framing machines that make possible the emotions of which he sings. Another cut, to a realm of a certain narcissistic eroticism he is not allowed entrance to without putting his heterosexual sensibility in doubt. All his songs women are voiceless sirens who, although wielding the utmost power over the artist's life and sensibility, seem to be without implication. Neutered time and place coalesce naturally into the figure of the woman. Woman as figure, or scene war pin-up, Catwoman, Amazon, Siren, Refestal Maid Chen. A woman. Amanda Lear, the For Your Pleasure model, was a transsexual. A transsexual, moreover, whose operation might have been paid for by none other than Salvador Dali. Either way, it is clear that Fairy has set the tone for a 1970s in which the male is both glamorous and glamoured. Himself a gorgeously styled photogenic object, entranced and seduced by a cosmetic beauty he partly wants to make contact with, but mostly wants to cold pastoralize into an immutable untouchability. Mother of pearl, which as Penman observed on the pill box, is the whole of Lacan in 7 minutes, more or less is the closest Fairy comes to writing a manifesto for his meta-melancholia, a meta-love song about the impossibility and undesirability of attaining the ideal object. Now this melancholia is not straightforwardly tragic to Nietzsche to brutally demonstrates, bourgeois secularism is inherently inimical to any notion of the tragic. But Fairy's sensibility is definitely masochistic. The masochist's perversity consists in the refusal of an exclusive or even primary focus on genitality or sexuality, even in its Sadian polymorphous sense, which is perverse only in a very degraded sense. The Sadian imagination quickly reaches its limits when confronted with the limited number of orifices the organism has available for penetration. But the masochist, and Newton is in this respect, as in so many others, a masochist through and through, as is Ballard, distributes libido across the whole scene. The erotic is to be located in all the components of the machine, whether live where the soft pressure of flesh or dead animal pelt the fur coat or technical. Masochism is cyberotics, precisely because it recognizes no distinction between the animate and inanimate. After all, when you run your fingers through your beloved's hair, you are caressing something dead. How had Ferry got here, become stranded in the early 70s, an artist voyeur art director masochist? Ferry famously studied painting under Richard Hamilton, the so-called godfather of British pop art, at Newcastle University. Can we even begin to reconstruct the impact that Hamilton's art had on British culture? Well, you can get some impression of it from the fact that, in a documentary on Hamilton made by Channel 4 in the early 1990s, Ballard cited Hamilton's 1956 "Just What Is It That Makes Today's Home So Different?" so appealing as one of the cultural events that made it possible for him to be a science fiction writer. It would be better to say that Hamilton made possible Ballard's exceeding of science fiction, his discovery of K-punk. 1956 was, of course, the year of Presley's breakthrough records. In its own way, though, Hamilton's collage was at least as important as Presley in the development of British pop. After the 50s, pop and art have always been reversible and reciprocally implicating in British culture in the way that they are not in America. Not all, the students and the mods cross-fertilized. Purple hearts appeared in strange profusion. Bell-bottoms blossomed into wild colors. Shoes were painted with Woolworth's lacquer. Both sexes wore makeup and dyed their hair. The air in the streets was tingling with a new delirium. Registered British pop's irreducible artificiality makes it resistant to the romanticist naturalization that the likes of Greil Marcus and Lester Bangs achieved in respect of American rock. There is no way of grounding British art pop in a landscape. Not a natural landscape in any case. If art pop had a landscape, it would be the aggressively anti-naturalistic one Ferry collage together on Virginia Plain. Is this an internal landscape, what the mind's eye sees? Perhaps. But only if we recognize that, as Hamilton's collage and Ballard's fiction insist, in the late 20th century the space of the internal psychological was completely penetrated by what Ballard calls the media landscape. When the British pop star sings, it is not the land which speaks but the deterritority of American-originated consumer culture. Hence the braying grotesquerie of Ferry's singing voice on those early Roxy releases. With the first-hand expertise of someone who has had to lose his voice in order to speak, Penman brings out very well how integral the problem of accent, of losing a Geordie accent, of not gaining an American accent, was to Ferry's career. As a student, Ferry's life was divided between his daytime movement through the art milieu and nighttime fronting of a soul band doing covers. 2 voices, 2 lives. I hadn't found anything to incorporate all of me. The early Roxy records are Ferry's Warhol Frankensteinian attempts, the joins still showing, thrillingly, horrifyingly, to hand machine a space that would incorporate his day and his night self. So they are not so much expressions of a coherent subjectivity as a kind of destratification and progress, the production, on the fly, of a pop art plane of consistency which he could feel at home in. So here was a pop music, astonishingly, more shaped by Duchamp than Bo Diddley. The methodology Ferry deployed on his solo albums of cover versions was explicitly Duchampian. His renditions of standards such as Smoke Gets in Your Eyes and These Foolish Things were, he said, Duchampian ready-mades, found objects upon which he put his own stamp. Part of what made the early Roxy sound so cold, particularly by comparison with the hot authenticity of American rock, was the fact that they were evidently not an aggregation of spontaneous, creative subjects, but a meticulously executed Duchamp-type concept, a group whose every gesture was micro-designed, and who credited their stylist, fashion designer Anthony Price, on their album sleeves. The great temptation for Fairy would always be to slip inside the frame, to become, really, the heart-aching bachelor. In the dream home, to achieve what Simon calls the fantasy of stepping outside the lowly world of production into a sovereign realm of pure unfettered expression and sensuous indulgence, an imaginary and fictitious notion of aristocracy. To achieve the total simulation of manners that he was up till then only pastiching affecting. And, isn't Simon right, aren't Fairy's later records all about the disillusionment of actually achieving the super-moneyed aristo life? Fairy, condemned to mooch jaded forever through art openings, fashion shows, all tomorrow's parties? Let's leave Fairy there, stranded, framed, and cut. To 1982. Compass Point, Nassau. Grace Jones' astonishing recording of Joy Division's She's Lost Control. Mazoke, a slap in the face is more effective than 10 lectures, especially if it is delivered by the hand of a lady. Kadwo Eshun. The Woman Machine. Grace Jones' 82 remodel of Joy Division 79 She's Lost Control updates the 50s Mechanical Bride. For the latter, losing control meant electric epilepsy, voice drained dry by feedback. For Jones, the female model that's losing control induces the sense of automation running down, the human seizing up into a machine rictus. The model as girl, as car, as synthesizer incarnates the assembly time of generations, obsolescence, 3-year lifespans. The model is the blueprint for the post-Cold War cyborg, the woman machine modified and mutated by the military medical entertainment complex. Hence Kraftwerk's The Model, where the bachelor machines are threatened by the woman machine's superior reproductive capability. The Model 7 is an excerpt from the post-war machine reproduction wars. Jones is the sublime object before which Fairy prostrated himself and who talked back. Through vagina-dentadal teeth. Be careful oft womanimal machine. It bites. Jones is not a cyborg because she is not an organism of any kind. She is a neurobotic fee-machine. The mechanical bride stripping her bachelors bare. Jones was herself once a model, but when she has the opportunity to express herself, she ruthlessly exploits her own body and image much more than any photographer would have dared to. In a recent poll by Men's Health magazine, the male readership named Grace Jones among the women who scared them the most. The game becomes the hunter. She outdushons Fairy, covering his love is the drug as a found object to be absorbed by the fee-machine. Jones understands her body spinozistically as a machine capable of being affected and producing affects. This body is in no way limited to the organism, it is distributed across photographs, sound, and video, and none of these media constitute a representation of an originary organic body. They are, each of them, unique expressive components of the Jones singularity. Its total immanence. There is no Grace Jones the subject who expresses her subjectivity in sound and image. There is only Jones the abstract hyperbody, the cut-up scissor machine that cuts itself up, relentlessly. The Jones body is immanent, too, in that, as Cadwo repeatedly insists of sonic fiction throughout more brilliant than the sun, it produces its own theory. Certainly, by the time that Haraway's Cyborg Manifesto limps onto the scene, it is only to mislead via reterritorialization. Cut again. To London, 1982. The Sex Appeal of the Inorganic. Paul Tickle's Review of the Anvil, NME March 27, 82. I'd thought Contort Yourself the right kind of music for Newton's sadoeroticism, but the Anvil is a greater approximation. You wanted the modern dance, well here it is, the nighttime moves of marionettes, dummies, puppets, clowns and imaginary celluloid beings. It's all a little deathly, the sound of commodities fucking, but a noise which can be a good deal more exhilarating than healthy fun-loving creatures going at it. All in all, Visage are a rather seductive disease, the skull beneath the made-up skin. More material from early K-punk. Roxy vs Visage, a shift from subject to object. Femme glam notwithstanding, Ferry retained for himself the male role of the one who looks. The problem, for Ferry, is the gaze. How much to look? For how long? Then I look away / too much for one day. Strange, meanwhile, is invariably the looked at. He is the discarded plaything in mind of a toy, the object of gossip in the anvil's maudlin look what they've done and whispers. The model, here, is the model, the anxiety how am I seen? Can we assume, BTW, that Gibson derived the name neuromancer from New Romantic? If so, Gibson's transposition suggests a much more interesting, and appropriate, name for the nerve sorcery of these newly wired electronauts. Romantic always struck me as way off beam for a culture so fastidiously uninterested in depth / emotion / truth. The case against Visage always seemed to me to depend on raucous prejudice. They didn't play live, they were a vehicle for a clothes horse who couldn't sing, they represented the return of Prague. Isn't there also a masculinist agenda, too, in the implicit rejection of the superficiality of fashion and clubbing? Visage thoroughly stripped their sound of the trappings of R&R, ostentatiously parading an un-American ancestry. Thematically and sonically, Visage evoked a decadent Europe of seductive urban alienation and sumptuous glamour, conjured through vocoder vox, synthesizers, and Billy Kay's pseudo-classical flourishes. American influences came rerouted / refracted through Europe, Moroder disco, Morricone. Cinema was a major node. Much of Visage's sound belongs to what would later be called virtual soundtracks. The mood was one of disaffection, not the robotic functionality of Kraftwerk, nor the schizo-dislocation of Fox / Newman, but the Euroesthete's exhaustion from life, nowhere better expressed than on the interview with the vampire like Damn Don't Cry. Visage didn't thematis machines in the way that Kraftwerk, Newman, and Ultravox did. Like Yellow, they seemed to operate in a future past glittering hall of mirrors in which synthesizers and electronics were less a new innovation than a taken for granted mainstay. Visage's cyberpunk baroque is a link between Roxy music, Vangelis, disco, and what would later become dance culture. Anyone who doubts this should check out the dance mixes of Frequency 7 or Pleasure Boys. The instrumental breakdown in the Pleasure Boys remix is pure acid house, and Frequency 7 is nothing but a breakdown, a thrillingly anachronistic slice of machine techno. It was no doubt Strange and Egan's role in the Blitz / Camden Palace that facilitated the move into dance. Making clubbing and dancing, rather than the gig, central was a crucial step. Strange was less important as frontman than as pure image, his very diffidence and passivity as a vocalist anticipating dance's later complete effacement of the singer. Except the singer doesn't get completely effaced by dance. It returns as the Fee Machine Roisin. Cut to now. I've little to add to my recent remarks registered on Moloko and Roisin Murphy as the latest but I hope not last contribution to the art pop story. But it's worth distinguishing Murphy from two artists John recently mentioned in the comments boxes, Madonna and Kylie. Minogue is a sex worker in the most banal and degrading sense, since it is clear that her simpering subordination to the lad's gaze is nothing more than a career gambit. Murphy, by contrast, gives the impression of enjoying herself, of doing what she would do anyway. It's clear that she enjoys attention, but like all great performers, her jouissance seems to be fundamentally autoerotic. The audience function not as passive consumer onanist spectators, but as a feedback component in the Roisin machine. And unlike Madonna, Murphy does not Photoshop out all the joins and the cuts in her performance. Whereas Madonna's hyper-professional show is all about attaining the CGI seamlessness of a corporate film, Murphy pulling her leather fetish boots on stage is always playing, albeit seriously. Q, you're becoming quite the style icon. Is that an area that interests you? R, well, I think I dress for myself. I mean, I've always dressed up anyway, and I just enjoy it. I think maybe people are just fed up of pop stars that are told what to do and what to wear. Noise as anti-capital, as the veneer of democracy starts to fade? Forget Orwell. Orwell is wrong about everything, but especially 1984. Far from being the year of zombie drone enforced consensus, GB 1984 was a class war zone in which multinational capitals' paramilitary police crushed the remnants of organic workerism live on Videodrome. Such staged antagonism is a necessary phase in the pacification program that will culminate in apparently triumphant capital's end of history. The reassuring non-hum of the noise-free polis at the end of time. Tony's smile. Blair is a much more effective class warrior than it was possible for Thatcher and McGregor to be. Their efficacy was limited by then capital's need for them to be seen fighting the class war. No need for Tony to fight. To not fight is to have won. It's all administration now. Systemic antagonism is just a bad memory. Turn up the TV. Bunker down in your burrow. Retune the guitars. Return to harmony. Welcome to Liberty City. The busier you are, the less you see. Sound FX. Mark Stewart's As the Veneer of Democracy Starts to Fade was the political-libidinal intensive soundtrack to Battle for the Hearts and Minds fought between capital and its enemies GB circa 84 to 85. 7 years since Stewart began his anti-career as teen Nietzsche Artaud de Board communist shamanic firebrand hysteric screecher in the pop group. Stewart's journey since the dissolution of the Bristol Funk Collective takes him through Adrian Sherwood mega-mashed hyperdub and into an encounter with US hip-hop. He immediately appreciates that hip-hop is not a street music but non-musique abstract, a side of pure sonic potential, in which inhuman constructivist sound cartoons can be produced without reference to musical protocols of any kind. It's all sound FX, a way of manipulating noise. Hypermodernism. The sonic equivalent of the Burroughs Jason cut-up. A contact of Sherwood's leads to the most improbable of meetings. UK non-singer and sound arranger Stewart plugs into the super slick behind the scenes NYCP funk machine responsible for the grooves on the pioneering hip-hop 45s released by Tommy Boy and Sugar Hill. Component parts, Keith LeBlanc. Beat machine producer of Malcolm X, No Sellout. He can program drum machines to make them sound like packs of dogs. Doug Wimbish. Super taut hyper-technicized Hendrix of bass. Skip McDonald. Synthesizer manipulator and reaper rider of psychedelic funk axe storms. Sherwood and Stewart take their already inhuman grooves and subject them to further layers of dissonant anti-musical editing, interpolating Burroughs vocal samples from Nova Express and other deliberately ciphered media background noise, machining an anti-communicational libidinal signal that takes you behind the screens to access the real news. Apocalypse Now. The battle for the hearts and minds. As the veneer of democracy starts to fade, some say the internment camps are already built. When the mask of civility comes off and the visors go on, the contours of New World Order become apparent. The destruction of the miners and with them the wrought iron ruins of the post-war consensus was only the most media visible of the pacification strategies capital was deploying, and in many ways the least significant. The important thing was to prepare the way to transnational cyberspace capital now, when all dissent is pathologized if it is not made literally unthinkable. Stearzine, Thorazine, and Lagactyl administered under the mental health bill subdue political prisoners reassigned to psychiatric wards. Narconeuroticization as the reimposition of a simulated reality principle shoring up capital against its virtual limit in planetary schizophrenia. You don't have to be mad to work here. Restrict your demands to the what is possible. Find your way back to your dormitory. Privatize your misery. Struggling to pay the rent, the main worry's job security. Now and then, we can afford a little luxury. Quietism. Dissonance/dissensus. If the aim is to disseminate information, why all this noise? Why the distortion, the deliberately buried voices, why all the half-heard insinuations, the audio hallucinatory? Fragmentation, the wired-up screams. Why not communicate clearly? Because clear communication and all it presupposes is the phantasm the system projects as its vindication and necessarily always deferred goal. The big other stands for the field of common sense at which one can arrive after free deliberation, philosophically, Its last great version is Habermas's communicative community with its regulative ideal of agreement. The noise-free polis. We are told. Only when the noise of antagonism recedes will we be able to hear each other. Only when we take out the background static will human speech be possible. Police yourself and there will be no need for the use of batons. Intoxicate yourself and we will not sedate you. Stewart's disassembly of his self through noise is a refusal of the Foucault biocops and Burroughs control addicts that operate first of all at the level of the skin and the CNS, inciting you to constitute yourself as an internally coherent driving ego. Stewart treats his own voice not as the authentic expression of a subjective interiority, but as a series of lab animal howls, enraged yelps, and impersonal intensities to be cut up and redistributed across the noise hyperdubscape, mixed indifferently with Duchamp-found sounds and noises produced by viciously distorted formerly musical instruments. Identity breakdown through the amplification of noise as an exploding flight from harmony at all levels, psychic, social, cosmic. Dissensus. I ain't gonna be a slave of love. Always take O'Brien's side against Winston Smith and Julia. There is nothing natural, and human biosocial defaults are always to be distrusted. If you want to get out, leave all that mammal couple shit behind. Stewart is one of Burroughs' most assiduous readers. It is not a matter of emulation but of the deployment of abstract engineering diagrams in different media. Position as the veneer of democracy starts to fade as the terminus of the Burroughs-saturated UK underground delineated by Nuttall in bomb culture. Hypnotized plays like the I Love You section from The Ticket That Exploded, Burroughs' most pitilessly hilarious dissection analysis of the biopsychic sex-love control virus as pre-programmed biological film, sentimental mooning croon tunes spliced in with hardcore pornography and replayed like Videodrome in your CNS, ensuring exacerbating constant craving. All the tunes and sound effects of love spit from the recorder permutating sex wine of a sad picture planet, do you love me? But I exploded in cosmic laughter, old acquaintances be forgot. Oh darling, just a photograph. Heaven must be missing an angel. Hypnotized. Hypnotized. She's got me hypnotized. Stewart's cut UPS of constructivist brutalist funk with saccharine love songs already anticipate the way in which Capital's tungsten carbide stomach will metabolize hip-hop's hyper-abstraction and use it as the dominant consumer seduction soundtrack from the 90s till now. Control data. The data content of Stewart's rant reports is nothing astonishing. 7% of the population own 84% of the wealth. Parasites. The great banking families of the world. Bastards. Are these the words of the all-powerful boards and syndicates of the earth? The point is not to tell you something new but to reprogram your nervous system. Control works by reducing the reality of systemic antagonism to a mere belief. A track like Bastards is a very precise anti-control weapon. It is a rage inducer designed to make beliefs effective, whereas Control PR conciliates and normalizes. Control PR plugs the gaps, immolates, quittens, makes confrontation and exploitation unthinkable without denying their reality as such. Like John Hartfield collages, Stewart's crude sonic splices amp up the distortion and the violence. The situation is not under control. They are not protecting you. It is war. And so are you. There is no dignity. Don't confuse the working class with the proletariat. Thatcher inhibits the emergence of the proletariat by buying off the working class with payment capital and the promise of owning your own OED iPod. The comforts of slavery. She gives the replicants screen memories and family photos. So that they forget that they were only ever artificial, factory farmed to function as the capital thing's self-replicating HR pool, and begin to believe that they are authentic human subjects. The proletariat is not the confederation of such subjectivities but their dissolution in globalist K-space. The virtual population of New Earth. Total recall of all the noise. Lyotard describes the hysterization of a worker's ear when it is subjected to the unprecedented noise of industrial capital's reproduction, the incessant sonic violence of a 20,000 Hz alternator. The heroism of the proletariat consists not in its dignified resistance to the inorganic inhumanity of the industrialization process. There is no libidinal dignity, nor libidinal fraternity, there are libidinal contacts without communication *, but in its mutative Duchamp transformation of its body into an inhuman inorganic constructivist machine. As the veneer of democracy starts to fade is a sonic machine for accelerating the process. An anti-Oedipal, anti-neurotic, anti-quietist, pro-proletarianising noise weapon. Anti-videodrome signal. Jack it into your CNS and play. Lions after slumber, or what is sublimation today? In post-liberal societies, the agency of social repression no longer acts in the guise of an internalist law or prohibition that requires renunciation or self-control. Instead, it assumes the form of a hypnotic agency that imposes the attitude of yielding to temptation, that is to say, its injunction amounts to a command: enjoy yourself. Such an idiotic enjoyment is dictated by the social environment, which includes the Anglo-Saxon psychoanalyst whose main goal is to render the patient capable of normal, healthy pleasures. Society requires us to fall asleep into a hypnotic trance. Slavoj Zizek, The Deadlock of Repressive Desublimation 2. As we awake from the dreary dream of entryism, we can start to see that what kept us slumbering in the last 25 years was indeed a program of controlled, if not quite repressive, desublimation. No doubt, the signs of any awakening are fitful as yet. In pop, they are perhaps most evident in a groping backwards, a paradoxical return to modernism. Could it be that the likes of Franz Ferdinand and the Rapture will prompt a self-overcoming of the very postmodern revivalism of which they are a symptom? Just now, rip it up and start again sounds like an uncannily timely injunction. Something seems to be coalescing, as the reception of the early Scritti LP indicates. For those inside, not least, of course, Green himself, these recordings must be dismissed as inept vauntdoodlings, embarrassing juvenilia. It seems plausible to attribute Green's less than lukewarm judgments on the early Scritti material less to modesty, still less to a maturity, than to a defensive cleaving to a once successful strategy that has now run its course, as Marcello acidly noted in his acerbic comparison between the indifferent reception of the last Scritti album and the eagerness with which early has been anticipated. When you next find yourself at a motorway service station, feel free to browse through the plentiful copies of his 1999 up to the 1999 minute Mos Def involving Anime and Bonamy album, yours for just £1.99, whereas the new collection of his scratchy, disjointed post-punk improv stuff from 2 decades ago reportedly already has 10,000 advance orders *. Scritti were the most successful aesthetically, commercially of the post-punk entryists. In the desolate gloss of mid-late 80s pop, Scritti's hypersaccharine sweetness retained a plaintive if sickly gorgeousness, even if their vaunted deconstructive swerves became subtle to the point of invisibility. But the fastidious precision of that striplet 80s production has dated much more damagingly than has the mesthetic of the early records. Whereas the conspicuous completeness of 80s entryist pop repels fascination, the queasy, uneasy unfinishedness of post-punk pop, the lurching downbeat of a collectivity discovering itself, is uncannily compulsive. In punk cut and paste, the joins, the cuts are flaunted and foreground. Entryism is the capture of cut and paste into photoshopped seamlessness. What is perforce lost in today's post-punk revivalists is the literal intensity of this sound, how it is in Kierkegaard's Isaac's terms, in becoming. It doesn't know anything. In Flight from Rock's condition of possibility, this undo yourself pop puts into question all conditions of possibility, and with them the very concept of conditions of possibility. What is this if not the sound of the Badio event, which is the punk revelation itself? This is happening, now, but it can't be, it's impossible. Scritti were possibly the least Dionysian pop group ever. In the early days, the methodology may have been improvisational, but the group didn't want anyone to be under the illusion that it issued from some vitalist wellspring of creativity. It was the sound of a collectivity thinking under and through material constraints. The famous displaying of all the recording costs on the sleeve was demystificatory but not desublimating. What is too often missed about any punk that matters in fact, is that sublimation, far from requiring mystification, is alien to it. As Alenka Zupanc argues, mystification is entirely on the side of the reality principle. The important thing to point out is that the reality principle is not some kind of natural way associated with how things are, to which sublimation would oppose itself in the name of some idea. The reality principle itself is ideologically mediated. One could even claim that it constitutes the highest form of ideology, the ideology that presents itself as empirical fact necessity. It is precisely here that we should be most alert to the functioning of ideology degree. Listen to what Marcello calls the pseudo-moronic chants of platitudes of Scritti's hegemony, and it is clear that this message has got through. It is the denunciation and exposure of the great ideological swindles that are liable to be remembered about punk, but this destructive urge is empty without its active complement, the production of a new space. It is no accident that mystificatory realism has allowed us to remember the former but not the latter, since the mere dismantling of ideological presuppositions quickly became a dreary academic parlor game associated with a desiccated, depressive and depressing left. Zupanc labels the production of this new space sublimation. To understand why she makes this move entails differentiating sublimation from the sublime as such. The postmodern emphasis on sublimity has tended to stress the sublime as an unreachable beyond, contemplation of which induces a pathos of finitude in any human subject. To think about sublimation, the process by which an object acquires the dignity of the thing, produces a different emphasis. As Zupanc continues, the Lacanian theory of sublimation does not suggest that sublimation turns away from the real in the name of some idea, rather, it suggests that sublimation gets closer to the real than the reality principle does. It aims at the real precisely at the point where the real cannot be reduced to reality. One could say that sublimation opposes itself to reality, or turns away from it, precisely in the name of the real. To raise an object to the dignity of the thing is not to idealize it, but rather to realize it, that is, to make it function as a stand-in for the real. Sublimation is thus related to ethics insofar as it is not entirely subordinated to the reality principle, but liberates or creates a space from which it is possible to attribute certain values to something other than the recognized and established common good. What is at stake is not the act of replacing one good with the same planetary system of the reality principle. The creative act of sublimation is not only a creation of some new good, but also the creation and maintenance of a certain space for objects that have no place in the given, extant reality, objects that are 7-6 considered impossible. What was the beyond good and evil of Scritti, Gang of Four, the pop group and the Raincoats if not the production of just such a space? This entails not an austere asceticism but the engineering of new forms of enjoyment. The early Scritti's difficulty places them beyond the pleasure principle, for sure, but we succumb to an ideological lure if we think that this puts them beyond enjoyment too. As Savonarola said to me a few weeks ago, Gang of Four were far more effective at turning out compulsive pop songs than almost any of today's chart acts you could care to name. The same goes double for Early, whose songs are catchy because they refuse to push familiar buttons. Entryism constitutes a double disavowal of sublime space. First, it is turned away from, then the very possibility of its existence is denied. In retrospect, entryism has to be seen as the production of a particularly virulent capitalist mind plague. How else to account for the absurd convolutions that allowed Green to posit some political continuity between the avant-Marxism of the early years and the champagne-swigging metaboy band Comeuppie Corporation hammer and popsicle posturing of the chart Scritti? As Simon has shown elsewhere, Green had by this point done more than merely accommodated himself to the market, he was acting as an entrepreneur, since the Fairlight Future Funk of Cupid and Psyche 85 was so far ahead of the game it actually influenced black pop. There's a case for saying that Cupid and Psyche's dazzling, depthless surfaces in which soul and interiority are abolished and desire traverses a flat plane, the endless chain of signifiers, the lover's discourse as lexical maze was the sound of 80s capital, the perfect soundtrack to Jameson's postmodernism, or the cultural logic of late capitalism, what it felt like to be lost in the mirrored Plato's oft hypermarket. Realism always poses as maturation. Of course it is acceptable, understandable, and inevitable to have silly youthful dreams, but there comes a time when one must put aside such childish things and face reality, and reality is always defined biologically, in terms of the imperatives of reproductive futurism, and economically, in terms of the constraints of the capitalist anti-market. Readers of the lamented but never forgotten pillbox may remember a letter Ian Penman received from Brian Anderson of the neoconservative City Journal. Anderson's account of the intellectual provenance of neoconservatism many neocons were tellingly described as disappointed, disillusioned leftists who had been mugged by reality concluded with the following convergence between new pop entryism and his own neoconservative turn. Also, and this will probably horrify you, my move right came partly thanks to Ian Penman and Paul Morley at NME. Your rejection of overly politicist agitprop in music back in the late 70s made intuitive sense to me. I disliked the didacticism of Billy Bragg or Crass, and could stomach even less the critics who pretended to be revolutionaries, etc. There was far more truth in an August Darnell ballad, I came to believe, than in the entire socialist posturing of, say, the Gang of Four or Robert Christgau. There it is, that opposition. Bragg versus Darnell was the problem of the mid to late 80s. As soon as it was a question of doer meat and potatoes, no fuss empiricism versus bright and brash hedonism, there was no longer any real choice. The sublime had been extirpated, and what remained was a quotidian cavilling against the wipe clean sheen off mall. It's telling that Scritty's confidence should be so preoccupied with the problems of being a man, and what that entailed. The interpellated subject of the Lad magazine is the supposed real person beneath the pretense of social politesse. The Lad magazine addresses this authentic ID with the leering superegoi injunction to enjoy. Go on, admit it, you don't want to be bothered to cook, all you want is a fish finger sandwich. Go on, admit it, you don't want to be bothered to talk to a woman, have a wank instead. The fact that this reduction is possible means that lads implicitly accept the Lacanian notion that phallic jouissance involves masturbation with a real partner. It also indicates that laddishness is more defined by a propensity towards depressive indolence than it is by any lasciviousness. What laddism attempts is a short-circuiting of desire. From skank block Bologna to the streets, from the sweetest girl to a bi titmus. Long past time that we roused from this slumber. Especially when, with habeas corpus suspended and mainstream political parties all but burning down gypsy camps, one of the things that makes the early Scritti so contemporary is that their conjecture/fear that it would happen here, their trace 1979 paranoia, is suddenly alarmingly trace 2005. Rise, like lions after slumber. In unvanquishable number. Shake your chains to earth like dew, which in sleep had fallen on you. The outside of everything now. A week dominated in every way by Simon Reynolds' rip it up and start again, and rightly so. Perhaps the best tribute you can pay to the book is that it makes you positively look forward to train and bus delays, to any moment when you can return to feed the hunger, scratch the itch. The size of the crowd at the Boogaloo event on Wednesday, but, more than that, a certain sense of ferment in the atmosphere testified to the fact that this is something more than a book. Stirring up the ghost of post-punk cannot but be an act, an intervention in cultural politics, since post-punk not only judges contemporary pop culture, it brings back the legitimacy, the necessity of being judgmental, of having some criteria for enjoyment. Such a position is not repressed by contemporary pop culture, it is made unthinkable by it. Something in Paul Morley certainly seemed to wake up on Wednesday. A certain Morley was knowingly complicit in the termination of post-punk, as Simon Riley reminded him when, after Morley had fulminated against the facile notion that the worth of a pop record is determined by its popularity, he asked him, "But didn't that idea come from you?" It's not accidental that, grotesquely but inevitably, Morley's early 80s popist stance should have inspired some NME readers to turn towards neoconservatism. In retrospect, it's possible to see the turn to popism as the beginning of a giving voice to a creeping disappointment which spread slowly, insidiously yet incrementally during the period until almost everything of post-punk, even the traces, was disappeared. The disappearing trick was almost complete when the pod zombie duplicates started to arrive a few years ago, formally perfect copies mass-produced by Capital. It's easier to see now than it was at the time the extent to which the cultural artifacts and the discourse surrounding them produced in the wake of post-punk were being programmed by resurgent Capital. A certain notion of realism began not only to prescribe what could now happen, but to airbrush out what had actually happened. The idea that pop could be more than a pleasant divertisement in the form of an easily consumable commodity, the idea that popular culture could play host to concepts that were difficult and demanding, it wasn't sufficient to disavow these possibilities, they must also be denied. Operation Amnesia, pacification program, it never happened, did it? It was a delusion, a folly of youth, and we're all grown up now. Naturally, Morley's railing against amateurism, his advocacy of ambition and lushness, play rather differently in 2005 than they did in the early 80s, but that's only fitting, since his manifestos as works of art in themselves were produced as strategic provocations rather than timeless aesthetic philosophies. Even though the Morley of the disappointing words and music claimed Naughty's web popists as his offspring, it's hard to imagine the Morley and Penman of 1981 being gratified by the thought that their legacy would be the deconceptualization and depoliticizing, i.e. the consumerization of pop. They could scarcely have imagined, then, the way in which pop would dissipate over the next 20 years, that their embrace of entryism would prove to be the last word in rough and tumble theoretical dialogue that seemed, then, as if it could go on forever. Reading Rip It Up is like reliving my early pop life, but now at a distance, like Spider in Cronenberg's film, an adult at the corner of the screen watching himself as a child. With Simon as my Virgil through that Paradiso Lost, I can now recognize that pop for me was post-punk. Kings of the Wild Frontier was the first LP I bought and ABC were the first group I saw live. But Rip It Up makes me cognizant of what I, growing up absurd into post-punk, couldn't have appreciated at the time, that the richness of pop then, not only sonically, but also in terms of concepts, clothes, images, lasted only a relatively short period, made possible by specific historical contingencies. Nevertheless, expectations were raised in me, and more or less everything I've written or participated in has been in some sense an attempt to keep fidelity with the post-punk event. Cyberpunk, both in its restricted literary generic sense and in the broader sense we have given to it in Crew, was up to its neck in post-punk. Gibson's debt to Steely Dan and the Velvet Underground has long been acknowledged, but the dominant tone of Neuromancer was an overhang from post-punk. Gibson named his high-tech prostitutes after the Meat Puppets, but Neuromancer's tech-nihilistic ambience, dub apocalypticism, amphetamine burned-out cases, and hectic, twitching finger on fast-forward and comet-on cut-out narrative, seemed to be transposed straight out of the British post-punk scene. One of the things that is most remarkable about post-punk, actually, is its near-total erasure of America and Americanness. When I was in my early teens, the only American pop you'd hear that wasn't disco would be encountered while trudging round the shops on Saturday afternoon, as Paul Gambaccini's Hot 100 was broadcast over the store pot, and it was a window into a horrifyingly deprived world of barely imaginable banality. Of the few American groups of any significance in this period, perhaps only Devo and the Meat Puppets took much inspiration from the American landscape. No wave emerged from the rootless cosmopolitanism and transnational nihilism of New York, while in many ways the most interesting American groups Tuxedo Moon and the Residents were Europhils. In post-punk, America increasingly featured as a series of ethnographic traces, as in the ecstatic, hysterical, and authoritarian ghost chatter of American TV and media. Flitting through Cabaret Voltaire's Voice of America or Bern and Eno's My Life in the Bush of Ghosts. It's hard to remember now, but in the period after Vietnam and before the collapse of the Eastern Bloc, America was a paranoid and enfeebled nation, Nixon-sickened and introspective, scared of its own shadows. Post-punk was there to witness and mock the seeming absurdity of the idiot actor Reagan being wheeled on to give America's confidence a shot in the arm, although initially even Reagan's rise to power seemed to be a kind of sinister post-punk prank, since it made eerily real what had been predicted by one of perhaps post-punk's most important influence, Ballard. By the time that post-punk went out in a neon blaze of irony-tainted glory on MTV, the joke had, to say the least, worn thin. Pop had gone blue jean American rock, again. Boredom was back, but this time, without the punks to denounce it. The arid shopping mall at the end of history opened up as the only possible future. Worse than the career opportunities that never knocked were the ones that did, jobs for everyone in the striplit wall-to-wall mart of time out of joint America in which it is 1955, forever. No shadows to hide in. No room to move. No room to doubt. Ironic in some ways that Rip It Up should be named after an Orange Juice song, since Orange Juice and Postcard were responsible for what was in many ways a British equivalent of Springsteen's US return to roots. If the comparison seems strained, think about the way in which both Springsteen and Orange Juice self-consciously advocated a kind of locally rooted authenticity defined by its rejection of artificiality. For Springsteen's Reich and Roll uniform of denim, substitute OJ's Brideshead revisited sweaters. Like the Smiths, the Postcard-era Orange Juice retrospectively imagined a British pop that never was. The Brit equivalent of American open-throat stridency was a kind of floppy-fringed, tongue-tied dithering that was just as much of a self-conscious reclaiming of signifiers of national identity as Springsteen's passional working stiff poses were. By the time I got to university in 1986, Orange Juice, and the Smiths, had achieved hegemonic control of the undergraduate imagination. It was perfect pop for young men who were destined to go on to careers in marketing but who liked to think of themselves as sensitive. Orange Juice also played in a major part in rehabilitating the love song. If romance featured in post-punk at all, it was as something to be derided and demystified or as something to be politically and theoretically interrogated a la Scritti or Devoto. The renewed preoccupation with love was a reoccupation of the ordinary, a restatement of a revivified humanist confidence in a dehistoricized continuity of things that go on the same. It's often said that punk was what Britain had instead of 68, but that in many ways fails to process how punk had surpassed the events in Paris. 68 was as much a rejection of certain theoretical positions as it was of the institutions of modern liberal society, so that, in the conflagration of the 60s Desi-revolution, the cold Spinozism of Althusser's structural analysis was burned down with the buildings. Punk and post-punk, however, were profoundly suspicious of the Dionysian triumvirate of leisure, pleasure, and intoxication, so that the required attitude was one of vigilant hyper-rationalism, a kind of popularist Althusserianism in which interiority was exposed as an ideological bluff, and emotions were understood not as real expressions of authentic subjectivity but as structurally engineered reactive circuit rise. The stance such a perception demanded, and this was a culture that was deliberately and unashamedly demanding, was one of proletarian discipline rather than slack indulgence, its Puritanism recalling the egalitarian social ambitions of the original Puritans. In this respect, Scritti's move from pleasure repudiating Marxism to playful deconstruction is emblematic of the way in which the decade would develop, in universities as much as in the charts. The exorbitant surfaces of Cupid and Psyche might have eschewed interiority, but at the same time their simulations of interiority were no less authentic, no less soulful, than other versions of interiority purveyed by more credulous, non-ironic sources in the mainstream. The person being duped now was the Green, who imagined that his intelligence would prevent full incorporation. But the triumphant capitalism Green was already working for had no trouble at all in consuming those who sought entry into it. In the 70s, in an effort to dispel the notion that there were subversive regions that would be inherently indigestible for capital, Lyotard compared capitalism to a tungsten carbide stomach that could consume anything in its path. By the 80s, as Jameson has observed, capital had become a gigantic interiority without any outside, a kind of jaded pleasure dome reminiscent of the all-encompassing bubble environments imagined in 70s SF. Except it looked, for all the world, just like a familiar domestic environment, the nice house, nice family setup ridiculed by Jamie Reed, now refurbished with added ironic distanciation and hooked up to 24-hour MTV. What had been lost was the glam knowledge that first entered pop through pop art, that the social scene is a stage set populated by puppets, corn-fed cheap dreams and sedated by narcotics of every kind. The punks knew they were replicants, that everything that seemed to be inside was biopsychosocial machinery that should be reprogrammed or stripped out. The end of punk was the forgetting that the memories were false, that the domestic scene was so much pasteboard and image virus. At the time of post-punk, pop could still be a countercultural lab. It really is not clear whether pop could be that again. Someone asked the panel on Wednesday if dredging post-punk up was an exercise in nostalgia. But this is entirely to miss the point of Jameson's critique of the nostalgia mode. For Jameson, the nostalgia mode is exemplified by cultural artifacts which deny, or more radically, are unaware of their own total debt to the past. In other words, being contemporary does not guarantee being modern, especially not in a postmodern culture whose temporality is obsessively citational and commemorational. One of the most idiotic tics in cultural gatekeeping today is its need to justify the past in terms of the present, as if Gang of Four were only significant because they influenced Namurk, Here Today Boot Sale Tomorrow clones like Block Party and Franz Ferdinand. As if simply being here, now, meant that something new and important is happening. Pop could function differently in post-punk because, at that time, it was the space which most readily leaned itself to the production of a counter-consensual collectivity. Post-punk was an awakening from capital's consensual hallucination, a means of channeling, externalizing and propagating disquiet and discrepancy. It provided a crack in the way the social represented itself, or rather, exposed that crack. What the social would have us believe is dysfunction, grumbling, failure suddenly became the sound oft outside of everything. Records, interviews, the music press, were the means by which contact could be made between affects, concepts, commitments that would previously have been locked into private space. Some of the panel last Wednesday were unsure if they had really done anything, if their dreams of doing something more than simply entertaining were anything more than youthful naivete, understandable then, an embarrassment now. But the achievements of post-punk can be appreciated. Negatively, in what culture now lacks. Go into a room full of teenagers and look at their self-scarred arms, the antidepressants that sedate them, the quiet desperation in their eyes. They literally do not know what it is they are missing. What they don't have is what post-punk provided. A way out, and a reason to get out. So is this a counsel of despair? Not at all. There are new means for producing counter-consensual collectivity. Like this. The web has a distributional reach, a global instantaneity, whose unprecedented scale is easy to take for granted. But its vast potential far outstrips anything that fanzines or records could have achieved in the 70s. What needs to happen is a kind of existential reframing, to see what happens here not as capital wants us to see it, as failed writers resentfully carving out some insignificant niche because they can't make it in the overlit interior. The logic of capital insists that anything that is not reproducing it, or serving such a reproduction, is a waste of time. But to reframe what is happening would be to radically reverse these idiotic priorities. And the continuing relevance of post-punk is to remind us that such reversals are possible, to provide the impetus for the development of a will to retake the present. For your unpleasure, the haute couture of goth. Ridiculed, forgotten, yet subterraneanly robust, goth is the last remnants of glam in popular culture. Goth is also the youth cult most associated with women and with fiction. This is hardly surprising. As I have pointed out before and is well known, the novel has its origins in Gothic romances which were predominantly consumed and produced by women, and the complicity of women with the Gothic has been a commonplace of literary criticism at least since Ellen Mowers wrote her classic essay, Female Gothic in 1977. Why think about goth now? Partly it is because goth's preposterous trash aristocratic excess couldn't be more at odds with contemporary culture's hip-hop dominated sportswear brutalitarian. At the same time, though, goth's shadow seems unusually visible in pop culture at the moment, what with references to it in both Coronation Street and Big Brother. Partly it is because Rip It Up has revived fascination in all things post-punk, and goth is the last surviving post-punk cult. These two facts have resulted in I.T and me seceding from the oppressive masculinist cool of the club into the more congenial cold of goth haunts. Goth has its own version of more or less every other youth culture, but let's leave aside the male abjects, the po-faced and the pomo, and start with Susie. It is well known that the Banshees were formed as a result of the future Susie and Severin meeting at a Roxy show in 1974. So, unlike the Birthday Party, who were famously disgusted when they arrived in London to find it dominated by new romantic poser pop, the Banshees belonged to an art pop lineage which had a relationship to music which was neither ironically distant nor direct. For all their inventiveness, for all the damage they wreaked upon the rock form, the Birthday Party remained romantics, desperate to restore an expressive and expressionistic force to rock, a quest which led them back to the satanic heartland of the blues. By contrast with this carnal heat, the early Banshees affected a deliberate and deliberated coldness and artificiality. Susie came from the art rock capital of England, that zone of South London in which both David Bowie and Japan grew up. Although Susie was involved with punk from the very beginning, and although all of the major punk figures were inspired by Roxy, the Banshees were the first punk group to openly acknowledge a debt to glam. Glam has a special affinity with the English suburbs, its ostentatious anti-conventionality negatively inspired by the eccentric conformism of manicured lawns and quietly tended psychosis Susie sang of on suburban relapse. But glam had been the preserve of male desire. What would its drag look like when worn by a woman? This was a particularly fascinating inversion when we consider that Susie's most significant resource was not the serial identity sexual ambivalence of Bowie but the staging of male desire in Roxy music. She may have hung out with Bowie boys, but Susie seemed to borrow much more from the lustrous PVC blackness of For Your Pleasure than from anything in the thin white Duke's wardrobe. For Your Pleasure songs like Beauty Queen and editions of You were self-diagnoses of a male malady, a specular desire that fixates on female objects that it knows can never satisfy it. Although she makes his starry eyes shiver, Fairy knows it never would work out. This is the logic of Lacanian desire, which Alenka Zupancie explains as follows: the interval or gap introduced by desire is always the imaginary other, Lacan's petit objet, whereas the real of desire remains unattainable. The real of desire is jouissance, that inhuman partner that desire aims at beyond its object, and that must remain inaccessible. Degree Roxy's In Every Dream Home a Heartache is about an attempt, simultaneously disenchanted, cynical and desire delirious, to resolve this deadlock. It is as if Fairy has recognized, with Lacan, that phallic desire is fundamentally masturbatory. Since, that is to say, a phantasmatic screen prevents any sexual relation so that his desire is always for an inhuman partner, Fairy might as well have a partner that is literally inhuman, a blow-up doll. This scenario has many precursors, most famously perhaps Hoffman's short story The Sandman, but also Villiers de L'Isle Adams' lesser-known but actually more chilling masterpiece of decadent SF, The Future Eve and its descendant, Ira Levin's Stepford Wives. If the traditional problem for the male in pop culture has been dealing with a desire for the unattainable for Lacan, remember, all desire is a desire for the unattainable, then the complementary difficulty for the female has been to come to terms with not being what the male wants. The object knows that what she has does not correspond with what the subject lacks. It is almost as if the female goth response to this dilemma is to self-consciously assume the role of the cold, distanced, inhuman partner of phallic desire. The glam male remains trapped in his perfect penthouse populated by dumb phantasmatic play dolls. The goth female meanwhile roams through the roles of vamp and vampire, succubus, automaton. The glam male's pathologies are those of the subject, the goth female's problematic is that of the object. Remember that the original sense of glamour bewitchment alludes to the power of the auto-objectified over the subject. If God is masculine, idols are always feminine, Baudrillard writes in Seduction, and Susie differed from previous pop icons in that she was neither a male artist feminized into iconhood by fan adoration, nor a female marionette manipulated by male Svengalis, nor a female heroically struggling to assert a marginalist subjectivity. On the contrary, Susie's perversity was to make an art of her own objectification. As Simon and Joy put it in The Sex Revolts, Susie's aspiration towards a glacial exteriority of the objet d'art evinced through a shunning of the moist, pulsing fecundity of organic life. This denial of interiority, unlike Lydia Lunch, Susie is not interested in spilling her guts, in a confessional wallowing in the goo and viscera of a damaged interiority corresponds to a staged refusal to either be a warm, compassionate, understanding fellow creature. Like Grace Jones, another who made an art of her own objectification, Susie didn't demand respect from her bachelor suitors, but subordination, supplication. Instead of asserting an illusory authentic subjectivity which supposedly lies beneath the costumes and the cosmetics, Susie and Grace Jones revelled in becoming objects of the gaze. Both would no doubt have appreciated the derision Baudrillard poured upon the strategy of unmasking appearances in Seduction. There is no God behind the images, and the very nothingness they conceal must remain a secret. Susie and Jones' embracing of their objectivity testifies to the fact that there is a scopic drive that cult studs whining about being reduced to an object has always ignored, the exhibitionist drive to be seen. Simon is right that Painted Bird and the nearly contemporary Fireworks were virtual manifestos for goth, but it's worth reflecting on how different these songs are in message and mood from the hackneyed image of the culture. Both Painted Bird and Fireworks are not maudlin, matte black, or self-absorbed, but celebrations of the colorful and the collective. We are fireworks, Susie sings, burning shapes into the night, and you'd be hard-pressed to find a song that crackles with so much enjoyment as this. The Banshees' take on Kaczynski's novel The Painted Bird is also about the triumph of collective joy over persecuted, isolated, individuated subjectivity. In Kaczynski's novel, the hero paints one bird, and when he throws it back to its flock they don't recognize it and therefore destroy it. But Susie's goths are not painted by another's hand, they are painted birds by their own design. It is not the familiar tragic heroic scenario in which an outsider, destined to lose, nevertheless makes a solitary stand against the conformist herd. The dowdy flock are to be confounded, but by another flock, not by an individual, and the result is not frustration, but, again, jouissance. By the end of the song, there's no more sorrow. Think how different this is to the confederacy of isolation produced by Joy Division, whose functional clothes and known image implied the traditional male subjectivist privileging of the inside over the outside, depth over surface. Here was one type of black hole, the line of abolition Deleuze and Guattari describe in Micropolitics, and Segmentarity, registered the drive towards total self-destruction. The Banshees, on the other hand, were more like the cold stars invoked by Nubautin, forbidding, remote, yet also the queens of a paradoxically egalitarian aristocracy in which membership was not guaranteed by birth or beauty but by self-decoration. Susie's hyper-white pans tick radiated the cold light of stardom Baudrillard invokes in Seduction. Stars are dazzling in their nullity, and in their coldness the coldness of makeup and ritual hieraticism. The sterility of idols is well known, Baudrillard continues, they do not reproduce, but arise from the ashes, like the phoenix, or from the mirror, like the seductress. The Gothic has always been about replication as opposed to reproduction. It's no coincidence that the female vampire was often associated with lesbianism, because vampires and lesbians present the horror of a propagative power that has no use for the male seed. Conversely, female Gothic often pathologizes pregnancy, utilizing the language of horror to describe the gradual takeover of the body by an entity that is both appallingly familiar and impossibly alien. We hunger from the Banshee's hyena, with its horror of suckling, fits into a lineage of female horror which has seen pregnancy in terms of the appalling rapacity of the insect world, as a parasitic infestation. Degree The principal goth vectors of propagation are, of course, signs and clothes. The Susie look is, in effect, a replicatable cosmetic mask, a literal effacement of the organic expressivity of the face by a geometric pattern, all hard angles and harsh contrasts between white and black. White tribalism. In Rip It Up, Simon says that the early Banshees were sexy in the way that Ballard's Crash was sexy, and Ballard's abstract fiction theory is as palpable and vast a presence in the Banshees as it is in other post-punk. But what the Banshees drew from Ballard was the equivalence of the semiotic, the psychotic, the erotic, and the savage. With psychoanalysis, Ballard recognized that there is no biological sexuality waiting beneath the alienated layers of civilization. Ballard's compulsively repeated theme of reversion to savagery does not present a return to a non-symbolist bucolic nature, but a fall back into an intensely semioticized and redualist symbolic space. Eroticism is made possible not merely mediated by signs and technical apparatus, such that the body, signs, and machines become interchangeable. Baudrillard understood this very well, in his post-punk era essay on Crash. Each mark, each trace, each scar left on the body is like an artificial invagination, like the scarifications of savages. Only the wounded body exists symbolically for itself and for others. Sexual desire is never anything but the possibility bodies have of combining and exchanging their signs. Now, the few natural orifices to which one normally attaches sex and sexual activities are nothing next to all the possible wounds, all the artificial orifices, all the breaches through which the body is reversibilist and, like certain topological spaces, no longer knows either interior or interior. Sex is largely overtaken by the fan of symbolic wounds, which are in some sense the anagrammatization of the whole length of the body. But now, precisely, it is no longer sex, but something else. The savages knew how to use the whole body to this end. In tattooing, torture, initiation, sexuality was only one of the possible metaphors of symbolic exchange, neither the most significant, nor the most prestigious, as it has become for us in its obsessional and realistic reference, thanks to its organic and functional character. As is well known, female dis-ease in capitalism is often expressed not in an assertion of the natural against the artificial, but in the anti-organic protest of eating disorders and self-cutting. It's hard not to see this as it following Zizek does as part of the obsession with realistic reference, an attempt to strip away all signs and rituals so as to reach the unadorned thing in itself. Goth is in many ways an attempt to make good this symbolic deficit in postmodern culture, dressing up as re-ritualization, a recovery of the surface of the body as the site for scarification and decoration. Take goth footwear. With their flagrant anti-organic angularity, their disdain for the utilitarian criteria of comfort or functionality, goth shoes and boots bend, bind, twist and extend the body. Clothing recovers its cybernetic and symbolic role as a hyperbolic supplement to the body, as what which destroys the illusion of organic unity and proportion. It doesn't matter if we all die, the Cure's unholy trinity asterisk. Goth took hold as both a suburban and provincial cult, in which young men and women with heavily powdered faces, mourning clothes, and Robert Smith's hairstyle could be seen at domestic ease in towns like Littlehampton and Ipswich. Michael Bracewell, England Is Mine, Pop Life in Albion from Wild to Goldie. Any discussion of goth will remain incomplete if it doesn't deal with the Cure. Goth and the suburbs enjoy a peculiar intimacy, and is there a group more suburban than the Cure? In England Is Mine, Michael Bracewell made much of their origins in humble Crawley. Quiet and respectable, yet lacking the bourgeois superiority of nearby Haywards Heath, Crawley is a near-perfect example of England at its least for Bracewell. The group are the surprising, he wrote, sound of the in-between spaces of English culture, the suburbs, yes, but also, adolescence, the suburbia of the soul. The Cure are the personification of the not quite and the not yet, not quite execrated but never really respected, not punk veterans but not yet generic goth. The suspicion that has dogged them is that of fakery, yet inauthenticity as existential condition was the Cure's stock in trade. You can hear it all in the grain of Robert Smith's voice. Brace well again. When Smith sang, it wasn't so much his doom-laden lyrics as the actual sound of his voice which lent the Cure their mesmeric monotony. It was the voice of nervous boredom in a small-town bedroom, muffled beneath suffocating layers of ennui. Alternately peevish and petulant, breathless with anguish or spluttering with incoherent rage, Smith's voice was unique in making monotony malleable. There is a period, a moment, when groups become what they are. Everything that has come before is preparation and rehearsal, everything that comes after is either decline or evasion. Roxy were themselves immediately the band brand established with the first notes of remake, remodel, but it's more usual for a group to take a while to find themselves, to emerge gradually from a cocoon of illusion, homage, and plagiarism. It wasn't quite like that with The Cure, whose best work was always produced in negotiation with their influences. Their early mode as spidery, punk-spiked pub sub-psychedelia now sounds like a series of thin sketches. The Cure become themselves in that moment, lasting 3 albums after they have shed the petulant quirkiness of 3 imaginary boys but before they have entered the comfort zone of branded recognizability. By then, Smith's panto persona, Lipstick Smear, Warm Beer, and Edward Lear had become an archetype in the semiotic cemetery of the student disco, and the parameters of the Cure's style were well established, marked by what quickly became a regular oscillation between a post-SGT pepper jollity and a slipper's comfortable despair. All of the drama of faltering self-discovery and existential experimentalism that makes the essential triptych of 17 seconds, faith, and pornography so compelling has gone. The Cure's 3 crucial albums emerged from the shadow of 2 other bands, whose reputation towered above theirs, the Banshees and Joy Division. Smith made no secret of his fixation on the Banshees. When the band's first bassist, Michael Dempsey, left the band, it was because he wanted us to be XTC Part 2, whereas Smith wanted us to be the Banshees Part 2. Robert Smith's look, that clown-faced Caligari ragdoll, was a male complement to Susie's. And as with Susie's, Smith's bird's nest backcomb, alabaster white face powder, coal-like eyeliner, and badly applied lipstick is easily copied, a kit to be readily assembled in any suburban bedroom. It was a mask of morbidity, a sign that its wearer preferred fixation and obsession above well-rounded personhood. Goth morbidity arose in part from a Schopenhauerian scorn for organic life. From Goth's perspective, death was the truth of sexuality. Sexuality was what the ceaseless cycle of birth, reproduction, death needed in order to perpetuate itself. Death was simultaneously outside the circuit and what it was really about. Affirming sexuality meant affirming the world, whereas Goth set itself, in Houellebecq's marvelous phrase, against the world and against life. By the early 80s, it was possible to posit a rock anti-tradition that had similar affiliations, an anhedonic, anti-vital rock lineage that began with the Stones, with the neurasthenic Jagger of painted black rather than the cloven-hooved demonic Dionysus of sympathy for the devil, and passed through the Stooges and the Pistols, before reaching its nadir zenith in Joy Division. But Goth suspected that rock was that always and essentially a death trip. This was the gambit of the birthday party, who hunted rock's mythology back to the fetid, voodoo-stalked crossroads and swamplands of the Delta blues. After all, isn't blues the clearest possible demonstration of the discrepancy between desire and enjoyment, and therefore of the validity of the theory of the death drive? The blues juju or juju relies upon the enjoyment of desires that cannot be satisfied. While the birthday party literally the return to the blues, their career a kind of hectic rewind of rock history, beginning with Pere Ubu/pop group modernism and ending in a feverish reimagining of blues. The Cure, like the Banshees, went to the other extreme. Maintaining fidelity to post-punk's modernist imperative, they preferred a sound that was ethereal rather than earthy, artificial rather than visceral. You can hear this in Smith's guitar, which, swathed in phasing and flange, desubstantialist and emasculated, aspires to be pure FX denuded of any rock attack. The Cure's version of blues enjoyment in the frustration of desire is auditioned in a forest, the song in which the group find themselves, ironically, since it is a song about loss, or rather about an encounter with what can never be possessed. The girl was never there, Smith sings, a line worthy of Scritti or Lacan. Running towards nothing. Again and again and again, Smith, the suburban Scotty seeking his Madeline, pursues the desire chimera, the petit objet, through a dreamscape vividly sound-painted by oniric synthesizers, drum machines and Smith's FX-saturated guitar. A Forest was the trailer for 17 seconds, and it turned out to be the album's centerpiece. The synthesizers and the drum machine bring a modern sheen lacking on the no-frills hustle and bustle of three imaginary boys. Smith was listening to Astral Weeks, Hendrix, Nick Drake, Bowie's Low, and wanted the album to be a synthesis of the four. The result was both more and less than this. As English as the Smiths would be, but, naturally, much more modernist and much less kitchen sink, 17 seconds puts one in mind of a deserted country house, vast white spaces and empty floorboards decorated by the ornate cobwebs of Smith's guitar. Emotionally, the effervescent petulance of the first album has drained away, but, even if the predominant mood is now moroseness, it is not yet goth morbid. But there is a kind of cultivated detachment, Smith assuming an ostentatious absenteeism, dissociating himself from an everyday life conceived of as a dramaturgy of effigies. It's just your part / in the play / for today. I was 21, Smith told Uncut in 2000, but I felt really old. I actually felt older than I do now. I had absolutely no hope for the future. I felt life was pointless. I had no faith in anything. I just didn't see there was much point in continuing with life. In the next 2 years, I genuinely felt that I wasn't going to be alive for much longer. I tried particularly hard to make sure I wasn't. From its very first moments, faith locks onto this hollow-eyed bleakness, and stays there. Effectively, the album is as improbably unwavering as Unknown Pleasures and Closer, and the Joy Division influence hung over faith like an acrid pall, the black source of its paradoxically entropic energy, what made it possible but also what would relegate it to the status of a revenant. The whole thing was reinforced by the fact that Ian Curtis had killed himself, Smith recalled in the Uncut interview, speaking for the post-Joy Division generation that would deem itself inauthentic simply by dint of the fact that it had carried on living. I knew that the Cure were considered fake in comparison, and it suddenly dawned on me that to make this album convincing I would have to kill myself. If I wanted people to accept what we were doing, I was going to have to take the ultimate step. Yet faith would have benefited from pursuing its emotional monotone even more assiduously, if what adrenaline that remained had been drained away, and the 2 up-tempo tracks had been excised. On all the other tracks, faith flatlines pop, bringing it as close to complete stillness as it is possible to be without coming to the grinding halt the group had sang of in an earlier, much more fleet-of-foot incarnation. There was no calmness in faith's stillness. It is not tranquil, but tranquillized, downer heavy, not so much oceanic as waterlogged, swamped. The album seems to come from another planet where gravity is more powerful. The synthesizers, now foreground more than ever, do most to produce this effect of viscous heaviness. They have a cold warmth that fills out the sound like Valium entering the bloodstream. With faith, as with downers, it is as if the edge has been taken off. Its world is without angles, a fog of bleary drear. It lacks the clinical quality of Joy Division. This is not the sound of depression, nor of post-traumatic stress, but of a kind of total fatalism, in which nothing much matters, where all cats are grey. Faith finds a strange exhilaration in yielding all hope, in playing dead while going through the zombie motions, breathing like the drowning man. Bracewell's description of the Cure's sound is nowhere more appropriate than when applied to faith. There is no insight or polemic, there are no messages and no rallying anthems. Rather, the Cure are the musical expression of suburbia itself, a dense and repetitious sound, carrying a mesmeric dirge of infinitely transferable sounds, all of which sound as though they could go on forever like endless avenues. 6. Crescents and drives. Faith's tracks are distended, hinoptic in their repetitiousness. Smith's mope a wraith that drifts in after introductions that typically last for 90 seconds or 2 minutes. Go through the mirror with Smith and what the uninitiated hear as directionless dirges become addictive plateaus, gentle blizzards you enjoy losing yourself in. After this, you would expect recovery and return, a compensatory uplift. But in the event the Cure's season in hell was far from over and pornography outdoes even Faith for morbid enervation. But Faith's amorphousness is replaced by a newly jagged abrasion and jittery rhythmic urgency that was the Cure's take on the then fashionable tribal sound. Its template seems to be the less synthesizer-heavy, more metallic brutalist tracks on Closer, the cavernous hollow spaces of Pill, the dancing in the ruins urban anime of Killing Joke. In the end, it sounds like flowers of romance sung by a neurasthenic rather than a hysteric, Killing Joke fed on bad trip acid and downers, a defunct 23 skidoo, all at once. The opener, 100 Years, is the Cure's masterpiece. It starts as it means to go on, Smith intoning, "It doesn't matter if we all die," an invitation even more forbidding than that. Leered by the circus Barker Curtis on the Atrocity exhibition. Like Joy Division's Disorder, 100 Years seems to lift its head from morbid self-absorption to gaze at the world its words a Cold War ticker tape as filtered through an adolescent nervous system in the midst of breakdown, but in reality it only selects for consideration those things which confirm its hypothesis that cosmic despair is the only justifiable attitude. Ambition in the back of a black car. Sharing the world with slaughtered pigs. The soldiers close in. Smith comes on like Bowie's Newton in the most famous scene of The Man Who Fell to Earth, entranced and stupefied by a bank of television screens, all of them bringing bad news. What makes this exhilarating rather than immiserating is the necrotic urgency of the death disco drum machine and Smith's guitar riff, which blazes like a distress flare in light-polluted sky. If Smith's guitar on Pornography often sounds Eastern, it calls up a phantasmatic East in which all of the hippie dreams of Free Your Mind exotica have been napalmed into oblivion. Pornography was famously recorded on LSD washed down by alcohol, but it is psychedelic in the same way that Apocalypse Now is. Pornography's delirium is a Jacob's Ladder bad trip, a psychic Indochina fever dreamt in a crawly bedroom, the hallucinogens giving distended and distorted shape to anxieties conjured from the suburban heart of darkness. Smith's lyrics shred sense for the sake of image impact. He has always been a purveyor of filmic ambience, and the songs on Pornography convey mood through striking images that never cohere into any clear meaning. The album is the goth equivalent of a chocolate box, an exercise in sheer morbid indulgence unleavened by any cheer. At the end of the title track, a howling grind that sounds like Joy Division's The Atrocity exhibition spliced with Stockhausen's Hymen, Smith seeks redemption. I must fight this sickness. Find a cure. But the sickness was the most interesting thing about the cure. Look at the light. Its cover image is a waveform of a blackbird song reimagined as a geological formation. Kate Bush's aerial is Delusion More, a numinous, luminous Twitterscape of women-animal becomings, a hymn to light, and lightness. I'd concur with what's already coalescing into a critical consensus, King of the Mountain Apart, the first disc A Sea of Honey is merely an appetizer for the second CD, the sumptuous song suite that is A Sky of Honey. On the face of it, for this, her return after 12 years, Bush could either make a show of pursuing relevance a la Bowie or Madonna, or else recline into a session musician airbrushed timelessness like Brian Ferry. In the event, she tacks closer to the second option, but with considerably more success than Ferry has mustered in any of his solo albums for the last 20 years. The sonic palette from which Bush has constructed Aerial contains few rogue elements, and hardly anything that would have discomfited a mid-80s audience. And yet, A Sky of Honey in particular has the flavor, if not the instrumentation, of later genres. The intermittent birdsong, the lambent washes of subdued strings and synth. The shifts in atmosphere, now tranquil, now tempestuous, now humid, now temperate, recall ambient jungle, the lush opiate vastness of microhouse, English pastoral techno such as ultramarine. It is in 8,000 plateaus of the refrain that Deleuze and Guattari write of birdsong. On one side, the refrain is a territorial marker, the tracing of an interiority, on the other, it opens out into the cosmos. Ariel is similarly double, a sea of honey exploring the Heimlich, a sky of honey dreaming the cosmic. King of the Mountain has been one of the singles of the year, insidious and insinuating rather than immediate, a blindside seduction which makes itself a habit before you've registered awareness of it. Its snow-swept aerie contains the grandest, most elemental, rendition of the twin themes that dominate a sea of honey: domesticity and isolation. Cain in Xanadu doubles Elvis in Graceland, wind howling around the melancholy opulence of their empty mansions. The other songs on a sea of honey retreat from these media mythscapes into more intimate territory. Bush flirts with sentimental indulgence on the song addressed to her son, Bertie, while meditating on the line between bliss and banality, pathos and bathos, on How to Be Invisible and Mrs. Bartolozzi, with their imagery of anoraks, wallflowers and washing machines. What is fascinating about Sea of Honey is its exploration of the mother's bliss, which has by definition been excised from a history of rock that has endlessly staged the cutting of the apron strings, the rejection of the maternal. There's something oppressive and cloying about this domestic space, something suffocating and greedily insatiable about the protected interiority Bush creates. The domestic idol is literally agoraphobic, troubled by an outside it seeks to keep at bay. How to Be Invisible is a spell in which ultraordinary objects are brandished as protective charms, preservatives of a domesticity that has withdrawn from the wider social world. Yet the Heimlich, the homely, is always, also, the unheimlich, the unhomely, the uncanny. In Mrs. Bartolozzi, a widow's solitude transforms laundry into a Svankmajer erotic dance, the boredom, loneliness, and sadness of a confined mind transfiguring empty clothes into an animist memory theater. In these circumscribed horizons, washing the floor becomes a religious observance, an act of mourning and melancholy. If a sea of honey is a kitchen sink delirium, its spaces all carpeted and walled, then a sky of honey is widescreen, panoramic, as the words of the standout track, Nocturne, have it. Everything opens out. It's as if we leave the artificial cocoon of the house to step out into the garden, a garden which becomes a lush Ernst jungle. What impresses most about A Sky of Honey is the majesty of its composition. It sounds like the sort of thing Bush has done before, but there's nothing else in her oeuvre quite so sustained as this. I mean composition in the painterly at least as much as the musicianly sense, for A Sky of Honey is Bush's most painterly record, each sound a delicate stroke in a delicately constructed and minutely conceived picture. Van Gogh, Chagall, Ernst, as much as Joyce or Bronte, seem to be the guiding hands. The painters. Medium light may well be A Sky of Honey's principal preoccupation. The image of a pavement artist's work destroyed by rain is central to A Sky of Honey, all the colors are running. Yet no mood of regret or melancholy can last long here. In an instant, Bush is celebrating the wonderful sunset that the run colors have become. Ironically, for a record so artfully and fastidiously designed, so foreign to rock and jazz's spontaneity, the message is that the accident is the preeminent form of creation. We are gently urged to revel in the innocence of becoming, to look at the light, and all the time it's a changing. The record celebrates the butterfly wing fragility of the moment. The never static Hoxides nature is madly composing and is composed of the ever evanescent iridescences of the somewhere in between in which we are always lost. Between wakefulness and sleep, between land and sea, between sky and dust, between day and night, A Sky of Honey reaches its poised, anticlimax plateau on the last three tracks, somewhere in between, Nocturne and Ariel. By somewhere in between, we have reached dusk, the time when everything desubstantializes, and the song is a dance of dying light, a savoring of the evening's bewitched, betwixt state. Nocturne is up there with anything she's done. It's oniric, oceanic disco, a kind of becalmed answer to Patti Smith's Horses, the white water of Smith's angsts and passions soothed and smoothed into a placid lake in which amphibious longings swim and commingle. Nocturne is a journey to the end of the night very different to the one Celine took, a Van Gogh visionary stretching, a reaching both up into the sky and down into the sea. The stars are caught in our hair. The stars are on our fingers. A veil of diamond dust. Just reach up and touch it. The skies above our heads. The seas around our legs. In milky, silky water. We swim further and further. We dive down. We dive down. There are suggestions of Joyce's Anna Livia Plurabile here, the river heading out to the sea that will swallow it, just as the dreaming mind awakens. After this, there is the dappled return of sunlight on Ariel, glimmers of light on the water's surface, all of the birds laughing, bush joining in. Magisterial, and better with every listen. Is pop undead? If there is a current coalescence of fascination around hauntology, there is also a mounting anxiety about the death, dearth, end of pop. A few examples: this atrocious piece on the death of black music, Simon's 05 Roundup for Freeze, and a number of recent threads on dissensus. The suspicion is inescapable. Part of the reason why hauntology should appeal to us so much now is that, unconsciously, and increasingly consciously, we suspect that something has died. Nothing lasts forever, of that I'm sure. Announcements of the demise of pop are nothing new, of course. And there are any number of reasons to be skeptical about the language of death and morbidity. The fact is that nothing ever really dies, not in cultural terms. At a certain point, a point that is usually only discernible retrospectively, cultures shunt off into the sidings, cease to renew themselves, ossify into trad. They don't die, they become undead, surviving on old energy, kept moving, like Baudrillard's deceased cyclist, only by the weight of inertia. Cultures have vibrancy, piquancy only for a while. Lyric poetry, the novel, opera, jazz had their time. There is no question of these cultures dying. They survive, but with their will to power diminished, their capacity to define a time lost. No longer historic or existential, they become historical and aesthetic lifestyle options, not ways of life. We are lulled into the belief that pop should be immune to this process by the illusion to which those within any culture, any civilization, fall prey, the belief that our own culture will continue forever. The question we need to ask, then, is not so much will pop die, but has pop already reached the point of undeath? Has it seduced us into an entropy tango, clasping us with zombie fingers as it slowly winds down towards permanent irrelevance? Questions worth raising, if only because as soon as they are no longer raised we can be sure that pop really has reached its terminal phase. What alarms me is the lack of alarm about pop's current situation. Where is the chorus of disapproval and disquiet about a group like the Arctic Monkeys? Granted, it is not that the Arctic Monkeys are significantly worse than any of their retro forebears. What is novel is the discrepancy between the Arctic Monkeys' modest achievements and the scale of their success. Critical success is more easily bought than ever, of course, so we shouldn't be surprised that the NME rates the Monkees album as 5th best British album of all time. But such subjective and professionally expedient overvaluations would be insignificant were it not for the quantitative scale of the Arctic Monkeys' success, fastest-selling UK debut album ever. What this implies is a libidinal deficit in pop's audience as well as in its old media commentariat, a much more worrying trend. The Arctic Monkeys' success is as glum news for popists as it is for those of us who still pledge allegiance to pop's modernist tendencies. As Marcello has suggested recently over at Church of Me, the new pop is barely secure, certainly not thriving, and its disappointing sales compare ominously with the voracious triumph of retro indie and the new authenticity. There has been a kind of reversal, with new pop occupying the old pre-indie independent position of the popular experimental, and indie dominating the mainstream. A little insight into the times can be gleaned from the fact that NME has been reduced to ostentatiously banning Blunt from its awards ceremony. James Blunt vs. Coldplay, is this what pop antagonism is reduced to? A pseudo-conflict that should excite only Swiftian ridicule. Hates not your enemy, loves your enemy. Such plastic antagonisms substitute for the real antagonisms that once sustained pop. Even the most ardent devotees must sense something is missing. There's just a hint in Doherty's puppy dog junkie eyes that even he recognizes the sad fact that even if he dies, it won't stop being pantomime. Indie may have all but driven black musics out of the British charts, hybridity may be off the agenda, but you can bet your bottom dollar that all of those indie bands just love hip-hop and R&B. Pop at its most febrile was stoked by critical and negative energies that are now exhausted or which have been exiled as far too impolite for today's potpourri, pomo buffet in which you can have a bit of indie here, a bit of R&B there, where contradictions and anomalies have been photoshopped out, where it all happily fits into one well-adjusted consumer basket. If the revolutionary tumult of the post-punk era was characterized by restless dissatisfaction, anxiety, uncertainty, rage, harshness, unfairness, that is, by an atmosphere of relentless criticism, today's pop scene is suffused with laxness, bland acceptance, quiescent hedonism, luxuriant self-satisfaction, that is, by PR. What pop lacks now is the capacity for annihilation, for producing new potentials through the negation of what already exists. One example, of many possible. Both the birthday party and new pop annihilated one another, far from existing in a relation of mutual acceptance or of mutual ignorance. Each defined themselves in large part by not being the other. One shouldn't rush to conceive of this in simple-minded dialectical terms as thesis-antithesis, since the relationships are not only oppositional, there is always more than one way to annihilate, and it is always possible for any individual thing to annihilate more than one other. It seems at least plausible to suggest that the capacity for renewed annihilation is what has driven pop. So let's dare to conceive of pop not as an archipelago of neighboring but unconflicting options, not as a sequence of happy hybridities or pallid incommensurabilities, but as a spiral of annihilating vortices. Such a model of pop is utterly foreign to postmodern orthodoxies. But pop is either modernist or it is nothing at all. Just because something is current doesn't mean it is new. Saying that pop was better 25 years ago is not to be nostalgic, on the contrary, it is to resist the ambient, airtight, total nostalgia that can not only tolerate but delight in the latest regurgitations on the indie treadmill. Let's dispense once and for all with popist delusionism/delusion popism's obligatory positivity. The fact we happen to be alive now doesn't mean that we must be committed to the belief that this is the best time to live ever. We have no duty to search out entertainment and spread a little excitement everywhere we go. So, please, no consumerist homilies about the fact that it is always possible to find good records, no matter what the year. Yes, of course it is, but as soon as pop is reduced to good records it really is all over. When pop can no longer muster annihilation of the world, annihilation of the possible, then it will only be the ghosts that are worthy of our time. Memorex for the Kraken, the Falls Pulp Modernism. Part I. Maybe industrial ghosts are making specters redundant. The Fall, Dragnet sleeve notes *. M.R. James B. Born Yog Sothoth Rape Me Lord Sludge High Choi Van Greenway A.R. Corman. The Fall, Spectre vs. Rector. Scrawny, gnarled, gaunt, Smith doesn't waltz with ghosts. He materializes them. Mark Sinker, look back in anguish *. Who can put their finger on the weird? It's taken me more than 20 years to attempt this deciphering. Back then, the Fall did something to me. But what, and how? Let's call it an event, and at the same time note that all events have a dimension of the uncanny. If something is too alien, it will fail to register. If it is too easily recognized, too easily cognizable, it will never be more than a reiteration of the already known. When the Fall pummeled their way into my nervous system, circa 1983, it was as if a world that was familiar and which I had thought too familiar, too quotidian to feature in rock had returned, expressionistically transfigured, permanently altered. I didn't know then, that, already, in 1983, the Fall's greatest work was behind them. No doubt the later albums have their merits, but it is on Grotesque, Slates and Hex Induction Hour where the group reached a pitch of sustained abstract invention that they and few others are unlikely to surpass. In its ambition, its linguistic inventiveness and its formal innovation, this triptych bears comparison with the great works of 20th-century high literary modernism. The Fall extend and performatively critique that mode of high modernism by reversing the impersonation of working-class accent, dialect, and diction that, for example, Eliot performed in The Waste Land. Smith's strategy involved aggressively retaining accent while using in the domain of a supposedly popular entertainment form highly arcane literary practices. In doing so, he laid waste the notion that intelligence, literary sophistication, and artistic experimentalism are the exclusive preserve of the privileged and the formally educated. But Smith knew that aping master-class mores presented all sorts of other dangers. It should never be a matter of proving that the white crap could be civilized. Perhaps all his writing was, from the start, an attempt to find a way out of that paradox which all working-class aspirants face: the impossibility of working-class achievement. Stay where you are, speak the language of your fathers, and you remain nothing. Move up, learn to speak in the master language, and you have become a something, but only by erasing your origins. Isn't the achievement precisely that erasure? The temptation for Smith was always to fit into the easy role of working-class spokesman, speaking from an assigned place in a given social world. Smith played with that role whilst refusing to actually play it. He knew that representation was a trap. Social realism was the enemy because in supposedly merely representing the social order, it actually constituted it. Against the social realism of the official left, Smith developed a late 20th century urban English version of the grotesque realism Bakhtin famously described in Rabelais and His World. Crucial to this grotesque realism is a contestation of the classificatory system which deems cultures to be either refined or vulgar. As Peter Stollybras and Alan White argued, the grotesque tends to operate as a critique of a dominant ideology which has already set the terms of, designating what is high and low. Degree instead of the high modernist appropriation of working-class speech and culture, Smith's pulp modernism reacquaints modernism with its disavowed pulp doppelganger. Lovecraft is the crucial figure here, since his texts which first appeared in pulp magazines like Weird Tales emerged from an occulted trade between pulp horror and modernism. Follow the line back from Lovecraft's short stories and you pass through Dunsany and M.R. James before coming to Poe. But Poe also played a decisive role in the development of modernism via his influence on Baudelaire, Mallarmé, Valéry, and their admirer T.S. Eliot. The Waste Land's debt to Dracula, for instance, is well known. Registered the fragmentary, citational structure of a story like Lovecraft's Call of Cthulhu, meanwhile, recalls The Waste Land. More than that, as Benjamin Noyes argued in his paper Lovecraft the Synthome, the abominations from which Lovecraft's straight-laced scholars recoil bear comparisons with Cubist and Futurist art. Lovecraft, that is to say, turns modernism into an object of horror. Yet Lovecraft's texts are exemplary of weird, rather than straightforwardly Gothic, fiction. Weird fiction has its own consistency, which can be most clearly delineated by comparing it to two adjacent modes, fantasy and the uncanny. Fantasy presupposes a completed world, a world that, although superficially different to ours, is politically all too familiar. The uncanny, meanwhile, is set in our world, only that world is no longer ours anymore, it no longer coincides with itself, it has been estranged. The weird, however, depends upon the difference between two worlds, with world here having an ontological sense. It is not a question of an empirical difference. The aliens are not from another planet, they are invaders from another reality system. Hence the defining image is that of the threshold, the door from this world into another, and the key figure is the lurker at the threshold, what, in Lovecraft's mythos, is called Yog-Sothoth. The political philosophical implications are clear: there is no world. What we call the world is a local consensus hallucination, a shared dream. Is there anybody there? Part 1, Spectre vs. Rector. The Rector lived in Hampshire. The Spectre was from Cherezina. The Fall, Spectre vs. Rector. Spectre vs. Rector, from 1979's Dragnet, is the first moment still chilling to hear when the Fall both lay out and implement their pulp modernist methodology. Spectre vs. Rector is not only a ghost story, it is a commentary on the ghost story. The chorus, if it can be called that, is a litany of pulp forebears M.R. James be born / Yog Sothoth rape me Lord, in which language devolves into a signifying chant, verbal ectoplasm, sludge high choy / Van Greenway / A.R. Corman. Not coincidentally, Spectre vs. Rector was the moment when the Fall really began to sound like themselves. Before that, the Fall's sound is a grey-complexioned, conspicuously consumptive garage plink plunk punk, amphetamine lean and on edge, marijuana fatalistic, simultaneously arrogant and unsure of itself, proffering its cheap and nastiness as a challenge. All of the elements of Smith's later vision are there on Live at the Witch Trials and on the other tracks on Dragnet. Watery-eyed figures lurking in the corner of the retina, industrial estates glimpsed through psychotropic stupor, but they have not yet been condensed down, pulped into the witch's brew that will constitute Smith's plane of consistency. On Spectre vs. Rector, any vestigial rock presence subsides into hauntology. The original track is nothing of the sort. It is already a palimpsest, spooked by itself. At least two versions are playing, out of sync. The track, and it is very definitely a track, not a song, foregrounds both its own textuality and its texturality. It begins with cassette hum, and when the sleeve notes tell us that it was partly recorded in a damp warehouse in MC/R, we are far from surprised. Steve Hanley's bass rumbles and thumps like some implacable earth-moving machine invented by a deranged underground race, not so much rising from subterranea as dragging the sound down into a troglodytic goblin kingdom in which ordinary sonic values are inverted. From now on, and for all the records that really matter, Hanley's bass will be the lead instrument, the monstrous foundations on which the Fall's upside-down sound will be built. Like Joy Division, fellow modernists from Manchester, the Fall scramble the grammar of white rock by privileging rhythm over melody. Fellow modernists they might have been, but the Fall and Joy Division's take on modernism could not have been more different. Hannett and Saville gave Joy Division a minimalist, metallic austerity. The Fall's sound and cover art, by contrast, was gnarled, collage cut up, deliberately incomplete. Both bands were dominated by forbiddingly intense vocalist visionaries. But where Curtis was the depressive neurotic, the end of the European romantic line, Smith was the psychotic, the self-styled destroyer of romanticism. Unsuitable for romantics, Smith will graffiti onto the cover of Hex Induction Hour, and Spectre vs. Rector is the template for the anti-romantic methodology he will deploy on the Fall's most important releases. After Spectre vs. Rector, there is no Mark E. Smith the romantic subject. The novelty of Smith's approach is to impose the novel or tale form into the romantic lyrical tradition of the R&R song, so that the author function supplants that of the lyrical balladeer. Smith chant narrates, not sings, Spectre vs. Rector. The story is simple enough, and, on the surface, is deliberately conventional, a post-exorcist revisiting of the classic English ghost story. A rector is possessed by a malign spirit, a police inspector tries to intervene but is driven insane. Both rector and inspector have to be saved by a third figure, a shaman hero, an outsider who goes back to the mountains when the exorcism is complete. The rector stands for rectitude and rectilinearity as well as for traditional religious authority. The inspector, meanwhile, as Ian Penman conjectured in his 1980 interview with The Fall, stands for an investigative, empirical worldview. The hero has more affinity with the spectre, whom he absorbs and becomes, than with the agents of rectitude and or empirical investigation. It seems that the hero is driven more by his addiction to being possessed, which is to say dispossessed of his own identity, than from any altruistic motive. He has no love for the social order he rescues but in which he does not occupy a place. Those flowers take them away, he said. They're only funeral decorations. And this is a drudge nation. A nation of no imagination. A stupid dead man is their ideal. They shirk me and think me unclean. Unclean. In Madness and Civilization, Foucault argues that the insane occupy the structural position vacated by the leper, while in The Ecstasy of Communication, Baudrillard describes the state of terror proper to the schizophrenic, too great a proximity of everything, the unclean promiscuity of everything which touches, invests and penetrates without resistance, with no halo of private projection to protect him any more. Registered Baudrillard is of course describing the schizophrenia of media systems which overwhelm all interiority. Television brings us voices from far away. For Baudrillard, there is an increasing flatness between media and the schizophrenic delirium in which they feature. Psychotics often describe themselves as receivers for transmitted signal. And what is the hero of Spectre vs. Rector if not another version of the ESP medium of discord that Smith sings of on Psychic Dance Hall? Smith's own methodology as _writer ranter chanter echoes that of the hero malcontent. He becomes the mystic pad on which stray psychic signals impress themselves, the throat through which a warring multiplicity of mutually antagonistic voices speak. This is not only a matter of the familiar idea that Smith contains multitudes, the schizophonic riot of voices is itself subject to all kinds of mediation. The voices we hear will often be reported speech, recorded in the compressed telegraphic headline style Smith borrowed from the Lewis of Blast. Listening to The Fall now, I'm often reminded of another admirer of Lewis, Marshall McLuhan. The McLuhan of The Mechanical Bride understood very well the complicity between mass media, modernism, and pulp. McLuhan argued that modernist collage was a response to the perfectly schizophrenic layout of the newspaper front page. Part If. Mr. James, be born. 10 times my age, 1/10 my height. The Fall, City Hobgoblins. So he plunges into the twilight world, and a political discourse framed in terms of witchcraft and demons. It's not hard to understand why, once you start considering it. The war that the church and triumphant reason waged on a scatter of wise women and midwives, lingering practitioners of folk knowledge, has provided a powerful popular image for a huge struggle for political and intellectual dominance, as first Catholics and later Puritans invoked rise in devil worship to rubbish their opponents. The ghost writer and antiquarian Mr. James transformed the folk memory into a bitter class struggle between established science and law, and the erratic, vengeful, relentless undead world of wronged spirits, cheated of property or voice, or the simple dignity of being believed in. Mark Sinker, Watching the City Hobgoblins. Whether Smith first came to James via TV or some other route, James' stories exerted a powerful and persistent influence on his writing. Lovecraft, an enthusiastic admirer of James' stories to the degree that he borrowed their structure, understood very well what was novel in James' tales. In inventing a new type of ghost, Lovecraft wrote of James. He departed considerably from the conventional Gothic traditions, for where the older stock ghosts were pale and stately, and apprehended chiefly through the sense of sight, the average James ghost is lean, dwarfish, and hairy, a sluggish, hellish night abomination midway betwixt beast and man, and usually touched before it is 4. Seen. Some would question whether these dwarven figures could be described as shasks at all. Often, it seemed that James was writing demon rather than ghost stories. If the libidinal motor of Lovecraft's horror was race, in the case of James it was class. For James scholars, contact with the anomalous was usually mediated by the lower classes, which he portrayed as lacking in intellect but in possession of a deeper knowledge of weird lore. As Lovecraft and James scholar St. Joshi observes, the fractured and dialectical English in which speak or write is, in one sense, a reflection of James' well-known penchant for mimicry, but it cannot be denied that there is a certain element of malice in his relentless exhibition of their intellectual failings. And yet, they occupy pivotal places in the narrative, by representing a kind of middle ground between the scholarly protagonists and the aggressively savage ghosts. They frequently sense the presence of the supernatural more quickly and more instinctively than their excessively learned betters can bring themselves to do degree. James wrote his stories as Christmas entertainments for Oxford undergraduates, and Smith was doubtless provoked and fascinated by James' stories in part because there was no obvious point of identification for him in them. When I was at the witch trials of the 20th century, they said, "You are white crap." A working-class autodidact like Smith could scarcely be conceived of in James' sclerotically stratified universe. Such a being was a monstrosity which would be punished for the sheer hubris of existing. Smith could identify neither with James' expensively educated protagonists nor with his uneducated, superstitious lower orders. As Mark Sinker puts it, James, an enlightened Victorian intellectual, dreamed of the spectre of the once crushed and newly rising working classes as a